Chapter 1 I want to leave a bad review. On the national highway, blinding high beams cut through the darkness while deafening horn blasts reverberated in my ears. I, Chui Chen, found myself facing the most powerful weapon an individual in Huaxia could wield, a massive 8-axle truck with a 100-ton payload, which meant I was about to be crushed repeatedly. Before losing consciousness, I clearly saw the truck driver, a middle-aged man straining to make ends meet, holding a ballpoint pen as he marked something in a small notebook. Finally, he flashed me a grin of perfectly white teeth. When I opened my eyes again, what greeted me wasn't the hospital ceiling, but an unfamiliar expanse of gray, distant sky, accompanied by faint sobbing sounds rising and falling all around. Has it finally come to my turn? Overwhelmed with joy born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze of the new century Chinese youth that I'm deeply influenced by all sorts of time travel novels. This situation clearly means I've time traveled. My father is dead, my mother is gone, I have neither wife nor children. After 20+ years of misfortune, am I finally about to embark on the destined overpowered life of a transmigrator? Following convention, there should be a ding sound next, hopefully something like Deep Blue. I spread my arms and closed my eyes, waiting for the Transmigration Bureau to issue me a cheat system. But after a long wait, my ears heard nothing except continuous wailing and mournful sobs. No system then? I bewilderedly opened my eyes and looked at my own hands, only to see something unfamiliar instead of my original ones. I stared dumbfounded, seeing through my lavender-hued translucent arms that resembled morning light filtering through fog, the graveyard I was in, and every ghost protruding halfway from their respective graves. Didn't I time travel? So is this one of hell's layers in the underworld? I muttered. Suddenly, those constantly wailing ghosts aroused my hunger, just like when it's Thursday. You happen to have $50 in your pocket, who could resist not eating? As if by instinct, I floated over to a disheveled ghost and opened my mouth to swallow it whole. The food had no flavor, yet it filled me with satisfaction. Where there's a first, there's always a second, who takes just one dish from a buffet? I devoured them one by one, each melting smoothly in my mouth and sliding down my throat. I wouldn't trade this for a KFC family bucket. My stomach seemed bottomless. Even after consuming every ghost in the graveyard, not a bulge appeared, nor any sense of fullness. Whether this was some circle of hell or not, at least I'd eaten my fill for now. I lay lazily atop a smooth grave mound, watching the dark clouds churn across the sky. Gradually, I began to feel this wasn't so bad, nothing to worry about in the world of the dead. Except, it was a bit boring. Who could stand this sitting still? My frustrated roar triggered a chain reaction, sending rippling waves through the ground centered around me. Graves within a 5-meter radius flipped open, coffins spilling out. If not for the absence of golden auras or spiky hair, I'd have almost thought I'd achieved Super Saiyan 1. Damn! I marveled, suddenly struck by a bold idea. Focusing my attention, I reached out toward an exhumed coffin. In an instant, the coffin twisted until, along with the bones inside, it shattered into splinters. Grinding someone's bones to dust isn't exactly honorable, but since I'd already devoured the skeleton's owner, I figured they wouldn't mind. Like a child with a new toy, I kept testing this inexplicable power, twisting and shattering every object within sight. After the carnage, the graveyard looked as if a mudslide had swept through it, utterly unrecognizable. As I played, the thick leaden clouds gradually dispersed, revealing the sun hidden behind them. Under the sunlight, I looked at the ground, no shadow. Does hell have sunlight too? Or did someone bury me here after death? I scratched my head in confusion, using my still unfamiliar powers to dig through the dirt-covered bones, hoping to catch a glimpse of my own remains. But I found nothing. Earlier, while testing and playing around, I had shattered every skeleton in sight. Now that I actually wanted to find one, it was too late. Helplessly, I scratched the back of my head and slowly drifted toward where the sun had set. If this was still the human world, I would surely come across living people eventually. Crossing over a hill, I spotted a highway that stretched into the distance, connecting to a small town. The sight of modern buildings put my restless spirit at ease. I wonder how a ghost is supposed to survive in modern society, I mused with a smirk, drifting steadily along the highway. The town's name was White Temple, and at its entrance stood a modest-sized elementary school. It was dismissal time, and as I watched the children eagerly burst through the school gates, I found myself lost in a daze. Two girls walked side by side, and I stepped right into their path. Before I could move aside, they passed straight through my body. The charm bell from one of the girls' backpacks came loose and fell at my feet. "Hey, you dropped something," I blurted out instinctively, but no one heard me. It seems I can't interact with the living. I gazed indifferently at the bell by my foot and stepped on it. The bell remained completely unharmed. Feeling a surge of melancholy, I sat floating at the school gates in a daze for a long while, until the security guard locked up and not a single light remained in the campus. Looking up at the countless stars scattered across the sky, their shimmering glow intertwined with the pale violet crescent moon, my faint ghostly form stiffened. This breathtaking night sky could absolutely not belong to Earth. Damn it! As a wandering ghost from another world, I stared blankly at the night sky, endless sighs swirling in my mind. Despite supposedly getting a second chance at life, I ended up as nothing but a spirit. Damn it. I'm giving that truck driver a 1-star review. My violent emotional outburst detonated the surroundings. Just like at the graveyard, I reduced the elementary school entrance to a chaotic mess, resembling Fuyuki Street after a gas explosion. Realizing I'd done something terrible, I tucked my tail between my legs and fled the scene like a coward. Only after floating far away did I remember I'm already dead. No one's going to chase me down for damages. I looked toward the elementary school and smiled sheepishly before turning to enter the town. The town wasn't particularly bustling, with just 3 streets in total. To my surprise, there were far more of my kind here than I'd expected. Are there more dead than living only in Baimia town, or is the whole world like this? I couldn't be bothered to think about it, I was already high on gluttony. I didn't feel the slightest bit full. Whenever I saw a ghost, it just whetted my appetite. Only when a ghost entered my mouth did I feel truly satisfied. I don't care who these things were before they died, whether they were someone's parents or children. Since they're already dead, they might as well end up in my stomach rather than wander aimlessly through the world. The drifting spirits are dull and utterly witless, as if all their intelligence had departed along with their bodies when they died. Faced with a ravenous purple ghost like me devouring them like a buffet, they show no awareness of resistance or escape. I walked along an old street heavy with the weight of lingering time, eating every wandering spirit in my path, not a single one escaped my grasp. Unknowingly, as I turned down an alley off the old street, I found myself in a dead end. At the end of the alley stood an aged, decayed shrine of indeterminate material, housing a headless idol within its confines. Whether it had been damaged by neglect over time, or whether some malevolent deity had been worshipped here from the start, I couldn't tell. Beneath the shrine knelt 3 ghosts, kowtowing as wisps of formless mist seeped from their bodies, drifting toward the headless idol. My throat bobbed as my mouth watered. The offerings inside that shrine were far more tempting than mere spirits. Chapter 2, You Can See Me, Right? Just as I began contemplating the shrine, the 3 ghosts suddenly froze in place. The shrine trembled slightly, and the 3 kneeling ghosts on the ground vanished in an instant. Something accelerated its devouring, as a pair of ghastly pale, emaciated arms reached out from the darkness behind the idol, stretching toward me, hungering for my soul. I approached, and the shrine's arms stretched longer and longer. We were moving toward each other, yet it remained unclear who was the prey and who was the hunter. Strangely, I didn't sense any danger. Instead, it felt like a cooked duck was flying straight into my mouth. The distance between us was less than 2 meters, when equally pale palms suddenly expanded like 2 great nets about to close in. In the instant they closed, the sound of flesh tearing erupted. The giant hands shrank violently, withdrawing swiftly back into the shrine. Chewy, flavorful. My eyes gleamed as I chewed on ghost flesh. The offerings inside the shrine were truly special. Other ghosts I devoured slid down effortlessly, but this one bite. My name is Chui Chen, and I just devoured a small ghost. The texture was tough as beef tendon, its flavor reminiscent of fresh river fish. With bloodshot eyes, I swallowed this long-savored delicacy, licked my lips, and said word by word to the shrine, "Friend, you smell delicious." Yet the shrine gave no response, and the atmosphere in the alley turned eerie. Ghostly howls wheezed against the headless idol as I began hunting for my next meal. I couldn't touch the shrine, my right hand phased right through it. After groping around inside for ages, I still couldn't find the hidden ghost. TCH. Impatience gnawed at me. Such delicious prey was right before my eyes, how could I let it escape? When I was alive, I'd queue for 5 hours just to get barbecue. Now that I'm dead, I refuse to just stare longingly at ghosts. I'm devouring you today whether you like it or not. Wiping my lips, my eyes burned with a glutton's determination. The shrine began to transform, twisting and elongating from its base as fragments scattered to the ground with a rustling sound like mice gnawing. Found you. I grabbed the thing by its ankle. Though I couldn't touch physical matter, interacting with my own kind was still possible. With a casual yank, the sound of shattering porcelain came from within the shrine as a pale figure shrieked and was dragged out by me. Holding it upside down, I took a closer look. A little girl who couldn't have been more than 12 when she died, her limbs as thin as kindling, still desperately flailing while suspended upside down in my grip. But it couldn't touch my spiritual form, just as I couldn't interact with physical matter. Locking eyes with her terrified, resentful gaze, I felt inexplicably drawn. I straightened her up, cradled her cheeks, and slowly leaned in. The alley soon echoed with wet chewing sounds, gnawing noises, and gulps of swallowing. Looking at the little girl ghost whose head I devoured halfway, I murmured contentedly, "So delicious." I rammed my hand through her waist until it emerged from the other side, then dangled her on my wrist as I floated along. This way I could dine while traveling without interruption. This flavor is far superior to ordinary ghosts. Although I'm not quite full yet, it's simply too delicious. I wonder how many of these exist in this world, I mused, slowing my chewing motions, savoring the lingering taste with deep nostalgia. For a glutton like me, food outweighs everything else in importance. Life was already hard enough when I was alive. If I couldn't even eat well now, I'd truly lose my mind with this world. Luckily I'd just eaten when that 100-ton truck hit me, otherwise my resentment would have been even greater. Now that I'm dead, it's the same deal, whether I'm starving or not, at least my taste buds won't suffer. As I left the alleyway, I bit off her tongue and drifted out slowly, only to bump straight into a white-haired girl with crimson eyes. Though wearing no makeup, her doll-like features were exquisitely delicate, with rosy white skin that seemed slightly tense. I only admire her, there's no romantic feeling between us. Plus, I can't touch physical objects, so there's nothing I can do. It's not like I can use that eerie ability of mine, which at most could only kill someone. Albinism? She's quite pretty though, I mused, watching as she passed right through me and walked farther away. I took a bite of food but stopped chewing abruptly, staring as I quickly chased after her. When we bumped into each other earlier, she froze for a second, she could see me. I followed the girl, her fear palpable as she kept muttering, "What should I do?" under her breath. Turns out she went out to buy maxi pads and unexpectedly ran into me, a starving ghost who devours evil spirits. She thought whatever was in the alley had been contained by Shoya, never expecting I'd drag it out and eat it. Fearing I'd discover she could see me, the girl stole glances at me, following her from the corner of her eye at the old street intersection. Quickening her pace to avoid exposure, she feigned composure as she ducked into a convenience store. "Hey, you can see me, right? Don't ignore me." "Well, ignore ghost me, munch munch, it's not like I'll do anything to you." Chomp chomp chomp, can she see but not hear? Extra long overnight ultra thin with no leakage. Oh, it's that time of the month. I talked to her, but even after finishing half the food in my hand, she paid me no attention. I had no idea what she was so worried about. Following her back to the old street, I just wanted someone to talk to. Then a phone notification ding caught our attention. The girl pulled out her phone, and I leaned over next to her head to look. It wasn't much different from the phones in my world. The screen showed Xiaoga's message, "Little Luoshi dear, the second mock exams are over. Barring any surprises, I should be back tomorrow afternoon. What's been happening at White Temple this week? Have you missed me? Luoshi? So your name is Luoshi? Second mock exams. Wait, are you still in middle school? But why aren't you attending classes?" I tilted my head while slurping up some intestines, watching her phone screen. Luoshi's fingers hovered over the keyboard, trembling too nervously to type. I assumed she was just thinking about how to respond. Finally, she took a deep breath and her fingers became blurs across the keyboard as she sent a reply. "Who the hell knows what's happened? I hardly go out except to buy daily necessities. Power went out once this week though. I've missed you terribly." After sending it, she put away her phone and kept walking. I didn't follow, hovering beneath the dim streetlight as I devoured the evil ghost. At last, I licked my lips and grinned crookedly toward the direction Luoshi had left. She really can see me. Chapter 3, Never to Eat Again. What ghosts do at night, probably no living soul knows. Under the moonlight, I roamed the small town, quickly covering all 3 streets. Along the way, I swallowed every wandering spirit in one gulp. From high above, you'd likely spot only a few wispy, ethereal figures drifting by. As the cleaner of this place, I'd say I'm doing my job just fine. After devouring most of my own kind, I found myself at a loss. The night grew deeper, and the town's lights dwindled one by one. At this hour before, I would either be tightening screws on the night shift or already asleep, preparing for the next day's 12-hour assembly line. Used to be if I couldn't sleep, I could at least play with my phone. Now all I can do is stand on this desolate street, growing increasingly lost. I considered drifting into people's homes to observe their nighttime activities or entertain myself by watching them sleep, but I quickly dismissed this thought. Though my previous life was unfortunate, the education I'd received still wouldn't permit me to do something so tasteless. I float beneath the starlit sky, feeling neither wind nor cold, never weary nor warm. Gazing at the sky like rootless duckweed, counting the stars that accompany the moon. This idly dull life isn't even as good as working on an electronics factory assembly line. There I could at least chat with coworkers, listening to music while calculating how many songs remained until the end of my shift. Typically, hearing 150 songs meant it was time to clock out. After work, I would grab food from the snack street and return to the house my parents left by the national highway, battling time like a rat. But now, all I could do was watch the pale disk, whether it was called the moon or not, drift from east to west, its colorless glow mirroring my own. I divided the stars around the moon into 10 rings, any farther out, and I couldn't count them all. Within the third ring was a magnificent red star, the brightest in the night sky after the moon itself. I kept them company, the distance between us never growing, like a satellite of a satellite. Gazing at that red hue, I thought, so red, almost like that girl's eyes. What was her name again? Ah, Luoshi. She could see me but didn't like me, and I don't know why. Do ghosts even get discriminated against? We'll all become ghosts after death anyway. I wonder if anyone else can see me. I'll look around town during the day. I was so bored that I started singing, Black, Black Skies Hang Low. This lonely wandering ghost's sense of pitch rivals that of a certain generous Roman emperor. My song scattered across the town under the glow of the stars and moon. As everyone knows, ordinary people can hardly perceive filthy things like us, let alone hear the sounds we make. But that albino girl Luoshi, who was on her period, could naturally sense me. I couldn't sleep from the pain to begin with, and now this damn thing keeps wailing nonsensically. What kind of garbage is it even singing? I could hear her tossing and turning in bed, her stomach gripped by excruciating cramps while my singing drove her even madder. After struggling for a while, she grabbed her phone and complained to her dear friend, Xiaoya, when are you coming back? That damn thing is tormenting me to death. Far away in the student dormitory of Yueping City's first high school, Chang Xiaoya felt vibrations by her pillow. Rolling over, she saw it was a message from Luoshi. Frowning in thought for a moment, she tapped open the reply box. Is it near you? Didn't the confusion array I set up at your place work? Seeing the near-instant reply, Luoshi frantically tapped the phone screen until it crackled. It's not clinging to me, it's singing. It's literally howling like a ghost. Wait for me to return. Those 4 short words gave her some slight comfort. But what to do tonight? I'm already high as a kite and can't stop, continuing to sing. Tonight, I watch the snow fall in the cold night. Under the night sky, in the midst of the town, I howl as a hungry ghost from another world. The hungry ghost wails at the moonlight. The girl with cramps loses her sleep. Where are my dear friends? The hardest to endure. At the break of dawn the next day, as my ghostly voice gradually faded and Luoshi's stomach cramps eased somewhat, she finally pulled up her covers with tearful eyes to snatch some more sleep. Just as she got up to close the curtains, I happened to drift past the window. I looked at her in surprise. Well, good morning. So you live here? After pretending to calmly close the curtains, she slid down the wall and collapsed to the floor. This was the first time she'd encountered a ghost like me, one intelligent enough to greet her with a good morning, practically no different from a living person. Her legs still weak, she struggled back to bed, took out a strangely fragrant candle from the bedside table, hugged it to her chest, and buried her head under the covers, trembling as she squeezed her eyes shut. The tightly drawn curtains blocked my view. I tilted my head slightly and drifted toward where more people were gathered. The daytime in Baimia town was much livelier, seemingly due to a market day. I glanced toward the destroyed elementary school entrance from yesterday. It hadn't been repaired yet, and though many people gathered there, no students were around. I guessed it must be a holiday today. I plunged into the crowd, where elderly folks and vendors haggled over prices. The white steam from breakfast stalls whetted everyone's appetite. No one noticed me, a wandering ghost. Everyone was too busy with their own affairs. This world actually has Rice Krispie treats too? My eyes widened at the dessert stall. Those pale yellow, neatly cubed treats held a significant place in my memories. When my parents were still alive, this was my favorite dessert. Mother Chui would make it, and Father Chui would also bring some home from outside. After they passed away, I'd still buy it from the snack street. But now I can't smell its fragrance, can't touch its form. My face fell, irritation welled up, and after hesitating for a second, I turned and left. No need to take out my anger on ordinary people. Sigh. The dessert stall owner suddenly shuddered, then started haggling with a middle-aged woman, while I floated further away. I drifted slowly. There were things in this world similar to my hometown, and others I'd never seen before, like that white cat with 2 tails and heterochromatic eyes. It seemed to be able to see me too. The ghost and the cat locked eyes, the white cat's tail twitching restlessly. Yet it didn't stir my appetite. Meow? I tentatively called out, the sound making even me cringe with embarrassment. Fortunately, no one noticed, and I'd already devoured all the spirits in this town. Why am I paying attention to some cat anyway? Sighing, I shook my head. Seeing no reaction from it, I decided not to engage further. After all, it was just a dumb animal. Between White Temple Town's 2 streets flows a river, spanned by an old bridge. I stood on the bridge watching women wash clothes by the riverbank. During my drift here, I noticed appliance stores selling affordable washing machines. So why did these women still wash by the river? Too frugal to use them? I pouted. Middle-aged folks are the same in every world, suffering even when there's no need. Mom used to be like that too, until she wrecked her health. Rolling my eyes, I floated along the bridge toward the opposite shore. Last night I explored everywhere, familiarizing myself with White Temple Town's layout. Finding no one who could see me, I slipped into an arcade. The shop was empty of customers, with only the owner playing on his phone behind the cash register. Though young, the owner had grown pudgy and was chuckling foolishly at his screen, unconcerned about business. I waved my hand in front of his face to confirm he couldn't see me, then floated above his head to peek at his phone screen. It was a TV drama I hadn't seen before, quite amusing, good enough to kill time with. Man and ghost watched with enthusiasm, occasional bursts of laughter and spectral howls echoing through the shop, while outside, a white cat with 2 tails paced nervously but dared not enter. The only road leading to the town was traversed by a speeding green bus. In the back row by the window, Chang Xiaoya, wearing a cap, stared gloomily at her phone screen. She had sent Luoshi 10 messages without a single reply. Anxiety twisted her heart as her knuckles turned white from gripping too tightly. Gazing at the distant outline of the town, she gritted her teeth and muttered, "Please don't let anything bad have happened." Never before had the bus ride home felt so agonizingly slow. The road seemed endless. Just as I was about to snap, the bus finally rolled into town. The bustling market crowd slowed the vehicle to a crawl, and in my urgency, I stood up abruptly and shouted, "Driver, let me off here." All the passengers stared at me with strange expressions, and even the driver was startled by my sudden outburst. Humph. Let them stare all they want, I couldn't care less. Though the driver was clearly annoyed, he still pulled over to let me out. The moment I got off, without a second thought for who I might bump into, I bolted in the direction of my best friend's house. The old lady on the street pointed at my retreating figure and cursed me to hell, but I couldn't be bothered to pay her any mind. Gasping for breath, I rushed to my best friend's door and immediately started picking the lock with a hairpin. With just a few moves, I opened the bedroom door and realized the spirit-confounding array I'd laid in the living room hadn't been triggered at all. Every vermilion talisman remained exactly where I'd placed them during my last visit. So fierce? Even the soul confusion array is blocked? I inwardly cursed as I took 2 quick strides to my best friend's door, lifting my foot for a forceful kick. With a loud boom, the door lock snapped clean off. Luoshi, are you okay? The startled Luoshi, who had been sound asleep, instinctively reached to light the wedding candle she kept by her pillow. But upon hearing my voice, she hesitated and asked, Xiaoya, is that you? I let out a relieved sigh and sat on the edge of the bed. You scared me half to death. Why weren't you answering my messages? It's already 11 o'clock, how are you still asleep? Luoshi peeked out from under the covers and retorted, you're the one who scared me. I thought that ghost had come knocking. I was kept up all night by that ghostly thing, didn't fall asleep until past 6 in the morning. Isn't it normal that I'm not fully awake now? I sighed and ruffled Luoshi's hair gently, saying, I'm back, everything's fine. Luoshi nodded lightly, The atmosphere in the room grew subtly intimate. Just as I was considering taking advantage of the moment to sneak in some physical contact, Luoshi shifted toward the center of the bed and said, Xiaoya, could you please step out? I need to change clothes. Pursing my lips, I pulled my cap lower to hide the complicated expression on my face. What's there to worry about between 2 girls? After all these years of knowing each other, why are you still guarding against me? It's not like I'd do anything to you. Soon after came the faint rustling sounds of clothes being removed. I took a deep breath, barely able to suppress the smile tugging at my lips. A fair, slightly pink arm extended out and pulled the neatly folded white dress from beside the bed into the blanket. A few minutes later, Luoshi emerged from under the covers, now dressed, standing before me. TCH, didn't see a thing. I rolled my eyes imperceptibly before straightening my expression. Now tell me about this ghost situation. Oh, got it. It's purple. Chapter 5. This ghost is a little different. It retained all the characteristics of its living self. When I encountered it last night, it had just emerged from that alley, clutching Kuni's half-devoured head in its hand. Luoshi shuddered at the memory of that hungry ghost that devoured spirits, curling even her toes. It followed me for a while, she said, but after I replied to your message, it stopped chasing me. Then at midnight it started howling like a ghost. That sound was downright awful. This morning, it ran right into me again and even greeted me hello. That's all I currently know about it. Resting my chin on my hand, I pondered a spirit with such intelligence could probably already be classified as a demon. If it had confirmed that Luoshi could see it, why did it only greet her this morning rather than attack her? Was it because of the sun? And it actually ate Gunny. Suddenly, I stood up, gripped Luoshi's shoulders, and asked word by word, you just said it ate Gunny? How exactly? Give me details. Seeing her own reflection shrink in my eyes, Luoshi hunched her shoulders and said, like biting into a watermelon. Every time I looked back while it was following me, more of Gunny's body kept disappearing. Her voice grew fainter as my frown deepened. The midday sun streaming through the curtains made the two of us, locked in this tense gaze, finally look away from each other. While the sun's still strong, I'll go test it out. You better not come along. I took off my baseball cap, ran fingers through my hair and put it back on, my expression grim. But, no buts. Having you around would just hold me back. That thing's dangerous. Without waiting for Luoshi's reaction, I stood up to leave. Only when my foot landed on the door lock I'd broken earlier did I glance back apologetically. Sorry about wrecking your door lock. It's nothing. With a long sigh, I resolutely walked away. The streets weren't as crowded as they'd been in the morning. I didn't rush, instead strolling slowly through the lanes, observing every shadowy nook that might conceal a ghost. Noon is when yang energy peaks during the day, when malevolent spirits become disoriented by sunlight and weakened in movement. It's the perfect time to deal with them. I wasn't sure if I could handle that purple fierce ghost Luoshi mentioned, but I had to try. Allowing such a vengeful spirit to remain among the living would make me a failure as a town's spiritual guardian. Besides, it had set its sights on someone I cared about. If I truly couldn't handle it, I could always call for backup. After leaving Luoshi's house and walking for a while, I noticed there wasn't a single ghost visible on the streets, not even in the darkest corners, as if they'd all been silently wiped away by something. As I walked on, I arrived at the alley where the seal had once been placed. The destroyed shrine stood as evidence that whatever had been contained inside had already escaped. Ku and I, the vengeful spirit that had once tormented Luoshi, had been completely devoured by another malicious ghost. While the seal's failure could be explained by the purple vengeful spirit's power exceeding its containment capacity, the shrine's destruction meant that thing possessed the ability to freely interfere with the physical world. So it really was a demonic ghost? I sighed silently at the shattered sapphire nail in the shrine before turning to remove the bronze cross-shaped earring from my earlobe, my footsteps growing increasingly heavy. Inside the arcade, I stretched out my hand towards the slightly overweight boss who was getting up to leave and shouted, "Hey bro, just one more episode, you leaving already? Who's gonna watch the shop?" The boss walked into a noodle shop not far from the arcade and chose a seat where he could still see the storefront. Seeing he hadn't gone far, I settled down with relief. At least my drama would keep playing. I had just floated out of the shop door when a meow sounded behind me. Turning to look, it was that double-tailed white cat with heterochromatic eyes. It approached me somewhat timidly, and I watched it with interest. The white cat swung its twin tails, trying to rub its head against my calf, only to stumble forward as its head passed right through me. I crouched down and asked, "What do you want?" The cat kept meowing and rubbing against me, each attempt ending in empty air. I reached out to pet its head in vain a few times and said, "I don't understand you." With that, regardless of how much the white cat tried to act spoiled, I simply floated straight toward my destination. If I'd been any slower, I might have missed even more of the plot. I remained floating above the boss's head, my second best viewing spot, but this time, I rarely joined in the laughter. The boss ordered a bowl of spicy pork intestine noodles and ate with relish. Though I couldn't smell the aroma, my mouth watered anyway. The sound of him slurping the noodles completely captured my attention, leaving little focus for the TV drama on screen. This is pure torture, bullying a ghost like this? With a pitiful whimper, I descended from the boss's head. Glancing at him washing down his noodles with a drink, I wiped the tears that had pooled at the corners of my mouth and steeled myself to end this chance encounter. So what if it was a comedy I hadn't seen before? Nothing is truly irreplaceable. I drifted ahead while the cat chased behind. That white cat clearly hadn't gained much intelligence despite growing an extra tail. It kept pushing against me, determined to brush against me at least once, shedding all traces of its initial timidity. I drifted under the midday sun, not feeling any temperature anyway, no matter how fierce the glare. Suddenly, I sensed an intensely piercing gaze. It was like being caught slacking off at the electronics factory again by the supervisor. I glanced over. The person stood across the street, wearing a baseball cap and looking strikingly young, radiating vibrant youthful energy, a complete opposite to my deadbeat ghostly state. As I sized up Chung Xiaoya, the girl was likewise scrutinizing me. I caught her thoughts. That really is an unprecedented shade of violet, brazen enough to wander the streets in broad daylight. This one's clearly no ordinary spirit. She swallowed hard, her palms sweating so profusely that beads of moisture clung to the bronze earring clutched tightly in her hand. Then she exhaled and stretched out her empty hand, crooking a finger at me. This person can see me too. I was overjoyed and immediately floated over, my demeanor exactly like Tom being lured by the female cat. Can't blame me, I'd been penned up for too long. For over 20 hours, I'd either been talking to myself or chatting with cats, with no chance to find someone to converse with. Even if it were a bald and greasy uncle greeting me instead of a pretty girl, I wouldn't hesitate to strike up a conversation. I quickly responded, "Hello there. You can really see me, right?" When she remained silent, I continued, "Why aren't you speaking? You were just motioning at me with your finger." "Ah, I get it, there are too many people on the street who can't see me, and you're afraid of being seen as some weirdo talking to yourself. But where exactly are we going? We're almost leaving town." I kept chattering away, only to notice Chang Xiaoya making a strange face. She was probably thinking, this ghost isn't quite what I imagined at first. She walked cautiously ahead, I rambled on in the middle, while the cat bounced along excitedly at the rear. Our peculiar trio left Bainya town behind, following the highway toward some distant unknown. I grumbled, "How much further do we have to walk? Could you at least acknowledge me? I'm so bored." With that, I floated faster to position myself right in front of the girl. Chang Xiaoya halted her steps, pinching the bronze earring between her forefinger and middle finger while making a strange gesture before saying defensively, "Just follow me." I didn't pay attention to her odd behavior and mumbled an okay, quietly trailing behind her. I thought to myself, she's so fierce, what did I do wrong? I noticed Chung Xiaoya adjusting her hat brim, her chest rising and falling slightly as she quickened her pace. She must have been wondering to herself, why is it so compliant? I thought we were about to fight. The white cat trailed behind, meowing loudly. I couldn't tell how long we'd been walking, the sun had already begun its westward descent. Chen Xiaoya's message notifications kept chiming, and though I reminded her several times, she completely ignored me. Finally, I spotted an ancient banyan tree with a canopy like an unfurled umbrella, casting shade over a sizable area of land and the blue-tiled house beneath it. My hunger stirred again. There's a ghost under that tree or in that house. An edible ghost. And it must taste incredible. The highway didn't extend toward the banyan tree, only a meter-wide dirt path connected to the tiled house. The yellow dirt path was flanked by abandoned fields, where weeds grew taller than a man. Yet this very road remained utterly barren, as smooth as if a steamroller had passed over it. After walking along the highway for so long, Chang Xiaoya made her first turn directly toward that ancient banyan tree, or more precisely, the tiled house beneath it. If ghosts could drool, mine would have formed enough saliva for a white cat to swim in. As I approached, I noticed numerous brass bells the size of fists hanging from the tree branches, their crisp chimes lifting my spirits, yet the utterly still leaves proved there wasn't even a breeze. I couldn't hesitate any longer. Before the girl could step beneath the tree's shadows, I lunged at the banyan tree. Something inside these bells called to me a presence of my own kind. A feast. I twisted one of the bells with ease. A sharp chime rang out as whatever was sealed within saw daylight again. But what greeted my fellow specter was my gaping maw. I tore half its ghostly body away in one bite, smacking my lips before sighing in disappointment. The flavor isn't as good as last night's, but still better than mindless spirits, somewhere in between. Not quite a main course, more like an appetizer. Better than nothing. I yelled, guess I'll make do with this. Down the hatch. Ha ha ha. Any desire for human interaction flew straight out of my head as appetite ultimately took the upper hand. Cheng Xiaoya gaped as I flitted between treetops, utterly ignoring her warning bells while devouring vengeful spirits one after another, like an addict finding his fix or a rat let loose in a grain storehouse. The sound of the girl swallowing saliva was unusually loud beneath the tree, so noticeable that even I, who was thoroughly enjoying my meal, looked down at her. I swallowed the food in my mouth, extending half a fierce ghost toward her, and asked, "Do you want some too?" Cheng Xiaoya shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum, her hand clutching the earring trembling slightly. After taking a deep breath, she strode boldly into the tile-roofed house. I tilted my head and asked the white cat, "How about you?" The white cat let out a soft meow. Never mind. I stopped watching the ground and destroyed another bell, releasing the resentful ghost trapped inside. Inside the tile house, Chang Xiaoya stood still for a long time to recover. She must have been thinking that ghost outside was far too unusual. She'd never known any ghost that devoured its own kind by literally biting into them. Even demonic ghosts needed to go through a process of vaporizing and absorbing. Was it really a ghost? Gazing at the familiar surroundings of the tile house, Chang Xiaoya gritted her teeth and dragged out a leather suitcase from beneath the old wooden bed hidden by a curtain. The suitcase had seen better days. Its surface was coated with a terrifyingly dark patina, as if it absorbed every beam of light that touched it, leaving only a vague outline visible. Cheng Xiaoya clasped her hands together and bowed respectfully toward the suitcase before pressing forcefully on its center. The lid popped open with a click. Inside, a golden light shimmered. The interior of the suitcase was entirely made of gold. A small, gloomy 5-story pagoda, no larger than a palm, stood silently within. Just then, Cheng Xiaoya exclaimed, "Great! The old man didn't take this with him before leaving." Taking out the small pagoda, Cheng Xiaoya immediately felt emboldened. Tossing the bronze cross earring aside, the thing was nowhere near as reliable as a family heirloom. This was the 5 elements spirit-suppressing pagoda, the ultimate treasure of the spirit-suppressing lineage. Within it, the 5 elements cycled endlessly, capable of subduing the vast majority of evil spirits. Holding the 5 elements spirit-suppressing pagoda, Cheng Xiaoya strode out of the tile house, head held high and chest puffed out, resembling the pagoda-bearing heavenly kingly just before he subdued Neza. Pointing the pagoda at me, she bit her tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto its surface. Instantly, the 5 elements spirit-suppressing pagoda radiated a 5-colored glow, gentle yet undeniably majestic. In the blink of an eye, the pagoda dimmed. Chang Xiaoya's desperate voice rose in a suppressed roar, "Pagoda Lord? Pagoda Lord! Don't screw with me now! Do something, spirit-subduing pagoda!" In her memories, both her grandfather and father had used this artifact. No matter how powerful the evil entity, as long as it was struck by the 5-colored light, it would be sucked into the pagoda. But why wasn't it working when she tried it? Could it be, was she actually adopted, without a drop of the spirit-subduing bloodline in her veins? This had to be a joke. The flashing 5-colored LED lights dazzled me as I kept chewing. I lowered my head and asked her, "What the hell are you messing with?" Cheng Xiaoya froze, swiftly hiding the 5 elements spirit-suppressing tower behind her back as she nervously stammered, "And nothing." With that, she darted back into the tile house like a startled rabbit. There was no time to ponder whether she was biologically related. The most pressing matter now was figuring out how to deal with me. Then, with trembling hands, she fumbled for her phone and dialed the old master. An antiquated ringtone chimed for 6 seconds before the call connected. A robust, vigorous voice answered on the other end. "Hey, Xiaoya, you actually have time to call me? What's up?" "Grandpa, I've encountered a ghost I can't deal with," Cheng Xiaoya whispered, glancing at the window every few words. "The 5 elements spirit-suppressing pagoda is still under the bed in the old house. Just a drop of blood from the tip of your tongue will activate it." "That thing didn't work." Grandpa, I miss you. Come back soon when you're done with your business." "The signal's bad here, gotta go." Cheng Xiaoya pretended to remain calm as she put away her phone, unaware that my purple-haired head was already floating outside the window. I had destroyed all the bells on the banyan tree, and not a single vengeful ghost inside was spared. With my appetite satisfied, I drifted to the tiled house, wanting to thank the girl who had led me to this all-you-can-eat buffet. Neither the blue bricks nor the glass could hinder my intrusion. After casually glancing around the room, my gaze settled on the girl as I asked, "How did you know I could eat ghosts? Did you also see it last night?" Chen Xiaoya couldn't detect the slightest hint of negativity from me. Hovering midair like a harmless breeze, I was a far cry from the terrifying presence I had been during my feeding frenzy moments earlier. She nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I saw it." But the beads of sweat trickling down the nape of her neck betrayed her inner turmoil. Chapter 7, Born a Ghost, My Apologies? "So you saw it, what's there to be nervous about?" Cui Chen waved his hand dismissively, then pointed at the tightly closed tile-roofed door. "Let that little thing in too. It's been meowing non-stop, pitiful really." "Don't look at me like that. I can't touch the door. If I force it open, your door will definitely break." Chen Xiaoya withdrew her gaze and silently approached the wooden door. This purple ghost possessed far too many inexplicable qualities. Yet it could converse fluently, behaving remarkably like a regular human. Moreover, it never once displayed resentment toward the living. Even while devouring its own kind, it maintained rationality throughout. The tiled house's door swung open. The white cat crouched outside, letting out 2 dissatisfied meows before darting inside, making straight for that purple figure. Chen Xiaoya recognized this cat. It was the only spirit in White Temple Town, and had been active in the town since she could remember. Both her grandfather and father tacitly acknowledged its existence. This time, the white cat didn't pounce at Cui Chen. Instead, it curled up obediently at its floating spot, 30 centimeters off the ground, neither making a sound nor causing trouble. So you brought me here to imprison me, right? Just like those guys in the bells." Cui Chen hovered midair, scratching his cheek somewhat awkwardly. That shrine and the bells on the tree were clearly not natural creations. If ghosts truly roamed everywhere in this world, then there must be those who took them in. This girl might be one of them. Cui Chen wasn't a fool. When the multicolored light had dazzled his eyes earlier, he'd felt something was off, but it only really clicked for him now. "If I say yes, will you kill me?" Chen Xiaoya nervously took half a step back, the brim of her cap shadowing her eyes, hiding her expression. "Nah, why would I kill you? Besides, you didn't actually succeed, did you?" Cui Chen arched one eyebrow, perplexed. Strange, utterly strange. Even hearing a living person admit they intend to deal with him stirs no resentment in him. With such magnanimity, how could he cling to human attachments and become a ghost of this level? Chen Xiaoya lowered her head, hands clasped behind her back, fingers absently tracing the old wooden bed through the curtain. The tiled house was eerily silent. Cui Chen waited for the girl's next words. Having finally found someone willing to communicate with him, he wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. Even if this person's profession was actually in opposition to his own. A Taoist priest? Or something else? Whatever. Cui Chen had been a laborer at the lowest rung of society during his lifetime, yet even he could manage a few words with the factory-owning entrepreneur who came for inspections. The gap in status means nothing. As long as the other party doesn't outright show a refusal to communicate, isn't everything fair game for conversation? Keep talking, and you'll become friends eventually. No one on the same assembly line turning screws with him had a bad relationship with him. Phew. Chen Xiaoya let out a long exhale, raised her head to face Cui Chen squarely, and made her very first request to a ghost in this lifetime. "I need to make a phone call. Could you step out for a moment?" She stared straight into those faint violet eyes, her gaze unwavering. "Sure thing." Cui Chen agreed readily, drifting backward as he spoke, appearing outside the room. The white cat padded forward soundlessly, scraping its claws along the door crack before meowing at Chen Xiaoya. Chen Xiaoya opened the door to let it out, then took out her phone to call the old man again. A single ring later, the call connected. Old man Cheng's gruff roar made her frown and hold the phone away from her ear. "Xiaoya, are you okay? Is that ghost still near you?" The roar carried concern and anxiety. Grandpa Chang was frantic over Chen Xiaoya's sudden attitude change and abruptly ended call. Only after the old man finished shouting did Chen Xiaoya bring the phone back to her ear. "Grandpa, the 5 elements spirit suppressing pagoda has no effect on that ghost. Details, please." Old Master Chang calmed down, his voice becoming steady as he discerned something extraordinary in his granddaughter's words. Chen Xiaoya took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "It's different." After listening to his granddaughter's account, Old Man Chang remained silent for a long time. "Indeed, there are very few special ghosts like those you've described, but neither in my experience nor in ancient texts have I ever encountered a case suggesting such ghosts would possess extremely high intelligence, let alone the ability to devour malevolent spirits raw." "Wait a minute, wasn't there one in Anjing City not long ago? But that thing's profile didn't mention eating ghosts raw either." Xiaoya, are you absolutely sure it showed no hostility towards you?" Chen Xiaoya swallowed hard and said solemnly, "None at all. It guessed I wanted to deal with it, even got confirmation from my own lips, yet it didn't harbor the slightest resentment. It's like a pushover, a doormat. Where is it now?" right outside the old house, just a wall away from me. Ha! Old man Chang let out an astonished gasp, coughed twice, and continued, just separated by a single wall? Then why hasn't it entered? Did you set up a spirit distraction array to trap it inside? If it's not even afraid of the spirit suppression pagoda, how could a mere spirit distraction array confine it? Cheng Xiaoya replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. I told it I needed to make a phone call and asked it to step outside for a moment, so it did. Hiss. Old man Cheng drew a sharp breath. That accommodating? Well then, Xiaoya, keep it calm for now. Since it seems to enjoy conversation, keep talking to it, try to learn its true name if possible. Uncle and I will be back by tomorrow afternoon. Cheng Xiaoya glanced at the purple ghost staring up at the tree outside the house, gave an absent-minded and hung up the phone. Chinsui murmured, such a huge canopy, what fertilizer did they use to grow this? Lost in his idle musings, he failed to notice the tiled house's front door swinging open behind him. The girl in the baseball cap put on an air of confidence, just like when she'd first stepped out holding the miniature pagoda. What are you looking at? Cheng Xiaoya asked, sounding like an old friend greeting someone after years apart. Chui Chen turned his head. Finished your call? Were you discussing how to deal with me? How could you? That's impossible. Cheng Xiaoya sounded guilty, her shoe tips grinding against the floor while her gaze darted everywhere. Leaning sideways, Chui Chen squinted with a puzzled expression. I'm a ghost, not an idiot. You purposely sent me away when making that call, and your attitude changed so dramatically afterward, anyone could tell. Cheng Xiaoya dared not respond. The ghost was absolutely right. Perhaps it wasn't a vengeful spirit, but its intelligence was extraordinarily high. She still instinctively treated it like those dull-witted entities. I know I'm powerful, so I don't particularly care whether you intend to deal with me. Chui Chen drifted casually beneath the banyan tree, his voice fluctuating between near and far. I can understand your approach too, after all, there's that saying, ah yes, humans and ghosts follow different paths. I saw it in a movie. But why? I've never done anything wrong. That incident at the elementary school gate wasn't intentional. At the very least, I've never harmed anyone. Should I say I'm sorry for being born a ghost? That would be way too discriminatory against ghosts. Cheng Xiaoya suddenly felt there was some logic to what this ghost was saying. Moreover, the ancestral teachings of the spirit suppression lineage never stated that every ghost must be subdued. If that were truly the case, they'd never finish dealing with them all, even if they worked themselves to death. The spirit suppression lineage only targeted evil spirits harboring hatred toward the living. If it wasn't one of those, how did you die? Cheng Xiaoya suddenly asked. Chapter 8. Just a big boy. The semi-truck slammed into me, just like that, I was gone. Chui Chen flexed his claws in midair with dramatic flair. That bastard was definitely overloaded and speeding. Don't you hate the driver? Cheng Xiaoya couldn't comprehend, her eyes brimming with curiosity. In a world where even failing to offer your seat to the elderly on a bus earns you lasting resentment, how could someone who got run over remain so indifferent? She refused to believe it, suspecting there might be more to the story. Chui Chen pressed a fist to his chin and pondered for a moment, deciding it was best to take his secret of being a transmigrator to the grave. Nothing worth hating over. I'm already dead, what's the point of holding a grudge? Chui Chen muttered inwardly, gazing at the lone strand of sunlight piercing through the layers of banyan leaves onto the ground. I'll definitely give him a 1-star review if I get the chance. He knocked my physical body right out of existence. Cheng Xiaoya stared at Chui Chen, seeing a glimpse of Luo Shi's shadow in this ghost. One got hit by a car yet harbored no resentment, the other endured bullying yet never fought back. Why do I always run into this type of character? Forget about Luo Shi, at least she's cute looking. But this ghost, all purplish and weird looking, just plain disgusting. Other ghosts are all pale and glowing. Why must you be so special? She shook her head and snapped back to attention. So you just claimed you're so strong you don't care if we target you? Cheng Xiaoya asked casually, only to see Chui Chen's lips curl up wildly. Now we're getting to the point. Having power yet no one to show it off to was worse than wearing ornate robes at night. It downright tortured Chui Chen. Now that someone had taken the initiative to ask, he simply had to seize the opportunity to show off and act all high and mighty. Suppressing his surging amusement, Chui Chen spread his arms wide toward the abandoned fields, his posture strikingly reminiscent of pain unleashing the planetary devastation. The earth rumbled and groaned as twisted clods of soil churned violently. Everything within the affected area began distorting, kicking up clouds of dust that blotted out the sky. The desolate fields flanking the muddy dirt road were utterly transformed, not a single weed remained. One could begin sowing crops immediately upon scattering the seeds. Cheng Xiaoya's face betrayed unconcealed shock. If this ghost had directed such power toward living humans or buildings, the consequences. It is indeed powerful, surpassing all known limits of strength and eeriness. Yet it was merely demonstrating its power in the field without even damaging the dirt paths. Such behavior carried a distinct air of showing off. Cheng Xiaoya recalled certain people from school who would similarly flaunt pulling new game characters or reaching the highest rank. Could its behavioral patterns really be this childish? Cheng Xiaoya turned to look at the purple ghost who had lowered his hands, his smug grin resembling a kindergarten child showing off good behavior to earn a gold star from the teacher.
Not bad, right? So you might want to think twice before messing with me.
Cui Chen flashed a carefree smile, thoroughly pleased with her reaction.
You're so strong, Cheng Xiaoya marveled.
Just as she expected, with that simple praise alone, the ghost immediately became giddy with delight.
Cui Chen raised his head proudly and declared, I can do much more, but this small space is too cramped, I'm afraid I might destroy the road.
Cheng Xiaoya swallowed nervously, her face a mix of genuine shock and half-hearted theatrics. Under the old banyan tree, Cheng Xiaoya and Cui Chen traded words back and forth.
Occasionally, their conversation was interrupted by the white cat's intermittent meows.
Cheng Xiaoya kept agreeing, easily coaxing Cui Chen's name out of him. From Cheng Xiaoya, Cui Chen also learned some things about the darker side of this world. After death, a soul leaves its old body, wandering the mortal realm for 1/10 of its former lifespan before naturally dissipating. Only a very few ghosts can extend their wandering time due to grudges from their past lives, clinging to this world by devouring their own kind. Some aged ghosts can regain consciousness and transfer their resentment towards all living beings, especially those who can see them. Once haunted by a ghost, the living may not perish immediately, but they will develop various illnesses, protracted negligence of which can be fatal. This is why certain individuals with extraordinary bloodlines worldwide voluntarily take on the duty of exorcising ghosts. Official authorities have even recruited some of these gifted individuals to form state-owned organizations. Of course, it's not just ghosts, there are also spirits, monsters, demons, and even the gods and devils that exist only in legends. Living beings and inanimate objects that acquire unusual vitality become spirits. Those who gain wisdom and understand human speech are called monsters. Shapeshifters resembling humans are labeled demons. Ghosts are also classified into different levels based on their innate power. Nature spirits endure through time, intelligent ghosts reawaken human cognition, demonic ghosts interact with the physical world. Yet the realms of gods and demons remain too ethereal, none have witnessed them firsthand. No matter how mighty a demon or ghost becomes, none can call themselves divine or diabolical. This mystical world turned out to be quite different from the celestial courts and underworld realms Cui Chen had imagined. So you've reached the level of demonic ghost, yet why do you still know nothing?
Cheng Xiaoya sat hugging her knees on a tree root, eyeing the dazed spirit. Cui Chen was taken aback. I only regained consciousness yesterday, or should I say human intellect reborn? Not knowing these things seems perfectly normal. Whether he had crossed over instantly or been here for ages, even this he couldn't tell for certain. When I opened my eyes, I was already in a graveyard, unable to find my own corpse. Cheng Xiaoya stared at him blankly. The more she looked, the stranger he seemed. Cui Chen, did you eat all the ghosts in town? She had to ask the obvious question. Bainia town's ghosts had all been devoured. Other than this demon ghost named Cui Chen, what other creature could have done it? It doesn't exist. Can't I eat it? Cui Chen said. Cheng Xiaoya took off her hat, swatting away the mosquitoes that saw her as food. No one said you can't, it's just that you're so unusual. Other ghosts sip, but you bite. By the way, earlier when you were eating on the tree so rapturously, do ghosts have flavor? Cheng Xiaoya now genuinely felt no fear toward this ghost who resembled a teenage boy. Whether through his words or actions, he seemed like the most ordinary boy imaginable. You could scoop up handfuls of them in schools at every level. My earlier wariness toward him seemed like my own stereotype. Turns out ghosts can have gentle types too. As for flavor, those things inside the bell have foamy, bubbly textures when eaten, quite similar to overcooked fried tofu skin. Ordinary ghosts have almost no taste, just a quick slurp and they're gone, like drinking kanji. But that ghost I caught from the alley tasted really good, and had a nice chew to it. Cui Chen recalled their flavor, smacking his lips as hunger stirred within him again. Gruel. The drawn-out protest from his stomach interrupted Cui Chen's reminiscence. He arched an eyebrow and glanced at Cheng Xiaoya. The girl covered her face, her cheeks unseen in the darkness, yet her posture betrayed a hint of awkwardness. Getting hungry from a ghost's memories, there was absolutely no way she'd admit that. Cui Chen suddenly realized she must have been starving for hours, having walked such a long distance with him since noon and talked until nightfall. Now that he was a ghost, hunger no longer troubled him. But how could she, being a living person, possibly be the same as him? How about going back to town? Chapter 9, The Season When Lilies Bloom. Cui Chen's suggestion was adopted. Cheng Xiaoya had been waiting all along for those words to come from his mouth. People, cats, and ghosts each must return the way they came. Bainia town was already remote, and at night, hardly any cars could be seen on the highway. The chorus of insects from all directions made the journey back even quieter, as if something might leap out from the unlit roadsides where starlight failed to reach. Only when all sounds faded did the town, still awake, finally come into view. From a distance, Cui Chen spotted a white figure pacing restlessly at the entrance to the White Temple. Leading the group, Cheng Xiaoya suddenly remembered something. After hanging up on the old man, she reached for her phone for the first time, trembling as she lit up the screen. It was only 8:30 in the evening, yet 99 plus unread messages from Luoshi. Oh no, this is bad. A faint purple head peeked out from her shoulder. Looks like she's waiting for you. Need me to step aside? And no need. It's better she knows you mean no harm.
Cheng Xiaoya took a deep breath, waving cheerfully at Luoshi from afar as her footsteps grew lighter. Luoshi spotted her too, but likewise, the purple ghost also entered Luoshi's line of sight.
Why is this ghost following Xiaoya?
Her murmurs trailed off as the smile that had appeared upon seeing Cheng Xiaoya unharmed froze on her face. The distance between the two girls was less than 10 meters. Luoshi clenched her teeth and chose to step forward to meet her. She focused all her attention on Cheng Xiaoya, completely ignoring the malevolent ghost. Subconsciously, she believed that as long as she didn't react to the ghost, it most likely wouldn't target her.
Xiaoya, you're back.
Luoshi forced a stiff smile while looking into Cheng Xiaoya's eyes. It's okay, this ghost poses no danger.
What?
Luoshi froze momentarily before processing the words, her gaze silently shifting half an inch to the left.
Cui Chen raised his hand in greeting. We meet again.
After Cheng Xiaoya's strenuous explanations, Luoshi finally accepted the fact that Cui Chen was a good ghost.
But acceptance didn't mean she could fully tolerate it.
Having a ghost who munched on other ghosts like watermelons following behind still sent chills down her spine, making her instinctively lean toward the person who made her feel safe.
Cheng Xiaoya's heart was practically boiling over like a kettle.
She gently placed her delicate hand on Luoshi's bare shoulder, and seeing no signs of rejection, she pulled her even closer into her embrace. With her petite frame, Luoshi nestled against Cheng Xiaoya's side could truly be described as a delicate bird leaning on its protector.
Cui Chen floated slower and slower, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. So it's the season when lilies are in full bloom now? Once suspicion arises, it invariably brings along an even greater appetite for juicy gossip.
Nothing thrills people more than seeing beautiful girls being affectionate with each other. With a mischievous chuckle, Cui Chen quickened his pace. After following them to savor some barbecue and wander around a small supermarket, Cui Chen realized that maybe their relationship wasn't what he had initially thought.
More than friends, less than lovers? Cui Chen looked down at the white cat that had been faithfully following him.
The cat's eyes held that uniquely Hakimi-like blend of naive foolishness, showing no awareness of its supposed feline spirit nature.
Why should I look at you? What the hell do you know? Actually, I don't know either.
Watching Cheng Xiaoya escort Luoshi back home and descend from her apartment with unimaginable speed further solidified Cui Chen's suspicion.
Observing Cheng Xiaoya's blissful grin, looking like a man who just slept with the most coveted courtesan, he asked, "You like her?" Cheng Xiaoya's perverted expression vanished instantly, awkwardly scratching the corner of her eye. Was it that obvious? I don't really get you guys, but did you succeed? Nowadays, we barely even see each other a few times a month. How could I possibly succeed?
Cheng Xiaoya slumped in disappointment, practically wanting to bang her head against the streetlight.
Damn senior year. Damn bullies. I knew it. Cui Chen smirked, but his expression quickly turned serious. But, what bullies? Care to elaborate?
Cheng Xiaoya sighed and looked up at the sky, her deep, dark eyes clouded with memories.
You could probably tell from Luoshi's appearance,
Cheng Xiaoya said as she walked onto the old street with brisk steps.
Cui Chen quickly caught up. Albinism, it just makes her look unique. It doesn't cause trouble for others. Why was she bullied?
Because she's too beautiful.
I've known her since elementary school.
Back then, the girls in class envied her uniqueness and ostracized her, while the boys made a point of teasing her for the same reason. Cheng Xiaoya's words carried sadness, her lips curling into a bitter smile.
What about you?
Me? She's that gorgeous, of course I had to stand up and protect her.
I'm part of the guardian spirit lineage, it's my duty. Cheng Xiaoya declared with unwavering conviction. Are you really not just attracted to her looks? Hang on. Cui Chen tilted his head, staring at her. You've known her since elementary school? How old were you then? And you were already.
At first it was just because Luoshi was really pretty, so I wanted to be around her. Cheng Xiaoya clasped her hands behind her back, her footsteps resounding firmly. Besides, back then she was constantly frightened by ordinary ghosts, looking even more pitiful than when she was being bullied.
It just, instinctively made me want to protect her. TCH, childhood sweethearts, huh?
All these years and you still haven't won her over, can't say you're much of a charmer.
Cui Chen sneered, letting a trace of mockery surface. The talents of the spirit subduing lineage aren't about romance. Emotional issues, can they really be solved just by time? What the hell would a ghost like you know?
Cheng Xiaoya snarled viciously.
Getting worked up, huh?
Cui Chen chuckled, pointing his thumb at his own nose.
I may be a ghost now, but I used to be human. What makes you assume I never dated when I was alive?
So, did you?
No.
The tall girl in a baseball cap and the purple ghost tilting his head innocently stared each other down, while behind them, a white double-tailed cat with heterochromatic eyes watched silently. The atmosphere grew strangely tense.
I really don't know how you can say that with such conviction.
Cheng Xiaoya sighed, feeling for the first time that a ghost could be unreliable.
Cui Chen rolled his eyes indifferently. Keep going,
keep going, let me snack on some more of Luoxi's gossip.
What gossip? Listen, I'll continue, but don't interrupt me. Cheng Xiaoya shook her head.
Later, in middle school, the bullying she suffered got even worse. I remember one female delinquent cornered her in the bathroom several times. Every time she got bullied, she'd come crying to my classroom to find me, and then I'd go confront that delinquent. But I couldn't always help her in time, so during that period, she often had bruises. Though, that delinquent ended up with even more bruises, of course. Later in high school, for the first 2 years, she wasn't bullied much, but in the first semester of her senior year, a few trashy transfer students from out of town joined her class. I had to leave for Yunjing City for personal reasons and took a 2-month leave from school, so I wasn't in Yueping City at the time. By the time I returned, she had already taken a leave of absence. From other classmates, I learned those bastards nearly. As she spoke, Cheng Xiaoya's face twisted with fury. The intensity in her eyes, perhaps what one could call killing intent, made even Cui Chen, a ghost himself, take notice.
You want to kill those people? Cui Chen asked calmly. Chapter 10, Why overthink it?
Cheng Xiaoyao didn't answer, but the look she gave Cui Chen said it all. Such an intense gaze made Cui Chen avert his eyes first. He turned toward the streetlight that had illuminated his feeding the night before. Those bullies who tormented her, what happened to them in the end?
One person got off with a slap on the wrist punishment. Cheng Xiaoya patted her cheeks, smoothing away the anger between her brows. I thought about revenge too, but it didn't make any difference. After Luoxi dropped out, I heard another girl at school really did fall victim to their cruelty. Sigh. If they're ghosts, I'll just seal them away with my 5 elements spirit suppressing pagoda.
Cui Chen had never been bullied, but he knew how despicable some bullies could be. He chuckled and said in a joking tone, "You're making me want to go kill those bastards." Cheng Xiaoya didn't take him seriously, just shaking her head.
If you actually harm people, you'll be classified as a vengeful spirit. Both folk practitioners and official ghost hunters will come after you, it's not worth it. I haven't harmed anyone before today, yet here you are coming after me? Cui Chen said casually, hands behind his head, walking like a living person.
Cheng Xiaoya froze awkwardly, not knowing what to say, and just lowered her head to walk toward her home. Cui Chen murmured to the white cat in a voice only he could hear, "I'm already dead, doesn't that mean I can do whatever I want?"
The white cat flicked its tail and meowed. Cheng Xiaoya called out ahead, "Come on, keep up, don't just stand there." Oh, coming. Cheng Xiaoya's house was located in the southeast of the town.
No one lived there, and a thin layer of dust had settled on the floor, though the furniture was draped with dust covers, untouched by dirt. Cui Chao looked around, not bothering to act like a guest at all. He floated onto the rosewood sofa and stretched out his hand toward Cheng Xiaoya. "Hand me your phone to play videos.
You can sleep, but it's tough for a ghost like me to pass the time."
Cheng Xiaoya nodded, then fetched a spare phone from the bedroom.
Since Cui Chen couldn't physically touch anything, Cheng Xiaoya had to do it for him.
She found the TV drama they'd seen earlier on the arcade owner's phone, and Cui Chen also watched with great interest. The white cat yowled loudly outside the house, having been shut out by Cheng Xiaoya. She'd tolerated it following her around outside, but letting it into the house meant she'd have to clean up its shed fur herself.
She'd never liked small animals that shed, supernatural or otherwise.
By the time she finished her chores, the clock had already struck midnight. The ghost in the living room watched with great interest, while the girl in the bedroom had just cocooned herself in the blankets. After sending a good night to the person she liked and receiving a reply, she finally closed her eyes. Under the moon and stars, a pickup truck loaded with dozens of brass bells and a brand new shrine raced through the night toward White Temple Town. The driver was a middle-aged man with some resemblance to Cheng Xiaoya, though he wore gold-rimmed glasses. Beside him in the passenger seat sat a burly, white-haired old man well past 60.
"Dad, is Xiaoya telling the truth? I feel like she's talking nonsense. How could such things exist in this world? Who can say for sure? We'll only know after checking." Xiaoya wouldn't joke about something like this. The night passed amid Cui Chen's raucous laughter.
Had the sunrise's first rays not struck the wall, he wouldn't have noticed dawn had broken. Cheng Xiaoya stumbled out of the bedroom with disheveled hair, momentarily dazed at the sight of the ghost still lounging on the sofa.
Cui Chen tilted his head slightly, "Morning." Cheng Xiaoya shook her head, "Morning. Were you really staring all night long? What else? It's not like I can sleep." Cheng Xiaoya gave a big yawn before disappearing into the bathroom. When she emerged, she was back to her usual self from yesterday. "My grandpa and second uncle will be back today. Once they confirm you've never harmed anyone, they'll probably take you to get registered." Cheng Xiaoya took 2 boxes of milk from the fridge, paused for a second, then put one back. Cui Chen was completely absorbed by her words. After thinking for a long time, he finally asked, "Ghosts need to be registered?"
Cheng Xiaoya drained the milk box in one go, let out a satisfied breath, and stated matter-of-factly, "Ruthless ghosts are usually just suppressed outright. But for harmless ones like you, the authorities will definitely register you in their records. They'll give you a tracker like they do with intelligent spirits and monsters before releasing you, just in case you turn evil someday."
How can a ghost wear a tracking device? Chui Chen paused. Never mind that for now, why do you always suppress ghosts instead of just killing them outright? Given that he'd mentioned regaining consciousness not long ago, Chang Xiaoya patiently replied, a person can't die twice. The only things that can outright destroy ghosts are other ghosts of higher ranks. Otherwise, all we can do is imprison and suppress them. Without replenishment, vengeful spirits dissipate on their own after a few decades or centuries. Seems overly complicated. So those things I ate yesterday were the vengeful spirits you'd suppressed? Chang Xiaoya pulled out her phone to reply to a message from Luoshi before answering absent-mindedly, yeah, those were all refined ghosts. Chui Chen nodded thoughtfully. How can such a tiny bell trap ghosts? That's truly miraculous. Chang Xiaoya's eye twitched. She had no idea how to even begin mocking this. Hearing the word miraculous from the most supernatural ghost's mouth was downright dissonant. It works because of the blood-infused vermilion inscriptions. Chang Xiaoya covered her face with her hand. But those shouldn't affect you, even my family heirloom couldn't subdue you. Of course, I'm pretty strong, Chui Chen said with a leisurely smile. But what's the principle behind this thing? Just mixing cinnabar with a bit of blood to scribe some incantations can trap a ghost? That's way too idealistic. How should I know the theory behind it? It's worked fine for all these years, that's enough. Besides, you're literally a ghost. What right do you have to talk about idealism and materialism? Chang Xiaoya finally cracked, covering her face as she shot back. If Chui Chen had displayed even the slightest hint of violence, she wouldn't have dared to tease him like this, but after spending time with him yesterday, she was nearly certain he wouldn't get angry as long as she didn't push him too far. This ghost, when he was alive, must have been a real saint. Even now that he's dead, he's proving to be a damn decent spirit. Listening to Chang Xiaoya's rant, Chui Chen actually found it quite reasonable. What did it matter whether one believed in idealism or materialism when he himself was a ghost who'd been run over by a truck? After all, he was the most idealistic thing in existence. The moment this realization hit him, it felt like his entire cerebral cortex had been smoothed out. In a world where ghosts, spirits, monsters, and demons all existed, and where gods and devils might very well exist too, obsessing over whether it all made sense or what philosophical framework applied would just be asking for trouble. What's the point of overthinking? You're just wasting a few minutes of the TV drama's plot. Help me rewind the progress bar a bit. I missed some scenes while chatting. Chapter 11, The Anomaly Management Office. Although she had already let her guard down around Chui Chen, Chang Xiaoya still couldn't leave him, a ghost, here alone before her family arrived. Suppressing the urge to go find Luoshi, I stayed in the living room with Chui Chen for a long while, until the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed through the house. Chang Xiaoya's grandfather and second uncle finally arrived, accompanied by the white cat that had been guarding outside the door all night. It sat indignantly on the coffee table, glaring at the girl who'd locked it outside all night. The feline face bore human-like fury, more intense than even when its dried fish snacks were stolen. Chang Xiaoya completely ignored the white cat, stood up and said, "He's the ghost I mentioned on the phone, Chui Chen. I'll leave him to you guys. I've got some business to attend to. Grandpa, second uncle, I'm heading out first." With that, she slipped through the door crack behind her two elders. Even through the closed door, her cheerful footsteps echoed clearly. Even Chui Chen's backside could deduce she was definitely going to find Luoshi now. Chui Chen, old man Cheng half squinted his eyes, his bulging muscles making Chui Chen think he might pounce any second. Is that your real name? Chang Xiaoya's second uncle beside them adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, the exhaustion in his eyes outweighing the wariness. Could it be fake? Chui Chen pounded his chest earnestly and declared, "I stand by my name, Chui Chen, no aliases." The father and son exchanged a knowing glance. Old man Chang pulled out a 1-inch-long wooden nail with a patinated surface from his pants pocket. "This is a grudge nail. Though your appearance shows no signs of resentment, for safety's sake, I hope you'll submit to this little test." The old man's eyes held a veiled anticipation as he pinched the wooden nail between his forefinger and middle finger, pointing it toward Chui Chen. "Procedure? Fair enough, but what's this thing for?" Chui Chen eyed the small wooden nail with curiosity. It looked like it had seen quite a few years. Old man Chang rubbed his fingers together, spinning the nail between them. Any ghost harboring resentment will be pinned by this. Even if they break free, it'll leave them frozen for a while. Got it. Go ahead then, where are you sticking it? Just not the head, my brain already isn't the sharpest. Chui Chen stood tall and spread his arms, utterly unresisting. Old Master Chang nodded and flicked his finger, sending the resentful nail straight toward the ghost's throat with a sharp whistling sound through the air. The force behind it was so strong that if an ordinary person had been standing in its path, they might well have been nailed to death on the spot. The wooden nail pierced through Chui Chen's throat in an instant before embedding itself seamlessly into the white putty wall behind him, leaving behind lightning-like cracks and a thumb-sized hole. "So, have we finished the formalities?" Chui Chen turned his head to glance at the damaged wall. Old man Chang quickly concealed the astonishment in his eyes while Chui Chen turned away, rubbing his palm against his unkempt, stubbled chin. Well, that's certainly unusual, completely devoid of resentment. Could you be a yokai? Would you mind demonstrating how you interact with physical objects?
After a moment's thought, Chui Chen glanced at a pack of tissues beside the white cat. A square sheet of white paper floated up, twisted from the bottom left corner, and ultimately disintegrated into powdery fragments. This was his power, innate since his transmigration, activated by mere thought, as natural as moving his own limbs. The Chang father and son frowned repeatedly. The ghost in the house was undoubtedly a demonic spirit, yet he was surprisingly cooperative, and his powers were bizarrely unique. Whatever, let the authorities deal with this headache. Old Master Chang patted his second son's shoulder. Lauer, take him to the city's supernatural management office for registration. I'll handle those other matters myself. Chang Er sighed and rubbed his temples. He had been driving all night, and now he had to drive again. What a headache. Come with me, Chang Er said to Chui Chen with a nod, turning to open the front door of the house. With heavy, labored steps, he trudged forward. In just that short while, the sunlight outside had grown unbearably harsh, stinging his eyes. The dark brown security door closed, leaving no living thing inside the house. Old Master Chang and the white cat also left after they had gone. The pickup truck was parked right downstairs, visible the moment they exited the staircase, its dozen or so brass bells gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Without a second thought, Chui Chen warped one of them, releasing the ghost imprisoned inside, and swallowed it down in 2 mouthfuls. He licked his lips lingeringly, then turned back only to find the Chang father and son standing there frozen in shock. I heard from Chang Xiaoya that you can't kill them, so it shouldn't be a big deal if I eat them, right?
Chui Chen felt somewhat awkward under their stares.
Old man Chang regained his composure and waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead, eat them.
They were just taking up space anyway.
The twisted, clanging sound of the brass bell immediately drew the gazes of several passers-by, who craned their necks toward the pickup truck, convinced something must be wrong with the vehicle. Within moments, the dozen or so malevolent spirits had completely vanished, leaving the truck bed littered with brass fragments black and red from within. The only intact object was the brand new shrine, completely empty inside, and Chui Chen had no interest in it. Kinda stingy, Chui Chen remarked, wiping his thumb across the corner of his mouth before turning back.
Can we go now?
Old Chang's eyelid twitched as he adjusted his glasses with a trembling middle finger. Let's go, he stammered. The pickup truck rumbled off with Chui Chen drifting at the same pace behind it. He kept phasing through the vehicle's interior, unable to remain seated in the damn thing for even a second. The white cat paused for a moment, then chased after meowingly. I didn't get on the car. I didn't get on the car. Though both had 4 legs, how could it possibly keep up with the vehicle? After the ghost that had attracted it completely vanished from sight, it slumped dejectedly and continued wandering around Bainia town. The pickup truck first stopped in front of the Chang family's old house. Father and son worked together to unload the shrine before heading toward their final destination. Chui Chen continued drifting outside the vehicle the entire time, not letting even the scattered wandering souls he spotted along the way escape his notice. After all, it was just a matter of opening and closing his mouth. On 2 occasions when he fell too far behind the pickup truck, a casual burst of speed allowed him to catch up within seconds.
Chui Chen reckoned his current self could now drift at the speed of a Fuxing bullet train.
He'd never chased thrills or speed in his lifetime. Who'd have thought he'd get to experience it after death?
It actually amused him quite a bit.
Although he fed all along the way, there simply weren't that many ghosts to be found.
Perhaps only in human settlements could one find such an abundant and filling supply. As he had expected, upon reaching the city, ordinary ghosts, pale and faint, were everywhere.
This was perfect. He didn't even need to close his mouth, just opening it and charging forward would stuff quite a few into his belly. But even as he feasted, he didn't forget his main task. His appetite could wait, but registration couldn't be missed. Unregistered supernatural beings always attract attention from talented individuals like Chang Xiaoya. Following Pika's winding route, they finally arrived at an old apartment building. The exterior tiles of the apartment were peeling badly, making the walls look extremely mottled. One wall was completely covered with ivy, undoubtedly harboring countless insects within. Are we really registering ghost identities here? Chui Chen widened his eyes, suspecting Chang II was playing him for a fool. Yeah, Yueping City Anomaly Management Bureau. Old man Chang yawned. I'm going out for a smoke to clear my head. I'll take you in for registration in a bit. Chui Chen trailed behind him, puzzled. The Bureau of Anomalous Affairs? Why isn't there even a sign? The full name is Abnormal Incident Management Office. Chang Lauer cupped his left hand around the cigarette in flame, shielding them as the flickering lighter flame ignited the cigarette clamped between his lips. The white smoke coiled upward in wisps as he took a satisfying drag. Creatures like you are rare after all. They can't just boldly post notices to inform the public, it would cause panic. Institutions across every dynasty have handled it this way. Chapter 12, Under the Circumstances, Let's Eat First. The cigarette smoldered away unnoticed as second brother Chang removed his glasses and patted his face before leading Chui Chen into the Supernatural Management Bureau. Inside, it was equally old and musty, reminiscent of a Chinese student dormitory stubbornly preserved since the late 20th century. Large green patches of mold were visible on the walls, while beneath a leaking pipe nearby, years of accumulated drips had formed tiny stalactites. Cui Chen couldn't believe his eyes. This shabby place was actually the headquarters of an official organization. Not that he expected something glamorous, but at least it should be clean and presentable. Holding back his disapproval, he ascended to the second floor where conditions improved slightly. At least the walls were still white. "We only climbed one flight of stairs just now, right?" Cui Chen asked with a completely deadpan expression. Cheng II gave a hum of acknowledgement as he pushed open the door to room 404. The room was sparsely furnished, just 3 chairs, 1 person, and a desk, with absolutely no extraneous decorations. "Then tell me why there's a room 404 on the second floor," Cui Chen roared in frustration. The wrathful ghost's bellow startled the room's occupant, a plump, matronly woman with a head of vibrant red curls, her ample figure exuding prosperity. The old woman glanced at the purple lump, then at the distinctly human-shaped Chun Lauer, and said with a smile, "Wei Yun, bringing something to register again? Where's your dad?" Cui Chen glanced sideways. Only now did he learn Chang Lauer's real name. Before this, he'd either been floating around or eating, never bothering to ask. "He's at home. I came alone this time." Chang Weiyun nodded and walked to her desk. "Aunt Yen, just give me the form. I'll fill it out and be on my way." Hearing old Master Chang hadn't come, the woman called Aunt Yen by Chang Weiyun immediately lost her cheerful expression. With a displeased pout, she tossed him a form densely packed with blank fields. Chang Weiyun went through the motions with practiced ease, picking up a black ballpoint pen from the desk and starting to fill out the forms. While he was completing the paperwork, the old woman behind the desk turned her attention to the peculiar purple entity beside him. "Since you've been brought here by the Chang family for registration, I can rest assured. My name is Wang Yan, third in command at Yueping City's Supernatural Affairs Office. You can always come to me with any requests or grievances in the future. As long as you refrain from wicked deeds, creatures like you can still live quite comfortably in this small city of Yueping. Look at you, all purple and kinda see-through. What kind of monster did you used to be anyway?" I'm a ghost." Though it felt awkward to confess being a ghost in front of a living person, Cui Chen still blurted out the honest truth. "Oh, a specter demon? Wait, a demon specter?" Wang Yan's jaw practically hit the desk as she whipped her head toward Chang Weiyun in astonishment. Chang Weiyun had finished filling out the form by this point. He snapped the pen cap closed and handed the document to Wang Yan. "He really is a ghost, but without any resentment. My father personally tested him with a resentment nail. The form's done, so I'll be heading off now." With that, he turned and walked away without the slightest hesitation. Cui Chen wanted to follow him but was stopped in his tracks by Wang Yan's call. "Where do you think you're going? Aren't you going to register?" Cui Chen stared blankly, turning his head in disbelief. Didn't he already fill it out? He filled in his information. "You need to fill in your own details." Wang Yan gave Cui Chen a thorough once-over before pulling out a fresh form. "This one's yours." After filling it out, there are still a few procedures to go through. Cui Chen and the form engaged in a silent staring contest. The blank spaces for name, time of death, previous ID number, and other fields left him utterly at a loss. Never mind being unable to pick up a pen, half those items were impossible for him to complete. How was a wandering ghost who'd crossed over to this world supposed to provide identification details? Would his ID number from his past life even count? Wang Yan frowned as she watched him hesitate with the pen. "Fill it out. Why aren't you writing? Did you die too young to know how to read?" Cui Chen looked innocent. He raised his hand and reached down, his palm passed straight through the signing pen and through the office desk. The room fell silent instantly, with the faint illusion of a few crows drifting across the ceiling. Wang Yan cleared her throat lightly into her fist, pulling the form back toward herself. She picked up the pen. "Well, you are Yueping City's first case like this. I've never handled one before." "Yueping City's first case?" Cui Chen said. "So there have already been others like me elsewhere?" "A while back, there was one case in the capital city of Anjing. Otherwise, we wouldn't have those forms for supernatural entity registration. You're the second one in the whole country." Wang Yan tapped her pen on the table. "Name: Cui Chen." The only information that could be filled in was the name and age. The remaining blanks were all marked with "forgotten by the individual," though it didn't seem to affect the subsequent registration process. The process proceeded swiftly, with approvals granted even faster. That very day, Cui Chen became a registered vengeful ghost with official status. However, until the authorities figured out how to fit ghosts with tracking devices, Cui Chen wasn't permitted to leave Yueping City's boundaries, just like his predecessor wasn't allowed to leave Anjing City. Not that staying or leaving was truly enforced. With no supervision or tracking devices, who could really know where they wandered off to? "Your designation code is Ghost 002.
Physical ID won't work for you.
If you encounter hostile parties while out there, state your number first. If they refuse reason, flee back here without harming anyone.
Should we detect resentment manifesting from you, immediate liquidation procedures will commence. Wang Yan saw Cui Chen off from the Supernatural Management Bureau like a fussy old nanny.
By the time all the procedures were finished, it was already dark. Standing beneath the night sky, Cui Chen mused that he was now a ghost with official status.
But what exactly should a ghost with official status do? Return to White Temple Town? He didn't know the way.
As he was lost in thought, an ordinary ghost drifted into his line of sight.
Under the circumstances, let's eat first.
The next day, when Wang Yan went out to buy groceries, she noticed that not a single ghost could be seen on the streets near the Bureau of Supernatural Management. Carrying her basket towards the market, she finally discovered that the culprit was none other than that purple ghost she'd registered the day before. Watching that thing gobbling up ordinary ghosts one by one amidst the crowd of shoppers, Wang Yan was stunned.
What talent!
She instinctively reached for her phone to record, only realizing when she opened the camera that electronic devices couldn't capture ghostly forms. And after swallowing a ghost, Cui Chen also noticed her, nodding his head and raising a hand. Morning, Aunt Yan.
Chapter 13, No more wage laboring for me.
Since they were in a crowded marketplace, Wang Yan could only respond with a slight nod. After finishing her grocery shopping, she passed by Cui Chen and whispered, "Come with me for a moment." Puzzled but compliant, Cui Chen abandoned the ghosts waiting for his royal summons and trailed after Wang Yan.
Aunt Yan, you government employees still have to go out and buy groceries yourselves? Doesn't the Special Affairs Bureau have a cafeteria? Cui Chen looked at the basket of vegetables with confusion. In his view, civil servants of a nation shouldn't need to personally visit grocery markets. Could it be their day off today? Does even the Special Affairs Bureau adhere to a 9-to-5 schedule with weekends off? The Yueping City Supernatural Management Bureau only has 5 people in total. How could we possibly have a canteen?
We all cook for ourselves. Wang Yan answered his question expressionlessly, then the hand holding the groceries bulged with veins again. Damn it, I'm already over 60 and they still won't let me retire.
Having to cook for myself every single day.
If I'd known this damn job would be so tough, I should never have taken it in the first place. Cui Chen shrank his neck slightly and quietly floated along without another word. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the greenery along the sidewalk, casting patterns on the ground. Several large dogs with glossy fur nestled against the curb, enjoying the coolness of the early morning. The breakfast shops lining both sides of the street were doing booming business, with weary office workers being their main tenants keeping the rents paid. Cui Chen floated along while looking around, and before he knew it, he had reached Wang Yan.
Where are you going? This way.
Wang Yan's quiet reminder snapped Cui Chen out of his fascination with the bustling human world. Following the path led by Wang Yan, he finally saw the old apartment building again. Less than 12 hours had passed since he last left this place. Cui Chen had no idea why she had called out to stop him. You go wait for me in room 404 first. I'll come over after putting away the groceries.
Cui Chen acknowledged and followed the familiar route from memory to find the room.
Hovering over the office chair, Cui Chen waited for a good while but Wang Yan didn't show up. Bored, he casually started humming a tune.
Oh, humming? Looks like you're having fun. Wang Yan's calm voice came from behind. Cui Chen turned to see the plump, 60-something woman squeeze herself behind the desk. You're the one who's been devouring ghosts in these streets, aren't you? Don't bother denying, I saw it all.
Wang Yan glanced at her nails idly, her tone just as casual. Seeing Cui Chen nod, the corners of her lips curled up slightly as she continued, with so many ghosts, at least 10,000 any other phantom would have burst by now, but you're fine.
Cui Chen, have you ever eaten higher-level ghosts like yourself?
I've eaten a few spirit ghosts, and one monster ghost.
Cui Chen had a vague feeling that Wang Yan was after something from him, but her intentions weren't made entirely clear. I see, then why do you eat them?
That's like asking why young people drink bubble tea, Cui Chen retorted, then answered his own question. Because we crave it, what other reason could there be? Wang Yan narrowed her eyes, her fingers tapping lightly on the desk.
The rhythmic tock-tock-tock of fingernails meeting would persisted for 2 full minutes. Wang Yan's expression suddenly softened. Those ghosts were once part of the living too. Eating your own kind is no different from cannibalism, doesn't that creep you out at all? Cui Chen stated unequivocally, no.
From the moment I regained consciousness, I could devour ghosts, it was like instinct.
Would you fight against your own instincts? Was it tasty? To me, it tasted pretty good.
Wang Yan gazed at him calmly, while Cui Chen met her stare unflinchingly.
The atmosphere in room 404 grew tense for a moment. Cui Chen thought the old woman was going to exorcise him because he'd eaten too many ghosts.
Just as he wondered if they were about to fight, he suddenly heard,
Cui Chen, would you like to work for the government? Ha! Wang Yenteng sprang to his feet. You want to devour ghosts, and Longming Kingdom is full of them.
The special management offices in every province have plenty of spirit ghosts, monster ghosts, even demonic ghosts locked up.
Work for us, you cleanse the vengeful spirits, we reclaim the containers imprisoning them. It's a win-win.
Just moments ago he was grumbling about not being allowed to retire on the road. How had he pivoted so quickly to securing benefits for the organization?
Chui Chen was dumbstruck. He rapidly adjusted his sitting posture, straightening his back and declaring loudly, "The terms are excellent. But what? Do you have additional demands? But I refuse."
Chui Chen floated backward, passing through the chair and heading straight for the closed door of room 404.
Before he could drift out, Wang Yan asked in confusion, "Why?"
"Because I don't want to work." Chui Chen floated out of room 404, drifted backward out of the paranormal management office, and ascended into the streets beneath the blue sky.
Working while alive, and still having to work after death? What kind of cursed destiny is this? If I crossed over just to keep working, didn't I die for nothing? I'm already dead, I'll do whatever I damn well please.
Chui Chen faced the sunlight, lifted his hood, and stretched his limbs. Getting a job was out of the question now. He could only pass the days by snacking on his fellow ghosts.
Though it would be even better if he could find some long-term entertainment to while away the time. Drifting here and there, swaying back and forth, this idle existence was somewhat more comfortable than before.
After all, Yueping City was a prefecture-level city. In terms of entertainment, Baimiao Town couldn't compare at all. Places like movie theaters, KTVs, and nightclubs that he'd never stepped foot in during his past life were now his to explore whenever he pleased. Claim the best spot, book the largest private room, and bust out the wildest dance moves. The purple ghost lingered in these entertainment venues, but gradually grew lifeless from having no one to talk to.
Going to the Supernatural Affairs office to chat with Wang Yan for distraction? Absolutely not. In Chui Chen's eyes, Wang Yan was now as untrustworthy as a black-hearted labor agency.
One late night a week later, Chui Chen left the cinema cursing and grumbling after watching an absolutely terrible movie. Though he hadn't paid for the ticket, that didn't lessen his disdain for both the actors and the director. Wandering alone through the empty streets, he couldn't help but curse aloud every time he recalled the film's plot. The streetlights on either side flickered wildly in response to his emotional turmoil.
Damn money-laundering garbage movie. Can't believe I actually watched the whole thing. Fuck. Crack, boom.
The street lamp that had illuminated Chui Chen emitted its final flicker of light before succumbing to the ghost's wrath, bursting into a million shattered fragments. Its symmetrical counterpart across the street also extinguished abruptly, leaving a jagged patch of darkness where light should have been. A terrified scream suddenly echoed from the garbage-filled alley behind the streetlights.
Chui Chen was drawn by the scream.
His ghostly eyes pierced through the darkness, spotting the furtive figure hiding behind a dumpster.
It was midsummer, and even the late-night temperature was relatively warm, yet the person was bundled up in a thick winter coat.
The coat looked like it had been scavenged from a trash bin, with blackened cotton stuffing poking out through torn gaps.
A beggar? Why does this beggar look more like a malevolent ghost than I do?
The only part of the man visible was his gaunt face, hollow cheeks, sunken eye sockets, and devoid of any living man's complexion. After observing him for over 10 seconds, Chui Chen reached a conclusion.
Are you sick?
The man trembled in the dark corner of a dumpster, his gaze toward the alleyway frantic and irritable. These weren't the eyes of an ill beggar at all, more like a patient desperately awaiting life-saving medicine.
Chui Chen grew intrigued and sat cross-legged beside the man.
Before long, footsteps approached the alley, accompanied by 2 long coughs followed by a short one. The man's eyes gleamed with recognition as he responded with 1 long and 2 short coughs. Then, with his right hand that had been tucked in his coat all along, he tossed something outward. Chui Chen saw it clearly. It was a thick wad of cash, no small sum. In response, an arm reached in from the alley entrance and tossed a black plastic bag into the trash bin.
Chapter 14, This is Long Ming.
Chui Chen watched as the man cradled the black plastic bag as if it were a treasure, lifting it from the trash bin before tucking it cautiously into his padded coat. Before stepping out of the alley, he peered left and right like a thief, terrified of being spotted by some witness. But there were no human witnesses, only ghostly onlookers who observed the entire transaction unfold. Passing through the man's body, Chui Chen discovered 3 small sealed packages of white powder inside the plastic bag.
Could someone really be spending a fortune on flour in the middle of the night? Not even a 3-year-old would believe that.
After a brief silence, Chui Chen twisted the fabric over the man's chest, destroying it along with the contents of the black plastic bag. The man froze for a moment, then dug his fingers deeply into his facial muscles, leaving horrifying bloody streaks. He had no time to ponder why this sudden change occurred. Once pain spurred him into action, he immediately dropped to the ground and began inhaling the white powder scattered everywhere.
With the first inhale, his face showed ecstasy. With the second, he looked utterly deranged. 3rd bite. 4th bite.
Chui Chen nearly twisted the man into a pretzel several times, but ultimately sighed and raced off in the direction the drug dealer had fled.
Should have never gotten curious in the first place, so damn annoying. If I hadn't encountered it, that would be one thing.
But having come across it and still pretending to be blind, I'd blame myself every time I remembered it later. The drug dealer had left on foot, moving slowly.
Chui Chen found him without much effort.
When he spotted him, the hunched and diminutive dealer was sending messages to someone via his phone. Though his face was obscured by a mask, the crinkles around his eyes revealed he was grinning with delight. He appeared extremely satisfied with this deal.
Was he acting alone, or is there a team behind him?
Cui Chen muttered to himself, keeping pace with the drug dealer 1 meter behind.
He followed all the way, tailing him into an utterly ordinary rented apartment.
The apartment was small, about 20 square meters, but fully furnished even with a separate bathroom. A single bed was covered with slightly yellowed white sheets, with a bulging backpack and several ID cards placed on the nightstand.
The drug dealer took a deep inhale over the freshly acquired cash, intoxicated by the scent of money.
This perverse ritual was repeated several times before he finally, reluctantly tucked the thick stack of bills into the backpack.
Cui Chen frowned, wanting to kill him.
At the very last second before taking action, he remembered Wang Yan's words again. Ghosts that harm humans will accumulate grievances, and those with grievances will face retribution. This came from the mouth of someone working for a state organ, completely different from Chang Xiaoya's half-baked threats that carried no weight. Cui Chen didn't believe that individual power could contend with the machinery of a state, no matter how strange or unique he was. In the end he remained just one individual.
To sacrifice your future over a drug dealer? Not worth it.
Even if this drug dealer truly deserves death, it's not the place of a mere ghost like me to judge. That should be left to this country's laws. With a cold snort, I glared silently at the drug dealer lying on the bed with his legs crossed. After careful consideration, I drifted southeast. That direction was exactly where the Supernatural Management Bureau stood.
I want to report a crime.
Within the familiar 404 error page, Cui Chen's booming voice startled the drowsy Vice Captain Lu Jinsuo awake. Although this was Lu Jinsuo's first time meeting the actual ghost Cui Chen, he'd already memorized all the files on this spirit, especially that faint, translucent purple form. Even without comparing it to Wang Yan's portrait, he immediately recognized who had arrived. The trouble was, Cui Chen didn't recognize him at all. Seeing that the person seated behind the desk wasn't Wang Yan, the familiar face he knew, but a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor, a side-parted hairstyle, and wearing a plaid shirt, Cui Chen was momentarily stunned.
Who the hell are you? Where's Aunt Yen? My name is Lu Jinsuo, Director of Office 404. Wang Yan works the day shift, and I take the night shift.
If you're looking for her, you'll have to come back during the day, Lu Jinsuo explained with a smile.
Public servants like you actually work night shifts? And this shabby office even has a director? Cui Chen couldn't help but blurt out in disbelief. Lu Jinsuo sighed helplessly. This post requires around-the-clock staffing.
Our Yueping City has limited personnel, so we have no choice but to work in 2 shifts. Tisk, even civil servants have it rough. Cui Chen shook his head before turning serious.
But never mind that. As long as someone's here, I want to report a crime.
Lu Jinsuo straightened up, his eyes reflecting the stark white glare of the fluorescent lights.
Go ahead.
If you're being pursued by those with unusual abilities, we'll ensure justice is served. No. I witnessed a drug deal outside the Huansong Road Cinema. I already know the exact location of the dealers.
Lu Jinsuo's expression was somewhat inexplicable, the strange curve of his lips giving Cui Chen the illusion of being mocked.
Ahem, our bureau doesn't handle this kind of work. If it were cases like ghosts, monsters, or demons harming people, then we could notify certified experts with special abilities to intervene. Lu Jinsuo switched to a serious expression, completely transforming into the stereotypical smile of a bureaucrat doing official business.
Cui Chen froze, the flame in his heart doused by half.
His lips quivered for a long moment before managing to utter a single word.
Collecting himself with difficulty, he finally spoke, then can't you at least contact the police?
Lu Jinsuo nodded and picked up the landline phone, if you insist.
The busy tone beeped for dozens of seconds.
When the call connected, a weary woman's voice came through, as if she just woken up or had been startled awake.
Hello, Yueping City Public Security Bureau.
I want to report a drug deal taking place at Huansong Road Cinema.
Alright, please keep your phone accessible. We'll contact you if there are any developments in the investigation.
The call ended, and it was the other party who hung up first.
Cui Chen trembled several times like a waterlogged robot short-circuiting, before slowly speaking, that's it? Just one sentence and it's over. They don't take the dangers of drugs seriously at all?
Lu Jinsuo frowned. It's just hallucinogens or something similar, no need to make a big fuss over nothing.
I understand. Cui Chen's gaze turned indifferent, strands of disappointment congealing within. He left the Supernatural Management Bureau, determined never to return.
Tilting his head to gaze at the star-filled sky and violet full moon, Cui Chen suddenly realized this was Longming, not Huaxia.
Having never endured the humiliations of history, it stood to reason that Longming would consider drugs less harmful than supernatural beings. But I still felt a lump stuck in my chest. Aimlessly wandering around, somehow I ended up back on Huansong Road again.
The man in the padded jacket had already collapsed unconscious on the sidewalk, his body lying over scattered white powder and torn fabric from his coat. After a glance, I drifted into the drug dealer's rented apartment. 2 women appeared in the rental apartment, their languid moans so revolting even a ghost found them nauseating.
Chapter 15, His Own Way.
Chui Chen cursed his bad luck, then turned his gaze to the power outlet where a phone charger was plugged into the wall. With a mere thought, all the wiring twisted violently, sending sparks flying throughout the room. In the dimness, screams of terror erupted. The two women who traded their bodies for money were utterly terrified by this sudden turn of events. The drug dealer's curses mingled with the screams.
Goddamn shitty apartment charging me $1,200 a month, fucking circuit breaker tripping in the middle of the night.
Seething with irritation, he climbed off the woman and haphazardly pulled on his underwear before going out to check the breaker. The circuit breaker had tripped during the earlier short circuit and still emitted a burnt smell from being affected by the power surge. The drug dealer tried pushing it up several times, but there was no sign of power being restored.
Damn it, is the wiring short-circuited?
After studying the circuit breaker for a long time, the dealer still couldn't figure out the problem. Helpless, he had no choice but to call someone to check it tomorrow. Returning to the room, his mood for fooling around was gone. He hastily threw a few $100 at the two women and told them to get lost. Lying alone in bed staring at the streetlight that never turned off outside, an increasingly bitter taste filled his heart. He'd just closed a deal, why did he have to come back to such wretchedness? Just as he was about to sleep, he suddenly felt grit sprinkling down on him. Opening his eyes in the dim lamplight filtering through the curtains, his expression gradually twisted into horror. Above him, wall plaster was peeling away under some unseen force, revealing a line of crooked, scrawled writing across the ceiling.
Do you want power? Do you want to become someone truly above others?
Who the hell is playing tricks? The drug dealer roared, his voice trembling despite its ferocity. He huddled against the headboard, clutching his backpack defensively as one hand dug into a hidden compartment, grasping for something inside. Just as he braced himself in defensive posture against any sudden threat, the walls on all three sides stirred again, hidden letters squirmed like earthworms across even the curtains. The putty twisted and crumbled away in flakes, revealing the dark gray concrete beneath. The same handwriting enveloped the drug dealer from all directions.
Want power? Want to become truly superior to others?
Countless and endless, until all the white putty disappeared and the curtains were completely shattered. The drug dealer's mouth went dry, his body covered in dust.
Staring at the now bare shell rental apartment, he asked in terror and awe, "What exactly are you?"
A crimson dot appeared on the wall directly opposite him, then paused abruptly. Chui Chen had originally intended to write the character for God, but felt such a concept ill-suited his current ghastly form.
After prolonged hesitation, he began twisting that initial dot into the character for demon instead, achieving far more satisfying visual harmony.
Though the scrawled strokes were crude beyond measure, the overwhelming unnatural atmosphere more than compensated for this aesthetic deficiency. The brick-red demon character robbed the drug dealer of breath, his fingers gradually retreating from the pistol's trigger deep within his backpack's lining.
Do you desire power? Do you wish to truly rise above others? These familiar words appeared once more. That self-proclaimed demon was questioning him. It had chosen him? Why choose me?
He'd read about this kind of situation in storybooks during his youth, but facing it in reality still made him shrink back nervously.
Having lived for decades, he never imagined such circumstances would befall him. Shouldn't this protagonist-like treatment be reserved for those exemplary, strong-willed high school students? Chui Chen twisted his neck, forcing him to look toward the window on the left.
Don't ask why, just say yes or no. Since there was no way to make ordinary people see or hear him, manipulating physical objects with his abilities to communicate through writing was the only method Chui Chen could think of. Using this as a medium, tricking the drug dealer into destroying everything he owned with his own hands was far more satisfying than simply killing him. This wasn't revenge, just the twisted amusement of a lonely wandering ghost. Drug dealing had absolutely nothing to do with Chui Chen, but he just couldn't stand the sight of it. Even more infuriating than when you're timing your own workstation while assembling screws, only to run into some piece-rate dickhead from the upstream process. If dissatisfaction like that could be resolved by appealing to a supervisor for a line reassignment, yet even after seeking intervention nothing changes, then one might as well take matters into their own hands. At least I'll have peace of mind by trying. The drug dealer stared at those words, feeling an excruciating pain in his neck. This wasn't some ghostly prank, something truly invisible had chosen him. If that was the case, killing him would surely be easier 4K than carving words into glass. Realizing this, he immediately cried out, "Yes, I do. I want to." Fear and delirious joy tangled in his shouted response, and the irresistible force vanished from his throat the instant he spoke. After relaxing a bit, the drug dealer gasped for breath, flung the backpack aside, and knelt on the bed as he scanned the surroundings.
I want power.
I refuse to live like a sewer rat any longer.
Even I, Daiwi, deserve to be respected.
Please help me. Chui Chen raised an eyebrow. Feeling this was almost too easy, he hadn't even begun his elaborate convincing act, yet the person had already agreed. I thought it'd take days to talk him around, but now I don't have to bother with that.
From now on, you shall be my first representative. At dawn, I will give you new instructions. The new script appearing on the glass sent Diawei into a frenzy. He immediately fantasized about using the so-called power from the demon to first screw over his top supplier, the one who always gave him the smallest share and the poorest quality goods. And then, goddammit, he'd do whatever the hell he wanted. Screw whoever he wanted, single-handedly fucking up the entire goddamn world.
Lost in this delusion, Diawei's grin grew wider and more twisted. It made Cui Chen want to slap him twice.
At dawn the next day, Cui Chen didn't see any police cars arrive. His disappointment reached new depths. Since you won't come, then I'll have to do this my own way.
Twisting the already asleep Diawei's nuts to make him wake up in pain from his sweet dream.
That little bastard ambushed your grandpa Diao's family jewels.
Clutching his crotch, Diawei glanced around the room but saw no trace of anyone else. Remembering something, he turned to look at the window glass, where a new instruction from Mo had appeared.
Prepare a medium for communication. Medium? Oh, maybe a notebook would do.
Diawei scrambled out of bed, grabbed some cash and cheerfully headed out the door. After he left, Cui Chen shook his head as he looked at his own chicken scratch handwriting. I was never cut out for flowery ways of speaking anyway. With a single thought, the window shattered, and a layer of wall was scraped away. The massive demonic character vanished without a trace. The floor was covered in a layer of dust as thick as a finger joint, a mixture of putty and cement, sprinkled with shattered glass. Even the bed was no exception, rendering the place clearly uninhabitable. But what did inhabitable matter to Cui Chen? That was Diawei's problem. He was the living one, after all. When Diawei scurried back to the rental, clutching his thick notebook, the sight of absolute chaos left him utterly dumbfounded. It definitely hadn't been this wrecked when he left. The red bricks were exposed, the windows shattered, and the shapes of sunlight became clearly visible through the dust. Cui Chen bared his teeth at him, mirroring the exact expression the truck driver had shown him.
Chapter 16, The Blood Oath.
Go to whoever you consider the most evil person, draw near them, torment them, kill them, and use their negativity as nourishment for your demonic transformation.
Diawei stared at the hollow space in his notebook, momentarily hesitating. The most wicked person?
The supplier definitely was approaching, and hounding him wouldn't pose much of a problem. But the devil wants me to kill him. A chilling sensation crept up the back of Diawei's neck.
Getting caught selling drugs or the like would at most land him a life sentence. But if murder was discovered?
Forget whether the police would let him off, his own underlings would probably chop him into boiled meat slices.
His Adam's apple bobbed as several drops of cold sweat rolled down.
Diawei paced back and forth in the dusty rented room, clutching his notebook, before finally cracking a bitter smile.
Boss Missouri, he asked, can we not kill anyone?
The response was not a fledgling cry, but pain radiating from every limb and pore, each cell as if churned by 1,000 blenders. Sweat instantly soaked through every thread of his clothing. Diawei fell to the ground, his eyes wide open as dust obscured his pupils. The pain couldn't dull his awareness, his mind was razor-sharp in that moment. Pain, excruciating pain, pain beyond endurance.
1 minute later, Cui Chen eased the intensity of his distortions and continued writing in the notebook. Do it, and you might die. Don't do it, and you'll die immediately.
Diawei regained his composure, rubbing his eyes as he staggered up, but the newly appeared line of writing plunged him into an abyss of perpetual darkness. Sheer terror completely engulfed his heart. Now the drug dealer no longer fantasized about squandering the power he'd gained from the demon, he only wanted to complete K's mission. Whatever the purpose, just spare him from experiencing that unbearable agony again, that pain so excruciating he'd rather die on the spot.
I understand.
Stammering his reply, Diawei lunged for the backpack, fishing out an old button-style phone from its side compartment. His trembling hands failed to grasp it several times, sending the phone tumbling into the dust until it was coated in grime. Cui Chen couldn't help laughing at his comical appearance, thinking to himself how utterly chicken-hearted this guy was, daring enough to deal drugs, yet his courage turned out to be so pathetically small. But credit where credit's due, this life-or-death intimidation tactic packed way more punch than those cliched you wouldn't want threats seen in TV dramas. Diawei dialed the same number repeatedly, but none of his calls went through. It was only mid-month, suppliers only contacted their underlings like them at month's end.
Want to contact him proactively? Practically impossible.
Diawei was at his wit's end, trying to figure out how to explain things to the demon, when a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered a few young punks he knew. In terms of wickedness, they might not compare to the suppliers, but they were still some tough characters.
Though young, they ran rampant relying solely on their family's influence.
Not all, but they must have committed the vast majority of illegal acts.
Perhaps they could also become the nutritional resources for his demonic transformation?
Overjoyed, he pulled out his usual phone and sent messages to those little brats.
1. Cui Chen was right behind him. How could such a petty movement escape a ghost's notice? Change of guards? No big deal. What kind of decent person could a drug dealer's acquaintance possibly be? Just dogs biting dogs, they're all the same.
If Diawei's replacement target could kill him, even better. To avoid having to keep playing along with his paranormal nonsense,
Come to think of it, if someone else killed him, the so-called grudge probably wouldn't fall on me, right? After a long wait, DOA's targets finally responded. 1.
Overjoyed, the coerced drug dealer nearly leaped to his feet.
With his distorted face, he turned toward the room. Boss Demon, tonight at midnight, these bratty students will be my tribute to you. Chui Chen's understanding hit yet another rock bottom, students mingling with drug dealers? How utterly lawless was this?
But then again, it seemed like there wasn't really a problem. Every circle has its bad apples, and those who linger in ivory towers are most susceptible to being tainted by the filth outside.
Sure.
After writing the final word in his notebook, Chui Chen decided to go out and relieve his stress by hunting a few of his own kind. In a city this large, where people die every day, it's impossible to completely devour all the wandering spirits clean. Moreover, judging by DOA's shattered demeanor, Chui Chen reckoned he wouldn't dare run away. Leaving him alone in the rental room was no concern. Hungry ghosts wander and scavenge. Hee, no more pain now that you've pledged loyalty. Hee, DOA whispered while clutching the notebook, staring at the single character acceptable. His frenzied appearance made one think he'd just been released from a mental asylum.
You at Ping number 1 high school. In the back row of class 9, grade 12, 3 students with dyed yellow, red, and white hair acting as arrogant as lords got up and walked out during class, completely ignoring the teacher at the podium. The other students were long accustomed to this behavior, and even the teacher only paused briefly before continuing with the lesson after they'd left. The trio made their way to the men's restroom at the easternmost corner of the school building. Without even bothering to close the door, they eagerly pulled out cigarettes and began puffing away. The yellow-haired guy leaned against the restroom window, his expression unusually serious. Jinghua, Wanhojun, how much money do you guys have left? Whitey shook cigarette ash into the urinal, sent a message to his latest hookup, then said, my card's frozen. Only got 150 grand left on me right now. Redhead Jinghua didn't respond, just kept sucking hard on his cigarette. Of the 3, he was the poorest. His family kept tight control over his spending. He never had anything to say when money matters came up. 150 grand, muttered Blondie, spitting downstairs where it landed square on the balding head of the passing dean.
The dean touched his comb over and looked up, locking eyes with Blondie. Cursing under his breath, he wiped off the disgusting phlegm and hurried on his way, not daring to stir up trouble with that bastard. Seeing the dean run away, the blonde guy chuckled and continued, I've still got 70,000 left. How about we each pitch in 50 tonight to buy 100 grand's worth of powder from that punk D Mao? I don't care. Whitehair shrugged, jerking his chin toward Redhair. What are you looking at me for? The red-haired guy shrugged, palms upturned. You all know I'm broke, the most I can offer is the venue. The 3 exchanged knowing smiles as the number of cigarette butts on the ground steadily grew. They were practically chain-smoking their way toward lung cancer. By the time class ended, the men's restroom reeked so strongly of smoke that any student who entered had to hold their breath while answering nature's call. They left in formation like 3 underworld brothers under the moonlight. Though few dared to make eye contact on their way back to class, they still found someone to harass. Whitehair, Bai Mao, planted his hands on his hips and deliberately bumped his chest against a voluptuous girl's breasts. Just when success seemed imminent, that perfect semicircle suddenly retreated a few centimeters, narrowly evading his elbow. The voluptuous girl was yanked off balance. Turning her head, she saw a face etched with frost. You fucking bastard. Cheng Xiaoya steadied the girl while unleashing a blistering Chinese obscenity. All 3 clicked their tongues in unison and quickened their pace back to the classroom. Chapter 17. Maybe we should just pretend we didn't see her. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't beat her in either one-on-one fights or group fights, plus their families had repeatedly warned them not to provoke this woman, there's no way those 3 would have let Cheng Xiaoyao off so easily. Avoiding someone whose background outmatches yours? That's just common sense. As the only person in school who could keep those 3 lawless troublemakers in check, Cheng Xiaoyao's reputation was practically legendary. Whether boys or girls, they all invariably harbored admiration for this exceptionally righteous peer. The girl who had nearly been groped thanked her, her cheeks quickly flushing red as she became visibly flustered. Sadly, Cheng Xiaoya had not the slightest interest in her, responding with only a non-committal hum as she walked toward the teacher's office amidst scattered admiring glances. As an utterly devoted fan of fair-haired beauties, she would never betray her beloved Luoshi no matter how persistently unsuccessful her advances might be. Although it was recess, few students were active in the senior high school hallway. Those exhausted from preparing for the college entrance exams wouldn't waste a single moment of rest. 10 minutes between classes was even enough time for them to catch a dream. Cheng Xiaoya was no exception. She also wanted to close her eyes briefly, but fate had made her the class monitor elected by popular vote, the reluctant kind who'd been pushed into the role. The homeroom teacher always thought of her first for tasks, just like now. The teacher told her to come to the office after class without giving any reason beforehand. Such inefficient communication. Gently knocking twice on the closed office door, Cheng Xiaoya pushed it open and stepped inside. Report.
Her homeroom teacher wasn't in the office.
Cheng Xiaoya glanced around in confusion before being waved over by Hu Jigang, the 9th grade homeroom teacher.
Cheng Xiaoya, you're here for me.
Hu Jigang's face was clouded with worry. The overweight old teacher, whose folds of flesh were on the verge of disappearing entirely, kept sighing as he looked at Cheng Xiaoya, as if paying respects before a funeral shrine. After his 4th sigh, Cheng Xiaoya couldn't take it anymore.
Mr. Hu, she blurted out, if you've got something to say, just say it. Stop sighing like that. AI. Another sigh. Cheng Xiaoya hardened, her fists clenched tight.
The girl who dared to stand up to a violent ghost was cracking her knuckles, as if she was about to punch Hu Jigang on the forehead any second.
Xiaoya Chang, I suppose you're aware of the college entrance exam physical this Thursday? Teacher Lu must have mentioned it.
Hu Jigang looked up, the skin on his forehead creased into the shape of the Qian trigram.
Xiaoya unclenched her fist. I know, but what about it?
Hu Jigang's gaze drifted toward the withered green plant on the table, its ceramic pot reflecting his wrinkled, troubled face.
We can't reach Luoshi.
It seems she's blocked everyone at school, and even if we call from different numbers, she simply won't answer.
Cheng Xiaoya understood completely. It made perfect sense they'd come to her about Luoshi's situation.
Luoshi had taken leave from school because of those bastards, but that didn't mean she'd given up on the college entrance exams. Missing the physical exam due to failed contact would have disastrous consequences down the line.
Okay, Teacher Hu, I'll go contact Luoshi. Appreciate it. Hu Jigang nodded, watching Cheng Xiaoya leave the faculty office before muttering to himself, why can't such a good student who keeps those 3 troublemakers in check be in my class? After leaving the office, she took out her phone in a surveillance-free spot to text Luoshi the medical checkup time and location. Upon receiving confirmation, she returned to class.
Cheng Xiaoya nibbled her nails, worrying about how to protect Luoshi from harassment on Thursday.
Even verbal harassment is unacceptable. Although those scumbags didn't succeed, rumors still spread through the school, and a significant portion of people believe Luoshi had already been violated.
When she reappears, she's bound to face gossip again.
It takes 2 to tango. A decent girl wouldn't get into such trouble, she must have done it on purpose. Any details? I heard it happened on the rooftop. Were there any security cameras?
Maybe she failed to seduce someone and felt too ashamed to stay at school, so she took a leave. Hearing these things was painful enough, let alone for the person involved.
What should I do?
Lost in thought, the class bell suddenly rang like morning bells and evening drums.
The deskmate woke up from a daze and, seeing Cheng Xiaoya's absent-minded expression, asked curiously, Xiaoya, what are you thinking about? What did the teacher want with you after class? Nothing.
Cheng Xiaoya pulled out the test paper the teacher was going to review this period, then repeated, nothing really. How to help Luoshi avoid the rumors? Cheng Xiaoya pondered all day without finding a solution. It wasn't until 10 p.m., after evening self-study, when she passed by Class 9's door, that she realized perhaps killing those 3 scumbags was the only answer. It's just a shame that, for her, it wasn't really possible. Those with extraordinary abilities only had the authority to deal with supernatural beings. The judgment of the living remained firmly in the hands of the authorities. If she truly dared to kill, no matter how deserving the target, she'd instantly be labeled a threat to social stability and receive the same treatment as malevolent supernatural entities.
Liquidation. Executing vengeful spirits only leads to containment, not only laborious, but the containers also take up space. As for liquidating corporeal entities, most likely a single bullet would suffice. If one isn't enough, switch to a larger caliber. Either way, the outcome is always annihilation. She frowned, as if the worry on Hu Jigang's face that morning had migrated onto hers. Sigh after sigh escaped her lips. The girl's vitality had been completely drained away. Back in the dormitory, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Even her casual chat with Luoshi felt half-hearted. The silver-haired girl on the other end of the chat window had no idea what rumors were spreading through the school. Seeing that the clock had already struck midnight, her dearest friend's goodnight message had arrived. My mind was a tangled mess, like someone had jammed a screwdriver into this precision instrument, clogging its operating logic. God, I'm so annoyed. In her agitated state, Cheng Xiaoya found even her roommates breathing unbearably loud. Raking her fingers through her disheveled hair, she stepped onto the balcony for fresh air, only to spot 3 obnoxious heads of yellow, white, and red hair beyond the school fence. Those 3 showing up outside campus at any hour was nothing new, so Cheng Xiaoya just cursed under her breath and looked away. But when she turned her head, a black-cloaked figure at the street corner and the purple ghost floating above its head immediately caught her eye again. The pair, one human and one ghost, seemed to be waiting for the 3 to approach. Chui Chen?
Cheng Xiaoya was startled, the worst possible scenario flashing through her mind.
Was this ghost planning to harm someone?
Without another thought, not even stopping to consider whether she could actually defeat him, Cheng Xiaoya grabbed her jacket and rushed out.
But the moment her hand touched the doorknob, she recoiled as if shocked by electricity. If Chui Chen's intended victims were them, Could she just pretend she hadn't seen anything?
Cheng Xiaoya had witnessed Chui Chen's theatrical displays of power before. That kind of distortion applied to a human body would be the most horrific torture imaginable. Just thinking about it sends chills down one's spine, yet unbeknownst to herself, a faint smile had curled up at the corner of her lips.
Chapter 18 Ghosts having different behavior patterns than when they were alive. Isn't that strange, right? Outside the school, Diawei, who was covering himself up tightly, didn't even greet the trio when they arrived. He immediately dashed toward his predetermined destination. Though finding it odd, the trio simply wrote it off as some new transaction method and followed along without giving it much thought. Conducting transactions near the school every time does make it easier to get caught. Blondie adjusted the heavy satchel slung across his body, containing the 100,000 yuan in cash he and Whitey had pooled together. The three youngsters, who were still technically students, had been following Diawei for quite some time. As they neared the city limits, their expressions grew increasingly discontent. Whitey finally lost patience and grumbled, "Hey, Diao, how much further? We're damn near leaving the city already. Things have been tough lately. You big shots with powerful backing don't need to worry about getting caught, but I don't have that kind of protection." Diawei didn't turn his head, only quickening his pace. He tightened his grip on the pistol concealed in his coat, pressed against the notebook whose last entry had ended abruptly with the character coup. The ghostly Chui Chen floating overhead felt no particular way about these three students who'd originally come to buy drugs, even though they'd soon be gunned down by Diawei on his instructions. The streetlights grew sparser along the advancing path, until even the pavement lamps became intermittent. The three of them walked further, growing colder, as if being watched by some bloodthirsty monster. "We're almost there. This unfinished building is the place." Diawei spoke, his voice eerily sinister. Red Hair was still distracted by their surroundings when the sound sent a shiver down his spine. The abandoned building wasn't wired for electricity. Light was a luxury here. The glow from their phones could only illuminate a small patch at their feet, while the echoes of their footsteps revealed just how vast and empty this space truly was. "This is far enough. Going deeper would be pointless." Blondie's shout was deafening, his voice reverberating through every floor. Diawei lifted his head and looked around. The square outlines of the building surrounded them, with the group standing precisely at its center. "This place is like a coffin, perfect for burying people. Then let's make it here." He turned his head, his face illuminated by the phone's glow appearing somewhat inhuman. In his arms, the pistol's safety had been silently released. Only a trigger pull stood between stillness and gunfire. The blonde guy took off his sling bag and casually tossed it near Diawei's feet, waiting for him to hand over what he needed. Diawei took out the item from his bosom, but it was not what they wanted. The silvery metallic sheen declared to the trio that this was a deadly weapon, as three bursts of flame erupted from its unfathomably deep muzzle in an instant. Gunshots rang out one after another, the bullets exiting the barrel in perfectly straight lines. The redhead collapsed instantly, his forehead split open with a gaping hole as a mixture of red and white splattered out, a fitting match for his defiant hair color. The lower half of his face remained frozen in never-fading terror. The white-haired one clutched his throat as he fell. Though the bullet only grazed his carotid artery and didn't deliver instant death, it had torn through muscle tissue. Torrents of blood breached his fingers' defense, cascading onto the ground as death's footsteps drew near. Only the blonde remained relatively unscathed. The brass bullet had whizzed past his ear. A slight deviation would have landed him the same fate as the redhead. "Fucking brats, have you gone completely batshit crazy?" A furious roar only brought more ruthless gunfire. At this distance, there was simply no dodging. The bullet entered through his left eye, churning his brains into mush before bursting out the back of his skull. 4 bullets fired, and already 2 lives taken. Whitehair still clung to his last breath, using his final strength to beg Diawei for mercy. "Please spare me, I beg you. My family is rich. I'll give you anything you want." Bang. Ha, ha ha ha. "Did you see that, Demon Lord? How's my initiation offering? How's my sword?" Diawei had gone completely mad. Unidentifiable substances, whether blood or brain matter, dripped from his temples down his cheeks, tracing paths to his mouth before being licked away by his tongue. He knelt down, flipping the notebook to the first page with the devout reverence of a family member awaiting news outside an operating room, yearning for a response from the demon. Response? Bullshit response. Chui Chen had just swallowed the departing souls of the 3 men and now hovered above the corpse of the blonde-haired youth, less than 10 centimeters away from the bloody hole where his left eye had been. This was the first time he'd seen a corpse in such a ghastly state, yet strangely, he felt neither disgust nor fear. It was as though what lay on the ground wasn't a dead body, but just some common cockroach you could find anywhere. Weird, utterly fucking strange. Chui Chen felt an eerie impulse toward these corpses and instinctively warped them. Grievances were forgotten as his originally faint violet eyes glimmered with an imperceptible crimson glow, akin to the luminous halo of that purple full moon above. The 3 corpses merged into one, with not a single drop of spilled blood left behind except for what Diawei had swallowed. Flesh tore, bones shattered, finally accumulating into a massive humanoid form, and the face formed by this flesh was identical to Chui Chen's own features.
The flesh form Chui Chen raised its upper body, holding the pose for less than half a second before collapsing again with a thunderous crash, dissolving into pulp. Kneeling nearby, Dio Wei didn't dare breathe, cold sweat dripping from his nose tip and exploding into crown-shaped droplets on his notebook. After the fleshy human figure had dissolved into a bloody pulp, Chui Chen finally regained his senses. That inexplicable impulse had vanished. He looked at his hands with a strange expression, then turned his gaze to the pool of gore. Chui Chen fell silent for a moment and muttered softly, "What's wrong with me?" When he was still alive, he'd never had any necrophilic tendencies. He'd even instinctively avoided the extreme sections when browsing manga. And yet, what he'd just done to those 3 corpses was utterly repulsive. At the same time, it was so utterly natural as a child building sandcastles on the beach. Even in death, even after crossing over to this place, the boundary between right and wrong remained crystal clear in his mind. But playing with corpses was absolutely not among the things he considered right. So much time had passed that Dio Wei could barely feel his knees anymore. Chui Chen suddenly let out a long sigh and comforted himself. "I'm already dead. It's probably normal to do things I wouldn't have done when I was alive." He closed his eyes, and the ground began to churn. A bottomless pit twisted into existence, swallowing the slurry of mud and gore in one gulp before the opening spiraled shut again. Did those 3 students really deserve to die? Who knows? It's not like he killed them with his own hands. At worst, it's just desecration of corpses. It was Diao Wei who decided they deserved to die. He merely instructed him to kill whoever he subjectively deemed most evil. Their misfortune was simply being chosen. Now that I've even helped collect their bodies, surely they won't hold any grudges against me. Chui Chen hovered around Dio Wei, endlessly self-consoling, self-justifying, self-hypnotizing, utterly convinced of his own blamelessness. If even drug dealers think someone deserves to die, then isn't their death actually for the best? Only when his inner turmoil had completely subsided did he resume leaving messages in the notebook. Still not enough. Not enough yet? Dio Wei was taken aback and retorted, "There are already 3 here, why isn't that enough?" No new writing appeared in the notebook. The bone-deep pain reminded him of the words he'd seen on the glass yesterday. "Don't ask why." Before losing his voice from pain, he cried and begged, "I understand. I'll keep doing it. Please spare me this time." His humble posture wasn't much different from that white-haired guy begging for his life. Chapter 19, I sue you for defamation. The deaths of the 3 brash youths didn't cause any waves at all on the first day. Their sudden disappearance had become something all teachers, students, and even their own families had grown accustomed to. Everyone assumed the trio had simply found new amusement elsewhere. A single day's absence was hardly remarkable. Only Cheng Xiaoya, when passing by classroom 9's doorway by chance, would connect them with that purple specter, causing a faint curve to touch the corner of her lips. But immediately afterward came an unshakable unease. Not worried that Chui Chen might be imprisoned, but afraid he would continue harming people. After all, he's a spirit. One day wasn't enough time to see his true nature. If the speculation proved true, if those 3 people were really killed by Chui Chen, Cheng Xiaoya feared there might be very few in this world who could stop him from wreaking further havoc. The next day, those 3 still hadn't come. There was just 1 day left until the college entrance examination physicals, and Hu Jigang, the homeroom teacher of class 9, felt irritable as he looked at the 4 empty seats in his classroom. 3 troublemakers, plus 1 unlucky kid. If they failed to show up for the physicals tomorrow, he was bound to get lectured by the grade head. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He couldn't contact their families, and reaching the students themselves was impossible. Over 40 and with more than a decade of experience in education, this was the first time Hu Jigang had encountered such a headache of a situation. Thursday, the day of the college entrance examination physical checkup. Although the trio hadn't shown up yet, the appearance of that naturally albino girl provided Hu Jigang with some small comfort. Supported by Cheng Xiaoya, Luo she completed all the physical examination procedures. Though the process was quick, some harsh words still reached the white-haired girl's ears. Seeing her best friend's depressed expression, Cheng Xiaoya felt equally unsettled. On the bench outside the hospital, she took Luoshi's hand and whispered her suspicions into her ear. Those 3 bastards should be dead by now. An unprecedented light ignited in Luoshi's eyes, so brilliant it stung to look at. Cheng Xiaoya nearly burned under that gaze, unnaturally averting her eyes as her lips trembled. "Don't look at me like that. I didn't do it." Then who was it? If nothing went wrong, it must have been Chui Chen. Chui Chen? That special ghost? Why would he do this? Luoshi grabbed Cheng Xiaoya by the shoulders and shook her. At that moment, a purple figure drifted out from the street corner, directly entering her field of vision. Without waiting for Cheng Xiaoya's response, she muttered to herself, "I'll ask him myself." "What are you talking about?" Cheng Xiaoya puzzled for a moment before suddenly whipping her head around so violently that her cervical vertebrae let out an audible crack. The purple ghost floated across the street just before the traffic light turned green, its form disappearing behind the buildings, vanishing from sight. That peculiar hue Cheng Xiaoya was certain it must be him. In the moment she hesitated, Luo she had already run after him. Cheng Xiaoya clicked her tongue and quickly stepped forward to block her path.
Are you insane?
Right now, he might be a murderous vengeful spirit.
Aren't you the most terrified of things like him?
Cheng Xiaoya snapped, gripping her wrist to stop her. Luo she struggled frantically, refusing to listen. Xiaoya, let me go.
I need to ask him. I want to know if those three are really dead. I want to go back to school.
I want to be with you every day. I never want to be stuck alone and buy me a town again.
Cheng Xiaoya's face burned with embarrassment. Who could withstand this?
She thought as her grip loosened, actually letting the girl slip away.
Hey Luoshi, red light.
Her best friend's explosive declaration hardened Cheng Xiaoya's resolve.
Ghost or no ghost, she'd accompany her friend through hell. What if this time they actually succeeded? What if Cui Chen hasn't changed at all? What if, no matter what, he's still a ghost with such high intelligence, surely he wouldn't kill in broad daylight. Fuck it, all in, let's go.
The two dashed through the red light, reaching the street where Cui Chen had drifted past amidst the curses of several drivers. Luo she took a deep breath and, amidst the barren mountain ranges, let out a desperate, unrestrained cry.
Hey, Cui Chen!
Cheng Xiaoya was baffled. We can see ghosts, but ordinary people can't. What kind of drama are you trying to start here?
Without hesitation, she clapped a hand over Luoshi's mouth.
In his panic, he didn't notice his middle finger accidentally slipping into her mouth. With lips, teeth and tongue compressed, Luoshi let out a muffled MMPH, as she forcefully pried Cheng Xiaoya's hand away. His glistening middle finger was reluctantly withdrawn from the warm cavity, leaving behind a gleaming strand of moisture shimmering in the sunlight.
Tui, what's on your finger?
It's so salty. Luoshi wiped her mouth and frowned.
Wait, why did you suddenly cover my mouth like that? Cough, cough.
Cheng Xiaoya hid the delicacy behind her back, suppressing the urge to lick her fingers for the moment, and declared righteously, if you shout that loudly, won't ordinary people hear you? Luoshi twisted the hem of her clothes, keeping her head down without uttering a word. In her panic earlier, she had genuinely forgotten for a moment.
Go and ask him directly, maybe?
Cheng Xiaoya looked up and locked eyes with the fierce ghost whose pupils were fixed in a hollow stare, her words instantly catching in her throat.
Cui Chen didn't understand, but was equally shocked. What kind of embarrassing play is this? Flirting in public? Then why call out my name? For the thrill?
A string of question marks popped up above their heads as Cui Chen and Cheng Xiaoya stared at each other blankly. The distance between the human and the ghost spanned a full 100 meters, yet the air between them seemed frozen solid. Cui Chen felt so awkward he could probably twist the ground into a detached villa. He didn't even want to greet them, terrified of becoming part of their little play. With a shudder, he floated away immediately. Not quite understanding you lesbians.jpg. Cheng Xiaoya blinked, then she and Luoshi jogged forward, pretending nothing had happened as they trailed after him. Cui Chen felt extremely uncomfortable. The footsteps behind him were more annoying than mosquitoes on a summer day.
He'd only come out to find something to eat. How had things ended up like this?
If he'd known, he might as well have stayed in that shabby rental apartment tormenting DOA.
After walking 2 blocks and seeing no one around, Cui Chen finally couldn't take it anymore.
Turning around, he slapped the back of his left hand against his right palm. If you've got something to say, just say it.
What's with the stalking? Even ghosts need privacy. Is bullying the dead fun for you? Well, how should I put it?
Luoshi stammered that repeatedly, like a jammed cassette tape, unable to spit out a complete sentence.
Do I look like a black person to you? Cui Chen's forehead was covered in metaphorical black lines.
I'm just a decent, well-behaved ghost who enjoys snacking on my own kind and watching movies, so why on earth is this little girl calling me a cabinet official while I'm floating around here?
Is Cui Chen pale-faced? His purple complexion is 3 shades richer than that of a purple sweet potato spirit.
Luoshi was anxious, but her words still came out stuttering. Initiating conversation with a ghost she feared required considerable courage. Even though this ghost didn't seem particularly malicious. Cheng Xiaoya sighed helplessly, manually closing Luoshi's mouth before speaking up herself. Did you kill Yang Alfeng, Wan Hojun, and Jinhua? Fingers brushed against his best friend's lips, soft, plump, and springy, tempting him to play with them. No, this wasn't the time for such thoughts. Hearing the unfamiliar names, Cui Chen tilted his head. Who are these 3? Cheng Xiaoya sighed and corrected herself. Blondie, whitey, and redhead.
Do you have proof?
I'll sue you for slander. Chapter 20. What a thoroughly disgusting feast. Watching Cui Chen hopping mad and screeching only strengthened Cheng Xiaoya's inner suspicions. Even if he wasn't the murderer, he was definitely involved somehow. And that look of getting worked up after just one remark. Just like a child caught red-handed by their teacher. Struggling desperately to cover it up. Cui Chen pointed at Cheng Xiaoya's nose, his expression as serious as a candidate fresh out of the National Civil Service exam. Can you see any resentment on me? Can you, huh? Look into my eyes. To the naked eye, there was indeed no trace of resentment. This purple ghost was even purer than most freshly departed spirits. But the seed of doubt had already been planted. No matter how he explained himself, Chang Xiaoya wouldn't believe him. Cui Chen was putting on a tough front now, but he also felt a pang of unease. He was gambling, betting that as long as he hadn't personally killed those three lowlifes, he wouldn't be tainted by that so-called resentment. It's been over 10 days since crossing over, and he still hasn't figured out what the hell all this resentment business is about. He'd eaten plenty of spirit ghosts and monster ghosts before, judging by appearance alone. They were no different from regular spirits. Could it be that only those who can see supernatural things can perceive that stuff? Cui Chen originally scoffed at what he considered a useless ability, but now it seemed being able to see so-called resentment might actually prove somewhat useful. Cui Chen glanced once more at Luoxi, who was being held in Chang Xiaoya's arms with her mouth covered. What on earth had happened in the past 10 days? After years of failed attempts, had the youngster suddenly succeeded? But the glint in that little white furball's eyes genuinely frightened a ghost. There really doesn't seem to be any resentment on you. Chang Xiaoya released Luoxi, reluctantly withdrawing her hand from the other girl's lips. Perhaps I was mistaken? Cui Chen froze for a moment, his eye twitching, just a simple wrong move? Though the deceased was indeed connected to him, he had to put on a facade of complete indifference. Little did he know, his instinctive footstamping had already given him away to the two women. He must be dead. There's no way you're innocent, you evil spirit. Since it's a misunderstanding, why don't we treat you to a meal as an apology? As soon as Luoxi spoke, Cui Chen and Chang Xiaoya first exchanged glances, seeing profound bewilderment mirrored on each other's faces. Then Cui Chen placed his right index finger against his temple and made a circular motion, while Chang Xiaoya followed up by shaking her head. Luoxi finally realized, inviting a ghost without physical form to dinner was indeed her own special brand of foolishness. Cui Chen couldn't be bothered to humor her, his appetite for hunting already completely gone. Rolled his eyes and floated toward the nearest place to find some amusement. The destination was a shopping mall. At this hour, few people were around, but the cinema inside always had some viewers. They wouldn't halt screenings just because of low attendance unless not a single ticket had been sold for that particular show. The ghost drifted away, leaving behind two girls with wildly different thoughts. Those three must already be dead, Luoxi murmured dreamily, gazing at the blue sky. The weight in her heart had just lifted when she felt the shackles binding her begin to loosen. Chang Xiaoya took her hand. Now you can go back to school, right? When are you planning to return? Today? Wouldn't that be too soon? Chang Xiaoya tightened her grip slightly. Why not tomorrow? I'll accompany you today, let's walk around and relax. Luoxi looked at that unbearably familiar face. You're not going back to school? The teacher won't cover any new material anyway, we've already learned everything. Missing one day won't affect my review. In the mall cinema, Cui Chen slipped into the only screening room still lit. Before the movie started, the only person inside was a bespectacled man with a center-parted hairstyle sitting right in the middle, incessantly messaging someone on his phone. The glow from the green chat interface illuminated his face. Anyone unaware might have mistaken it for another stock market crash. Cui Chen leaned closer to peer at the screen. Damn, it turned out to be a creepy, slightly domineering simp dude who couldn't even get the girl he was obsessing over. Why aren't you coming? The movie's about to start. Do you have any idea how much you're breaking my heart by standing me up like this? Today marks the 52nd day since we first met. Even if things don't work out between us, can't we at least share one meal together? I reserved a table at KFC. Reply to my message. Didn't you see it? I really like you. Could you reply to my message? Buying a ticket and ordering a meal doesn't mean she has to come, right? The girl isn't even responding to you, mate. Cui Chen stared in amazement and refocused his attention on the screen. Another movie he hadn't seen before. Whether it would be good or bad, he still needed to judge for himself. Without a phone, or even if he had one that wouldn't work, Cui Chen could only rely on the relatively primitive method of watching to learn about an unfamiliar film. Otherwise, casually browsing a couple of reviews probably wouldn't have kept him lingering in front of this terrible movie for 2 hours. What an utterly devastating pile of crap. Cui Chen made his judgment. Although ghosts don't feel physical pain, he sensed his eyes burning faintly, as if 2 lines of hot tears were about to stream down. Fresh-faced actors, bargain basement CGI, and Bollywood-inspired cinematography, this cinematic turd made Cui Chen want to blow up the entire theater. Did the theater know no one would come regardless of what they screened, so they picked this cheap, epic-level trash just to torment their last remaining audience? Even that shrimp-headed guy was yelling for a refund after watching this garbage. After a long days, Cui Chen gradually floated upward, passing through the ceiling into the cloudless, crystalline sky. There were no buildings around, only a blazing sun staring back at him. This was nothing like the emptiness after watching a masterpiece. This time, he was purely choking on crap. If the director of this garbage film appeared before him now, Cui Chen swore he'd chop, slice, and mince him into pieces. Next time I taste shit, I'm running for my life the second I realize it. Cui Chen raised his fist to the sky, his gaze resolute and his tone firm. He was no less determined than that certain directionally challenged idiot who swore never to lose again. Hovering in the air above the city for several minutes, he took in the panoramic view of Yueping streets below. Only when the shit-eating despair in his heart had fully subsided did he begin his descent. Halfway down, Chui Chen narrowed his eyes. He'd spotted a familiar figure on Huansong Road. It was Diao Wei, the first person in this world he wanted dead. How dare he leave his rented apartment during the day? Did he not fear him? Did he not fear the wrath of the demon? Chui Chen quickened his pace and gave chase. If the drug dealer was only stepping out to meet his basic survival needs, he wouldn't take action. If he dares attempt to escape, Chui Chen's left hand made a crushing motion toward Diao Wei, as though intending to utterly shatter his destiny. Chapter 21, A Bus Driver's Betrayal. The pale blue Route 12 bus, emblazoned with a dental clinic advertisement, came to a halt at Huansong Road Station. The waiting crowd was sparse, but no one boarded this particular bus. The sharp-eyed bus driver, wearing thick sunglasses, moved his finger toward the door close button when he saw no passengers, preparing to depart for the next stop. Just as the doors began closing, a shout of "wait" drifted through the narrowing gap into the driver's ears. A short, fierce-looking middle-aged man climbed aboard. The coin box clattered as coins dropped to the bottom, and under the driver's watchful gaze, the man walked toward the very back of the bus. Once he was settled in, the driver kept observing him in the rearview mirror for several seconds before remembering he was currently on duty. Having worked as a bus driver in human society for so many years, there was no type of passenger he hadn't encountered. Tall ones, short ones, polite and courteous ones, rude and troublesome ones, shitting on the car seat and flinging it onto the windshield of the next vehicle, keeping supernatural creatures as pets. He'd even seen passengers who suddenly kicked the bucket mid-ride. But someone boarding with a purple ghost in tow? That was a goddamn first. The driver swore that the specter haunting his bus was the most peculiar dead soul he'd encountered in his 3 centuries of sentience. With lively eyes brimming with intelligence yet utterly free of shadowy malice, there wasn't the slightest trace of resentment about him. This ghost had surely never harmed a living soul. Especially that hue. How could any shade be so breathtakingly exquisite? Now that's something strange, the bus driver muttered under his breath as he steered. Live long enough and you'll see every variety under the sun. Bus number 12 advanced steadily, stopping at station after station. Though subsequent passengers were few, they gradually filled over half the seats. The middle-aged man by the window at the end of the carriage clutched his bulging waistband nervously, his eyes fixed on the scenery outside. Each time the mechanical female announcement echoed through the cabin, his spirits momentarily lifted before sinking back into exhaustion. A purple ghost floated beside him in a sitting posture, occasionally flung outside during sharp turns only to return moments later. The ghost studied the man's profile with unsettling calm, its hollow eyes resembling an abandoned well where no ripple could stir. Yueping South Station has arrived. Please remember to take all your belongings when exiting. The emotionless AI announcement sounded as the bus came to a complete stop, and the few passengers carrying luggage all chose to disembark here. This was also the destination of the middle-aged man. Yet as he stood up, before he could even step away from his seat, veins bulged across his forehead as if he were enduring unbearable agony. The man collapsed, falling onto a gray-haired woman. The woman shrieked in terror, desperately pushing and shoving to get the convulsing man off her. Passengers all around watched, yet not a single one stepped forward to help. One passenger who'd already disembarked even lingered by the train doors to watch the spectacle. After all, a missed train can be rescheduled, but you never get a second chance to see such drama. The driver left the driver's seat the moment he heard the commotion and approached the middle-aged man who was convulsing uncontrollably. His first instinct was that a ghostly entity had harmed the man, but the calm demeanor of the purple fierce ghost made him hesitate. Just trying to do my damn job properly, and I keep running into this crap, the driver muttered as he dragged the man to the open space in the middle of the carriage, laying him flat on the floor. The middle-aged woman patted her chest and insisted on getting off the bus, but before stepping down, she gave the man a hard kick in the waist. Passengers, we are heading to the municipal hospital. If you're worried about delays, please exit at this stop. The next number 12 bus will arrive shortly. The driver raised his voice with a shout before sinking back into his seat. The remaining passengers exchanged hesitant glances before deciding to disembark here. Going to the city hospital meant backtracking, hardly worth wasting time on a patient and an overly helpful driver. The bus restarted its engine, turned around, and raced straight toward the municipal hospital. The driver kept glancing at the rearview mirror while keeping an eye on the road. The convulsing man had unknowingly gotten up, his face no longer twisted in pain but instead contorted with terror and regret. What could he possibly be regretting? Utterly baffled, the driver furrowed his brow beneath his sunglasses, forming deep vertical creases. The next second, the man unloaded the bulging object from his waist, a silver pistol gleaming with a metallic sheen. Bang! Without warning, brains and blood instantly bloomed into a gory rose. The driver slammed the brakes, tires screeching against the pavement as the violet ghost flew from the rear to the front of the car, landing right beside him. He heard the ghost say, "Damn it!" Chui Chen was dumbfounded, staring at the headshot corpse with a face full of disbelief.
He genuinely hadn't expected to get bullied to death by Dia Wei outside. Shouldn't this have at least waited until they got back to the rented apartment? The first 2 times he could handle it, so how come this time everything suddenly fell apart? Does this affair also follow the 3 strikes rule? Unable to comprehend, the ghost was utterly confused. With one final glance, he devoured Dia Wei's soul. Cui Chen had no intention of doing anything to this corpse after all. There was still a driver in the vehicle. Even if he planned to reduce it to scattered mud crushed into dust, such things must be done where no one's around. Being a ghost is truly as lonely as snow. Muttering an inexplicable phrase, the purple ghost departed, vanishing completely from the driver's sight as it melted into the concrete jungle of the living world. Snapping out of his daze, the driver removed his sunglasses to reveal nested, hawk-like ringed pupils. He was absolutely certain that man's suicide was undeniably connected to that malevolent spirit. But why doesn't it carry any resentment? Could it be that the man was killed and still had to thank it? The driver couldn't figure it out. He took out his phone and called both the Supernatural Management Office and the police station. At Yueping City's Supernatural Management Office, Eagle Demon Shin Kong sat stiffly upright in Office 404. Behind the desk in front of him sat Wang Yan with a sullen face. Wang Yan rummaged through the files on the shelf behind her desk and pulled out a form she had filled out herself. Take a look. Is this the ghost? Shin Kong took the form and nodded at the sketch portrait in the upper right corner. That's right, it's this ghost. Harming people without leaving grudges, even the most special ones, are still just ghosts after all. Who knows if that one in Anjing City is the same? Wang Yan pursed her lips muttering as she snatched the form from Shin Kong's hand. Go on back. We're starting the investigation now. This incident has little to do with you. Shin Kong nodded, pulled a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and put them on, then left the oppressive atmosphere of Office 404 behind. Whether they are gifted individuals or supernatural beings like ghosts and demons, as long as they harm others, all that awaits them is death or imprisonment. As long as someone accuses you, there's no need for investigation. That's just how it works. On this day, all licensed individuals within the Yueping City area received a liquidation notice. Target ID Ghost 002, the Violet Demon, real name Cui Chen. No different from previous liquidation notices, but since it's a demon, the licensed experts still needed to make some preparations. Causing harm without accumulating resentment? Truly special, no wonder resentment nails can't restrain him. Filth remains filth, nothing more needs to be said. Old man Chang sneered as he read the liquidation notice. Are we going to the city? Cheng Weiyun adjusted his glasses as he looked at his father. Old man Chang opened his mouth to answer, but the phone in his pocket rang before he could speak. Pulling it out, he saw it was his granddaughter calling. As soon as the call connected, Cheng Xiaoya's frantic voice cried out, "Whatever you do, don't get into a conflict with Cui Chen." Chapter 22, Meeting a Good Person. The oblivious target of reckoning still drifted foolishly through every street of Yueping City. The damned drug dealer couldn't endure the torture and shot himself before going completely insane, so Cui Chen returned to what he considered a proper ghostly existence. He loitered in urban corners and haunted entertainment venues seeking amusement. Life is dull and tasteless, without even a single person to talk to. Even so, he dared not lose his temper recklessly. Getting too emotional would cause significant damage to the surroundings, and now that he was a ghost with an established identity, he couldn't afford to act rashly. This monotonous existence continued for another fortnight. On a rainy evening, Cui Chen sat in VIP room 666 of a KTV, immersed in the lively atmosphere that had nothing to do with him. Watching the youngsters around his own age revel wildly in their youth made Cui Chen burn with envy. He had never seen such beverages before and wondered how they tasted, though the youths didn't seem to care, guzzling anything alcoholic down their throats. A red-haired girl clutched a bottle in one hand and a microphone in the other, her disheveled hair flying as she stomped on the couch, as frantic as a lightning-struck sequoia. The short skirt above her knees rode up as she lifted her leg, but she didn't seem to care about any potential exposure. Eyes squeezed shut, she just wailed. The others cheered loudly for her audacity, alcohol splashing everywhere. Cui Chen cursed at the sight, lamenting the waste. Even the finest singer will go off-key when drunk, and a slurred voice is no better than Cui Chen's ghostly howls. Suddenly, everyone turned in unison to look at the entrance of the private room. Li fucking, you're late! The red-haired girl yelled into the microphone, slamming her bottle onto the table with a bang as she grabbed 3 more bottles and thrust them at the newcomer. 3 bottles as punishment. The latecomer, with slicked back hair and a defiant air, accepted the challenge without hesitation. Using his teeth, he popped open all 3 bottles one after another and downed them in continuous gulps. 3 bottles? Barely an obstacle. Li fucking wiped his mouth and took his seat amid the roaring cheers of the crowd. He merely sat there without singing, just playing games non-stop, drinking non-stop, occasionally casting glances at the ghost floating in the corner. His aggressive gaze conveyed an unmistakable message. I see you. Cui Chen was surprised but overflowing with joy as he floated over to Li fucking's side. Having gone over 10 days without speaking to anyone, he was practically going insane from the isolation. Hello there, You're one of those so-called supernatural experts too, right? I know someone like that as well. Oh right, from the Jinling lineage, named Chung Xiaoya. Are you from that lineage? Can people like you even drink alcohol? We'll talk after this is over. Faced with the ghost's question, Li fucking only uttered this single sentence. And even then, it was squeezed through clenched teeth while drinking, audible only to Cui Chen. He looked at these crazy people in the private room and suddenly understood, no matter how much he wanted to chat with someone, he couldn't expose himself in front of ordinary people. All he could do was hold it in for the time being. The wolf howling music never stopped, and midnight gradually arrived. The empty liquor bottles in the room were so numerous that there was almost no space to step, and several girls were already dead drunk. Only the wildest red-haired girl remained haughty. She was the queen of karaoke, the barrel of booze, truly drinking people under the table. The red-haired girl let out a drunken hiccup, plucking the last cherry tomato from the fruit platter and swallowing it whole after a couple of chews. Hick! None of you can hold your liquor. She blinked her already glazed eyes, their watery allure piercing hearts. Let's move on to the next activity then. The boys' faces lit up with long-awaited grins. Only Li fucking shook his head at her dismissively. I still have some things to attend to, maybe next time. Have fun. Chickening out, the red-haired girl mocked. Li fucking smiled, unfazed by the harmless taunt. Whether she was chickening out or not, she knew better than anyone. With a beckoning gesture towards an empty corner, Li fucking stood up and left. The street after the rain was saturated with dampness that even the wind couldn't disperse. The clouds still lingered in the sky, obscuring the stars, leaving only the outline of a violet moon gliding through the veil of clouds. Li fucking's footsteps sounded unusually crisp on the deserted street, hard-soled leather shoes being second only to high heels in terms of nighttime clamor during self-study sessions. He pulled out a still-sealed pack of Muji white shell cigarettes from his breast pocket, slipped one between his lips but didn't light it, letting it cling there unburned. Now that no one's around, I can answer your questions. The cigarette trembled with the movement of his lips, as if it might fall at any moment. Cui Chen didn't understand the purpose of his actions. Showing off? Flaunting his skills? There were so many things he wanted to say back in the private room, yet now he couldn't think of anything to talk about. After a few seconds of silence, he opened his mouth and said, in your opinion, what should ghosts do to be considered normal? You've got me there, Li fucking said, raising his hands behind his head as he splashed through the puddles, making his trouser cuffs a mess. What I'm about to say might be a bit rude to you. That's fine, Cui Chen replied, watching the shattered reflections of streetlights in the puddles he stepped on. Politeness doesn't mean much to a dead person anyway. You're surprisingly gracious, Li fucking chuckled. Personally, I think all ghosts should just obediently wait to fade away on their own. Those who cling to the human world and torment the living deserve to die. Oh, they definitely deserve to die. Cui Chen nodded in agreement. Harm inflicted upon drug dealers should count as ridding the people of an evil, right? Surely that wouldn't be among the sins punishable by death. No, definitely not. Besides, having already died once, he couldn't die a second time. So those who truly deserved to die were others, not him. Li fucking walked quickly ahead, letting out a silent sneer with her back to Cui Chen before pulling out her phone to message her family. You seem quite lonely, otherwise you wouldn't have approached me first. Would you like me to introduce you to some friends? Cui Chen was delighted, thinking he'd met a genuinely kind soul tonight, and nodded vigorously in agreement. That'd be wonderful. You're truly good-hearted. You have no idea what I've been through these past days alone. This ghost was practically going stir-crazy. Li fucking listened to Cui Chen's incessant complaints about the inconveniences of being a ghost, the smile on his lips unwavering, yet the coldness in his eyes seemed capable of freezing everything solid. Yet the oblivious purple ghost showed no awareness, his motor mouth determined to spew out every unspoken word accumulated over days in one relentless outpouring. Half an hour later, the roaring engine noise suddenly erupted behind the duo of human and ghost. The howling gale stirred up by the vehicle reminded Cui Chen of that truck. Turning around, he was once again blinded by high beams. Do I have to time travel again? SSSSH. It wasn't a truck, but an orange two-seater sports car. The driver executed a perfect drift, leaving black tire marks circling on the street, before coming to a smooth stop right beside Li fucking. The window rolled down to reveal a short-haired woman in a pink tracksuit behind the wheel. Even the oversized, sack-like tracksuit couldn't conceal her striking figure. The woman tilted her head at Li fucking and said, "Get in." Li fucking opened the car door and plopped into the passenger seat, calling out the window, "Can you keep up?" Cui Chen gave a thumbs up, "No problem." Chapter 23, he doesn't seem so simple after all. That floating figure outside is Ghost 002? It really does look peculiar. The short-haired woman floored the accelerator, and the sports car's engine instantly roared to life. The deafening V8 growl could be heard even at the end of the street, making one wonder how the surrounding residents endured this torment. Li fucking finally lit the cigarette dangling from his lips, its filter already soggy and misshapen from saliva. Yet he didn't seem to mind. Behind every puff of smoke lurked that shadowy, deranged expression. Heh, all freaks deserve to die. Li fucking clenched his fist violently until veins bulged, then slowly relaxed before his nails could pierce his palm. This demon ghost's behavioral patterns are nearly identical to a living human. Stabilize it until tomorrow noon and we can imprison it directly. The short-haired woman smiled faintly, glanced at the empty rearview mirror, then freed her left hand to let it ride the wind outside the window. She said, if we can handle demons and ghosts ourselves, then surely Master will finally look at us with some respect. Being called worthless every day is starting to break my spirit. Li fucking nodded in agreement with her words. He didn't care about the scolding from their elders. All he wanted was to eradicate all supernatural beings, whether they were lingering spirits clinging to the human world or elusive demons untouched by time's passage. No matter good or evil, all non-humans must perish. The conversation between the two in the car was quiet, easily drowned out by the roar of the engine. At 2 in the morning, the stillness of Yueping City's eastern suburbs was shattered. The orange sports car raced forward, nothing daring to stand in its way. Soon, its glaring headlights pulled the silhouette of an oriental mansion from the darkness. The closer he got, the clearer the outline became, until the vermilion lacquered door with its bronze studs was fully illuminated. How much would it cost to build a house like this? Cui Chen was awestruck by the grandeur of this mansion. Even the gilded plaque hanging above the doorway alone seemed priceless. The grand, flowing calligraphy on the plaque was unintelligible to him, but he guessed it might read Li Estate or Li Residence after all. This was where Li fucking had brought him. The attractive young man and woman had already gotten off the car, looking up as they waited for the ghost in midair to recover from his shock. Could it have noticed something? The short-haired woman grew somewhat anxious, her hands unconsciously twisting behind her back. Li fucking wasn't certain either, so she tentatively called out, Cui Chen. Hearing his name, Cui Chen jolted and looked down at the ground, scratching his head sheepishly. Li fucking, his face showing faint displeasure toward the different kind, still waved his hand toward the sky. Come with us inside. Oh, alright. The ancient vermilion lacquered doors were pushed open, but the interior decor differed vastly from what Cui Chen had imagined. 12 modern lotus-shaped lamps emitting warm light couldn't illuminate the courtyard, yet his ghostly eyes could pierce right through the darkness. Everything in the courtyard was crimson, so crimson it bordered on black, as if soaked in blood and left to oxidize. Not a single green plant adorned the space. The only decoration was a square, coffin-shaped object standing at the center. Though it looked bizarre, Cui Chen found some comfort in remembering this was the home of someone extraordinary. Perhaps such unconventional tastes suited unconventional people. After all, the Jinling lineage hung ghost-trapping bells from trees, hardly the most peculiar sight. Does placing a coffin in the middle of the courtyard signify promotion and wealth? No matter how strange it is, it's certainly more impressive than Chang Xiaoya's old family house. Cui Chen felt like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, trailing behind the two while eagerly looking around. Everything in this mansion was a novelty to him. Walking deeper along the mortise and tenon corridor, inexplicable talismanic symbols appeared every few pillars, sometimes beneath upturned eaves, sometimes on the red and black floor tiles beneath their feet. It felt exactly like walking through a Hong Kong horror film from the last century, eerie and spine-chilling. Especially that coffin left behind, which always gave the unsettling feeling that something might leap out of it at any moment. This long-lost thrill made Cui Chen feel unusually exhilarated. The last time he'd experienced this sensation was during a night shift before his death, when exhaustion from screwing bolts made him collapse face-first onto an electric screwdriver, scraping off a patch of his scalp. My heart was pounding when I snapped back to reality, wondering if poking an eye out would qualify as an on-the-job injury. But if someone actually injured their eye, what they'd receive definitely wouldn't be full compensation, more likely a termination notice. We've arrived. This is the ancestral hall of my binding lineage. The friend I want to introduce you to is right here. Li fucking suddenly stepped aside as two nearly identical men emerged from the dimly lit ancestral hall. On the left is my eldest senior brother Zhang Hao, missing half an eyebrow, and on the right is his younger brother, my second senior brother Zhang Rui. Li fucking raised his hand to introduce both men, his expression warm and natural, as though genuinely introducing new companions to a lonely ghost. Cui Chen's attention had long been captured by something inside the ancestral hall, and he merely responded to their greetings with a slight nod. The ancestral hall held a delicacy unlike any specter or monster, stirring Cui Chen's long-dormant cravings to life once more. But the thought that this was the ancestral hall of her sect forced him to suppress his impulse. Now I'm a ghost with proper status, not some greenhorn newcomer. If I really want to eat, I should first ask for these hosts' opinions. Reason triumphed over appetite. Cui Chen reckoned there probably wasn't another ghost more polite than himself among their kind. Little junior brother, aren't you going to introduce me to brother Cui Chen? How heartbreaking. The short-haired woman put on an exaggerated look of tearful sorrow. Her affected tone made all three humans and one ghost present shudder simultaneously. Damn it, that squeaky-voiced brat. Ahem, I forgot, she's my third senior sister, Yan Linka, Li fucking swiftly added. Different surnames, not a blood lineage, but a master-disciple relationship then? Cui Chen nodded thoughtfully, then abruptly shifted topics. This ancestral hall is where you imprison those vengeful spirits, isn't it? You didn't invite me here just to introduce me to new friends. So do you want my help cleansing these vessels, or were you planning to imprison this demonic ghost of mine? The two brothers Zhang Hao and Zhang Rui exchanged a glance, thinking to themselves that this ghost demon didn't seem as simple as their junior brother had described. Li Fucking's expression stiffened, his features momentarily contorting before immediately switching to a public service-like smile. To be honest, I just wanted to introduce you a special ghost capable of consuming fierce spirits raw to our binding sect, to make friends and facilitate some transactions. Exactly as you said, just helping us cleanse the containers, we absolutely don't intend to imprison you. Cui Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Fucking's nearly perfect smile. The atmosphere was oppressive, as if a storm might break out any second. Everyone was ready to take action, even Li Fucking. Unexpectedly, Cui Chen suddenly waved his hand and laughed. What's with all this seriousness? Just bring out whatever needs clearing. I can't wait any longer. As the four sighed in relief, Zhang Hao and Zhang Rui quickly led Cui Chen toward the ancestral hall as planned. Li Fucking clenched his jaw so tightly it ached, feeling like he'd just been played by this guy. The fire in his chest burned hotter, making the breath stuck in his throat even more suffocating. Only Yang Linka kept shifting her gaze between her senior and junior brothers and the fierce ghost, her thoughts completely inscrutable. Chapter 24, Cui Chen remains unaffected. Inside the ancestral hall, only a few oil lamps provided illumination, while the memorial tablets inscribed with the names of binding quality sect ancestors stood silently beneath the candlelight. The ghost script-like names on the rows of tablets resembled the incomprehensible inscription on the mansion's lintel plaque, making them impossible to decipher. Cui Chen's gaze quickly swept over these items that held no relevance to him, drawn instead to something near the side door of the ancestral hall. Suddenly, his pace even outstripped that of the Zhang brothers. Though technically trespassing in their family shrine, he moved with the purposeful stride of someone leading the way. Beyond the side door lay a dim, rectangular space, its walls and ceiling completely covered in crimson gold talismanic script. 3 identical coffins, mirroring those in the courtyard, stood side by side within. Cui Chen's throat visibly convulsed, every fiber of his being radiating barely restrained hunger. Zhang Rui took advantage of the purple ghost's distraction and turned to look at his junior brother. He first pointed at himself, then gestured toward the space where the demon ghosts were stored, as if asking, really feed it to him? Li Fucking remained expressionless, raised his left hand, and revealed what he was holding for him to see. It was a blackened ancestral tablet. The highest-ranking ancestral tablet of the bound ancestor in the ancestral hall had been unknowingly torn down by him. Even Yang Linka held in her hands one of the most ancient bronze eternal lamps. Inside it burned the ancestral hall's sole blue candle flame. No matter how much it was shaken, the flame remained unwavering. The hue was purer than the ocean, as if it could cleanse all evil from this world. Zhang Rui froze. Wait, so he and eldest brother were the only ones who hadn't prepared, foolishly walking shoulder to shoulder with that malevolent ghost? Didn't we agree on the phone to strike at high noon tomorrow? Li Fucking offered no explanation, merely shooting a glance to signal this second brother to carry the coffin from the courtyard inside, looking ready to add another occupant to this elongated space. Zhang Rui nodded and strode out with vigorous steps. Though Li Fucking was clearly the youngest junior brother here, he commanded people with even more authority than the eldest senior brother. Hiding the memorial tablet behind his back, he peeked into the space where the coffin was placed. How much longer until we can eat? Cui Chen's Adam's apple kept bobbing as his eyes remained fixed on the 3 coffins, but without the overseer's approval, he dared not make a move. Zhang Hao, missing half an eyebrow, kept glancing toward the entrance while repeating, soon, junior brother is preparing the tools to open the coffins. Finally spotting a head peeking through the doorway, he looked like a man granted amnesty, frantically signaling his junior brother with his eyes. The echo of hard-soled leather shoes reverberated through the elongated space, followed by the ear-piercing screech of rubber scraping against the smooth flooring. Li Fucking and Yang Linka entered one after another, while senior disciple Zhang Rui quietly positioned himself in the farthest corner like an invisible presence, yielding the space near the fierce ghost to them. When the blue glow appeared in the chamber, he immediately understood his junior siblings were making their move at this very moment. They're finally here. Hurry up, quickly. Let me help you clear these 3 vessels, urged Cui Chen, his impatience barely contained. Li Fucking smiled slightly, his pace steady and unhurried. I haven't delayed for long, have I? With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood to Cui Chen's left, waiting for Yang Linka to initiate the team fight. The flickering blue candlelight cast Yang Linka's face in a ghastly pallor, as if she had just crawled out of hell. She aimed the eternal lamp toward the coffin, murmuring a string of obscure and incomprehensible incantations. The candle flame stretched longer with each uttered incantation, while Cui Chen rubbed his hands like an excited fly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the corner of the coffin where the creeping firelight extended. Suddenly, the tip of the candle flame abruptly turned and shot straight toward Cui Chen's face.
In that split second, Chui Chen had no time to dodge. The candle flame pierced through his skull, then mercilessly penetrated every major acupoint and joint in his body. The flames coiled around him like a prison cage, trapping him completely. How incredibly stupid. Even lesser ghosts and specters aren't this easy to handle. You're a high-intelligence Yaogui ghost, yet you actually had zero defenses. Yang Linka's lips nearly split her face with glee as success came so easily, her ample bosom quivering uncontrollably. Chui Chen gave her a sidelong glance. Before he could speak, Li Fucking's voice came from his left. All freaks deserve to die. Li Fucking plunged his ancestral master's spirit tablet into Chui Chen's back. The same relic had nailed countless freaks before, never failing him once. This time, that familiar solid sensation didn't emanate from the ghost before her. She froze momentarily, her mind blanking for an instant. Had the ancestral technique failed? No, it was Chui Chen who remained unaffected. The purple ghost floated forward a stretch, completely unbound by the candle flames, its lower half submerged into a coffin as it tilted its head to look at the two betrayers behind it. He knew these people surely had designs on him, just like when he first met Qing Xiaoya. But shouldn't they have waited until he started eating? What's the hurry? What is this? Some pre-meal exercise? The ground gradually twisted, opening 3 person-wide holes beneath the trio's feet. Only screams were heard, a shriek, a holy shit, and an angry tsk of the tongue. Yang Linka, Zhang Hao, and Li Fucking fell into the holes, leaving only their heads exposed above ground. Li Fucking attempted to climb out, but the walls of the hole instantly tightened counterclockwise, crushing his breath away. Yang Linka mustered her last ounce of strength to demand of the vicious ghost, "What kind of monster are you?" Chui Chen lowered his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Didn't everyone say I'm a demon ghost? Alright, no more talking, it's time for me to eat." The coffin beneath him, made of some unknown material, suddenly shattered. Ghastly winds howled through the space, accompanied by shrill circus clown laughter. This ghost appeared in the form of a young man, his face covered in dense, kiss-like marks. His pale white eyes held no trace of human emotion, only the cruelty of a bloodthirsty beast. The moment it broke free, it regained its mobility. Yet its target wasn't the 3 helpless living humans on the ground, but rather the very ghost who had released it, Chui Chen, another malevolent spirit. Hee, delicious, eat. The demonic ghost, now powerful enough to affect reality, opened its cavernous maw. Its head instantly swelled to human size, preparing to swallow its fellow specter whole. The massive jaws snapped shut, the ghostly head shrank back, yet Chui Chen remained hovering undisturbed in his original spot. Wholly unselectable. Zhang Hao couldn't help but mutter in shock, his face a picture of astonishment. Buried in the corner with the clearest view, he witnessed the entire gruesome process of malevolent ghosts devouring one another. Just as humans cannot touch ghosts, this specter never made contact with Chui Chen either. As if that purple phantom standing there was just an illusory shadow, passively refusing to interact with anything, be it the ancestral master's spirit tablet, the dim blue eternal lamp, or even his goddamned fellow spirits. Zhang Hao never dreamed he'd see a look of sheer astonishment on a demon ghost's face. "Bro, you smell delicious." The voracious hunger in Chui Chen's expression made the demon ghost before him clench invisibly, its gaze momentarily clearing with alarm. It floated backward half a step, mustering the last shreds of its rationality to gasp, "Hey, can we talk this out?" Chapter 25 Good Ghosts, Great Taste. The response to this ghost clown's speech came in the form of 2 hands clamping directly around its throat. With a rip sound, the 3 captured members of the Binding Path lineage, buried underground with only their heads exposed, were utterly dumbfounded. A ghost could actually be killed? The demonic ghost with dense bruise-like patterns on its face was torn in 2 from the neck by Chui Chen's large hands, not even managing to utter a scream before both halves of its body went completely limp. The shock on its face was even more pronounced than that of a living person. So effortlessly, like an office worker tearing open their breakfast fried dough stick, just missing a cup of soy milk to pair it with for the perfect meal. No, that bizarre purple entity certainly didn't need such nonsensical drinks. He sat cross-legged in midair, clutching the 2 severed halves of the demon ghost's lifeless body, devouring them alternately like a ravenous beast. Zhang Hao felt for the first time how eerily realistic the sound of ghouls feasting on corpses in the game was, almost identical to the sticky, wet chewing noises now echoing beside his ears. His throat convulsed, and the midnight snack he'd eaten 3 hours earlier surged back up. Most of the partially digested food splattered onto the ground painted with golden sigils, while a small portion slid down the pit's edge to intimately greet his own body. Disgust and terror gripped Zhang Hao as he shuddered at the thought of becoming this purple creature's next meal after it finished devouring the demonic ghosts. For the first time, regret surged through him for joining the Binding Purity sect. He'd endured the elders' beatings, volunteered as bait to lure vengeful spirits, but this was unbearable. But facing this unimaginable anomaly, he regretted it. Unlike Zhang Hao, who was scared to the point of nearly wetting his pants, Li Fucking's face clearly bore a hint of delight. Being overpowered by an anomaly meant the opponent was too strong, there was nothing to say about that. But seeing even the undead ghost show fear and beg for mercy under the thing's grip filled Li Fucking with sheer satisfaction.
Chui Chen's refined appetite for feasting was undisturbed by Zhang Hao's retching.
This first taste of a demon ghost, rich with flavor, utterly enthralled him. Chui Chen believed the most delicious thing he'd eaten in his lifetime was probably the braised pork knuckle from rural banquet feasts, but this demon-level malevolent ghost was 10, even 100 times tastier. Every bite was a delicacy, carrying the traces of passing years and the lingering aftertaste of time itself. Junior brother, the coffin's here. An ill-timed shout made Chui Chen, who was holding the last remaining thigh of the demon ghost, forget to swallow. He turned toward the entrance, where an identical copy of Zhang Hao's massive round face, only with intact eyebrows this time, came barging in. Following the same method, the four brothers should stay neatly together. For heads lay on the ground, watching and listening as that thing destroyed the containers imprisoning the demons in Yao, then snatched them out to serve as food. Their limbs had grown numb from prolonged captivity. Even if Chui Chen loosened the cave opening now, they wouldn't be able to crawl out. Without external help, they'd most likely be trapped here to perish. At this moment, Chui Chen had already swallowed the last fragment of the ghostly flesh from the final demon ghost. After finishing his meal, he licked his fingers, a final tribute to the ingredients. He swore, this was absolutely the most exhilarating meal he'd ever had. Each one had a distinct flavor, offering Chui Chen an explosive taste sensation. Particularly when he was halfway through the second ghost, he even experienced the long-forgotten sting of spiciness. Like a sprite dancing on the tip of his tongue, Chui Chen even felt the urge to loudly praise this demon ghost so covetously clinging to the mortal world, awaiting its own devouring. Your taste is so goddamn delicious. With no more food left, Chui Chen, forever unsatiated, now faced the endless emptiness of time stretching before him. He even considered working for the authorities. After all, his own kind truly made for delectable meals. If they paid enough, becoming a corporate drone again might not be so bad. No, not wage labor, but a cooperative win-win. A world was born where he could satisfy his appetite while authorities recycled the containers, with only the vengeful ghosts suffering the consequences. As for the Supernatural Affairs Bureau and this nation's legal system that didn't quite suit his tastes, Chui Chen thought he might find opportunities to influence things a bit. He didn't expect to make Dragon Bright become like Huaxia, but at least get the police to respond to serious grievances, right? Where would you find cops who won't even bother to dispatch after receiving coordinates from a police report? Junior brother, it's gone. Only after Chui Chen had been gone for about half an hour did Zhang Rui dare to speak. Was it contempt? It restrained us but didn't bother finishing us off. Wasn't life good enough for you? Why are you so bent on dying? Yang Linket and Zhang Hao also turned their gazes toward Li Fucking. He was their true pillar of strength. With great difficulty, Li Fucking turned his head. Within his field of vision were nothing but the shattered remains of 3 coffins and the expectant eyes of his 2 senior brothers and senior sister. Were they waiting for him to make the decision? What do you expect me to do right now? We're completely trapped here, can't even move a finger, Li Fucking said irritably, rolling his eyes. Save your energy and wait quietly for Master and the others to return. On the way to the Anomaly Management Bureau, Chui Chen couldn't help but hum softly at the thought of being able to freely consume all kinds of spirits and ghosts in the future. After being gone for most of a month, the dormitory building of the Anomaly Management Bureau remained as shabby as ever. Its interior conditions still couldn't possibly be worse. The stalactite beneath the leaking pipe by the entrance seemed slightly taller, or maybe it was just his imagination. Chui Chen gestured at it a couple of times, found it boring, and headed straight for room 404. It was still early morning, not yet time for shift change. The person on duty in room 404 was Lu Jinsuo. The office director was lazily yawning while waiting for his shift to end, when suddenly the purple thing drifting through the closed door put him instantly on high alert. Wan Yan had issued liquidation notices half a month ago. Why was this one still active? Lucky you didn't run into any spiritual experts, but you still can't boldly waltz right into the Spectral Management Bureau. Do you really think we're just sitting around doing nothing? Lu Jinsuo felt personally insulted. This was the first time since issuing the liquidation notice that a marked ghost had dared to approach the bureau. Your nerve is truly impressive. Lu Jinsuo rested his chin on one hand, smiling as he watched Chui Chen drawing nearer. With his other hand, he retrieved a pale purple talisman from the office desk drawer. The incantations on the talisman were a deeper shade of purple, yet blurred indistinctly, as if deliberately obscured. What does bravery have to do with it? I wanted to join the communist. Chui Chen fell silent for a few seconds before completing the unfinished sentence. I can help you dispose of the vessels imprisoning vengeful spirits. Oh, didn't you reject Wan Yan's invitation earlier? What suddenly changed your mind now? Lu Jinsuo narrowed his eyes, gripping the talisman between his middle and ring fingers while pressing his thumb hard against his index finger. Blood flowed, and the pale purple talisman greedily sucked up the stains of blood upon it. Lu Jinsuo felt uneasy, his brow slightly furrowing. When the talisman had drunk its fill of blood, the incantations upon it took on a crimson hue, becoming even more distinct. Chapter 26, Settling Accounts Cancelled. After several days of investigation, the identity of the man who shot himself on the bus has been clarified. Meanwhile, the disappearance cases of 3 wealthy youths in Yueping City were also linked to a drug dealer named Diawei. To the eyes of the Abnormal Management Office, these connections all pointed to one conclusion: the murderer who caused their deaths was none other than Chui Chen, who had just registered with them not long ago. The 3 students had checkered pasts, and the suicidal drug dealer deserved his fate, yet after all, these were 4 human lives.
Judgment of humans was not for the other kind to pass. Evil-doing supernatural beings shall inevitably face reckoning, a consensus that has circulated among Longming's gifted community for millennia.
Chui Chen crossed his arms and bowed his head in prolonged contemplation, searching for a suitable excuse to explain his sudden change of heart.
Admitting it was to satisfy his craving? That would be too foolish. He'd surely be ridiculed if he said that aloud. Serving the people.
Before the 5-word incantation could be fully uttered, a pale violet talisman radiating a bloody glow came flying toward Chui Chen, stifling the final character Wu in his throat. The violet talisman shot forward at tremendous speed, propelled by Lu Jinsua's fingers, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. Lu Jinsua's arm extended to its limit, piercing Chui Chen's forehead, while the talisman continued its relentless trajectory, smashing into the door of room 404 before embedding itself into the wood.
What's the meaning of this? Chui Chen's pupils trembled faintly in bewilderment. Because you wanted to collaborate with the authorities again? Even if it's not allowed, you shouldn't have attacked directly, right? Or is it because of Diawei's suicide on the bus, so you've been tainted with resentment and must be dealt with?
Now it makes sense. No wonder Li fucking made a move despite knowing you're a registered malevolent ghost. Chui Chen pursed his lips, ignoring the motionless Lu Jinsua, and drifted solemnly out of the Supernatural Management Bureau.
Was it overcast today? He gazed at the pale sky, recalling how he'd faintly glimpsed the moon last night after the rain had stopped.
The ghost, who had been pleased with his decision just moments ago, now wore a troubled expression once more. A cheap but legal identity flushed down the drain by his own blunders, now facing relentless pursuit from the extraordinary. Even the most cheerful soul wouldn't be smiling. Forget it, I'm already an undocumented ghost anyway, Chui Chen muttered, gazing toward the sparsely populated western district of Yueping City.
Might as well hide out in some wilderness.
After Chui Chen left, Lu Jinsua, still baffled by his failed lethal strike, finally snapped out of his daze.
The activated purple talisman on the door plank hung limply, its incantation clearly visible. Lu Jinsua swallowed hard and stepped forward to tear the talisman down.
He recalled the information from the notebook discovered by the investigators in Diawei's rented apartment.
Demon transformation. Could it be not a ghost, but instead a legendary demon?
The moment this thought emerged, even Lu Jinsua himself couldn't hold back, revealing a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth.
Things like gods and demons existed only in legends and storybooks, entities whose appearance signified the upheaval of heaven and earth. How could they possibly be real?
Folding the purple talisman neatly, I slipped it into my pocket.
Once activated, charms couldn't be reused, and keeping it in a drawer would just take up space. Lu Jinsua picked up the Ghost 002 file from the document rack.
After a moment's thought, he added an annotation beneath Wang Yan's handwritten notes.
This entity poses extreme danger, demonstrating complete immunity to purple talismans. Exorcists must carefully assess their capabilities before engagement.
After completing the handwritten note, he updated the digital file and submitted it for headquarters review. While such cases typically required 1 to 3 days for approval, this particular filing was processed with unexpectedly swift efficiency.
The moment the file review was completed, the landline on the desk rang.
The caller displayed no information, but Lu Jinsua knew it was the headquarters calling. Steeling himself for a scolding, he took a deep breath and picked up the receiver.
This is Zhu Shaoyi. Damn it, how can it be the Bamboo King of Hell? What orders does the director have? Lu Jinsua stood ramrod straight, beads of cold sweat trickling down his temples.
Though his tone remained measured, his trembling fingers betrayed the tension churning within him.
There was a brief silence on the other end of the line before Zhu Shaoyi spoke solemnly. So this 002 can also ignore violet talismans? When did it first start harming people? So the number 001 in Anjing City, the files haven't been updated yet.
Lu Jinsua said solemnly, the first victim appeared 15 days ago, but judging by the disappearance times of the other 3, this should be pushed back 3 more days, roughly around April 12th, that night of the full moon, Zhu Shaoyi said.
Gulp.
Lu Jinsua's Adam's apple bobbed as he wiped the cold sweat dripping into the corner of his eye with the back of his hand, cautiously asking, Chief, did Ghost 001 also harm someone that night like 002 did? Zhu Shaoyi let out a nasal sound before replying, 001 killed a mentally ill man who was attempting to attack children during an episode on the street. It crushed him into minced meat before dozens of witnesses, then molded the flesh pulp into its own likeness.
After undergoing one liquidation, 001's current whereabouts are unknown.
The only certainty is that it hasn't been captured yet. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinsua instinctively remarked, the case of the 3 disappearances in Yueping City can't be definitively attributed to 002.
Moreover, the deceased only committed suicide. These people, 3 spoiled rich brats and a drug dealer.
At around 6 today, 002 came to my place, intending to help us clean the containment units.
After I failed to subdue it with the purple talisman, it left on its own without attacking me. 001 also didn't harm the specialists who went to eliminate it.
Zhu Shaoyi let out a long sigh, the drawn-out exhale raising goosebumps on Lu Jinsua's arm.
Director, should we gather specialists to conduct a targeted elimination of 002? Lu Jinsua asked, rubbing his arm. Temporarily cancel the liquidation of case 002. These 2 ghosts are too much like living people. Click. Beep beep beep. Revoking an issued liquidation order? Now that's a first, muttered Lu Jinsua as he replaced the receiver. The case 002 file was repeatedly placed on and removed from the document shelf.
The sketched portraits looked completely indistinguishable from living humans. Even the vitality in their eyes had been captured flawlessly by Wang Yan's drawing.
TSK, Chui-chin, are you really a ghost or something else entirely?
I knew it was you who got rid of those 3 bastards.
What do you mean, got rid of them?
They were clearly killed by DOA.
I just happened to help clean up the mess.
Morning self-study session at Class 9, Senior Year 3 of Yueping No. 1 High School. Luoshi, sitting by the window in the second-to-last row, held up her Chinese textbook to hide her beaming face as she chatted animatedly with Cui Chen, whom she had called over.
Under the cover of their classmates, even the homeroom teacher who Ji-gang monitoring study hall didn't notice. Cui Chen had originally intended to fly west, looking for some quieter, less populated spots to linger.
Yet not long into his flight, just as he drifted past to school, he heard a familiar voice calling to him.
Following the sound, I saw the albino girl frantically waving from the teaching building.
As far as I'm concerned, you did nothing wrong. Drug dealers deserve to die, and those 3 bastards had it coming.
Using evil to combat evil shouldn't invite reckoning. The living who need reckoning far outnumber the dead.
You're a hero who settles scores with scum. Luoshi frowned, defending the ghost who had avenged her.
Your opinion doesn't matter, only theirs does. Cui Chen shook his head dismissively.
Hero or villain, harming others makes you a vengeful spirit. I'm not sticking around waiting for some mighty exorcist to come settle my fate. He sighed while looking at the textbook Luoshi was using to cover her face. Study hard, get into a good university.
I'm gonna bounce now. Chapter 27, does he not realize how awesome he is? Ha,
hey, what's with this lecturing tone like you're my elder?
Luoshi widened her eyes.
It felt utterly surreal to hear study hard coming from a ghost's mouth, especially since he didn't look much older than her. Cui Chen shrugged, tossed out a later, and drifted away in his intended direction. Luoshi tilted her body to gaze out the window, where the purple figure slowly vanished from her sight.
Luoshi, focus a little.
Hu Jigang walked to her desk to remind the slightly distracted Luoshi, his tone not harsh but even gentle. For this top student who had maintained her rank within the top 30 of her grade even after resuming studies, Hu Jigang had ample tolerance. After all, she was one of the few in Class 9 with the potential to enter prestigious universities. The albino girl shook her head and refocused on her textbook, her lips moving exaggeratedly in an exaggerated display of diligent reading. When morning self-study ended, Luoshi took advantage of the 20-minute break to dash over to Class 1's doorway. Her best friend's class was being delayed by their so-called traditional ritual. Led by their class monitor Chung Xiaoya standing at the podium, they were conducting meaningless vows. These oaths served no purpose whatsoever except to waste time. Some teachers from other classes even loudly praised and imitated Class 1 student tormenting methods, glorifying it as helping students clarify their goals and stimulate vitality. After returning to school, Luoshi's assessment of this cult-like practice was, makes absolutely no sense. Cheng Xiaoya raised her right fist level with her head, repeating the oath she'd long since memorized by heart. With each line she recited, the students below the stage echoed in unison. The close friend constantly peeking and poking around outside the window didn't distract her, though it did make her speak a tad faster. She absolutely didn't mean to finish the pledge early just to run to her friend's side. Like a mother hen with her chicks, Luoshi muttered, her large eyes blinking like a kitten waiting for its owner to come home. Cheng Xiaoya stumbled over her words briefly at the lectern, though none of her classmates paid it any mind, thinking she just hiccuped. Her heartbeat quickened. Who could resist such an adorable little white-haired creature? At any rate, Cheng Xiaoya certainly couldn't. After hurriedly reciting the final line of the pledge, the rest of her classmates immediately slumped over their desks, exhausted to the point of resembling dead dogs. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiaoya shot out of the classroom like an arrow to meet the princess who'd been waiting for her all this time. Hey there, little one coming to see me so early, did you miss me? The deliberately greasy voice made Luoshi's hair stand on end, as if the person stepping out of the classroom wasn't her closest friend, but some construction site Laowang who'd just emerged from a foot massage parlor. Luoshi took half a step back, shooting her a disdainful glare. I ran into Chui Chen during morning self-study. It seemed like he was being dealt with.
Did he do anything to you?
Chen Xiaoya looked Luoxi up and down, finding no trace of a malevolent ghost's influence on her body. Her furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. Superficially, you seem fine, but who knows if he caused any other effects.
Here, let me examine you properly. Stop messing around. Luoxi batted away her fluttering hands and said seriously, is there any way to prevent him from being liquidated?
I think he's a good ghost.
Good ghost? Those two words actually go together?
Chen Xiaoya leaned against the corridor railing, gazing at the playground that looked gray and bleak because of the weather, idly tapping the railing tiles with the tip of her left shoe. A long time passed, until the class bell was about to ring, when a light bulb finally lit up in her mind.
If we kill everyone, then he won't be liquidated. You still messing with me here?
Luoxi pressed her hand to her forehead in exasperation, her clear red eyes seeming to say, do I look like an idiot to you?
You started it with me first.
Chen Xiaoya's eyes brimmed with innocence. I genuinely can't think of anything in this world that could threaten him.
What does purging matter anyway?
It still needs people to carry it out. Killing humans must be way easier for him than devouring ghosts.
You're joking, right? I'm not joking.
At that moment, a sharp class bell rang. Luoxi only had time to glance at Chen Xiaoya before sprinting towards class 9.
I'll come find you next break.
Something that can interfere with reality to that extent wouldn't worry about retribution. The ones who should worry are those who try to bring it to account. Watching her disappear into the distance, Chen Xiaoya stuffed her hands in her pockets and turned to enter the classroom, returning to her seat just before the teacher arrived.
The math teacher walked up to the podium with a test paper in hand, smiling as he said, "Class, let's relax by doing last year's college entrance exam practice questions from Anjing City.
I've swapped classes with your chemistry teacher, so we'll have 2 consecutive periods for this test.
But given your abilities, I think you should finish it in about 1.5 periods.
1.5 periods was overestimating it. Chen Xiaoya had already finished the last question before the first period ended and began spinning her pen idly at her desk. To be honest, there was a noticeable gap in difficulty between Anjing City's college entrance exam questions and their school's monthly tests.
Doing too many of these kinds of problems would just make you lose your competitive edge for the actual exam. Who's going to make up for the points lost due to overconfidence?
With nothing else to do, Chen Xiaoya pondered why Cui Chen was worried about being held accountable.
After much thought, the only possible explanation was, this ghost didn't realize how powerful he actually was.
He probably thought Longming was full of hidden talents, where more formidable characters could emerge at any moment to capture him. But the reality was, even the 5 elements soul-suppressing pagoda, which supposedly only worked when activated by the bloodline of the soul-suppression lineage, had no effect on him.
How many artifacts in all of Longming could possibly surpass the 5 elements soul-suppressing pagoda in power?
As this realization dawned on Chen Xiaoya, her fingers froze mid-action. The 0.3mm cartoon pen that had been twirling effortlessly between her fingertips suddenly lost its momentum and clattered to the ground. When she picked it up again, the ink it released came out in broken, hesitant strokes.
This pen worked quite well actually.
Chen Xiaoya began changing the refill with resentment, convinced it was all Cui Chen's fault. Had she not been thinking about him, she wouldn't have made any mistakes. But what if she'd been thinking about Luoxi instead? Then one could only say this refill was doomed by fate.
Since Cui Chen had unwittingly avenged Luoxi, Chen Xiaoya couldn't possibly settle scores with him for that reason alone.
Moreover, she knew her own limitations all too well. There wasn't the slightest chance she could inflict any harm on Cui Chen. I'll tell Luoxi about this after class.
Boom! Bang!
2 consecutive thunderclaps completely disrupted Chen Xiaoya's train of thought, and the freshly refilled pen slipped from her hand again. In every grade and every classroom, whether sitting by the window or not, everyone craned their necks to look toward the source of the deafening noise.
Both teachers and students were itching for some juicy gossip.
On the street outside the school, a tanker truck labeled explosive, corrosive, flammable, and toxic had overturned, with translucent pale yellow liquid leaking from a rupture in the tank.
Not far from the overturned tanker, several high-voltage cables could be seen spitting sparks. As the leaking liquid continued to spread, all the onlooking teachers and students seemed to hear the sinister laughter of electrical sparks. Chapter 28. Why is there a hole underground? Will we get a holiday if that thing blows up?
A boy from class 1, senior 3rd year, stared at the approaching electric spark and pale yellow translucent liquid, his face actually revealing a longing for freedom. His words instantly resonated with the vast majority of students. From sophomore to senior year, similar remarks had surfaced in nearly every classroom. The fuel tanker about to be ignited wasn't seen by them as some doomsday device of massive destruction. It now carried too many people's hopes and dreams.
As long as it explodes, even if we don't get time off, at least it'll disrupt some class time, right? But not everyone shared this sentiment, certainly not the teachers.
They understood all too well the consequences if those flammable, explosive, and toxic corrosive liquids detonated inside a sealed tank. Forget about the shockwave, just the vaporized gases would be enough to make every living thing in the vicinity regret their life choices.
Everyone stop looking, move away from the windows. the math teacher of class 1 roared, snapping the students back to attention.
Those by the windows immediately backed away, with some even running straight out of the classroom. The hallway quickly filled with excited students seeking safety, though few faces showed genuine fear, most buzzed with exhilaration.
The fuel tanker was ultimately set ablaze.
Some students egged each other on, spreading panic until the entire school building became a chaotic uproar. They dashed downstairs like madmen, as if the tanker explosion would bring the entire building crumbling down. No matter how the teachers tried to maintain order, the frenzied flood of people didn't show even a moment's hesitation. Against this human tide, Chang Xiaoya pushed upward. Her little white-haired friend was being swept toward the staircase. Struggling through the surging crowd, he grabbed his dearest friend's slender wrist and pulled her tightly into his protective embrace. "Run to the restroom, trust me, run to the restroom now." The familiar voice from above instantly calmed Luo Shi's nerves. She didn't need to look up to know Chang Xiaoya had arrived. The fuel tanker was merely burning, an explosion wasn't inevitable.
And this isn't even an earthquake, the shockwaves would only be stronger in an open area like the playground.
The two girls reunited and smoothly slipped into the girls' restroom on the senior year floor. Inside a compartment far from the windows, they quietly waited for the potential impact.
After 5 minutes, the commotion in the hallway grew quieter.
10 minutes passed, and they heard the siren of a fire truck. Just as the two thought everything was fine and were about to leave the cubicle, Chang Xiaoya's hand had barely touched the bolt on the door. A violent shockwave instantly shattered the toilet window, sending glass shards scattering across the floor. The gusting wind that rushed in made it feel as if they were caught in a storm on the open seas.
Then came the deafening explosion.
Everything trembled, as though the apocalypse had arrived. Luo Shi curled herself into a ball. This man-made calamity was more terrifying than any inhuman cruelty. She could no longer hear anything, only a ceaseless ringing in her ears. Chang Xiaoya raised her hand to brace against the toppled partition, carving out a small space for the white-haired girl beneath her. 5 seconds later, the gale from the shockwave vanished completely, leaving behind a pungent, acrid stench in the air. Chang Xiaoya kicked open the deformed cubicle door and gave Luo Shi's but a couple of nudges with her foot, signaling her to exit first. The two girls covered their noses and mouths as they retreated to the corridor, where the lingering gray mushroom cloud on the horizon bore silent witness to the horror that had just unfolded.
The playground was littered with students who'd arrogantly thought themselves clever.
Even descendants of the Jinling bloodline, whose physical constitutions far surpassed ordinary people, dared not face the explosion's shockwave directly, making clear the agony they must currently be enduring. "This isn't an earthquake," Chang Xiaoya patted Luo Shi's shoulder lightly. "This entire area is filled with toxic gas now.
Let's get out of here first."
Luo Shi pointed at the students scattered across the playground.
"Aren't we going to help them? Medical personnel will come in to rescue them."
"Staying here any longer only increases our risk of poisoning," Chang Xiaoya said calmly. No sooner had they and a small group of unaffected teachers and students left, than wave after wave of rescue teams began pouring in. The explosion's radiation range was extremely extensive, with not a single intact window remaining across several nearby streets. Even the ground suffered massive collapses. Were it not for this explosion, the residents of Yueping City might never have known until their dying day that such enormous caverns existed beneath their city. 20 kilometers away in a small village, the population had dwindled so severely that only 15 households still harbored living souls. Every remaining household sheltered elderly people over 70 who stubbornly refused to relocate. Their children had long since moved to Yueping City nearby, while they stubbornly clung to the old family home, intimidated by the urban life so close at hand, for that was no place with roots, nowhere they could truly belong. Cui Chen actually found this place quite agreeable, with its mountains, waterways and woods, plus 5 or 6 village mutts that could still see his spectral form.
Remote enough that those gifted specialists probably won't come searching here.
The violet specter circled the village several times, stirring the local dogs into frenzied barking as they gave chase. He found it amusing, so he kept teasing the dogs from a height they couldn't reach. If the dogs stopped chasing, he'd twist their ears lightly, just enough to stir the angry mutts into pursuit again. An old man watched the odd canine procession passing his doorstep with unease, murmuring Amitabha Buddha as he firmly shut his door. That dogs could see unclean things invisible to humans was already common knowledge among elderly dog owners. Keeping a dog isn't just for companionship, but more for their utility. When dogs bark in the dead of night, you bundle up in your sheets and wait for the hound to drive away the evil spirits before going back to sleep. But in broad daylight, the old man chanted Amitabha Buddha once more, his wrinkled face filled with fear. The pack of dogs outside dashed about until they panted heavily, yet their barks continued unabated, determined to chase away this unfamiliar person who had trespassed into their territory and kept taunting them. Suddenly, they froze in unison, tongues retracting at the same time, turning their heads to look in the direction of Yueping City.
The oddly human-like wariness on their canine faces held an inexplicable comedic charm.
Cui Chen also turned to look in that direction, but he saw absolutely nothing.
He asked, "What are you all staring at?"
"The pack of dogs, woof."
"Can't understand them, whatever."
Hui Chen floated into the air to survey the village. Where there were people, there were ghosts. He planned to get himself some snacks. But after searching for ages, he discovered this small place didn't have a single ghost in sight. In a place like Bimea town where spirits commonly roam the streets, and after seeing many ordinary ghosts along the way, why is this place suddenly empty? Puzzled, Chui Chen continued floating upward. When he reached nearly a kilometer above the ground, he finally spotted the ghosts. They had gathered in a mountain hollow outside the village, moving in an orderly line. Chapter 29, Descending into the Tomb. Chui Chen would bet his afterlife there was something extraordinary in this mountain hollow, at the very least, some strange ghost lurking about. No wonder the village was completely empty, they must have all been drawn to this place. He rubbed his hands together and dove down toward the concave depression in the middle of the surrounding hills. There was clearly a village just a kilometer away, even a cement road passing nearby. Yet this place showed not the slightest trace of human activity, as if isolated from the world, a forgotten land. Apart from the unusually dense vegetation, there was only this disciplined procession of ghosts moving slowly forward. Chui Chen looked toward the end of the line, where the vegetation completely obscured any clues. If it were truly his own kind feasting, his insatiable appetite would surely have been aroused, yet, to hell with it. Chui Chen puffed his cheeks, devour them all. The line wasn't long, merely a few hundred spirits in total. At his rate of one ghost per bite, the illegal gathering was dispersed in under 10 minutes. When he reached the end of this congregation of spirits, Chui Chen finally noticed something amiss. The rock wall, though pitted and eroded by time, possessed a smoothness unmatched by ordinary mountain stones. Upon closer inspection, one could discern traces of artificial carving. In this godforsaken wilderness, no one would be idle enough to carve a massive rock just to place it here as decoration, especially not when it could attract and gather spirits. Or rather, whatever lay behind it was what drew the ghosts. Therefore, there could only be one truth. Chui Chen pushed up the frames of his non-existent glasses at the bridge of his nose, a confident smirk playing at his lips as he floated forward. Floating, drifting. If it's not in the mountains, could it be underground? Chui Chen found himself in a staring contest with the village mutts as he drifted along the mountainside, inadvertently floating all the way back to the village. First-timers always make mistakes, he encouraged himself, twisting the ear of the most yappy dog until it whimpered in pain. Only then did he retreat contentedly into the mountains. When he reached the cliff face again, this time he descended directly to the ground. Ah buddy, that hawk-like speed of yours has buried itself in the dirt now. After descending about 20 meters, Chui Chen's vision suddenly brightened, his innate ghostly night vision had actually kicked in. The place he'd arrived at turned out to be a brick-paved corridor, with each stone slab on either side engraved with characters Chui Chen couldn't comprehend, or perhaps, incantations. An eerie wind whispering from deeper within the corridor prickled like the breath of some unknown creature. Whoever built this place must have had a peculiar thought process, why else would they install a ventilation system in this sunless underground structure? But if this were some sort of ancient military structure from Longming's past, everything would make sense. Yet whose military installation would place tomb guardian beasts inside? Chui Chen followed the passageway forward until he squeezed through a sealed stone gate, where the snarling, hideous stone beasts on either side confirmed this was undoubtedly a tomb. Clutched in the mouths of both guardian beasts were glowing green orbs the size of adult fists, objects obviously of immense value. Reporting them to the authorities would surely earn him a commendation banner and 500 yuan. Haven't you seen a pig run even if you haven't eaten pork? During his lifetime, Chui Chen had consumed plenty of tomb-raiding films and novels. Things like dragon-searching treasure maps and decade-long packs, he still had some understanding of those tropes. So what does that make me? A filthy thing going underground to find other filthy things? Wonder if some resurrected corpse will pop out when I stumble upon a coffin, Chui Chen joked darkly as he pressed forward. Beyond the stone gate lay another corridor, only this passage was paved with reddish mineral blocks resembling raw cinnabar ore. The carvings on both sides remained incomprehensible, though the characters were now filled with some black substance. Chui Chen's speed increased steadily, and the further he advanced, the more distinct the sound of wind became. Could there possibly be an exit? When he reached the end of the passageway, instead of finding an exit, he discovered a massive underground limestone cave. So we've dug into a limestone cave, that explains the whistling wind sound earlier. The passage ended abruptly here, yet the path continued onward, a brick road paved with raw cinnabar or extended through the cavern. Every 3 meters along this scarlet path stood pitch-black lamp pedestals, their jet-black surfaces swallowing the dim light. Though every inch of this wretched place reeked of the uncanny, Chui Chen's innate since we're already here mentality took firm hold. There was no chance he'd leave without exploring every bizarre corner of this grotesque ancient tomb. Faster, faster, faster still. The purple ghost sped along the highway paved with cinnabar bricks. The scenery along the way wasn't entirely absent, but the stalactites all looked the same without the glow of colored lights. It lacked a certain flair. After advancing forward for another 3 minutes, an artificially carved cavern suddenly appeared ahead. The cinnabar road sloped downward into steep stairs, connecting to an octagonal platform at the bottom resembling a bagua disc. Although the cave across the cavern didn't quite reach its end, there were no more traces of human craftsmanship. This cavern was clearly where the tomb's owner rested. Cui Chen peered down the stairs and spotted a square black coffin placed at each of the 8 directions on the octagonal platform, identical to the ones used by the binding sect to imprison demons and ghosts. At the center lay something wrapped in rusted chains like a silkworm cocoon, with each coffin's head connected to this cocoon by another chain. It was unclear whether the central object restrained the 8 coffins or if the 8 coffins suppressed whatever ghostly thing was inside the cocoon. No ordinary burial would involve coffins chained like this. The octagonal platform gave Cui Chen an unusual feeling, though he detected no trace of anything appetizing from the coffins. So what in this wretched place could possibly attract ghosts to queue up in that mountain hollow? Cui Chen's mind sprouted question marks as he climbed the steps to the octagonal platform. Each coffin exuded an aura of ancient solemnity, having lain silently here through countless centuries. Cui Chen cursed his lack of candles at this moment. Missing the traditional craft scene in films and novels made him slightly irritable. The bare southeastern corner seemed distinctly incomplete. Forget it, open the coffin. Hop, heave. What tomb-opening ability could a ghost possibly have? The only thing he could do was twist and shatter the coffin lid. Almost instantly, the contents of the coffin were laid bare before Cui Chen's eyes. A long decomposed mummy. The mummy's hands were crossed over its chest, its feet also intertwined, maintaining the burial posture it had been placed in. Cui Chen pursed his lips, disappointment welling up inside him that this blind box hadn't yielded the demonic spirit he'd hoped to devour. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Such an old grave, even if there were any unclean spirits, they would have long since dissipated with time. There was no way they'd still be waiting around for him to show up and pop the lid. The sense of loss lasted only a few fleeting seconds before his attention turned back toward the massive chain-bound cocoon at the center. If hunger can't be satisfied, at least curiosity ought to be appeased. Whatever monstrosity was bound inside, Cui Chen was determined to tear it open and taste its flavor. As the metal chains twisted into useless scrap, the thing inside fell to the ground. Still a mummy. Only, this mummy had 2 horns growing from its head. At first glance, it somewhat resembled a little devil from Western hell, but its shriveled skin bore a deathly greenish hue, missing just that certain flair. Chapter 30. It's just an adventure. Such an ugly thing actually required 8 people to be buried with it. Must have been quite important when alive, Cui Chen remarked while sizing up the horned mummy. He left the 7 intact coffins undisturbed, merely giving the vast hollow chamber a thorough glance before retracing his steps back the way he came. Had any grave robbers or archaeologists stumbled upon this place, they'd surely have cursed at the sight of the toppled horned mummy in one conspicuously lidless coffin. But this place holds little significance for ghosts. Once the novelty wears off, it's really nothing special. Back and forth, the delay lasted less than an hour. The old folks in the village hadn't even started cooking lunch yet. A yellow-brown mongrel ran into the returning Cui Chen and immediately unleashed a frenzy of barking. But worse, it bared its teeth and threw itself at him with all its might, eager for a close encounter. 4-eyed iron plate gold used bite, it seems to have no effect. The attack missed, the dog's face scraping a trail in the dirt as the mutt whimpered in pain, its eyes now filled with fear as it stared at the intruder. Cui Chen trembled with amusement. The pitiful howls of the iron-coated golden dog attracted more strays, recreating the spectacle of a pack howling at a ghost. This time Cui Chen didn't dodge, letting them attack as they pleased. After all, they couldn't possibly harm him. They barked, lunged, and snapped their teeth wildly, but after repeated failed attempts, they eventually ignored the terrifying intruder. They'd only growl and bark twice when Cui Chen mischievously twisted their ears or tails. Any other time, they pretended not to see him. In the village, Cui Chen now passed his days sunbathing and teasing dogs, occasionally sneaking out like a thief at night to hunt when his palate craved stimulation. Though loneliness lingered as a ghost, these damn dogs provided him with their own peculiar companionship. So many times he wanted to pet them, only to forget he was already dead, a ghostly hand passing straight through a dog's head. The mountain hollow concealing ancient graves still lured wandering spirits, but never again would there be scenes of spectral crowds queuing up. Only the occasional one or two, having narrowly escaped the predation of purple ghosts, would be drawn here only to be absorbed by some nameless entity. Day by uneventful day slipped quietly past. 10 days had passed since the explosion. The hazardous materials near the blast site had mostly been cleared away. But the terror of the explosion lingered in people's hearts, and most residents still didn't dare return home, feeling it prudent to wait and observe. Of course, the fear that the karst cave might continue collapsing also played a part. Meanwhile, First High School, which had been affected, hadn't officially resumed classes either. Only a small portion of uninjured senior students were temporarily transferred to Second High School for their college entrance exam preparations. During self-study period that evening, in the combined First High class at Second High's campus, 2 boys sitting by the door at the back of the classroom were whispering instead of reviewing their lessons. That Luo Shi and Chang Xiaoya are really close, sticking together all the time between classes. Yuri is the most beautiful thing in the world.
Could they actually be dating? 290+ girls being each other's partners, what a waste that'd be. What's it to you if it's wasteful? Take a piss and look at yourself in it. You don't actually think the reason you can't get a girlfriend is because they're all turning lesbian, do you? Holy shit, has nothing to do with me? Then what about those handsome guys? Good-looking guys naturally have girls chasing after them, since when does that concern your sorry ass? F***CK. On the lecture platform, the teacher supervising evening self-study had chilling light reflecting off her glasses as she shot the two misbehaving students a wrathful glare worthy of the feud Omayu. Ahem. Some people, if you're not going to study yourself, at least don't disturb others. This classic remark instantly silenced the mosquito-like murmurs in the classroom. The two boys shut their mouths temporarily, but couldn't endure the silence for long. So the pockmarked boy with the crew cut on the left tore a page from his chemistry notebook, drew a tic-tac-toe grid, marked an X in the top right corner, and passed it to his black-framed glasses-wearing deskmate. After several rounds, both sides had their wins and losses. But at some point, the tic-tac-toe on paper turned into a chat window. Between the grid lines of the paper, their conversation shifted from games to global affairs, from girls to world history. In the end, I heard the lockdown near campus was lifted yesterday. Want to go check it out after evening study hall? It's already 10 p.m. after night study. What's the point of going there? Might as well go home and play with my phone for a while. You're chickening out. I just think it's boring. You're scared. Gutless bastard. Fine, let's go then. Time crawled until 9:50 p.m. when the evening self-study bell rang right on schedule. The crew-cut pockmarked guy and the bespectacled dude mounted their bicycles, racing like the wind toward number 1 high school. When they arrived at the street where the explosion had occurred, they were surprised to find that there were actually other people besides themselves who had come to this place. And judging by those red and black school uniforms, they're definitely from number 2 high school. Are they trying to enter the cave? That's way too daring. The bespectacled boy leaned his bicycle against a utility pole and adjusted his slipping glasses. The pockmarked guy with a buzz cut carelessly kicked down his bike stand and said eagerly, "Bowen, shall we check it out too? What if it collapses again after we go down there?" The bespectacled guy worried. "Quit being such a pussy. What are the odds of a second fuel truck blowing up over our heads? This shit's way more exciting than staring at phones, ain't it?" Without giving his bespectacled friend time to hesitate, the buzzcut guy threw an arm around his neck and forcibly dragged him into the collapsed sinkhole. The main road slanted downward in a perfect slope leading into the limestone cave. Although the group of high school students had advanced some distance ahead, the two followers could still catch the faint glow of their phone flashlights. Strangers or not, the sheer number of people noticeably eased the bespectacled young man's fear. "Holy shit, this place is way bigger underground. This stalactite looks nearly identical to my junk, 9 parts out of 10 similar," exclaimed the pockmarked boy with a crew cut, his awe so intense it seemed to diminish the prominence of his facial blemishes. He shoved his phone into his friend's hand while gripping the peculiarly shaped stalactite. "Quick, take a photo of me with my dick twin," he demanded. The bespectacled man sighed helplessly but still helped him take the group photo. With a click of the shutter, the two continued moving deeper inside. The darkness within the limestone cave was overwhelmingly profound for ordinary people, forcing the high school student leading the way to slow their pace. The scattered flashlight beams seemed utterly insignificant against such consuming darkness. Just as they were about to turn back, the off-key singing from behind drove away the invisible fear from the darkness. "Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down." The burly, pockmarked man sang at the top of his lungs as if the cave was his own bedroom. Smiles blossomed across every explorer's face at number 2 middle school. One girl even started playing accompaniment for him. Chapter 31, One Photo Costs a Life. As the fraudulent little tune ended, sparse applause echoed through the limestone cave. The cave's acoustics actually gave it a rather grand atmosphere. "My humble performance deserves no praise," the pockmarked crew-cut guy modestly bowed in thanks. The bespectacled man would have given anything to leave right then. Standing next to this absolute clown was excruciatingly embarrassing. The entire cavern owed him a goddamn 3-bedroom apartment worth of personal space. "Your first high school sure has some fancy tricks up its sleeve." The girl who had helped with the accompaniment earlier spoke up, her voice ethereal and melodious, her words crisp and clear, making the buzzcut pockmarked guy tense up with an expression reminiscent of the statue of David. With a hint of a smirk, the girl's companion continued, "Not bad, except it's kinda lame." Unfazed, the buzzcut pockmarked guy rubbed his nearly bald head and said, "You guys planning to keep going? If so, we could team up." The deep, bubbling voice sent shivers down everyone's spines. Even the bespectacled man who'd known him for years couldn't fathom what anatomical part this damned bastard was using to produce such sounds. "Let's keep moving." The de facto leader of Second High's little clique spoke up, accepting the pockmarked buzzcut guy's invitation to team up. Buzzcut Pockmark had instinctively disliked this person, not because of anything they'd said or done, but he is exactly my ideal type. How could such a magnificent face belong to someone else?
The group continued moving forward through the karst cave. With the addition of the pockmarked man with the buzz cut, the team became much livelier. Amid the cheerful atmosphere, they trekked quite a further distance. At that moment, the shortest guy in the team glanced at his phone screen, saw it was already 11:30, and suggested, "Why don't we head back? There's not even a single bat here, nothing but stalactites everywhere. Nothing left worth exploring." Then, holy shit! The buzzcut guy with a pockmarked face was about to agree, but the sudden, overwhelming darkness that flooded his vision made him gasp in awe and quicken his pace. It was a massive pit. He lay prone at the edge, stretching his arm downward, straining to direct the flashlight's beam toward the bottom. There's something at the bottom of the pit, but the light from the phone's flashlight isn't strong enough to fully illuminate it. Those few dark clumps remain indistinct no matter how hard we stare. Look over there, seems like there's a staircase. The group's leader raised his phone to shine light across the pit, revealing steep yet straight crimson stairs descending into the darkness below. Looks like we can loop around to the other side via those stalactites. The bespectacled guy pointed out his discovery. A group of students exchanged glances, led by the pockmarked boy with a crew cut, embarking on this unexpected adventure. Could this be an ancient tomb? Possibly. If we take something out from here, we'd strike it rich. And where exactly would you fence the loot? Surveillance cameras are everywhere outside. This place will inevitably be exposed. If you really take anything, you'll be dining behind bars soon enough. Are we really going down there? It's so steep. I'm kinda scared. The guy with the crew cut and pockmarked face stood shoulder to shoulder with Second High's ringleader on the steps. They peered into the pitch-black abyss of the pit, then simultaneously turned to look at each other. Now that we're here, you'll regret not joining the package. They charged ahead, like old cowboys riding together into the sunset in a western. After some hesitation, the others chose to follow suit. Staying outside the pit under these circumstances would have been somewhat antisocial. The pockmarked buzzcut guy who'd been ahead of everyone else and the backbone of Second High School stood dumbfounded on the final step. What lay before them was beyond shocking for students who spent their days drowning in textbooks. 8 coffins were placed at the 8 corners, the ground covered in pitch-black runes. At the center atop a twisted mass lay a peculiarly shaped corpse. "Holy moly," muttered the bespectacled boy as he descended, his trembling hands failing repeatedly to push his black-framed glasses back up. He patted the spiky-haired, pockmarked boy's shoulder. "Quit staring, keep moving forward. What are you rushing for? Why don't you go first? I'm scared." The crew-cut pockmarked guy paused, his Adam's apple bobbing, before spitting out one word, "Badass." He glanced at the backbone of Second High who was hesitating beside him, gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, and strode forward. As he passed the first coffin, he remarked, "Why doesn't this coffin have a lid?" The crowd craned their necks to look. Inside lay a grotesque, desiccated corpse. HSSSS. The air in the pit instantly grew thinner. The bespectacled man with black frames was the first to look away, stealthily reaching down to touch between his legs when no one was looking. Seemed like that little head had retracted slightly inward. "Looks like someone got here before us. They've already cleaned out all the burial goods from the coffin, leaving just an old stiff." The crew-cut pockmarked man mustered his courage to reach toward the mummy, giving its stone-like cheek a quick poke before jerking his hand back. "Damn, that's cold. You've got nerves of steel." The girl with the pleasant voice swallowed hard and hid half of her body behind the backbone of number 2 high school. Bowen, come take a group photo of me with this old fossil here." The crew-cut guy with pockmarked face handed his phone to the man wearing black-rimmed glasses, then leaned over the coffin next to the mummy and flashed a peace sign. "Crack! At least we got a group photo coming down here. There's another thing over there without even a coffin. Bowen, come help me snap a couple with it." "Damn, what an eyesore." The buzzcut, pockmarked man put on a tough front as he stepped toward the horned mummy. His fingertip brushed the sharp horn on the left side of its head, and as it skimmed the tip, 2 drops of blood instantly splattered. "Whoa, this ornament's got some edge to it. Hold still, don't move. Once we finish taking the photo, let's get out of here quickly. This place gives me the creeps." The crew-cut pockmarked face pressed cheek to cheek with the long-horned mummy corpse, both flashing their signature victory signs. "Cheese. Crack." The guy with black-rimmed glasses lowered his phone as an icy chill shot up from his soul straight to the crown of his head. The long-horned mummy in that photograph had opened its eyes. Xin Rongchi, that thing, it seems to have opened its eyes? An overwhelming dread circulated through everyone at the bottom of the pit. As they helped illuminate the scene, the gruesome sight of the mummy's open eyes was burned indelibly into their memories. "What?" The pockmarked man with the crew cut hadn't even processed what was happening when excruciating pain in his throat overwhelmed every thought. The longhorn mummy's razor-sharp fangs, sealed for centuries, snapped shut, biting clean through both the crew-cut man's throat and spine. Torrents of blood gushed forth, drenching the desiccated corpse's surface. The crew-cut man's head lolled grotesquely, connected to his body by nothing more than a thin flap of skin. These sheltered children from their ivory towers had never witnessed such carnage before. They stood frozen in utter horror. The living person who'd just been chatting and joking with them was so fragile, the candle of life extinguished in an instant. "Ah, The girl with the pleasant voice screamed at the top of her lungs, scrambling up the steps on all fours. Thanks to that shriek, everyone else realized it was time to run. The guy with black-rimmed glasses missed his footing just as he reached the stairs. Behind him, the creature that had killed the pockmarked buzzcut man came charging at full speed. The sound of something tearing through the air echoed through the cavern. Tears and snot appeared before the excruciating pain did. Bowen cursed loudly, "Xin Ronchi, I'll fuck your." The last mother of his life never made it past his lips before his consciousness sank into chaos. The ghost trapped in the old corpse manipulated the body to stand again. Even without a head, it was determined to vent its fury and resentment upon the world. The ghastly creature with horns upon its brow and claws at its limbs emerged once more into the light of day. Chapter 32, The Headless Corpse. In a modest two-bedroom apartment not far from Yueping City's second high school, the white-haired girl, Luoshi, sat cross-legged on the living room sofa, blissfully indulging in her best friend's attentive care. Steam rose amidst the humming of electrical appliances as Chang Xiaoya couldn't resist playing with that tuft of white hair, wishing this moment could last forever. Yet no matter how much she adored it, she couldn't keep fiddling forever. The little creature in her arms wasn't her toy. Chang Xiaoya bent down to deeply inhale the scent of Luoshi's hair. The jasmine fragrance from the shampoo was intoxicating as she reluctantly put down the hairdryer, all dry. "Your turn to blow dry mine." "Mei-chan," Luoshi responded, taking the hairdryer before kneeling on the sofa to repeat her dear friend's actions. Chang Xiaoya was much taller than her, making it impossible to fully dry every strand of hair while sitting. Only a kneeling position would do. Their arms and thighs occasionally brushed against each other, and Chang Xiaoya would deliberately lean back slightly to allow for more skin-to-skin contact. Feeling the warmth and softness of her best friend's thighs, she couldn't help but murmur, "Hee, these legs could keep me entertained for a lifetime." "What?" The hairdryer was rather loud, so Luoshi didn't catch what was said. Pausing her movements, she tilted her head and asked for clarification. Chang Xiaoya followed her heart and stammered, "I said focusing on the same spot for so long was frying my brain." "You should have said so earlier." Due to the oil tanker explosion incident forcing them into temporary cohabitation, with perfect timing and favorable conditions aligning, the timid, chicken-hearted, Xiaoya still didn't dare take real action. She could only fantasize privately, imagining Luoshi in every possible position. That day, Luoshi's confession-like statement initially made Chang Xiaoya feel confident, but during their date, she asked her, "How do you see me?" Yet the reply she got was, "The best bestie in the whole world." "Yes, you treat me as a best friend, but I want. When will Cui Chen come by again to help set things up once more?" Chang Xiaoya rubbed her knee, fantasizing about that lonely, pitiful, yet extremely gluttonous ghost making another unintentional move that could help her win over her dearest friend. On the night of the explosion, the Special Administration Bureau cancelled its liquidation plan for Cui Chen. She had intended to share this unprecedented news with him to facilitate their conspiracy against Luoshi, yet she simply couldn't encounter the ghost himself, so the matter remained buried in her heart. "Luoshi, where do you think Cui Chen is now?" Chang Xiaoya asked absent-mindedly. Luoshi twirled her finger in Chang Xiaoya's hair, thought for a long moment, then replied, "Hiding." "Chang Xiaoya, as if I didn't know that already? Your hair's dry now. Go to bed. Don't stay up too late or you'll be sluggish again tomorrow." No problem, Mother Luo." The girls entered their rooms, and this night seemed no different from any other. Free from the disturbances of ghosts and nightmares, Luoshi fell asleep almost as soon as her head touched the pillow. The soft sound of her snoring flowed quietly through the room, and the serene expression on the girl's sleeping face proved she was enjoying a beautiful dream. But in the neighboring room, Chang Xiaoya couldn't find rest. Tossing and turning on the large bed, she tangled the sheets into crumpled mess, flipping restlessly as she felt something just wasn't right. Was there a little white-haired creature missing from my arms? Though that's not entirely wrong to say. But what's with this inexplicable uneasiness? Unable to sleep, I simply grabbed my phone from the bedside table. The deeper the night grew, drowsiness would surely come eventually. Why do I feel more awake the more I scroll? Chang Xiaoya sprung up from bed like a carp leaping out of water and hurled her phone at the pillow with all her might. The phone in its pink fluffy case spun 4 full rotations through the air before landing perfectly in the center of the pillow. Scratching her head furiously, Chang Xiaoya wailed in despair, "I promised Luoshi I'd go to bed early, it's already 3 a.m. Suddenly, a bizarre pair came into her peripheral vision. Upon closer look, it was actually a headless monstrosity chasing a slick-haired young man. Something's wrong, 100% absolutely wrong. Chang Xiaoya's expression steadied instantly as she tore off her bronze cross earring and charged through the door. Luoshi was also startled awake by the 2 consecutive slamming doors. Rubbing her eyes, she crawled up and peered through the window, only to discover Chang Xiaoya in her sky-blue pajamas had already dashed downstairs. "Be careful, that thing isn't right." The slick-haired young man, seeing reinforcements arrive, immediately shouted a warning. Having tangled with this headless corpse along the way, he understood its eerie nature all too well. Chen Xiaoya nodded to him, then pinched the bronze earring between her right index and middle fingers before suddenly throwing a clenched fist punch. The bronze earring remained embedded 1 palm's width above the breastbone of the headless corpse. Yet that precise spot marked the third eye position where the ghost controlling the corpse resided. The slick-haired youth swore this was the cleanest takedown he'd ever witnessed in his life. A single punch retracted, and the aberration was instantly pinned in place by some mysterious artifact. The entire sequence took less than 2 seconds. Given her youthful appearance, she must be quite young, truly deserving to be called a genius. He performed a customary salute used among peers of extraordinary talent and said clearly, "Li fucking of the binding vessel lineage, thank you for the rescue." Chen Xiaoya of the spirit-quelling lineage, she returned the gesture, glancing at the headless corpse still standing defiantly.
"What's the deal with this thing? Why's it missing a head? Did you do it?" "No clue. It was already headless when I ran into it."
Li fucking approached the headless corpse and pointed at several puncture wounds on its chest, visibly shaken.
"Bullets were useless. Yellow and blue talismans could barely suppress it for a few seconds. If not for your contraption, it'd probably still be chasing me. And these things? I've already spotted several of them in the Western District.
Their physical capabilities are nearly at the limits of ordinary humans, and they're constantly attacking every living person they can see by physically twisting necks. Just from what I know, there've already been 5 victims."
"There's more than one of those things?" Chen Xiaoya gasped, her brow deeply furrowed. "What about the abnormal management office? What do they say?"
"Not a word," Li fucking sighed, expressing dissatisfaction with the inactive authorities, then turned his gaze back to the bronze earring.
"How many of these do you have?" "Just this one."
Neither Chen Xiaoya nor Li fucking spoke first, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension.
After a moment, Li fucking's expression turned icy as she asked, "Do you have a knife?" Chen Xiaoya, bewildered, took a step back. "What do you want to do?" "Dismember the body." Dismemberment was indeed a good solution.
Without most of its body, this headless corpse that could only attack through physical means would find it nearly impossible to harm anyone again. Once the bronze earring on the ghost controlling the corpse's forehead was removed, they'd have another one to deal with.
Chen Xiaoya gestured toward the 2-bedroom apartment upstairs with her chin. "All we have is a fruit knife." Li fucking nodded. "A fruit knife will do just fine." Chapter 33. The city turns transparent. The inheritor of the restraint lineage took a deep breath, hoisted the headless corpse onto his shoulder, then turned to Chen Xiaoya and asked, "Which way up?" "Follow me."
Chen Xiaoya turned and headed upstairs. Meanwhile, although Luo Shi hiding behind the window couldn't hear their conversation clearly, it appeared the unfamiliar man belonged to the same kind as Chen Xiaoya. They were all extraordinary individuals who voluntarily stood up to fight against malevolent supernatural beings. In less than half a minute, the door to the 2-bedroom apartment was knocked.
Chen Xiaoya had rushed downstairs too hastily to bring her keys.
The consequence of not bringing keys was that when Luo Shi opened the door for them, she nearly fainted from fright at the sight of the headless corpse. A headless corpse with a ghostly head perched atop its empty neck, who wouldn't shiver in fright upon seeing such a sight? Fortunately, having seen so much before, she recovered rather quickly.
"Go back to your bedroom. Don't open the windows or the door, and from now on, don't respond to anyone knocking." For once, Chen Xiaoya's tone carried an unusual sternness when addressing her. Luo Shi naturally complied obediently.
If she were truly required to participate in this grand dismemberment ceremony, this girl would undoubtedly drop dead in the living room with a crack. Seeing her close friend return to the bedroom, Chen Xiaoya tossed the small fruit knife they usually used to Li fucking. The descendant of the spirit subduers stood by the corpse with arms crossed, frowning as she watched the heir of the binding quality employ dismemberment techniques more efficient than a butcher's slaughtering pigs.
"Your technique, does the binding quality lineage actually teach this stuff?"
The hairs on Chen Xiaoya's neck stood on end. "Since you're this skilled, why didn't you dismember it outside earlier?" A not particularly sharp fruit knife danced back and forth between the joints without encountering the slightest resistance. This was nothing short of the art of dismemberment. Li fucking smiled, using the fruit knife to pry open one of the headless corpse's arms. "I figured this out by studying those harmful monsters myself.
As long as you don't kill them outright with a headshot, they usually won't reveal their true forms.
3 shots to shatter the spine, and then you can work freely. As for why I didn't dismember them outside, they'd thrash around, and I didn't have the right tools on hand."
Chen Xiaoya nodded.
For those with extraordinary abilities, no cruelty toward monstrous creatures that harm humans would ever invite criticism. She examined the severed neck of the headless corpse, crouching down to pinch a bit of flesh with her fingers, then said gravely, "It looks like something bit the head clean off."
"There are still teeth marks here." Li fucking let out a derisive snort and sneered. "Probably some ignorant demon dug up some evil inheritance from the earth. Those inherently wicked aberrations, I'll cleanse every last one of them sooner or later."
"If that's really the case, can you get your hands on something with more firepower?"
Chen Xiaoya asked, eyeing the pistol tucked at his waist.
When dealing with spirits, monsters, and demons, things that live, caliber always represents justice.
But unfortunately, suppression spirits isn't exactly their specialty. I've got a 20mm anti-material rifle back at my place. That might work. Wait a minute. Chung Xiaoya came to her senses and stammered in disbelief. Say that again, what caliber did you say? 20mm anti-material rifle, any problem with that? As Li fucking watched the corpse finish crumbling, she flicked the blood off her fruit knife and casually tucked it into her pocket before pulling the bronze earring from the ghost's forehead and handing it to Chung Xiaoya. Using the thing to fight monsters, wouldn't it be overkill? Cheng Xiaoya dumbly took the earring, her eyes still brimming with astonishment. Li fucking kicked at the scattered corpse pieces scattered across the floor, speaking with morbid delight. Don't you think there's a sense of achievement in blasting monsters into minced meat with one shot? Those shreds flying everywhere are like blazing flowers blooming gloriously in every season. I think you should get your head checked, Chung Xiaoya retorted flatly, glancing towards Luoshi's bedroom door before continuing. Will a fruit knife be enough? Any knife will do, Li fucking said confidently. As long as you can pin down those headless corpses, I can dismember their limbs in under 10 seconds. Then why did you have to chop this corpse into so many pieces? You've littered my entire living room with them. Cheng Xiaoya was displeased. The floor covered in dismembered corpse parts looked like a nightmare to clean. Li fucking scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Couldn't help myself. The descendant of spirit subduers and the inheritor of binding arts teamed up to begin hunting the headless corpses roaming the city. Beyond them, many more gifted individuals with extraordinary abilities joined the fight against the unnatural. At first, the skilled individuals were frustrated by how ineffective traditional weapons and small-caliber firearms were against the headless corpses, but before long, they discovered that simply severing their limbs could halt their movements. Severed arms and legs began appearing in every corner of the city, yet the number of headless corpses didn't decrease, instead, it increased rapidly. The specialists soon realized there was a true source actively hunting living people in their sleep, and its speed far outpaced their efforts to combat the headless corpses. Without subduing this source, an endless supply of headless corpses was inevitable. The Yueping City Anomaly Management Bureau promptly reported this intelligence to the Central Anomaly Administration, yet the latter merely dispatched local supernatural experts from neighboring cities to assist, indicating higher authorities appeared to treat this incident as a routine case of mass supernatural harm. The first to arrive in support was the faint glow of dawn. Bathed in the rising eastern sunlight, all the headless corpses with intact limbs collapsed motionless. The ghosts controlling them abandoned the bodies, becoming indistinguishable from ordinary spirits, dazed, bewildered, whimpering as they wander. The first thought of those with unusual abilities was, someone had dealt with the source of the dark arts, hence these anomalies returning to normal. Then they immediately began frantically cleaning up severed limbs and corpses. Too many had died this night, the headless bodies throughout the city and their victims with snapped necks likely numbered no less than 1,000. How to clean up all the corpses before the entire city wakes up? Absolutely impossible. Exposure is inevitable. What the authorities must do now is silence the endless chatter of Yueping citizens in this age of rapid information flow. The solution is simple. Target the ID cards of Yueping residents, making all their online posts completely invisible. As long as their IP shows they're from Yueping, no message, no matter what it contains, can be seen by anyone but themselves. Why did large numbers of corpses appear overnight on Yueping streets? Sink. When I woke up this morning, my family was reduced to just heads on the bed. I'm breaking down. Netizens, please teach me what to do. Sink. Dead people, so many dead people on the streets. Hope this dense code will let me post this? Sink. Let all information related to Yueping be drowned. This isn't the first time the authorities have done such a thing. More than one city has faded into transparency on the internet. If this were ancient times when information scarcely traveled, they wouldn't even have needed to go through such trouble. Go ahead, spread it however you like. After spreading and spreading, it turned into just another generic supernatural tale. The collection of corpses lasted for several hours, and during this process, people gradually discovered the severed heads of those headless bodies. They had merely had their necks bitten off by the so-called source, with their terrified expressions still frozen on the heads left behind at the scenes of death. The entire city was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Grieving citizens surrounded the municipal government and police stations, demanding official answers. Grassroots police officers and civil servants had no idea how to respond, and their superiors remained silent despite their inquiries. The higher-ups in Yueping City who had some knowledge of the situation weren't unwilling to calm the citizens, it's just that strict orders from above had left them with little room to maneuver. The existence of supernatural beings and individuals with extraordinary abilities cannot be made public at the very least. Long Mingkai must not be the one to disclose it. Nations around the world are waiting to see who will be the first to expose the explosive truth. Only after that can they gradually reveal the facts within their own borders. Chapter 34, Let's go home, okay? At Yueping City's number 2 high school, an absence was recorded for the first time in the integrated class of number 1 high school. The usually inseparable duo vanished simultaneously on such an eerie day, and everyone assumed they had met with misfortune. Gazing at the two empty desks,
The students who had survived the oil tanker explosion couldn't help feeling sorrowful. Cheng Xiaoya propped her tilted head on her left hand, while the black cartoon-patterned pen in her right finger spun so fast it became a blur. Her phone, which she'd always secretly used under the desk, now lay openly atop her textbook. The teacher only reminded her to tone it down when he noticed. For those frightened by the corpse parts, being able to distract themselves with phones was already no small relief. There was no need to confiscate their devices and leave them haunted by the bloody horror from the streets in their memories. As a participant in last night's hunt for the headless corpses, Cheng Xiaoya was naturally unfazed by such scenes. She was simply waiting for the Paranormal Control Office to release news about the origin of those headless corpses. Last night, she and Li Fucking had worked together to dismember at least 30 headless corpses. But the moment the sun rose, those things deflated like balloons, and the ghosts controlling the corpses regained their normal state. She'd rather believe it was because of the sun than that the source had been dealt with. Before the official announcement from the Special Administration Bureau came out, Cheng Xiaoya absolutely refused to believe the source was dead. Noticing the exhaustion between her best friend's brows, Luoshi said with concern, "Why don't you lie down and rest for a bit? The teacher won't mind." Cheng Xiaoya's eyes darted briefly before she smiled at Luoshi, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her friend's ear. "You didn't sleep well in the latter half of the night either, did you? You were still shivering under the covers when I came back. Why didn't you sleep?" "I can't sleep, keep thinking about those things." "Neither do I." Time slowly passed, and the teachers at the podium changed one after another. When the last afternoon class bell rang, the temporary homeroom teacher of the combined class entered at that moment and announced today's evening self-study session was cancelled. In the past, the students would have already started cheering, but now they just silently packed their things, not uttering a word. After the oil tanker explosion incident, the students of number 1 high school understood that rest time gained from disaster wasn't so easy to endure. Like tonight, they'd probably recall those severed limbs when trying to sleep. Cheng Xiaoya and Luoshi walked shoulder to shoulder on their way back to their 2-bedroom apartment, the street corners still stained with uncleaned blood splatters. A faint foul smell still lingered in the air, nauseating to the nostrils. Cheng Xiaoya waited all day without receiving any notice from the Special Management Office. Watching the sun about to sink below the horizon, an overwhelming unease rose within her once more. Something might happen again after nightfall. Enough people had died last night, and tonight. She shook her head, unwilling to speculate any further. Luoshi squeezed the back of her hand. "Still worried?" Cheng Xiaoya nodded slightly, pressing her free left hand against her brow as she sighed. "Something is definitely going to happen after sunset. I feel many more people will die." Luoshi's eyebrows knitted tightly together. Being unable to share the burden with her childhood best friend left an uncomfortable ache in her heart. Watching the complex emotions flicker across Cheng Xiaoya's face, Luoshi hesitated for a long moment before finally forcing out the words, "Let's go back to Bai Temple. We'll take a few days off and return when it's safe." The setting sun bathed Luoshi in a golden glow, her white hair shimmering like an angel descended from heaven. Cheng Xiaoya's breath caught for a fleeting moment before she shook her head with a helpless wry smile. "But Pinghua City still has so many ordinary. Then why bother about them?" Luoshi stepped forward, cradling that despondent face in her hands as she spoke earnestly. "A wise man doesn't stand under dangerous walls. But a saint should embrace benevolence. You're no saint, what's wrong with being a little selfish? Must people like you always throw yourselves into the fire for others, no matter the cost?" Luoshi pursed her lips, her shimmering eyes brimming with unshed tears. In all these years, she had only seen fear on Cheng Xiaoya's face twice, once now. Another time was when I encountered Chuichen during the medical checkup. Cheng Xiaoya knew how terrifying Chuichen was, and she was also well aware of just how troublesome the source of the headless corpse could be. Luoshi could tell that Cheng Xiaoya only showed fear when facing opponents she was powerless against. Fearful of death and injury. She was just a student not yet 19, why should she risk life and limb for ordinary people? Why couldn't she live for herself? Leave saving the world to those high schoolers in neon-lit Japan next door. "Let's go back to White Temple, alright?" Luoshi sniffled, her ruby-like eyes reflecting Cheng Xiaoya's silent face. "Okay." The massive boulder weighing on her heart shattered completely with that single word. Cheng Xiaoya had never felt so lighthearted before. Even the lingering unease that had perpetually haunted her dissipated significantly. "No shuttle buses at this hour anymore. Let's take a taxi back. Just message the teacher about taking leave. Worst case, we'll take the college entrance exams on our own." Cheng Xiaoya ruffled Luoshi's hair as she hailed a passing cab. The taxi driver was a scruffy, middle-aged man with stubble. He glanced at the rearview mirror before fixing his eyes straight ahead, his gaze never lingering on his passenger's beauty. "Where to, ladies?" "Buy me a town," Luoshi replied, rubbing her eyes. "Buy me a town?" The driver repeated the name slowly, searching it on the car's GPS before clicking his tongue and curling his lip. "That's a bit far, but we should make it by 8:30. Should we agree on a fixed fare or go by the meter?" "Just use the meter," Cheng Xiaoya said from the back seat, casually crossing her legs as she idly played with Luoshi's left front paw.
Navigation started. Please proceed west along the current road. Want some honey? Chui-chan pointed at a beehive nestled in the mountain hollow and looked down at the several stray dogs wagging their tails behind him.
After spending so much time together, these stray dogs had come to regard him as one of their own, and occasionally accepted treats from him without hesitation.
The brawny iron-wrapped golden retriever with 4 eyes beside Chui-chan took a step forward. Woof! His booming voice, resonating power and lingering echoes, truly bore the majestic bearing of a true hound king. Thus, the beehive perched atop the treetop met with utter annihilation. The swarm of bees turned to fragments, the entire honeycomb plummeted to the ground, pitifully torn apart by a pack of dogs. These damned mutts usually only get table scraps from their owners. When have they ever tasted such delicacies? Their tails wagged furiously as slurping sounds rose and fell in constant rhythm. The purple ghost watching nearby grew envious seeing them feast with such gusto. Raising his gaze toward the mountain pass, he saw the violet crescent moon extinguishing the sun's final rays. I haven't been out hunting for food in days. Chapter 35, the party begins. Ghosts are an endless supply given time, they'll keep emerging from the daily deaths of people. While rare delicacies like demonic ghosts are hard to come by, grabbing some ordinary spirits for a quick snack is downright simple. The stray dogs knew their way back to the village and didn't need much attention. With a swipe at his mouth, Chui-chan floated upwards and vanished into the wilderness, never to return. They called us in to support Yueping City with an urgent notice, but by the time we got here, they'd already solved the problem themselves. Total waste of time. At a roadside barbecue stall in Yueping's urban district, a burly man who just finished a bottle of beer grabbed a skewer of leeks, his expression resigned. He took a bite of the entire bunch of leeks in one go, chewing while cursing. Damn it, all we've been doing is cleaning up corpses. I still stink of it. The skewer stall owner brought over a plate of chicken wings sprinkled generously with chili flakes. Shaking his head at the complaint, he said, at least that's just heavy lifting. Last night, we had to dismember those things, exhausting work. The blood on the cleaver handle wouldn't even come off with a steel scrubber. Cleaver handle. Wait. What the hell did you use to chop the food? The burly man paused mid-chew, suddenly tasting a metallic tang of blood in his mouth. Customers at the other tables turned to stare, their faces full of horror, unsure whether to swallow or spit out what was already in their mouths. The boss wiped his hands on his apron, adding new hues to the already colorful ham. I have 3 knives. The diners all relaxed and continued eating and drinking as usual. The boss sighed in relief as he returned behind the grill, keeping the second half of his sentence to himself. One was chipped, and another was knocked away by a headless corpse. The barbecue stall packed with gifted individuals buzzed with energy, all out-of-town volunteers who had gathered in groups at the only food stand still bold enough to operate at night after the recent incidents. If the stall owner hadn't been one of their own kind, these folks would have had nowhere to grill skewers tonight. Glasses clinked as grievances flowed. When off duty, they weren't so different from regular people after all. These past few months have been ridiculously chaotic, running around non-stop, with subsidies barely covering the emotional distress fees. Damn right. When they were digging that metro in Weicheng, they unearthed a rock that turned into a monster. RPGs couldn't even scratch it. The thing nearly beat me to death. Animated inanimate objects are tough enough, let alone one that's become a full-fledged demon. So how'd you handle it afterward? That thing wasn't too bright after being buried so long. Led it to an uninhabited zone and called in a favor tank from neighboring military district. Single armor-piercing shell turned it to dust. Hey, wasn't Ghost 002 the one marked for termination then pardoned, supposed to be in Yueping City? Boss, you ever seen it? The barbecue stall owner's sweat dripped onto the grill with a sizzle as his hands kept turning the skewers that weren't fully cooked yet. Without looking up, he said, I run a legitimate business. Why would I go looking for those things if there's nothing wrong? Is that so? What's so special about this demon ghost that the liquidation was initiated and then cancelled? TSK, could it be someone's ancestor when it was alive? Who knows? It's the same with that number 001 in Anjing, harming people in broad daylight, yet the liquidation got cancelled with no details revealed. 2 vicious ghosts that harmed people can get legal identities now. The times really have changed. Things are still fine domestically. My son just returned from Maple, China last month. The bloodline descendants over there have already started demanding land from the government. Something tells me it won't be more than a few years before. Wait, what the hell is that thing standing under the streetlight over there? The group of extraordinary individuals at the barbecue stall turned to look. Beneath the street lamp at the distant crossroads, a greenish humanoid figure with twin horns had appeared unnoticed. It stood motionless, its massive frame radiating palpable menace that made everyone's hearts tighten. Hands instinctively reached for their weapons of choice. Without weapons on hand, they'd simply smash a beer bottle and grip the broken neck as a makeshift weapon. No one used special tools or talismans. The thing confronting them cast a clear shadow beneath its feet. A corporeal humanoid anomaly. It's a demon. Who's got good aim? Shoot it twice first. I'll do it. A woman with a ponytail propped one foot on the table, raised her pistol, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Flames licked the air as a fierce wind howled. The emerald green creature traversed hundreds of meters in an instant, snatching the bullet midair the moment it left the barrel. The barbecue stall was smashed to pieces, splinters of wooden tables and chairs flying everywhere, yet miraculously, no one was hurt. The creature stood over 3 meters tall, its corded muscles rippling beneath its hide. A pair of 2-foot-long horns glinted with a terrifying chill as it pinched the bullet between its fingers, amusement playing across its face. Before the assembled warriors could react, they saw its lips part once more. Pathetic tricks. Has the legacy in your bloodlines truly declined so far? Its gaze locked onto the woman, its massive frame briefly glitching like a corrupted video frame. A dull thud sounded as the woman's head rolled to the curb. A familiar scent. If I recall correctly, this should be the Ripple lineage. Their bloodline has survived after all. The cyan-hued monster, only interested in the necks of the living, licked its lips and grew slightly larger. Its vicious gaze then swept across the crowd, lingering on each exposed throat. The headless corpse didn't collapse. Instead, controlled by the woman's vengeful spirit, it lurched toward a nearby house. A person with extraordinary abilities in their 30s already has a physique far stronger than ordinary people, yet it's still nowhere near the peak limit reached when nearing old age and death. However, when dealing with ordinary people, it would still result in a one-sided massacre. Moreover, the headless corpse knows no fear of death. The headless corpse, this thing is the source. It hasn't been dealt with yet, the barbecue stall owner shouted coldly, his voice filled with disbelief. God damn it. Wasn't this supposed to be resolved already? What kind of incompetence are you Ping City people? Someone snapped back to their senses and frantically squeezed the trigger of their firearm. Ting, ting, ting. The metallic clangs rang out endlessly, the bullets weren't impacting living flesh. What stood among them seemed more like an indestructible wall of tempered bronze. Parlor tricks forsaking fundamentals. The emerald monster's figure began frame dropping again. Thud. The second headless corpse appears. The shooter's abandoned corpse discarded its firearm, rushing at full speed toward another residence. The next second, the emerald green monstrosity materialized 100 meters away. The barbecue stall was scattered with dozens of headless bodies. In his final moment before death, the stall owner realized the lagging frames weren't due to slow motion, but because the speed exceeded the observation limit of ordinary people like him with special bloodlines. The owner's severed head moved its lips in a final, soundless word. His lifeless eyes reflected the image of his own headless corpse. The bluish-green monstrosity strolled leisurely down the center of the road. None of those talented specialists from earlier had been what it sought. It murmured to itself, where have Jinling and Juiwei gone? In the residential buildings near the barbecue stall, headless corpses of those gifted specialists were clearing out every living being they could detect. Their method of cleanup was simple, making them just like themselves. The headless corpse of the barbecue stall owner tore off a mother's head before her own daughter's eyes. The severed head, trailing half a spine, carved a bloody arc through the air, splattering droplets of blood into the eyes of the still living witnesses. The motherless girl forgot to blink. Terror overrode instinct, even as she knew she might be next. Each freshly headless ordinary person became a new headless corpse. They joined this dead man's revelry, following their inviter to coax more living souls into joining the party. Chapter 36, You come down, you come up. Wow, never thought I'd catch one of these at a highway rest stop. Munch this flavor, definitely a weirdo ghost. Chui Chen, who had been hunting wild ghosts all the way to the highway, heartily scurried to the farthest corner of the service area. The bizarre ghost, torn in half and resembling a shadowy old man, died once more, its spectral body utterly helpless as he feasted upon it. When a person dies, they become a ghost, but the idea of a ghost dying, that's pure nonsense. Chui Chen had eaten so many ghosts without anything peculiar popping out. Even if something did appear, he'd have to give it a taste test first. Meanwhile, the purple ghost munched away at his meal before suddenly lifting his head to glance around. A bad feeling, like something's watching me. Chui Chen bit off one of the monster ghost's eyeballs, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing. By the window on the second-floor restaurant of the service area, a handsome monk with 6 incense scars on his scalp stared intently at the purple ghost crouched in the corner, devouring his own kind. His deep brown monastic robe bore several patches, his calm eyes as profound as an ancient well, seemingly capable of seeing through the world's fleeting splendor. Little Baldy, what are you staring at? The vivacious girl sharing his seat asked, brimming with curiosity about this young monk they'd picked up on the road. This humble monk's dharma name is Mingyu, not Little Baldy. Alright, Little Baldy, no problem, Little Baldy, the girl continued to tease him unabashedly, her sky-blue nails extending just a centimeter beyond her fingertips as they tapped rhythmically on the table, producing a series of clicks. Amitba, Mingyu muttered a Buddhist chant under his breath, then stood up and left the dining table. What, are you mad now? Not hitching a ride anymore? The girl asked. Got some personal matters to attend to, Mingyu replied without turning back. What kind of private business could you possibly have here? Are you messing with me? Taking a shit. The girl's lips twitched, speechless beyond words. Watching Mingyu's figure disappear around the corner, she murmured slowly, the bathroom isn't that way, is it? Did she go all the way to the first floor? Mingyu's footsteps were heavy, each step down the stairs producing a dull thud. Following the approximate route around to the back of the service area, he found the ghost still feasting. Now his gaze burned like the scorching sun, with indistinct lotus-like patterns flickering on his forehead, and his hands clenched into fist seals. With a low growl, he uttered, Wraith. Cui Chen shuddered at the voice and turned his stiffened neck to look, immediately startled. Holy shit, a bald guy with a glowing forehead. Mingyu's temples twitched with bulging veins. He hated nothing more than people calling him bald. If he hadn't been stuck in a temple since birth, why would he have ever become a monk? Who wouldn't want thick, luscious hair to toss in the wind with a flick of their head? But he had no other choice. It was one thing for a pretty girl to jokingly call him bald-headed, but what right did this goddamn purple ghost thing have to shout like that? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, just as he was about to lose it. Can't believe I ran into you fuckers even here, what rotten luck, growled Cui Chen, rolling his eyes as he tossed the last two of the monster ghost's fingers into his mouth. Being called an ill omen by some unlucky creature, this was truly the first time it had ever happened to Mingyu. Evil spirits shall find no refuge and will be duly punished. After shouting what he thought was the most badass slogan ever, he smashed his fists together. The lotus pattern at the center of his forehead flickered wildly before finally stabilizing. The petal-shaped light spots spread toward his limbs, while both hands continuously gathered and intertwined, forming various hand seals. Since when can you perform hand seals? Don't tell me you're gonna shout Amaterasu next. Cui Chen mocked before immediately floating upward into the sky, then eastward. He had no desire to trade blows with these extraordinary individuals. Fighting wasn't an issue, he could undoubtedly win, even achieve flawless victory. But there was no need. He wasn't some malevolent ghost that killed for pleasure. At worst, he was just a hungry spirit. Besides, it's literally their job. Cui Chen felt there was no need to make things difficult for someone just doing their work diligently. Moreover, he was also worried that beating the younger ones would just bring out the older ones. Bald, hey, monk. 6 burned scars, wow. So sparkly with all those special effects. At first glance, she clearly belonged to a legitimate sect, utterly different from those charlatans who only relied on gimmicky tools that I'd encountered before. Here we refer to the spirit subduing sect and the binding essence sect. Their tools are dazzling enough, but the practitioners themselves are too unrefined, so they must surely be a backwater sect. Before Mingyu could even finish casting his spell, the purple ghost had already drifted away, leaving him standing there in stunned silence. He'd lost count of how many vengeful spirits he'd vanquished during his ascetic training, but never had he encountered one that would simply flee like that. The crux of the matter was, you simply couldn't chase down a ghost that decided to run. After all, humans can't fly. You cowardly piece of shit, just running away like that. Do you deserve your identity as a demon ghost? Don't you have any dignity as a strong being? Mingyu chased a few steps before stopping under the streetlight, trembling with rage. Hearing the dog's barks from below, Cui Chen halted midair, pondered for a second, then extended his right hand, flipping the bird with his longest finger. At that moment, a taxi slowly pulled into the service area. The driver said to the two girls in the back seat, hurry up now, my meter keeps running even when parked. Wasting time just means losing more of your own money. TCH, as if we'd shortchange you on the fare. Cheng Xiaoya complained in exasperation, pulling open the car door before being tugged toward the restroom by Luo Shi. The albino girl looked positively desperate, seemingly on the verge of losing control. Cheng Xiaoya, in contrast, remained utterly unfazed, even deliberately slowing her pace. Suddenly, she spotted a bald-headed figure beneath the farthest street lamp in the service area, pointing wildly at the sky while shouting something incomprehensible. Curiosity made her tilt her head slightly. Cui Chen? What Cui Chen or whatever, Cui Chen? Luo Shi halted in her tracks, the urge in her bladder surging instantly. She shook off Cheng Xiaoya's hand. I really can't hold it any longer, you go by yourself first. Cheng Xiaoya glanced at her retreating figure, then looked back at the sky where Cui Chen was gesturing about something. Could Cui Chen be asked to go back to Yueping and check? Thinking this, she walked forward. If you're not a coward then come down, the young monk shouted loudly. If you've got the guts then come up here. The purple ghost crossed his middle fingers, responding defiantly. Neither the human nor the ghost seemed to notice Cheng Xiaoya, who had already drawn near. From a distance, she shouted at the top of her lungs, Cui Chen. Mingyu was startled and swiftly composed himself, adopting a dignified and refined demeanor. With palms pressed together, he chanted a Buddhist invocation before saying, Benefactor, do you recognize that malicious ghost? You don't have to shout so loud. Cui Chen nodded slightly at her as a casual greeting, then shifted his attention back to Mingyu, muttering under his breath in a whisper only he could hear, disgusting creature. Then he drifted away without looking back. No matter how Cheng Xiaoya called out to him, he didn't stop. Familiar as they were, Cheng Xiaoya was a person with extraordinary abilities, while he was just the unnatural being that needed to be eradicated. Getting too involved simply wasn't appropriate.
especially since that bald man was still standing right there, making him even less inclined to talk. If it had been just Luoshi here, he might have stayed a little longer to chat. Lonely? I've got my loyal squad who understand human speech. But why would Cheng Xiaoya come to this place? Is she on vacation? He murmured to himself, drifting faster and faster until he soon vanished from Cheng Xiaoya's sight. Chapter 37. This poor monk wants to return to secular life. Cheng Xiaoya reached out toward the direction where Cui Chen had drifted away, her bony fingers trembling slightly, her face filled with disbelief. Mingyu's shiny bald head reflected the warm glow of the streetlight as he sighed and said, "Dear benefactor, the paths of humans and ghosts diverge. Since we're of the same kind, you ought to understand this truth." An awkward tension hung in the air, so palpable that even the moon seemed to shy away, hiding half of itself behind the clouds. The streetlight beside them cast its glow on their faces as they stared at each other. Cheng Xiaoya's expression held 1 part bewilderment, 3 parts swearing, and 6 parts, "Is this guy an idiot?" A faint smile played at Mingyu's lips as he thought his words had enlightened the beautiful girl before him. This humble monk's dharma name is Mingyu, a follower of the Buddhist path. I've traveled all the way from Ituwa Temple through ascetic practice, and what fate to encounter this generous, Xunling sect, Cheng Xiaoya. Cheng Xiaoya barely suppressed the urge to swear, cutting off Mingyu mid-sentence before pointing at his nose. "Don't you know Cui Chen's been cleared of liquidation? What's the point picking a fight with a decent ghost like him? Now you've scared him off, how am I supposed to find him again?" Mingyu, ? I was arguing with him just fine, wasn't it your arrival that scared that ghost away? Also, what do you mean by canceling the purge, and what's this about being a good ghost? This humble monk has only recently entered the mortal realm for cultivation and remains unfamiliar with worldly customs. Could the benefactor enlighten me? Mingyu clasped his hands and slightly bowed, adhering to his principle of asking when unsure. Don't you get tired of talking so formally? You seemed pretty fluent when cursing with Cui Chen. Cheng Xiaoya frowned, already weary of dealing with this bald guy. Her fluffy little white-haired girl was running toward her. Lovely, soft Luoshi was certainly easier on the eyes than that bald guy with the gleaming forehead. Luoshi glanced around, puzzled as to why that peculiar ghost wasn't here. "Xiaoya, where's Cui Chen?" Cheng Xiaoya shook her head, stepping forward to grip her shoulders and turn her around, steering her toward the taxi. "Gone," she said. He ran away?" Luoshi's expression twisted as spit went down the wrong pipe, sending her into a coughing fit. Cheng Xiaoya gently patted her slender back, helping her catch her breath. He ran off. I originally wanted to ask him to check on you at Ping City for us, but we didn't even get a chance to talk." Cough. So, if he had agreed, could the potential crisis in Yueping City have been resolved? Cheng Xiaoya gazed eastward, her eyes tinged with melancholy. Maybe, but now that the ghost is gone, there's no point dwelling on it. Standing motionless under the streetlight, Mingyu didn't feel irritated despite his unanswered doubts. The silhouette with silver white hair cascading nearly to the waist completely dominated his field of vision. How could such unparalleled beauty exist in the mortal world? "Abbot, I wish to renounce monastic life." As the voices of the two gradually faded into the distance, he finally took a step forward. "Gentlemen, if Yuping faces any crisis, perhaps there's no need to seek help from spirits. This humble monk may also offer assistance." Luoshi turned her head upon hearing this and glanced at Cheng Xiaoya. "Who's this bald guy, Xiaoya? Do you know him? I think his name is Mingyu? Probably some eccentric talent who just crawled out from some mountain valley, knows nothing about anything. He even wanted to settle scores with Cui Chen earlier." Cheng Xiaoya shielded Luoshi behind her and shouted sharply, "What do you want, you bald donkey?" She felt Mingyu seemed a bit off. Those impassive eyes kept flickering toward Luoshi with vague intent. "I wish to know what crisis Beiping City faces, that you must seek out a ghost." Mingyu halted his steps, his resolve to assist evident to all. Could it be that without it, the city will fall? As determined as someone striving to join the party. Cheng Xiaoya lowered her head and exchanged a glance with Luoshi. "Nothing at all. Many have died." Dark eyes met crimson ones again, and for the first time, both felt their mutual understanding was strikingly poor. "Will you talk?" Cheng Xiaoya asked. "Speak up, it's not like we're sending you back," Luoshi replied. Cheng Xiaoya remained silent for a few seconds before explaining the general situation in Yueping City and voicing her concerns to Mingyu. Fear of death was only human nature, and Mingyu didn't see anything wrong with this girl, who was around his age, wanting to flee from danger. "That's just how things are, whether you go or not is up to you." Cheng Xiaoya shrugged, then walked off toward the taxi with Luoshi. "The watch is still running, even if you're rich you can't just let it burn money like this." Mingyu clasped his hands together, bowing his head in contemplation. "Amatba, relieving suffering counts as 100 days of ascetic practice. Whether Yueping City is dangerous or not, this humble monk will go." The voice reached both women's ears. Cheng Xiaoya raised her right hand and gave a little wave. Luoshi glanced back, linking arms with her best friend's free hand as she pulled her closer to whisper something in her ear. Mingyu stood dazed for so long that the taxi had already left the service area, yet the glance of that white-haired girl remained vividly clear in his mind. Though he didn't even know her name, Mingyu felt he'd fallen in love. Humans are creatures swayed by beauty at first sight. This applies equally to white hair enthusiasts of the Jinling lineage. The ascetic monks of Ituwa Temple are no exception. What was she telling her companion at the end? Could she be praising me for being brave and handsome? Mingyu grinned foolishly, momentarily shedding his usual monk-like indifference as he rubbed his bald head. I'll request to leave the monastic life from the abbot as soon as I get back. Mingyu returned to the restaurant on the second floor of the service area, where the girl who had saved him an entire afternoon's journey still sat in the same spot. Back so soon, little Baldy? Or did constipation slow you down? The girl teased, drumming her fingers on the table. Benefactor, may I ask if your upcoming journey will pass through Yueping City? Mingyu asked solemnly, looking straight into her eyes. This must be Yueping City. I suppose you're heading downtown? Though it'll take a bit of extra time, I can give you a ride no problem. The girl narrowed her eyes slightly. However, but what? Call me Sister Jing and I'll agree to it. Mingyu's expression stiffened, his eyes darting sideways as he struggled to say, Mirror, Sister Mirror. He murmured, his voice as faint as a mosquito's hum, trembling with bashfulness. The girl burst into laughter, stood up, and patted his shoulder. Come on, big sis will give you a ride to Yueping. Yueping City had already turned into a scene of hell by then, with headless corpses spreading like a plague from the northern part of the city. Tonight, even the most capable individuals could only manage to resist. Saving anyone from their clutches was an almost impossible feat. They had no idea what had happened to cause such a drastic change. The newly appeared headless corpses had transformed into this outrageous state in just a single day. Though most remained ordinary in constitution, they had gained the ability to transform headless humans into their own kind. Li fucking found himself cornered in a dead-end alley by a headless corpse clad in a filthy apron. Facing despair, he recalled the words spoken earlier by that girl from the spirit-suppressing lineage when they'd parted ways. Something feels off, these things seem to have collapsed because of sunlight. The true source might still be out there. At the time, he'd dismissed it as the girl being overly suspicious. How could sunlight possibly affect demonic creatures? But now it seemed her worries weren't unfounded after all. Fuck me sideways, didn't die between a woman's legs but gonna croak in this shithole instead. He forced a bitter grin as he squared up. His machete had long been broken, leaving only a quarter-length blade full of chips and notches. Freak, I'll fuck your ancestors. Bang. A thunderous gunshot from the rooftop instantly dissolved his death wish. The entire upper body of the headless corpse in an apron was blown into bloody pulp. Another gunshot rang out, leaving only the intact lower legs of the headless corpse. Li fucking exhaled in relief, turning his joyful gaze toward the source of the gunfire. Senior brother. Chapter 38, Send a buff savior, quick. The Binding Vein lineage might not have much else, but they certainly aren't short on money. While naval guns and tanks were out of the question, obtaining heavy-caliber hand cannons and grenade launchers was relatively easy for them. Under covering fire from his fellow disciples, Li fucking smoothly made his way up to their vantage point in the high-rise. Apart from their sect leader who remained in the South Sea, the entire Binding Vein lineage had gathered here. Actually, there were just 5 people. Third senior sister Yang Linka tossed him the bolt-action sniper rifle slung on her back with a 12.7mm caliber and said, make do with this for self-defense. We don't have anything with a larger caliber. Li fucking nodded and looked toward the most senior uncle present. Uncle, what should we do? Uncle Li Changyen sighed, let's wait here for reinforcements. The military should be moving in soon. Yueping might fall. Li fucking's pupils constricted, he never expected to hear such cowardly words from an elder's mouth. He had assumed that after regrouping with his comrades, their next move would be launching a counterattack against those headless corpses. But why? Yang Linka and the Zhang brothers also wore grim expressions. Yueping district had a permanent population of 950,000. The city's fall would mean nearly 1 million people would become those headless monsters. The last fallen city was Hancheng, centuries ago. 10 days of slaughter by inhuman beings, leaving no intact corpses across the city. Not a single intact corpse remained. How strikingly similar this account is to today's events. Li fucking's eyes burned with fury, veins bulging on his hand gripping the firearm as he demanded through gritted teeth. What about all those still living? What do we do with them? Li Changyen offered no reply, hanging his head low, unable to meet Li fucking's piercing gaze. Uncle Master, Li fucking shouted, then frantically raised his sniper rifle and began firing at every headless corpse within sight. Damn your ancestors! Magazine after magazine emptied, the relentless recoil making his shoulders feel almost non-existent. After exhausting his 5th magazine, he sobbed and cried out, Uncle Master, there are still so many living people left. Office of Anomalous Management, 3rd floor. In conference room 414, unusually, everyone had gathered. They sat casually, not a single face bearing any vitality. as if they were corpses fished out of a morgue. The director of Yueping City's Office of Anomalous Management, seated at the head of the table, even forgot to breathe, his chest no longer rising and falling. The Bureau has already notified every registered person with extraordinary abilities in Yueping City about the military's imminent deployment, which naturally includes those like them who are on the government payroll. The large screen in the meeting room displayed surveillance footage from the city's major arterial roads. Everywhere, headless corpses filled the view. Yet on the broadest avenue, none of them could be seen, only a horned monster strolling leisurely along. It is the origin and utterly invincible terror. With supersonic mobility, contamination power rivaling a dirty bomb, and a body impervious even to depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds, the emerald monstrosity has no weaknesses whatsoever. In just 1 second, it annihilated the 20-man squad sent to confront it, transforming all 20 into headless corpses. The surveillance footage showing the headless corpse's origin was uploaded to headquarters, and within 10 minutes, they received notification of military deployment. But can the military really deal with such a monster? Are they going to have to finally carpet bomb the place with missiles? The exponentially multiplying headless corpses rob ordinary people of any chance to survive, while the invincible source of these horrors drives even the most righteous and capable individuals to despair. Wang Yan couldn't bear it anymore, pounding her fists against her thighs to numb herself with pain. She was the only native here from Yueping City, watching the land that raised her fall into the hands of inhuman creatures. The agony felt like a knife twisting in her heart. Where the hell did this monster come from? Her torn vocal cords released one final blood-choked roar before Wang Yan's eyes rolled back as she collapsed unconscious in her seat. Lu Jinsua checked her pulse. Sister Yan has fainted. How long until the military rescue arrives? The main force will arrive in an hour and a half, and the helicopters in 20 minutes, said the person at the head seat. Psi times N. On the highway outside Yueping City, a sky-blue sports coupe was speeding along. The closer they got, the more uneasy Mingyu felt in the passenger seat. His hands rested crossed on his lap, thumbs circling each other over his palms. Anxiety made time seem to stretch endlessly, and every so often he stole a glance at the dashboard clock. Don't worry, we're getting off the highway soon. Just tell me exactly where to take you. The girl in the driver's seat rolled down her window, but quickly rolled it back up after catching a whiff of something foul. Simply leave this humble monk by the roadside, Mingyu said. Many thanks for the ride, benefactress. That won't do. Since I found you, I definitely have to get you to your destination. The girl wagged her finger. We're off the highway now. The sky blue coupe sped along the road leading into the city, but the girl gradually noticed something unusual about the city. Just as she was about to merge onto the main road, the sight of countless headless figures lining the streets made her instinctively slam the brakes and jerk the steering wheel. The tires screeched as the car spun twice in tight circles. Catching one last glimpse of those things in the rearview mirror, the girl floored the gas pedal, sending the car rocketing forward. Benefactor, please leave me by the roadside. Mingyu glanced back frantically and shouted in alarm. Are you fucking kidding me? You think I can just toss you into this zombie apocalypse? No fucking way. The headless corpse sensed the living presence in the car and began chasing after it. Even the speed of human limits cannot catch up to the precision of mechanical constructs. Yet, against all odds, there remained 3 exceptions. They clung stubbornly to the coupe's taillights, their own flesh and blood legs somehow matching 90 miles per hour. No matter how the girl maneuvered, their terrifying figures remained clearly visible in the rearview mirror. Unfamiliar with the road conditions, in her panic-driven flight, she steered the coupe onto an unknown, deserted path leading nowhere. The glowing lotus mark between Mingyu's eyebrows in the passenger seat began flickering, his crossed fists repeating the same mantra for the 3rd time. The girl had no time to observe the anomaly beside her. The road grew narrower with every moment, buildings vanishing from both sides as the moonlight revealed 3 headless corpses still distinctly trailing their car. I must have pissed off the gods in 8 past lives. Did I drive into some supernatural barrier? Please don't let some 8-legged monster rider appear up ahead. This isn't an elevated highway, and I'm not driving a Maybach. Seemingly to ease her tension, the girl began muttering nonsense Mingyu couldn't comprehend. Is there some heavenly king who'll descend to save me? Holy fuck, I'm scared shitless. Chapter 39, Seeking Shelter. The 3 headless corpses showed no sign of slowing down, while the coupe had decelerated due to deteriorating road conditions. The girl's lips twisted downward in terror, her tears threatening to wash out the colored contact lenses. In her dazed state, she noticed unusual light spots appearing on the windshield. Tilting her head slightly, she glanced at the passenger seat. That bald little figure she'd casually picked up on the road now radiated divine purity, his entire body bathed in golden radiance, his eyes brimming with thunderous wrath like a celestial Buddha descended to cleanse the mortal realm. Distracted for a moment, the vehicle hit a pothole, jolting sharply as its speed plummeted. At this moment, Mingyu spoke, golden light surging from her lips. Sister Yunjing, please set me down now. Her voice carried a chill, yet evoked no aversion. The killing intent woven through her words wasn't directed at any living soul. Yunjing panted lightly, hurriedly unlocking the car door as she slammed on the brakes. Mingyu stepped out of the passenger seat, his patched dark brown monk's robe billowing in the evening breeze. 3 headless corpses closed in instantly, leaping from the same direction toward Mingyu like wild beasts pouncing on prey. The ghosts controlling the corpses wore sorrowful expressions, their severed necks horrifically jagged. They shredded through the wind, leaving the air itself screaming in their wake as bloodied hands reached for their target's head, determined to make him one of their own. Mingyu let out a sigh, clenching his left hand into a fist while shaping his right into a claw. In his fury, his figure abruptly vanished. The ground bore a single footprint where he'd stepped, cracks spreading outward like a spider's web. Inside the car, Yunjing felt as if the coupe might overturn, such terrifying speed and power. Let this humble monk help all 3 of you find liberation. With a thunderous shout, Mingyu's left fist struck the headless corpse ghost's spectral face. Lotus petal-shaped light erupted from his knuckles, and astonishingly, this punch launched the intangible ghost clean out of its headless body. The ghost flew backward through the air. Its face, no longer twisted in anguish, gradually relaxed into peace, finally taking on an expression of true deliverance. Meanwhile, the corpse, now devoid of controlling spirit, continued forward by momentum alone before collapsing onto the sports car's rear trunk. There were still 2 left. Mingyu sidestepped to evade the attack, then turned and placed both hands atop the ghosts' heads while pulling back to yank them out. 3 ghosts, trapped in their old husks and forced to do evil's bidding, were finally liberated, wandering freely across this unfamiliar wilderness. Mingyu pressed a single palm vertically before his chest, uttered a Buddhist invocation, and approached the sports car's driver's side door. Raising his index and middle fingers together, he tapped lightly on the window. "Kind benefactor, please step out of the vehicle." Yunjing rolled down the car window, looking back in disbelief, muttering dumbfounded, it's over just like that? The birth of evil spirits is naturally easier to handle. Please step out of the car, benefactor. You were just casually calling me Sister Yunjing without batting an eye, and now it's back to benefactor? Yunjing pursed her lips, shivering slightly as the night breeze hit her after exiting the car. But seriously, little Baldy, who exactly are you? Does this world really have a hidden side? Mingyu remained silent, his gaze quietly fixed on the scattered lights flickering in the wilderness. Because my own journey to Yueping had dragged Yunjing into this mess, it truly went against my conscience. The path ahead was uncertain, and Yueping behind us was occupied by evil spirits. I couldn't just leave her here. Benefactor, why not find a household to stay the night? Once this humble monk clears the evil spirits from Yueping, we can continue our journey, Mingyu suggested. What nonsense are you muttering? I remember you used to speak properly, Yunjing chided with a glare, then glanced at the 3 headless corpses. You're the one who asked me to bring you to Yueping. Now that we can't leave, you'd better take responsibility. Mingyu said nothing but nodded. The coupe was temporarily abandoned on the narrow path as the 2 figures moved single file toward the distant lights. Letting Yunjing go alone still didn't sit quite right with Mingyu. He remained in his bloodline-activated state, wary of any foul creatures that might dart from the roadside shadows. The nameless village at night was tranquil and peaceful, as the dogs hadn't barked at other ghosts for quite some time due to Chui Chen's presence. The elderly residents weren't asleep at this hour either. With age bringing less need for sleep, they were all still awake at home, some watching TV programs, others scrolling through mobile phones bought by their descendants. By the yellow dirt road at the village entrance, Chui Chen lounged ethereally against a piebald dog sporting spectacle-like markings, surrounded by the rest of the village mutts. His faint violet eyes gazed at the similarly lavender crescent moon hanging in the sky. Magnificent clusters of stars surrounded their lunar queen, freely exhibiting their celestial splendor across the cosmos as they cast radiant light upon the earth, illuminating both ghosts and dogs below. Chui Chen slightly twisted the golden-tipped tail of his 4-eyed iron-wrapped golden creature, that tuft of golden fur twisted into a drill-like shape. Kinda boring, don't you think? Chui Chen casually threw out the question and received sporadic grunts in reply. Suddenly, the 4-eyed iron-wrapped golden creature seemed to sense something, standing up and emitting a sound like a sports car engine toward a particular direction. The remaining village dogs also stood up one after another, barking toward that direction. What are they barking at? What's coming? Chui Chen floated up a few meters, avoiding the obstructing vegetation. Whoa, the bald guy. He actually chased us here. Chui Chen had spotted Mingyu, and naturally, Mingyu had also noticed him. This humble monk has not come seeking trouble. Mingyu observed this rather unusual purple ghost, recalling what the white-haired girl's companion had said at the service area. Chui Chen was about to flee, but upon hearing these words, he halted mid-motion. Baldy, who are you talking to? Yunjing scanned their surroundings but saw nothing except those darn dogs. A ghost. Mingyu stepped forward, advancing toward the pack of dogs. A ghost? Yunjing gasped, urgently clutching the back of Mingyu's monk robe. The pack of dogs barked, attempting to stop the strangers trying to enter their territory. Stop barking, he seems decent, Chui Chen shouted at them. Xian Taibeijin licked his nose and was the first to fall silent, yet the vigilance in his eyes never faded. If either stranger made a suspicious move,
he would bite without hesitation, almost turning mythical already. Mingyu paused before Cyan Taibaijin, hesitated for a few seconds, then guided Jingyun toward the nearest lit house. The moment he knocked on the door, the lotus at his forehead dimmed along with his petals, transforming from a serene Buddha into an ascetic monk measuring the mortal world with his steps. The maintenance of rural gates often goes neglected, and the hinges screeched with an ear-piercing noise as they moved. An amiable old woman answered the door. She raised her head to gaze at the young monk outside as if waiting for him to speak first. Mingyu bent slightly in greeting and said, "Honored host, might I trouble you for a night's lodging?" "What are you talking about, dearie? I'm an old woman now. My ears don't work so well, can't understand these fancy words." The grandmother tapped her ear, then grabbed Mingyu's hand and tugged him toward the house. "Someone as young as you, hardly older than my own grandson, why on earth did you go off to become a monk? If you're here for a meal or a drink, this old woman can still offer something. It's been years since I last met a monk, last time was the year I got married." "Ah, my old man died young." The old woman's incessant chatter brought a hint of embarrassment to Mingyu's face. He'd never encountered such a situation before. Following behind, Yun Jing was also brimming with a smile, her faint laughter spilling from the corners of her lips. Chapter 40, Rallying Support. Mingyu struggled to handle the old woman's enthusiasm, but Yun Jing took to it like a fish to water. The elderly lady wasn't completely hard of hearing, she simply couldn't comprehend Mingyu's overly literary manner of speaking. Yun Jing leaned close to her ear and clearly explained their purpose. The old lady was quite generous, directly offering them the rooms she had prepared for her own grandchildren, thinking that since they hadn't come back to stay for years anyway, tidying up for this young couple would count as accumulating good karma. "By the way, can monks get married these days? It's been so long since this old lady has had guests. More people in the house makes for a steadier sleep at night," the old woman said after finishing making the bed. Turning around, she saw the monk heading out and hurriedly called after him, "What are you doing? Not staying after all?" Yun Jing linked arms with her and said soothingly, "Grandma, he has to go perform rituals for someone. Let him go." The old woman wasn't particularly suspicious, and hearing the explanation, she readily believed it. She didn't stop to wonder why a monk conducting solemn rites would need to send family members to stay overnight elsewhere. Rites are good. Performing rites accumulates merits for the afterlife. Come back soon, little Baldy. Since you're the one who had me bring you here, you've got to take responsibility. When Yun Jing repeated the word responsibility for the second time, ripples of emotion shimmered in her eyes. Mingyu gave no response, turned around outside the door, and shut it behind him. Yun Jing walked to the door, cracked it open slightly, and peeked at his receding figure. This monk represented the key to unlocking a brand new world for her. Yun Jing wasn't about to let him slip away so easily. How could her carefree life of wealth compare to one filled with thrilling ups and downs? She'd always longed to be like those protagonists from fantasy stories. Now, the opportunity has finally arrived. "Mingyu, you must come back safely," prayed Yun Jing, pressing her palms together in earnest prayer. "Little girl, come keep an old granny company for a chat." "Ah, sure thing." Mingyu followed the path back out of the village and encountered the purple ghost again at the village entrance. He raised his head calmly and spoke. "The benefactor from the spirit suppression lineage mentioned you were a good ghost exempt from judgment. Though this humble monk has little worldly experience and cannot fully grasp the meaning, from their words I gathered you've never harmed anyone. The Yueping region faces calamity. Would you be willing to lend aid and join this humble monk in purging the evil spirits?" If he could secure the assistance of this clearly powerful ghost, Mingyu reckoned tonight's task might become considerably easier. But the demonic ghost tilted its head mid-air, sitting cross-legged as it stared at him with an inscrutable gaze. Mingyu hesitated once more, unsure of how to proceed. Chui Chen frowned and pondered for a long while before saying, "Aren't you tired of talking like that?" Mingyu's temple throbbed with a visible blue vein as he spat out a Buddhist curse, then strode toward the narrow path leading out of the village. Chui Chen hovered 5 meters above the boy's head. The pack of dogs wanted to follow, but he drove them away with a shout. "Baldy, tell me, what's this cancellation of reckoning thing, and what's this about Yueping eliminating evil spirits?" Mingyu formed hand seals while channeling his skill, glancing up at the floating ghost as he said, "As for what that benefactor mentioned, this humble monk isn't entirely clear either. Regarding evil spirits, you'll know one when you see it. Lastly, this monk's Buddhist name is Mingyu. Stop calling me Baldy." "No problem, Baldy. See, you can speak properly when you try." Chui Chen rested his hands behind his head and crossed his legs. "I was saying that lesbian whatever her name was blabbering about cancellation of reckoning. This makes more sense. Those weren't good beings to begin with anyway. What do you mean by lesbian? Wait, you've killed people?" Mingyu's hand seals froze mid-cast, momentarily forgetting to chastise the ghost for calling him Baldy. A razor-sharp glint flashed through his eyes in an instant. "I indirectly took out a few social scum, a drug dealer and 3 wealthy scumbags who committed crimes," Chui Chen said nonchalantly, his tone as light as if he'd just squashed a few pests. "As for what lesbian means, well, it's women who like women.
Mingyu lowered his eyes, forming another hand seal.
Drug dealers and wealthy scumbags? How harmful could they be compared to evil spirits?
Cui Chen clenched his fist with a vicious smile, spouting out all the harm drug dealers and narcotics bring in his understanding, the exploits of those three bastards. However, he'd learned from Luoshi's mouth that morning. Mingyu silently performed the fourth hand seal and said after careful consideration, "You are a good ghost."
But is Cheng Xiaya into women? Is this your speculation or?
Whether in life or death, this was the first time Cui Chen had been rejected, but the fact that it came from a monk gave him an uncanny sense of déjà vu. Clearing his throat with a fist to his mouth, he replied, "Of course she said it herself." She admitted craving her best friend's body and seemed quite proud saying it.
Best friend?
A chill ran down Mingyu's spine as an ominous premonition crept over him. A white-haired girl, they've known each other since childhood. I always felt that girl had feelings for Cheng Xiaoya too, but they seem to be dancing around it without breaking that paper-thin barrier. Who knows what kind of play they're acting out?
Cui Chen shook his head in confusion and floated down beside Mingyu.
The white-haired one also has those feelings. Mingyu seemed slightly crushed, his heart aching as if something inside had shattered. At that moment, he completed the fifth hand seal. Cui Chen's eyes lit up, and he instinctively remarked, "Wow, what a cool second phase." Mingyu could no longer dwell on this praise, nor did he care whether the ghost could keep up with his speed. With a loud roar, he broke into a desperate sprint. "What's the rush?" Suddenly running so fast, Cui Chen muttered before speeding up to catch up.
5 minutes later, both the human and the ghost arrived in the city center.
The sorrow in Mingyu's heart turned into rage as headless corpses wandered endlessly through the streets. The more there were, the fewer the living remained. The one who caused such devastation is unforgivable.
Cui Chen was also utterly shocked by this scene.
He couldn't understand how Yueping City had turned into this hellish landscape when he'd only been away from downtown for 10-some days.
Could some insanely powerful entity be taking revenge on society, on humanity? What the hell? Did I transmigrate again?
Before Cui Chen's muddled thoughts could clear, Mingyu had already crashed into the headless corpses like a cannonball. With every move and every strike, another soul found liberation.
Holy hell, this is like Dynasty Warriors on steroids, Cui Chen exclaimed before swiftly joining the fray. Since he'd followed her here, lending a hand was the least he could do. Besides, he'd grown rather fond of this city. Seeing it reduced to such a state didn't sit right with him.
A thought crossed his mind, and the warping energy extended to the end of the street, no longer just playful banter with those mongrels. The entire street instantly transformed into a river paved with flesh and blood, where Mingyu stood tall as the gore rose past his calves. He was the only thing standing erect. The lotus at his forehead had already been sullied, his feet deeply entrenched and nearly impossible to lift, his entire body stiff as if plunged into the deepest hell of frozen despair. The thing responsible for this spectacle was cheering exuberantly, its lips parting again and again to devour countless wandering souls.
Hell yeah, all-you-can-eat buffet. Chapter 41, An Inexplicable Irritation.
Cui Chen charged back and forth through the street, once slightly crowded, now utterly silent in the blink of an eye.
No longer could Mingyu hear the wails of ghosts.
In his sight lingered only that puzzling purple anomaly, caressing its belly with unsettling satisfaction.
A good ghost? How bitterly ironic. Could it be that they reluctantly compromised due to its intimidating power?
Mingyu thought this way, clenching and unclenching his fists, all emotions eventually dissolving into a silent sigh.
Bald guy, keep moving.
Cui Chen found it strange that Mingyu had stopped, his face ashen, and leaning down to look into his eyes, mocked, "You're not scared, are you?" Could a disciple from a prestigious sect, known for their flashy ordinary attacks, really be frightened by a single display of power? Cui Chen felt he had grasped something crucial. Mingyu clapped his hands together several times, but they always ended up crooked and never perfectly aligned. With a resigned sigh in his heart, he pulled his legs free from the bloody muck. "Let's go," he muttered.
"There's something happening on Shangshan Street."
In conference room 414, Lu Jinsua slapped the table as he stood up, pointing to a corner of the large screen behind the leader and shouting sharply. Everyone in the conference room looked up, and for a moment, the atmosphere was so tense you could hear a pin drop. The screen that had previously displayed countless headless corpses now showed only streets drenched in crimson.
What happened? What happened? Rewind. Rewind it quickly.
The director cried anxiously, eyes flashing with desperate hope. Someone frantically fiddled with the surveillance controls, and the monitoring footage of Shangshan Street immediately filled the entire screen. The timeline rewound 20 minutes and played at 8 times speed.
The members of Yueping City's Paranormal Management Office concentrated intently, not daring to slacken their focus for even a moment.
Suddenly, several people shouted simultaneously, "Pause." The person controlling the surveillance footage was quick to react, pressing the pause button before they could utter the second word, while also restoring the playback speed to normal. The leader excitedly ordered, "Rewind 10 seconds and play it at half speed." The screen showed Mingyu crashing into the horde of headless corpses, followed by the entire street's headless bodies disintegrating into a bloody mess. melting faster than snowfall in bitter winter meeting the scorching summer sun. The once troubling issue of the headless corpses' overwhelming numbers became laughable at this moment.
Where did this monk come from? Why didn't he show up earlier? Wait, it wasn't him. He's stunned too. Is there something the cameras can't see?
He's talking to that thing. It's really there.
He and that invisible thing left. They're going to keep hunting the headless corpse.
The rescue helicopter is here.
The boss kicked the chair beneath him away and roared, "Rescue my ass. Anyone who wants to run can run. I'm heading to the scene."
Shouta, pull up the live feed and see which street they're on.
West District, Guangfu Street. I'm coming too. Lu Jinsua leapt to his feet, having endured enough suffocation in the meeting room. With a tough cookie stepping up to lead, naturally he had to tag along.
Quite a few wanted to join too, but more harbored ulterior motives. The city's fall and the extinction of the living had something to do with their failure to report the situation promptly and accurately. Even if they escaped, they'd likely be held accountable. Might as well take the gamble. They could earn some merit, and at worst, offset their mistakes. A presence capable of clearing the streets in an instant, surely it could at least hold its own against that terrifying cyan monstrosity, right? At the same time, atop the high-rise where all 5 members of the shackling Vane lineage had gathered, Lee fucking steadied his long empty sniper rifle, surveying the cityscape. As if sensing something, he repeatedly adjusted the scope's magnification, shifting positions to track some unseen movement until even his breathing grew gradually heavier.
Li Changyan noticed something unusual and asked in a low voice, "Fucking, what did you see?"
Li fucking detached the sniper scope and handed it over, too excited to speak.
He could only point in that direction for his uncle to look.
The other 3 also felt puzzled and raised their respective firearms in confusion. The next moment, their eyes practically bulged out of the scopes. A bald head, along with a familiar figure, was tearing through headless corpses with overwhelming force, and by the looks of it, they were advancing straight toward us. The distant roar of helicopter blades suddenly filled the sky.
Squinting upward, Li fucking asked, "Uncle Master, should we still withdraw?"
Li Changyan flushed with excitement. "No more running.
If we couldn't save the people, then we'll help them save this city."
The eldest brother of the Zhang family, Zhang Hao, suddenly had a woman murmured in a ghostly tone, "Preserve the land, lose the people." But before he could finish, he was silenced by 4 fierce glares.
Downstairs, Li Changyan waved a hand and strode toward the emergency exit.
Chui Chen's headless corpse twisted without a sound, yet in an instant, it painted the street red with blood. Anyone with eyes could see it unfolding. More extraordinary individuals joined the counteroffensive, leaving the dozen or so hovering helicopters unable to find anyone willing to board for evacuation.
Weren't they supposed to wait for extraction? Why is everyone charging in recklessly now? Kill, fight back.
The Changsho bloodline has no cowards. Holy shit, take this manhole cover to the face. The battle cry shook the heavens, but in reality, all he could manage was cleaning up the small fry ghosts Chui Chen had left scattered in the corners. That purple aberration faced no worthy opponents before it, the most ruthless reaper, busily harvesting through a sea of crushed spectral remains, making none dare disturb its morbid revelry.
But Ming Yu was different.
In the eyes of the gifted and extraordinary, he was the first stranger known to walk with Ghost 002. And thus obligated to answer all their questions.
Why are you so late? Do human lives mean nothing to you? Had you come just half an hour, no, even 15 minutes earlier, so many lives could have been saved. You arrived far too late, unforgivably late. Are you closely acquainted with Ghost 002? Did you deliberately wait until most people were dead before bringing it back here?
Faced with the barrage of questioning, Mingyu remained silent with a stern expression, walking slowly across the bloody remains. Only when Chui Chen had eaten his fill did he pick up the pace, leading them to the next area that needed cleansing. If not for the abbot's warning about tarnishing the reputation of Buddhism while traveling, he would have taught these troublemakers a lesson in Buddhist profanity.
Damn that old bald monk for corrupting my spiritual nature. How can I achieve enlightenment to save the world with such turbulent thoughts?
I'll go back and demand to leave the monastic order immediately.
Ghost 002, Chui Chen, deal with the source.
There's no point wasting time on these headless corpses.
Take down the origin, and they'll collapse on their own.
The command-like reminder cut sharply through the night air as a black SUV plowed through mounds of gore, speeding closer.
Someone from the group of skilled fighters snorted coldly and remarked, "Are the useless bystanders still not evacuated?"
The SUV screeched to a sideways halt, and 6 figures stepped out. The gray-haired, hook-nosed old man who stepped out of the passenger seat looked towards the purple anomaly among the group of spirits and shouted, "Chui Chen, go to Chunqiao Avenue to deal with the real source.
Don't waste time here. Who the hell are you? Why should I listen to you?" Chui Chen's eyebrows furrowed instantly. He stopped eating right then and there, glaring at the man. Chapter 42, What's all the yelling about? I'm Yan Baishao, director of Yueping City's Anomaly Management Office.
The leader spoke with displeasure in his tone towards this anomalous being, his expression stern and even darkening.
At this critical moment for the city's survival, Couldn't it just set aside differences and cooperate for the greater good? Why insist on stubborn defiance and put everyone in an awkward position?
In Yan Baixiu's view, whether it was talented individuals or registered anomalies, anyone who stepped forward at such a time should follow orders.
Any resistance would only undermine unity. Oh, so impressive? Think you're hot shit just because you're high-ranking? Chui Chen roared with fury, the asphalt ground splitting open as waves of flesh and blood poured into the fissures.
Nearby skyscrapers trembled, teetering on the verge of collapse.
He hates when people talk down to him while shouting, "Can't they just speak properly? Is it too much to ask for decent manners when seeking help? Hell, even if you just thrown a punch outright. Stop fucking yelling."
The faces of all the talented and extraordinary individuals instantly turned pale as they dodged the cracks underfoot, now wider than a person, terrified of falling into them. You, Yan Baixiu stammered you repeatedly like a broken old cassette recorder, unable to spit out the rest of his words.
"Pa, you're nothing special."
Chui Chen cast a scornful glance before taking one final scoop from the ghostly crowd, floating away from this irritating man in power. Mingyu cursed inwardly and chased after the provoked aberration. Chui Chen, wait! The stunned paranormal experts on the scene kept shifting their gaze between this troublesome Director Yen and the rapidly retreating purple anomaly, utterly bewildered by the situation. He was perfectly fine just now. How did Yan Baixiu manage to drive him away with just 2 sentences? Only a few public officials from the Special Administration Office cast complicated glances at their superiors. Such negotiations with supernatural beings should be left to professionals.
Lu Jinsuai is right here. What's the point of losing your temper like this?
Not only did you fail to appease him, but you also ended up fuming with anger yourself. In the crowd, Li Fucking's cheeks bulged as he ground his teeth with a grating sound. Earlier, he and several senior brothers had stayed at the back precisely because they had offended Chui Chen and didn't want to get too close in case they pissed off that anomaly again. Now, instead of being chased away by their presence, their lifesaver had been driven off by those idiot government freeloaders. And before leaving, he had even displayed a calamitous power that crushed any thought of resistance.
If it starts hating humans because of this, which city could withstand its rampage? Li Fucking grew angrier the more he thought.
Stepping over the scant remnants of flesh and blood on the ground, he approached Yan Baixiu, slapped his shoulder, and when the man turned around, swung a violent punch straight at his face. Yan Baixiu staggered back several steps, clutching his bleeding nose in too much pain to make a sound. Li Fucking shook his left hand, flicking the blood from his nose onto the ground where it mingled with the flesh of the headless corpse. His voice turned icy. You'd better pray Ghost 002 is just throwing a childish tantrum. Otherwise, if this anomaly truly starts hating humans, the consequences will be more than you can bear.
Director Yen.
The others quickly grasped this point as well, their gazes toward Yan Baixiu now filled with disgust.
Lu Jinsuo repeatedly sighed while staring in the direction Chui Chen had departed.
The headless corpses slaughtered in an instant, the cracked ground, the towering building on the verge of collapse, all bore silent testimony to that aberration's terror. Once again, his mind returned to the notebook found in the dead drug dealer's rented room, his lips whispering incessantly, demon transformation.
Chui Chen, this isn't the time for petty tantrums.
Even at full speed, Mingyu could barely glimpse Chui Chen's retreating figure, yet no matter how loudly he called out, the man never turned back. When rounding a corner, he found himself on yet another street littered with headless corpses. Mingyu's steps faltered, hindered by the bodies, while that purple silhouette vanished completely into the night. On a silent 8-lane street lifeless as a tomb, Chui Chen stood shoulder to shoulder with a street lamp, devouring the last remnant of the ghost in his grasp. Not a word escaped his lips, his face betraying no emotion. The attitude of the Yueping City Supernatural Management Office's director reminded him of his assembly line supervisor from when he was alive, the kind who loved throwing his weight around, swinging his meager bit of authority like a peacock's tail, especially fond of bullying those beneath him. Those sitting in even higher positions didn't behave that way, perhaps understanding that subordinates of subordinates weren't their own to command, so they tended to speak kindly. Lost in memories of his past life until he swallowed the last ghost haunting his arm, Chui Chen stood atop a streetlight, gazing resolutely at the moon. From now on, no one gets to order me around like that ever again. The moon couldn't speak nor respond to him, silently emanating a faint purple glow that penetrated Chui Chen's translucent body without casting any shadow on the ground. He now had a conjecture, but needed further verification. The recent emotional turmoil allowed Chui Chen to clearly perceive the panic in every supernatural practitioner's eyes. Their terror ran deeper than a bronze-ranked player facing a king-tier opponent. If this nation truly possessed supreme experts capable of dealing with him, the authorities would undoubtedly know, yet their reactions were no different from other supernatural practitioners. Once it's truly confirmed, even if I can't say I'll never eat beef again, at the very least I can wander around freely without any worries. You're quite special. At some unknown moment, a blue-green demonic creature with horns sprouting from its forehead emerged from behind the streetlight. It walked without making a sound. If it hadn't spoken those words, Chui Chen wouldn't have noticed it at all. Goblin? Or troll? You do look somewhat familiar. Chui Chen propped his chin in thought, showing no fear despite its ferocious appearance.
We couldn't have met before.
The greenish fiend stepped closer, its pointed horns nearly level with the streetlight. My memory is excellent, and yours is the first face of its kind in my recollections. Chui Chen frowned deeply, reaching out to touch the tip of a horn but grasping only air. These horns, I've seen similar ones on a mummified corpse. That one was much uglier though, all withered, shriveled, and covered in bumps.
Oh, a mummy?
The green fiend's mouth stretched into a grin, its sharp teeth gleaming gold under the street lamp. I saw it in an ancient tomb, 8 coffins surrounding a cocoon wrapped in iron chains, with a mummy inside.
Chui Chen leaned back casually, as if he were at home. Are you a registered demon? This is my first time meeting one. What do you all usually do? Registered?
I'm probably the least likely thing to ever get registered, neither human, nor demon, nor ghost. The turquoise creature relaxed against a streetlight, tilting the steel pole. I named myself the Undying Corpse, a corpse awakened to demonhood.
And you? My name is Chui Chen. They say I'm a demon ghost. He eyed its massive frame. If you're not a registered demon, where do you hide that huge body normally? Aren't you afraid some psychic hunter will spot you and turn you into Swiss cheese? If you're strong enough, there's nothing to fear.
Besides, demon ghosts aren't half as sharp as you. The Undying Corpse waved a hand and walked toward a distant building.
Talking to you was nice. Thank you. Farewell.
With its nearly 4-meter height including the twin horns, it walked without making a sound. Only the disturbed airflow proved it had a physical form.
Chui Chen watched the immortal corpse walk away, rubbing his head.
This is really strange. The more I look at it, the more familiar it seems.
Chapter 43, Missile Baptism. In the lifeless city, the immortal corpse walked along the desolate street.
Above, stars and the moon held their celestial dance, while the frenzied silhouettes of headless corpses stirred in the distance.
It walked by, and merely passing caused the headless corpse to cease movement. Among the horde of corpses, Mingyu, who had been fighting desperately, sought his pupil's contract to pinpoints in an instant.
His entire body erupted in sweat, instantly drenching his monk's robes. The eternal corpse pushed aside the obstructing corpses and approached Mingyu, dragging its index finger across his face, revealing a faintly glowing streak of blood, like an elongated petal splitting off from the near-circular lotus blooming at the center of his forehead. The Undying Corpse General placed a finger to his lips, his serpent-like tongue coiling out to lick the blood of the monk, his visible delight unmistakable. It patted Mingyu's bald head, like a benevolent father.
Goosebumps instantly rose on Mingyu's skin. Who could have imagined that a supernatural being would stoop to such behavior? Even monks would be terrified by this. His bloodline has endured. Those people didn't go too far, Ancient Corpse said gently. Little one, what's your name? There was no reply.
Mingyu had already lost the power of speech.
Buddhist scriptures couldn't suppress the instinctive fear.
The invisible pressure from this supreme being made him nauseous.
Ah, just like your ancestors,
Ancient Corpse sighed, patting Mingyu's shoulder.
Leave quickly now.
Staying here might get you caught in the crossfire meant for me. The strange phenomena surrounding Mingyu faded away, returning him to the appearance of an ordinary ascetic monk. His legs moved alternately forward as the headless corpses parted to make way for him. This wasn't his intention, but his bodily functions were completely beyond his control. His agency had been temporarily seized by the eternal corpse, forcing him to obey its commands. The headless corpses around him dwindled in number as Mingyu ran onto an empty, wide boulevard. The purple anomaly that could resolve the current crisis hovered above a tilted streetlight. He wanted to speak, but couldn't. All he could do was brush past it, moving farther and farther away from the city.
You ran away too?
Chui Chen rolled over to look westward. Guess I'll go back to the village and tease the dogs then, and maybe scoop up some souls while I'm at it. The monk went east, the ghost went west. The army was slowly approaching. On the street, the group of capable individuals became utterly helpless after the departure of the two Cs. At a loss for what to do, just as they were considering whether to evacuate as planned, the greenhorn demon creature appeared in everyone's line of sight. Despair and helplessness descended, weighing heavily on most people's hearts. Although the helicopter still circled overhead, it was already too late to retreat. The government officials who had tagged along hoping to claim credit gradually directed angry looks toward their superiors. No credit to be gained, no crisis resolved, now their very lives might be forfeited here. The few remaining could only envy their colleagues who'd boarded the evacuation helicopter at the first opportunity, envy Wang Yan who'd fainted from sheer panic. Lu Jinsua gasped for air, each step of that emerald green monstrosity in his vision seeming to stomp directly on his pounding heart. He pulled out his phone and rapidly tapped out a message. As his thumb hit send, the green fiend stood less than 10 meters from the group.
What is that thing?
Li Fucking's voice trembled as he asked, his arms too weak to even lift his firearm.
A mystic standing nearby trembled as he spoke. The source.
The immortal corpse looked down at the scattered flesh and blood across the ground, the fissures in the earth, then raised its gaze toward the tilting buildings.
Finally, It amiably bent down until it was face to face with the nearest mystic. Could you kindly tell me who caused this scene? Was it your petty tricks and crafts, or perhaps some passing bloodline master? 10 seconds passed. The mystic gave no answer. Crack! A brand new headless corpse has appeared. After biting off the neck of the person before it, its gaze shifted to another. What about you? Do you know? The person nodded rapidly, breathing heavily. It was a purple ghost. The immortal corpse straightened up and stood silently in contemplation for a moment. The heads of the outermost men flew from their necks in an instant. The slaughter had begun, a one-sided massacre that gave no time for preparation. Li Fucking's temples throbbed violently as hatred compelled him to raise his sniper rifle. When death came for him next, he pulled the trigger. Click! He'd forgotten this gun had already spent its last bullet. His last shred of consciousness froze before the gaping maw that lunged at him. Li Fucking's terror vanished in an instant. A second before his neck was bitten through, he shut his eyes on his own accord. This wasn't an ending he hadn't considered before. The head hit the ground, and with it, his body collapsed. His ghost drifted aimlessly into the unknown. The immortal corpse cast an unexpected glance at the swaying ghost spirit, sighing in admiration, then lunged toward its next target. 5 seconds, every extraordinary individual who intended to follow Cui Chen in rebellion dropped dead on the spot. The undying corpse was merely playing, otherwise, a single second would have sufficed. It ran its tongue across its lips, the image of that purple figure flashing through its mind. Cui Chen, was he originally meant to deal with me? As he was lost in thought, a cylindrical object trailing flames plummeted to the ground. A massive fireball erupted out of nowhere, the shockwave hurling the undead corpse flat onto the earth. Then, a series of explosions erupted. The undying corpse rose and scanned its surroundings. The entire city was instantly submerged in a sea of flames. Is this mankind's weaponry nowadays? Such formidable power, no wonder they've abandoned the inheritance of their bloodline. With these weapons in hand, even ordinary men could rival the might of demonic cultivators. The eternal corpse inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of gunpowder in the air. Pity they're not infused with the blood of the Jinling lineage that might have actually given me some trouble. It seems that bloodline has truly faded from this world. Amid the explosions, it was tossed about wildly, yet it stubbornly maintained its form. Even when struck head-on by a blast, not the slightest damage appeared on its body. Anjing City, headquarters of the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs, Director Zhu Xiaoyi was frowning over two documents. One was a report confirming the complete fall of Yueping City with no survivors. The other was a report of Ghost 001 claiming more victims. Between the two, the former clearly took precedence in urgency. He deployed the troops himself, issued the order for heavy firepower himself, and now he must face the pressure from all sides himself. Zhu Xiaoyi, you'd better give us an explanation. The lives of 950,000 people in Yueping City are not a joke. On the conference call, an old man with white hair and piercing tiger-like eyes spoke gravely. When he first heard that the army was deploying to Yueping for a carpet bombing, he thought it was someone's sick joke. But once the news was confirmed, he nearly choked on his own breath and almost died right there in bed. The three others on the conference call were also exceptionally grave. 95,000 lives since the founding of Longming, there had never been casualties on such a scale. And right in the heart of the nation. Could mere anomalies truly possess such devastating power? Zhu Xiaoyi took a deep breath and projected the surveillance footage sent by Yueping City's Anomaly Management Office. Chapter 44, I guess he isn't coming back. Headless corpses dancing wildly in the streets, green-skinned monsters impervious to blades who slaughter 20 men in an instant. If it weren't for the fact that Zhu Xiaoyi presented this video, these four individuals standing at the pinnacle of Longming's power would have surely believed it was a scene from some gore film produced across the ocean. And then there was Lu Jinsuo's final message. Yueping has completely fallen. Request fire support to cleanse the area. Do not engage Ghost 002 under any circumstances. It is a true natural disaster. The conference room fell into prolonged silence. The white-haired old man with piercing tiger-like eyes took several deep breaths, placing a hand on his chest before asking, that enormous thing, was Ghost 002? Bamboo Howley looked up. This is merely the origin of Yueping's downfall. It's not a registered supernatural creature. Ghost 002 is another demonic ghost with human consciousness, a soul with legal status. A portly middle-aged man wearing round-framed glasses frowned deeply, pressing his fingers to his brow as he softly said, that so-called source should be dead already, shouldn't it? The city has already been destroyed, there's no reason for it to still be alive. And what about this Ghost 002? Is there any way to eliminate it as well? I can't give you a definitive answer about whether Source Death is truly gone. As for Ghost 002, we currently have no means to deal with it either. Zhu Xiaoyi spoke frankly. As someone with extraordinary bloodline abilities, he understood far more than these four individuals. Ensure thorough cleanup operations. If that colossal entity isn't truly dead, authorization is granted to deploy orbital high-energy weapons when necessary. The white-haired, tiger-eyed old man ran his fingers through his hair with a weary expression. We absolutely cannot allow such devastation to continue in Longming. If possible, divert that so-called Ghost 002 abroad. I'll attempt to make it happen, Zhu Xiaoyi nodded in response. Alright, we've grasped the situation. The destruction of Yueping City wasn't your fault. As for the city's disappearance, let's pin the blame on those international terrorist organizations. I second the motion. Refine the details and only disclose them when concealment becomes impossible. The public must never learn about the existence of supernatural entities. During this period, have the Navy stage some significant operations abroad, preferably real combat exercises with live ammunition. The performance must be convincing. The discussion lasted until dawn. Zhu Xiaoyi never interjected throughout. Only when the meeting adjourned did he wearily pick up the second document on the table. Ghost 001 has harmed people in public again. The victims are Chen Yungbua, son of Liangzhou Municipal Party Committee Secretary, and Xue Lushan, second daughter of Weilian Technology Company, Limited as chairman. Continuing to read further, Zhu Xiaoyi's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Chen Yunbua's drunk driving in a busy street caused the deaths of a family of 6. Ghost 001 witnessed the incident at the scene and crushed both the vehicle and its occupants into thin sheets. Same as last time, not random killing, but following its own set of principles, albeit extremely harsh ones. Zhu Xiaoyi yawned as sunlight streamed into the office, his joints cracking as he stood up. There was still plenty of work ahead these few days. As the director of the Anomaly Management Bureau, holidays were practically non-existent for him. With the frequent occurrence of supernatural incidents across various regions lately, even sleep has to be timed with precision. Grab a quick breakfast and get back to work, it's never ending. The complaints faded into the office air as 2 night-delivered documents lay quietly on the desk. The death tolls in those files were merely strings of numbers. In the latter half of the night, Mingyu regained control of his body and reactivated his bloodline power to rush back to Yueping City, only to find nothing but shattered ruins from the explosion. The city was filled with wandering ghosts, neither headless corpses nor the terrifying emerald-green monstrosity could be seen. He wandered the still warm streets several times, chanting Buddhist mantras countless times under his breath. Finally, he clasped his hands in prayer and headed west. The dead cannot return to life, since tragedy has already occurred. No amount of heartache or anger can change it. Mingyu remembered he still had to return to that nameless mountain village. Someone was waiting for him, and he needed to reassure her of his safety. At the village entrance, Yun Jing gazed desperately toward the direction of the rising sun, but the figure she had hoped for never appeared. Cui Chen floated above the four-eyed iron-wrapped golden dog, playfully tugging at the tips of its fur. I don't think that bald guy's coming back. Remember how he ran off eastward last night? Cui Chen twisted a passing insect between his fingers and casually fed it to iron-wrapped gold. The nearly enlightened mutt wasn't picky. Without even chewing, it gulped the insect down in one bite. With a flick of its tail, it splayed its front legs and flopped down, panting alongside Shuichen while staring in the same direction. I'll go warn her. You stay put, don't want you scaring the poor girl later. Woof. The morning chill proved harder to endure than expected. Yun Jing kept rubbing her arms and stomping her feet at regular intervals. Don't tell me he's really not coming back. I've been waiting all night, damn it. Yun Jing blew warm air into her palms, then suddenly felt someone tousling her hair. She turned to look. On the earthen wall beside her, a line of crooked handwriting had appeared at some unknown moment. That bald guy probably isn't coming back. Aren't you freezing just standing here this early? Granny's called you to eat, yet you're not moving. An ear-splitting scream instantly shattered the village's tranquility. Every mongrel was startled into endless barking. Yun Jing couldn't see supernatural entities, but she had heard from Mingyu that ghosts existed in this village. So now, has a ghost come for her? After screaming, she quickly regained composure, her eyes darting around. What do you want? Every injustice has its perpetrator, don't you dare get any ideas about me. The words on the earthen wall had been erased, replaced by a single large question mark. Cui Chen choked back a curse, but since she couldn't perceive him, the words remained trapped in his throat. After stewing in frustration, he finally scrawled the words on the earthen wall. Your makeup makes you look more ghostly than me. You think you're so attractive? Even modern-day narcissistic women won't spare ghosts? Got thoughts and ideas, so what? It's not like he had the equipment to do anything about it. Cui Chen gloomily floated back onto the iron-wrapped golden statue, feeling wronged. He tried to give a kind reminder but got labeled as a pervert. This world was truly unfriendly toward ghosts. Yun Jing puffed up her cheeks in anger at those words, pointing a trembling finger at the earthen wall, but couldn't muster a single retort after much struggling. After some thought, she exhaled the breath stuck in her throat and turned her gaze back toward the rising sun. What does a ghost know about aesthetics anyway? No point arguing with the dead.
3 minutes later, Chui Chen raised his eyebrows as he watched the billowing dust clouds along the path. He hadn't actually expected the bald guy to come back. Recalling his earlier attempt to warn that lovesick sentinel, Chui Chen felt a burning flush creep across his face. What business did a perpetually single starving ghost like him, both in life and death, have speculating about some couple's private pact?
So monks in this world can actually get married?
I'll have to ask about that later, Chui Chen muttered, shaking his head as Mingyu gradually came into view. The lotus and petals vanished, and he returned to the appearance initially seen in the cloud mirror. Only now, his monk's robe bore some bloodstains, and a fresh wound marred his left cheek.
Chapter 45, Too weak, without strength. Little bald one, you're back.
Yunjing curled her lips and glanced at the earthen wall beside her before beaming and stepping forward, arms wide open to give Mingyu a big hug.
Yes, I'm back.
Mingyu sidestepped her affectionate gesture, his fiery gaze fixed on the drifting purple anomaly as he asked, "Why did you leave last night?" Chui Chen froze for a moment before pouting and saying, "I felt like it. That so-called director's attitude really rubbed me the wrong way.
Because of your willfulness, more people died."
Mingyu clenched his fists and stepped forward, grief and fury twisting across his face.
So what? It's not like I killed anyone.
Morally condemning a ghost, how amusing.
Chui Chen spread his hands and turned away.
If you've got the skills, go save them yourself.
What's the point of relying on others? With great power comes great responsibility? I'm not some failed man in red and blue tights swinging between skyscrapers.
Mingyu watched him float back onto the nearly sentient four-eyed iron-wrapped golden retriever, lost in thought for a long while without uttering a word. Yunjing noticed he seemed preoccupied, though curious about what the ghost had said to him. She refrained from interrupting and simply stood by, waiting quietly. Several minutes later, Mingyu exhaled deeply, pressed his palms together, and bowed slightly toward Chui Chen.
I stand enlightened.
Then, he and Yunjing walked side by side toward the sky-blue coupe parked on the small roadside path. His back appeared dejected and lonely, his posture slightly slumped.
He looks like a lost dog,
Chui Chen quipped mockingly. The four-eyed, iron-armored golden retriever snorted and shifted into a more comfortable lying position. A little yellow and white female dog came trotting over with its tail wagging, leaning against him and even sticking out its tongue to lick the tip of his nose. At that moment, the brindled dog with 4 white socks let out another snort. Chui Chen felt like he had just been subtly insulted by a dog, and his gaze toward the retreating dog couple couldn't help but carry a hint of annoyance.
Hey, Baldy, Chui Chen shouted.
Mingyu stopped in his tracks, waiting for him to continue.
Can monks get married?
The corner of Mingyu's mouth twitched. He raised a middle finger and strode forward without looking back, no matter how that creature screamed.
The two got into the car, and Yunjing asked, Little Baldy, where to next? Simply proceed to the benefactor's destination.
This humble monk has no fixed objective.
I think you're strange. You're supposed to be an ascetic monk,
yet you don't refuse when I invite you into the car, and you eat whatever food I order without distinguishing between meat and vegetables.
What's the point of your ascetic practice then? Asceticism has no inherent meaning.
What matters is delivering all living beings from suffering. Mingyu shook his head and naturally rolled down the window to feel the morning sun and breeze. Yunjing picked up the sunglasses from the console and put them on, starting the car and driving forward. What does delivering all living creatures from suffering mean?
It probably means punishing evil and promoting good, saving lives and such.
My master never explained it to me. He told me to go out and find my own living creatures to save. Mingyu's gaze drifted as he pinched a floating blade of grass between his fingers. But last night, it seems like I accomplished nothing at all.
Why?
Just as he said, I'm too weak, no ability, no skill.
That ghost said that?
But you saved me. Yunjing reached over with her right hand, ignoring his resistance, and ruffled his shaved head. No matter the circumstances, I was truly, genuinely saved by you. Mingyu rubbed the spot that had been kneaded, let out a soft sigh, and emitted an approving hum through his nose. Inside the nameless village, as time passed, the elderly residents began their daily routines. Some went for their strolls, others fed their dogs. An old man carried a rocking chair into the sunlight. As he swayed back and forth, he suddenly remembered to give his child a phone call. Thinking it was the weekend after all, the children probably weren't at work. But call after call went through without getting connected. The old man grew puzzled, suspecting his phone might be broken, and borrowed another phone from fellow elders. Yet the result remained the same.
The old man who lent his phone said, Could it be your son's phone is broken? Let me try calling mine. Beep beep beep. The continuous busy tone meant the call couldn't go through. He then tried calling other relatives.
Surprisingly, he could get through to those living elsewhere, but everyone who stayed in Yueping had the same result.
This seemed to hint at something.
The elders gathered together to discuss the situation. They finally decided to go check out the city together. The elderly folks visit the relatives' fleet officially set off, complete with e-bikes and tricycles, leaving only one ghost and a few mutts to guard the house. Don't know if they'll get so mad after seeing everything that they'll just keel over from shock, Chuichin shook his head, watching the elders disappear into the distance with iron-wrapped golden eyes. Before I dog, he cracked his back and mused, I'm becoming more and more convinced that the undying corpse I encountered last night and whatever I saw in that tomb were born from the same mother.
Iron-wrapped golden eyes, the four-eyed dog woof?
But that immortal corpse is ridiculously huge, while whatever's in that iron cocoon might not even reach 1.5 meters tall.
Should I go back and take a look? Woof. Forget it, might as well check. It won't take much time. Don't follow me, you can't go underground.
In the mountain hollow, Chuichin returned to the stone wall once more, dove headfirst down, and within seconds found himself in the tunnel passage. Rushing forward, he swept past the familiar scenery of the passageway, plunged into the cavern, and once again beheld the hollow chamber. Before his gaze could even reach the center of the octagonal platform, Chen Shui blurted out a stunned holy shit. Scattered across the ground were several fresh human heads, each face frozen in expressions of terror and resentment. Lifelike as if preserved in time, these heads had clearly been severed during their owner's moments of utmost horror. The desiccated corpse from the coffin he had opened himself was still there, but the horned mummy that had rolled out of the cocoon had vanished without a trace.
Chuichen's Adam's apple bobbed as an ominous premonition fluttered restlessly in his chest. Could the devastation in Yueping City have been caused by that thing I released? The immortal corpse didn't seem that powerful. How did it manage to kill so many people?
Realizing he might have indirectly caused the death of an entire city's population, Chuichin didn't feel guilt or unease, just a twinge of sheepishness. It felt like the guilt when a teacher in childhood asked why homework wasn't submitted. If it really was like that, I should have killed that thing last night. Chuichin patted his face and leaned closer to the coffin whose lid he had smashed. I'll help those people get revenge when I get the chance.
As for you old coffin dwellers, it's better to just smash you to pieces.
To prevent whatever was in these 8 coffins from escaping and causing chaos in the world like the immortal corpse, Chuichin decided to do a good deed. After all, reducing bones to ashes wasn't something he was doing for the first time. Using his distortion abilities for this task was just playing to his strengths. The 8 coffins had been reduced to 8 piles of splinters, pulverized to a fineness rivaling wheat flour. Just add water and steam them, and you'd have steamed buns. As for those human heads, Chuichin initially concluded they lacked any capacity for malice. Bending down, he locked eyes with the ugliest one, a stubbly, pockmarked face, for 3 full seconds.
Too ugly.
Better smash them, Chuichin muttered, staring at the grotesque pulp he'd twisted the head into.
Rubbing his chin in puzzlement, he added, bunch of unlucky brats. How'd you even get in here?
His gaze shifted upward toward the hollow cavity above, where the unmistakable howl of wind hinted at an exit leading to the outside world.
Chapter 46, Care for some beef?
Moving forward through the cavern at the other end of the cavity, he soon caught sight of a narrow strip of sky. Floating upward for a better look, he was met with complete devastation. Not a single intact building remained in sight. Ghosts drifted aimlessly everywhere, while in the distance, a few living figures clad in black walked side by side. The living people clearly froze for a moment when they spotted the suddenly appearing purple ghost.
Chuichin guessed they were probably government personnel. The Bureau of Anomalies? Or something else? Whatever.
At any rate, they wore quite coordinated outfits, neat and proper, like stewards from an anime. After conferring among themselves, the group pushed forward a woman with short hair to speak on their behalf. The short-haired woman swiped on her tablet as if confirming something, then tilted her head to look at the purple ghost floating midair.
Hello, we're staff from the Anomaly Management Bureau. Bureau of Abnormalities? Is this the headquarters of the Special Administration Office? Chuichin sat cross-legged, looking down condescendingly as he said, Ghost 002, if I recall correctly, that's my designation.
The short-haired woman turned back embarrassedly to her colleagues, only receiving a few encouraging looks in return. She mouthed a silent curse, then kept taking deep breaths to psych herself up. They just internally classified Ghost 002 as a neutral but high-risk target, and now she had to run into it on her very first assignment. Lost the damn rock-paper-scissors match by bad luck, had to step forward for negotiations where the subject was hostile, while those bastards behind her were clearly enjoying her predicament.
What if I piss it off and get killed? I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. Wah, my life is so miserable. Could you please answer a few questions?
Chuichin grew several question marks above his head, looking strangely at the short-haired woman beneath him who was crying rivers with snot bubbles forming.
Just ask whatever you want to know. What's with all the crying? Do I look that scary? No. You're not frightening at all.
The short-haired woman wiped her face hastily. We mistakenly initiated liquidation procedures against you earlier, so we'd like to offer compensation.
Do you accept? Compensation? What kind of compensation? Tell me first. Chuichin propped his chin, watching the short-haired woman flip through her tablet with amusement. Mistaken liquidation? Who would believe that? This was undoubtedly because of Dia Wei and those 3 idiots. Now they're throwing around words like mistaken? Really taking ghosts for fools?
Though he didn't know exactly what had happened to prompt these officials wanting to compensate him. But judging by the fear and panic on these officials' faces, Cui Chen suspected they might have learned about his abilities from somewhere.
Chang Xiaya, or last night? Cui Chen chuckled. Either way, he now knew they couldn't do anything about him. Otherwise, their attitude toward such a serious threat wouldn't have been about compensation and appeasement. Found it yet?
It's been 5 minutes already, Cui Chen reminded, casting a glance at her colleagues.
Got it.
The specific compensation is as follows. 1 small island under 20 square kilometers in the South China Sea, plus the construction of facilities on the island.
What would I do with an island? Build myself a tomb? Cui Chen rolled his eyes, sounding somewhat exasperated.
And also, 2 billion Longming dollars.
So much? But is there any difference between money and paper to me? A team of servants, to be buried with me? Rattled off so many things, but is there even one that a dead person can enjoy? Cui Chen descended and stood before the short-haired woman. Did the person proposing compensation list everything they themselves wanted?
There's one last item. The short-haired woman moved the tablet aside and nearly wet herself when she saw the huge purple face behind it. She took 2 steps back to steady herself before saying, a worldwide trip, with dedicated personnel accompanying you throughout. I'm not interested in traveling. Cui Chen glanced at the tablet screen.
Weren't you supposed to ask some questions? Surely it's not just about whether I accept the compensation, right? Otherwise, you'd be screwed if I refused. Scroll down some more. What does that half-hidden message say? Oh, detailed assessment of Ghost 002's threat level? Do you need my cooperation?
The short-haired woman lost all strength, dropping the tablet and cracking one corner. She collapsed to the ground, shivering uncontrollably. Even though the approaching creature had done nothing, she simply couldn't help herself.
Playing the victim, are we? Cui Chen took a few steps back, stuffing a passing ghost into his mouth. It's not like I eat humans, why be so terrified? What exactly have you ghosts been saying about me? You've misunderstood. I just have weak legs, that's all. The short-haired woman forced an awkward smile. It would be wonderful if you could cooperate with our assessment. She had given up all pretense by now. Her smile looked more like a grimace, oblivious to the snot trailing down to the corner of her mouth. Forget about cooperation. I'll just show you something casually and that should be enough for your report, right? Cui Chen could still tell whether someone's legs were giving out.
He turned to face a somewhat familiar empty lot. Although it had been blasted beyond recognition, one could still make out that this used to be a school. Who hasn't fantasized about demolishing their school at some point during their student days? Even though it wasn't the school from his student days, satisfying his nostalgic craving was no problem at all. The fractured teaching building began to rotate along with the twisted earth before the entire structure soon sank into the ground, leaving nothing within the school's confines remaining. Only a clockwise swirling vortex remained on the surface. Should that smiling aberration so desire, this vortex could potentially expand indefinitely, devouring and distorting everything before shattering it all into oblivion. The ground beneath the short-haired woman was soaked through as she stared blankly at the scene unfolding nearby, one that could never have been created by mere high-level threats. Natural disaster? She didn't know perhaps this unknown creature was the true embodiment of a natural calamity in human form.
A ghost? This was definitely not one of those post-mortem spirits.
At this moment, the short-haired woman felt remarkably little fear. The gap was too vast, death might come in mere instant.
Should be good enough. I've never tried going all out before. Cui Chen crouched down, staring into the short-haired woman's eyes as he spoke deliberately. Tell me, if I really wanted to commit evil, what could you all possibly do about it?
Her answer would determine Cui Chen's future approach, whether he'd tread carefully or act without restraint. The short-haired woman lowered her head, her bangs obscuring her eyes. With her hands folded on her lap, she answered solemnly, I believe you won't harm innocent people. Those who died, they deserved it. You're just upholding your own principles. Damn impressive. Just what you'd expect from a former civil servant.
Cui Chen gave a thumbs up, grinning in the sunlight like a high school kid skipping class to go gaming.
The next moment, his figure vanished from the sight of these Bureau of Anomaly Control staff members. Without interacting with anything, Cui Chen's departure left no sound whatsoever. The freshly deceased spirits of Yueping City were in for a rough time. What awaited them was a ravenous ghost so exhilarated it could hunt non-stop for 48 hours.
Has it left?
The short-haired woman's colleague stepped forward and asked.
Be right back. How should we report this? Let's take a few photos to show the higher-ups and let them decide.
For now, help me find a pair of pants.
Chapter 47, The Big City.
When moonlight bathed the streets of Yueping City, Cui Chen, now incapable of spotting even a single ghost, hovered upside down in a cross-legged position above the bustling city center. Today marked the 7th day since the missile strike had carpeted the area, and just half an hour earlier, he had purged the last lingering spirits from the final street. The departed, regardless of beauty or ugliness, virtue or vice, wealth or poverty in their former lives, were all equal in his eyes. If he could swallow one whole in a single bite, he never took a second. Once the 7 full days of relentless feeding finally concluded, Cui Chen found no joy in it. A simultaneous surge of accomplishment and emptiness left the ghost adrift in unsettling bewilderment. Having saved nearly 1 million ghosts from their inevitable fate of dissipation, and single-handedly preventing the emergence of vengeful spirits, one should be elated at such good deeds. But when he thinks back to just 7 days ago, when every street teemed with restless ghosts, plump as crabs in season, waiting to be devoured. Now, the streets lie barren, that golden age gone forever. Guess I've eaten them all, Cui Chen murmured, rubbing his stomach with eyes so hollow they could frost over the world. No feast ever satisfies, whether devouring countless ghosts or those of the highest grade, nothing could ever truly sate his hunger. In the end, his stomach would never feel full. I'm still so hungry, Cui Chen lamented while gazing at the moon, stretching his form as he drifted westward. This city now had only him as a lingering ghost, deathly silent as if freshly dredged from the underworld. The staff of the Anomaly Control Bureau had withdrawn 3 days prior, though not before seeking him out to say their goodbyes. As for the so-called compensation they offered, Cui Chen hadn't accepted it anyway, just trivial things that nearly made him laugh at the thought of taking them seriously, let alone actually accepting. Back in the nameless village, the stray dogs didn't bark joyfully to greet him after 7 days of absence. Their master's low spirits had rubbed off on them, leaving them equally listless. Four-eyed iron-wrapped gold lay before the open doorway of the house, ears drooping all the way down, tail no longer held high. Seeing Cui Chen approach, it whined softly several times, confiding its sorrow to a friend. At first, Cui Chen didn't understand what it had been through, but when he saw the old ghost inside with its sorrowful face, everything seemed to become clear. Reason conquered appetite. Cui Chen slightly ruffled the four-eyed iron-wrapped golden retriever's fur on its head as a feigned caress, asking, "Since your master's gone, what will you do now? Want to come with me?" The four-eyed golden retriever strode into the house and curled up beside its deceased master, making its intention abundantly clear. Cui Chen said nothing. Leaning back on his hands, he gazed at the night sky and kept his animal companion company till dawn. At daybreak the next morning, the first sunbeam tore a golden path through the clouds, so imperial in its bearing that its very appearance scattered the stars that had danced all night with the moon. The sun and moon shone together in the sky. The sun permitted the moon briefly to share its daylight, but not for long. As the golden light overpowered the violet glow, only the eternal protagonist remained in the eastern sky. Cui Chen watched helplessly as the moon vanished. Then he turned his gaze indoors, where City Baojin, the four-eyed dog, had stayed awake all night, still curled in its circular sleeping posture. He wondered, was this peculiar vigil reserved only for tonight, or had it been repeated every single night since its master's passing? "I have to go now," Cui Chen said. The four-eyed iron-wrapped golden retriever wagged its tail, its somewhat dull eyes meeting Cui Chen's ghostly gaze. "Might not be coming back, so want to come along?" Woof. The four-eyed iron-wrapped golden raised its head and shook it, rejecting Cui Chen's invitation for the second time. Cui Chen finally smiled, imprinting a spiral pattern on the tip of its tail just like when they first met. Gone. Cui Chen turned his face to the west. Gone. By the time four-eyed iron wrapped in gold came to his senses, the purple figure had already vanished. He lifted his head to gaze at his master's ghost, then walked to the door and let out a long, mournful howl. The belated farewell fell on deaf ears. Cui Chen had drifted too far away. All he could hear now were bird calls at his own drifting altitude. After drifting aimlessly for a while, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon the original graveyard again. Perhaps it would be more accurate to call it an empty lot. The marks from their playful experiments remained visible, and he recognized them. If he had come this far, White Temple Town wasn't much farther ahead. Cui Chen thought of a certain white-haired guy and a certain lesbian, muttering to himself, "Should I go say hello?" After a moment's consideration, he decided against it. Following his memory to the nearest highway entrance, the traffic at the toll station in this small town wasn't too heavy. When Cui Chen arrived, only one semi-trailer was pulling in. He had a bit of a shadow over these things. Every time he saw one, he'd recall that middle-aged man who had struggled so hard to live. Not long after drifting along the highway, Cui Chen's attention was caught by a straight, unobstructed cloud path stretching across the sky. The flight path. Cities with airports must be much bigger than Yueping City, right? Cui Chen rubbed his chin and decided to follow. With one leap surging upward and another plunge diving into the aircraft's interior, Cui Chen found chasing planes easier than Indian train surfers boarding moving locomotives. Though this was his first time boarding a plane mid-flight, strange as it was, it didn't dampen his curiosity about the unfamiliar vehicle. After patrolling economy class twice, Cui Chen concluded it was inferior to high-speed rail second-class seats. Taller passengers couldn't even stretch their legs properly. As he leaned forward slightly, he caught sight of the in-flight snack prepared for him on this flight. Just separated by a curtain in the business-class cabin, a malicious ghost with shifty features and white pupils had its arms wrapped around a little boy's neck. The boy wore a knitted hat and a face mask. His body trembled incessantly from continuous coughing. His exposed eyes appeared dry and lifeless, as if enduring immense suffering at every moment. The woman beside him looked no less haggard than the boy, presumably his mother. This mother and child were probably headed somewhere for medical treatment, but how could ordinary doctors possibly comprehend ailments caused by unnatural entities? Cui Chen had consumed quite a few of these things himself, but this was the first time he'd directly witnessed how they harmed humans. Merely clinging to someone's simple physical contact could reduce a child in the prime of youth to death's door.
It was truly, is this really all? Chui-Chen peeled the vengeful ghost off the boy's body, twisted off its head, and began munching on it like a watermelon.
Judging by how appetizing it was, this vengeful ghost had probably reached the level of a monster, the kind that deserved to be savored slowly. Snacking leisurely in the cockpit, after a 40-minute flight, Chui-Chen chose to disembark as the plane reached its destination city's airspace. In terms of bustling prosperity alone, this city could rival 10 Yueping cities before disaster struck. There are as many ghosts as people, but similarly, few malicious spirits are seen. Every city has its masters of the extraordinary, and they show zero tolerance towards supernatural entities that harm humans. They never drag their feet. If capable, they act. If outmatched, they call for reinforcements but still get it done. Right now, Chui-Chen observes from above on a rooftop, a group of young faces and a disheveled old man with wild hair and beard have just trapped some sort of creature inside a spirit shrine.
This is why big cities never disappoint, opportunities abound.
Barely arrived, and he's already got a meal lined up.
If you can't handle this thing, can you give it to me? Who's there?
The grumpy old man plucked at his beard as he looked up. The young men did the same, their heads tilted back and their eyes following the abrupt arrival of this strange being.
Chapter 48. So this is what university is like.
The slowly descending purple anomaly is none other than Ghost 002, a being whose threat level was revised 3 times in a single day by the Anomaly Control Bureau and is currently classified as neutral but extreme risk.
The Extraordinary Management Bureau issued the following coexistence guidelines for gifted individuals under each regional office's jurisdiction. Follow their will, never oppose it. How formidable must the power of an anomaly be, to have forced the Bureau of Anomalies backed by state machinery to compromise to such an extent? The few people on this rooftop didn't know exactly what it intended to do, but they understood one thing: they must not interfere, no matter what. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement.
Chui-Chen rubbed his hands together and thrust a claw into the shrine, but after fumbling around for a long time, he still couldn't pull out the fierce ghost.
Scratching his cheek awkwardly, he turned to the ragged old man who obviously had seniority in the room. So, could you let the thing inside out?
The old man squinted slightly. According to the records, Ghost 002 didn't seem incapable of dealing with the ghost containment vessel, yet he specifically asked for it to be released.
What was he scheming?
Twisting his beard, the old man turned to the youngest boy present and said, "Wang Jie, go release the container." Wang Jie, a baby-faced kid in flip-flops, shorts, and a tank top, pointed at his own nose and stretched his neck in astonishment. "Me?" The old man's expression didn't change at all, he simply uttered one more word: "Go." Wang Jie approached the container with a grimace on his face. With the critically dangerous anomaly observing nearby, his hand reaching toward the shrine became stiff. He tore off the blue talismans pasted on both innermost sides of the shrine, bit his finger to smear the deity statue's face with blood, then snapped off the statue's head and placed it atop the shrine. Finally, he wiped away the vermilion letter D inscribed on the statue's base. A simple 4-step process, yet Wang Jie took a solid 10 minutes to complete it due to his trembling hands.
These few steps actually take this long? Is there some special technique involved? Chui-Chen asked in confusion.
As he spoke, he yanked out a newly emerged grotesque ghost, tore it in half before their eyes, then pointed at the shrine. "This thing should still work, right?" Wang Jie sniffed and forced himself not to look at the vertically bisected monstrous creature, casting a pleading glance toward his master instead. The old man approached with hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he explained, "This lad's still new to the trade, his hands aren't steady yet, please excuse him. As for this container, after forcibly releasing what's imprisoned inside, you can reuse it once more by replacing the seals with cinnabar-tempered glass, though its binding power won't be as strong as when it was intact."
Such courtesy? Did the Anomaly Management Bureau issue something about me to you people?
Chui-Chen clamped the torn halves of the freak ghost under his arm while gnawing on one of its fingers like a cigarette. The old man was about to explain when the anomaly muttered to himself, "Obviously. Last time, that short-haired woman pissed herself. Guess my threat level must have been upgraded quite a bit, though I doubt any bald heroes will randomly show up to justice execute me out of sheer boredom." "Master, it's leaving," said Wang Jie, shaking his teacher's arm as he watched the anomaly's receding figure. The old man grew impatient and gave him a sharp knock on the head. "No shit, I'm not blind." Another long-haired girl with a complicated expression said, "Master, it should be able to open the container easily, so why did it make us do it? The records say it's a disaster-class neutral anomaly, don't they? How should I know?" "There's no guessing an anomaly's thoughts." The old man rolled his eyes and ordered, "Pack everything up. Since it took the ghost away, we don't need to keep this thing as decoration anymore. It's still usable, don't waste it."
"Got it." Times N. Humming a tune while eating ghosts, Chui-Chen blended into the crowd just like any normal person.
The coming and going faces were all young, not much younger than he had been in life.
"No classes this afternoon. The weather's so nice, wanna go biking? Pass. Let me rot in the dorm like moldy leftovers." Only $50 left in 8 days until my allowance comes. How am I supposed to survive? I blew through my money at the start of the month. Been scraping by on my boyfriend's support ever since. What's for lunch? Group ordering takeout. Voices from all directions reached Chui Chen's ears, and after filtering out irrelevant information, he confirmed he was currently inside a university campus. These students living in a paradoxical cycle of dawn and dusk remained oblivious to the beauty of youth, mindlessly squandering the most splendid years of their lives in ceaseless busyness. Chui Chen couldn't help but sigh, so this was the daily bliss of university life. He'd seen university students working in electronics factories too, but those in the factories carried more lifelessness about them than their campus counterparts, as if they'd resigned themselves to a vegetative existence after failing to accept reality. Before his death, Chui Chen hadn't passed the college entrance exams, and all his knowledge about campus life came from short videos. But only by being there in person could one witness the varied states of students. Some wore anxious frowns, others strutted with pride, while many simply radiated youthful vitality. And then there were goddesses of mercy? Chui Chen didn't understand, but was thoroughly shocked. The girl who passed through his body strode confidently with her head held high black stockings and high heels paired with a pleated skirt so short it revealed half her bottom, while her top barely clung to her figure with no visible straps at all, swinging perilously with each step. The whole way was filled with meaningful glances, and she seemed to revel in the attention. Chui Chen exclaimed how outrageous this was. Though he'd seen even more outrageous things on those paywalled websites requiring persistent access attempts, encountering such a sight in real life was truly a first for him. That's Xu Muyao over there? Heard she's being kept by some construction contractor. But I heard her family was already wealthy? Like, there's no need for her to, you know what I mean. Who knows? A buddy of mine from the arts department said she's public transportation, even sent me some of those kinds of photos of her. Mind forwarding them? Bro, light me a cigarette, I wanna see too. Chui Chen tilted his head with a critical expression, trailing behind these morally dubious young men to conduct a dialectical viewing session. As a ghost, he could never experience the small-headed dad and big-headed son phenomenon. His presence here stemmed purely from curiosity. Following them into the male dormitory, he noted how much cleaner this unnamed university's housing was compared to Yueping City's special case office apartment with its stalactite-forming leaky ceilings. The group swarmed around the photo owner as they stormed his dorm floor, their enthusiasm resembling subjects paying homage to a new feudal lord or adoptive father. Just minutes ago they were complete strangers, yet the birth of male friendship is always this peculiar. The dorm room owner lived on the 3rd floor. Before they even pushed the door open, the group heard waves of indecent sounds coming from inside. That definitely wasn't something a video could produce. The source of those sounds was right there in the room. Did they bring a prostitute back to the dorm? Chui Chen was also puzzled and bewildered. He first leaned half his body through the door, only to realize it was just a sliding rheostat from a gaming setup. The next moment, the dorm room door was pushed open. The middle-parted boy who'd been faking a lowly voice with a pinched throat stared at the doorway, his expression visibly freezing. Aben, where did you bring all these people from? The owner of the photo, called Aben, spread his hands helplessly and said to the crowd behind him, I told you it was just my roommate playing games. He's a paid gaming companion who spends all day pretending to be a Lolita to trick his clients. Chapter 49, Even the Ghosts Are Stunned. Learning the truth, the crowd's enthusiasm waned, and they could only urge Aben to hurry up and share the photo. If someone they interacted with daily was really the kind of person who'd do anything for money, then this juicy gossip was definitely worth spreading far and wide. Aben smirked with a devilish grin, his glasses reflecting an inexplicable white light that completely obscured his eyes. He pressed the power button on the laptop with his middle finger, and amidst the roar of the fan, the screen slowly lit up. The crowd gathered in a circle, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. After the startup chime faded, Aben correctly entered the 6-digit password and opened a mysterious document. The document contained 7 or 8 detailed categories, but what caught everyone's attention was the pinned post titled Campus Spring. The group brimmed with excitement, knowing smiles involuntarily spreading across their faces. Opening the pinned category revealed classified photos featuring different subjects, all female students who were somewhat known around campus. The largest collection contained 30 photos, while Zhu Muyao, whom they most eagerly anticipated, had only a mere 5. No way, is this real? Which hero leaked these photos? Damn impressive. The shady path is drenched with morning dew, TSK TSK TSK. This volume, he's definitely a manga protagonist. Switch it up, show us some other people, man. Amidst the laughter and chatter, Chui Chen extricated himself from the critical crowd. The photos had confirmed that the girl was indeed a worker at McDonald's, and shockingly, she wasn't the only one. He could only sigh at how morals were declining these days. If the factory surroundings had ghosts of this quality during his lifetime, he definitely would have tried it no matter what. With his curiosity satisfied, Chui Chen shifted his gaze to the middle-parting hairstyle guy making an outrageous commotion. Aside from letting out a somewhat manly sound when he first entered, the guy had been staring at the screen the entire time,
making eerie noises intermittently. From the moment Chui Chen entered, the middle-parted guy hadn't moved his head at all, sitting bolt upright with intense focus.
Playing games isn't like this.
Even if the opponent is an important client, there's no way someone could maintain the same posture throughout. Moreover, the commotion around Abin wasn't subtle, cheers followed by lewd laughter. Even the most focused person would inevitably glance over a couple of times. Combined with the momentary look of shock and freeze on the middle-parted man's face when the door was pushed open, Chui Chen concluded,
"You can see me, right?"
The middle-parted man didn't respond, continuing to echo his boss's words through the headphones as if completely unable to hear the ghost's voice. The involuntary bob of his Adam's apple betrayed him. He could see, just like Luoshi, merely capable of sight. "I don't really understand people like you," Chui Chen said, floating sideways across his desk as he watched the game footage on the computer. "If you're being haunted, you should just go to the local supernatural management bureau. Exceptional talents are hard to come by, but the bureau isn't exactly mobile."
"Oh, you died."
The middle-parted man's gameplay was disrupted by his obstructed view, his character meeting an untimely demise at the crucial moment.
"Oof, boss, careful now, the enemy's damage spikes are no joke."
"Ew." Hearing such a cute ending tone coming from a boy's mouth made Chui Chen's spine tingle.
He turned his head to glance at the middle-parted guy's serious face, seemingly focused on the battle.
"Aren't you disgusted by yourself?
Let's go." Though people could see him, they wouldn't dare interact with a ghost. Every few seconds, they'd let out some inhumanly disgusting noises that made Chui Chen abandon the idea of talking to anyone.
Once outside, Chui Chen resumed his daily routine, just like when he was in Yueping City. The boys who had followed Aben to broaden their horizons in the middle-parted man's dormitory had already left.
At the once lively gaming table, only Aben remained, quietly admiring his collection alone. After finishing the final match with the boss, the middle-parted man removed his headphones and helplessly looked to his left. "Aben, do you know what you just brought back with you?"
"Brought back what?"
Aben replied, "Among the artists who came back with me, is there someone you know?"
"No, not exactly." The middle-parted man shook his head wistfully.
"But a ghost followed you back."
Aben let out an impatient click of his tongue and spoke with grave earnestness. "We've already given you plenty of counseling about this.
There are absolutely no such things as ghosts in this world. As a university student of the new era, you should put your faith in science. All monsters and demons are paper tigers, the world operates on dialectical materialism."
"Well, the middle-parted man wanted to argue further, but in the end all his unspoken words condensed into a single sigh. Since childhood, the only person who ever believed him had been his superstitious grandmother.
"No matter how much I explained to others, I'd always get looks like I was crazy.
Even my parents thought grandma had influenced me, making me choose a university far from home for my college entrance exams." Thinking of grandma's kind face, the middle-parted guy found some comfort in his heart. At least there was still someone in the world who understood him. Picking up his phone to check the time, he swung out of the expensive second-hand gaming chair he'd bought from an upperclassman and said, "I'm heading to the cafeteria.
Godfather, bring me back a barbecue rice bowl when you return."
Ben was like a dog catching scent. Just moments ago he'd been scolding, now he was fawning, switching to honorifics with sycophantic ease. The middle-parted guy nodded, picked up a bag of trash by the door, and left the dorm. The campus path bore heavy historical imprints, its last renovation likely dated back to the previous century. The bluestone pavement tiles, each step threatening crotch discomfort and every other step sheer agony, bore the glossy patina of countless footprints.
Following these tiles to the canteen could save you over 500 meters of walking. You could even toss the trash into the roadside bin along the way, saving the detour to the waste disposal area. Beside the trash bin stood an unusually lush old locust tree, a rare specimen seldom seen anywhere else on campus. Love declarations carved by couples often adorned the lower trunk, though the locust tree always managed to absorb them over time. The digestion period ranged anywhere from weeks to months. When he first enrolled, the middle-parted haired boy had seen a fist-sized hollow gouged into this locust tree's trunk. Yet in just 4 months, it had healed completely without a trace. After tossing his trash, he stood beneath the tree for a while, fingers tracing the densely clustered scars left by human hands, feeling a pang of sorrow rise in his heart. "It must hurt a lot," he murmured, his fingers trailing over the scars now with feather-light tenderness, like a lover's caress. A locust leaf drifted down from the branches, landing silently on his shoulder as if answering him. The middle-parted man chuckled, plucking the locust leaf as he looked up to meet the violet ghost's gaze filled with utter disdain. Chui Chen was utterly dumbfounded.
He'd just caught dozens of spirits and retreated to a quiet spot to feast, only to encounter this freak flirting with a tree. At best, this locust tree had gained some spiritual essence. While not completely unintelligent, it couldn't compare to the white cat or golden-barred spectacled ghosts, let alone demons capable of human form. Forget about the divide between humans and demons. With such an immense biological gap between species, what kind of twisted fetish could possibly drive someone to behave this way? Chui Chen blinked several times in rapid succession before saying, "Are you that starved for affection?" The middle-parted man, still stunned, responded blankly, "A little." Chapter 50, The Third Encounter. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he desperately covered it with both hands, lowering his head as he hurried forward, not daring to look back. Even upon arriving at the cafeteria, his intended destination, he still wore a dazed, absent-minded expression. Clutching the cafeteria auntie's hand-trembling special of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, he sat at a 4-person table chewing mechanically, the food like wax in his mouth. He couldn't even distinguish between meat and vegetables anymore, every bite tasted the same. All he wanted was to pass as an ordinary, normal person. Yet the harder he tried to conceal himself, the more suspicious he became. A girl with a messy bun stood behind him, observing for a long while. She stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder, but before her words of concern could escape her lips, the canteen erupted with a piercing, pig-slaughtering screech. The center-parted man was startled by the sudden touch, leaping to his feet with such force that his lunch tray spun several times in the air. Food scattered everywhere, leaving the surrounding tables in complete disarray. He stood on one leg, the other raised defensively over his abdomen, arms wrapped tightly around his chest with his head buried in the crook of his elbow, ridiculous as an ostrich hiding from reality.
"What the hell are you doing, Lu Weici?" the girl with the bun hairstyle roared, yanking him back to reality.
Lu Weici, the guy with a center-parted hairstyle, freed one eye from the crook of his arm and squinted to scan the scene. His vision revealed no trace of the purple malevolent spirit that had realized he could see it, only his classmate Ruan Joey, the psychology committee member, and a circle of onlookers eagerly soaking in the drama. Ruan Joey held out both hands, staring down at his white t-shirt now splattered with large oil stains, his face dark with anger like a wolf ready to tear someone apart. He had initially noticed his classmate acting strangely and wondered if he could coax him into being this week's sacrificial offering to their advisor, but things had spiraled into this mess right off the bat.
"Lu Weici, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation."
Ruan Joey stepped forward and grabbed Lu Weici by the collar, his friendly smile more terrifying than any ghost.
Lu Weici raised his hands, his face the picture of innocence, and said, "I was eating, and you suddenly grabbed me, scared the hell out of me. It's because you were shaking like you had fucking PTSD from war or something, just eating your damn meal."
Ruan Joey let go of his collar in frustration and snapped, "Whatever, my new clothes are ruined because of you.
This Thursday afternoon, you're getting sacrificed. Go talk to old Ban yourself and admit you have mental issues."
"Oh, okay." Lu Weici swallowed hard, his eyes darting nervously around the cafeteria.
Only after confirming that the vengeful ghost wasn't lingering nearby did he finally exhale in relief.
At first, the onlookers thought flipping plates meant a fight was about to break out, but after watching for a while and realizing it was just trivial matter, they stopped lingering.
As the crowd mostly dispersed, Lu Weici began cleaning the dining table he'd dirted nearby.
His conscience couldn't bear leaving the mess for janitorial staff even if the process was troublesome. He insisted on doing it thoroughly. Ruan Joey sat quietly on a clean stool, simply watching him tidy up.
Halfway through, Lu Weici suddenly asked, "Aren't you leaving yet?" "Leaving? Go where?" Ruan Joe rolled his eyes.
"With you obviously having psychological issues like this, as the psychological committee member, I obviously have to stick around and have a talk with you after you're done."
Lu Weici laughed awkwardly. "You really don't have to be this responsible, you know. Aren't you just making trouble for yourself? So what? I enjoy it. Alright then."
5 minutes later, the dirted dining table was cleaned again. Lu Weici followed Ruan Joey out of the cafeteria, arriving at a relatively quiet pavilion.
"I love coming here to give others psychological counseling, it's serene and uncrowded."
Ruan Joey pulled his phone from his pants pocket and opened the Notes app. "Now you can describe your symptoms."
"Symptoms? I'm not sick. Why are you noting this down?"
Lu Weici sat stiffly, eyes fixed on his palms resting on his knees.
The abundance of ordinary spirits nearby made him uneasy. "That way I can diagnose you with a mental disorder, otherwise on Thursday when you casually go see the homeroom teacher and push open the door, you just end up staring blankly at each other?"
Ruan Joey wagged her finger, then bent down to peer into his eyes from below. "Now, start talking." Though the role of psychological committee member was just an unimportant nominal position, it happened to be filled by a conscientious girl willing to take responsibility. Even having her clothes dirted didn't stop her from serving classmates who seemed a bit off. Faced with such a person, Lu Weici found it utterly impossible to refuse. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and fell silent for a few seconds before meeting her gaze.
"Do you believe in ghosts?" he finally asked. "I believe it."
The reply was crisp and decisive, yet carried no trace of haste, so sincere it sounded like parents encouraging a toddler to take its first steps.
Lu Weici suddenly felt the urge to cry.
In this city far from home, meeting a second person willing to believe in him, this was truly an incredible stroke of luck.
Perhaps this psychological committee member could become his grandmother. "Grandpa Lu Weici, such good fortune exists? You really believe ghosts exist in this world, not just to humor me?" Lu Weici's eyes reddened slightly as he probed cautiously. Believe Ruan Joey drew out the syllable, stretching his legs as he gazed at the pavilion's domed ceiling with childlike sincerity. When people die and become ghosts to keep accompanying their loved ones, there's no real separation. When those loved ones eventually pass too, it becomes a reunion. How beautiful is that? If only that were true, but unfortunately, it's not. Lu Weici pointed to his eyes. I can see them, most of them just wander aimlessly around the world, while a small, mutated few treat their own kind as food. Mum. Ruan Joey frowned as he typed a line in his memo, editing it over and over but never satisfied, leaving only 4 words in the end: immersive fantasy. Lu Weici continued, those mutated ghosts also harass humans, as if trying to kill them. When I was a kid, I was haunted by one. It made me seriously ill, I almost didn't make it. Later, it left for some reason, and my illness inexplicably disappeared. Just now in the cafeteria, it was because I accidentally replied to a ghost on the way. I was afraid it would haunt me, so I pretended everything was fine. You didn't seem fine back then, acting like you were possessed. Anyone could tell something was off with you. Ruan Joey teased as he put down his phone. Why would I harass you? For your unique fetishes or because you're some love-starved teen? An untimely, unfamiliar voice poured into Lu Weici's ears. The thing was very close right behind him and the words were accompanied by the sound of chewing. What's wrong with you? You're sweating buckets. Ruan Joey pulled out a pack of tissues and handed them over. Wipe it off. Nothing much. Thanks for the paper. When retrieving the paper, Lu Weici caught a glimpse of an unusual color in his peripheral vision behind him, a majestic purple, so dazzling it sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 51, the female lead runs away. Don't scare me. What exactly did you see? Ruan Joey's face turned pale with panic as he frantically looked around. In her eyes, the pavilion held only herself and Lu Weici, yet the eerie atmosphere grew increasingly Lovecraftian. Judging by Lu Weici's bizarre reaction, there truly seemed to be some unknown presence nearby whose form she couldn't perceive. What could it be? A ghost? There's nothing at all. Lu Weici pulled a tissue from its packaging, mechanically wiping sweat from his dripping forehead as his forcibly maintained smile twisted unnaturally. Cui Chen passed through the two figures, gathering the drifting souls lingering around the pavilion. Under some unseen force, the ordinarily human-sized ghosts twisted into the thickness of hemp rope, coiling strand by strand around his forearms, waiting to be devoured by the ghost who fed on ghosts. With a whole armful of ghosts tucked under his arm, Cui Chen drifted into the pavilion. Yet the middle-parted, lowly-voiced companion was still sweating, mechanically wiping her forehead with that same initial tissue already thoroughly soaked through but stubbornly clinging to its ordained duty. Watching the sweaty boy's comical performance, Cui Chen casually munched on a ghost while counting on his fingers. First time we met, you were a lowly-voiced gaming companion holed up in your dorm room. Second time, you were a love-starved teen hanging your weird kinks on a locust tree. And now the third time, you're holed up here on a date with a moderately pretty girl. Even though I don't know the exact time, it couldn't have been more than 2 hours at most. Do college students really mature so quickly? The ghost's words naturally deserved to be ignored. Lu Weici tossed the tissue soaked into mush by sweat into the flower bed and pulled out a fresh one, asking, where were we just now? His tone was as frail as a terminal lung cancer patient's. Ruan Joey lowered his head to look at his toes. If he had to keep seeing that deliberately calm yet horrified expression on the face next to him, he definitely wouldn't sleep tonight. Disrupted by this sudden disturbance, Ruan Joey also forgot what they'd been discussing. A glance at his phone screen, brightness set to minimum, showed a solitary line in the memo app, hardly enough to sustain further conversation. A gentle midday breeze wafted through the pavilion, rustling the surrounding greenery. What should have been a light-hearted chat between teenagers instead hung under the eerie silence of a gallows on the execution grounds, strangling all harmony. The girl's gaze wavered between the tips of her shoes and her phone screen, her thoughts sinking into the quagmire of memories. She wanted to pick up the thread of their conversation as quickly as possible, but the more she rushed, the duller she became, making her appear like a passive person caught in the throes of love. The steady, peaceful chewing sound by the boy's ear blended seamlessly into the wind without seeming out of place. Maintaining his smile, he lacked the courage to turn around and could only keep looking at the girl, hoping to find a way to escape through further conversation. Munch munch, gulp. Cui Chen swallowed the last ghost rolled into a strip and tilted his body to observe the oddly behaving pair. The girl's dim phone screen displayed the words immersive fantasy. Cui Chen recalls overhearing the middle-parted man complaining about being haunted by ghosts when he came foraging to this place. Perhaps she found his claims unrealistic, prompting her to secretly type those 4-character critique on her phone? Who knows? Even ghosts don't know, but it seems those two might not have gotten together yet. After devouring all the ghosts in the area, this warm-hearted deceased soul decided to amuse himself, perhaps by hastening a romance, letting them exude love's cloying sweetness ahead of schedule. The ant's smile flashed briefly across the purple ghost's face. Having already probed the Special Anomaly Bureau's secrets, Cui Chen didn't care about revealing himself before ordinary people anymore. Ruan Joey agonized over his decision for a long time before resolving to start anew. Before he could delete the 4 words in his memo pad, faint noises emerged near his feet.
His gaze dropped to the gap between his shoe tips, where a line of crooked little characters emerged upon the ground.
Not imagination, truly exists.
Ruan Joey froze, then a bone-chilling cold shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head.
Illusion? Or reality? Malevolent spirits weren't illusions, they actually existed? That was it.
There must have been something in the pavilion that he couldn't see, something that had caused Lu Weishi to act so strangely. Ruan Joey's chest began to heave violently, breaths coming in rough, rapid gasps as sheer terror consumed his entire consciousness.
Only one word now remained in her mind. Run! Driven by the most primal biological response to fear, she rose from the pavilion and fled.
The girl's silhouette fleeing through sunlight looked utterly desperate, stumbling and nearly falling with every step. The small characters carved into the pavilion floor caught Lu Weishi's eye after Ruan Joey fled, his mind still reeling from his classmate's departure and the information conveyed by those words. Before he could fully process it, the vengeful ghost behind him spoke again.
Ha, why'd she run away?
Cui Chen raised his left hand, his dramatic Urkong face not yet fully formed before the girl vanished from sight.
Their spur-of-the-moment matchmaking plan never got properly implemented.
Before the pavilion could transform into one of those can't leave without kissing setups, the female lead had already heartlessly abandoned both the director and male protagonist.
What a genuine pity.
Ah kid, now it's just you and me left, Cui Chen sighed. I originally wanted to play matchmaker between you and that girl, but seems her courage is even smaller than yours.
Can't be helped then.
He applied intermittent, slight distortions around Lu Weishi's shoulder area while continuing. When you meet me next time and if I happen to be in the mood, I'll give you another assist then.
The ghost left, vanishing without a sound.
Only the disheveled Lu Weishi remained sitting dazedly in the pavilion. He touched his left shoulder, the exact spot where the force had been applied earlier.
Just like that, he's gone?
Lu Weishi pinched his thigh in disbelief. The pain confirmed this wasn't a dream.
In their 3 encounters, that ghost had at least 2 clear opportunities to confirm he could see it.
Yet it didn't pursue him, completely defying all the common knowledge he'd accumulated over the years.
Lu Weishi exhaled the stagnant breath trapped in his chest.
Bracing his hands on his knees to stand, the sudden mental relief made his vision momentarily black out, nearly causing him to collapse. Steadying himself and standing at the center of the pavilion, the midday breeze still blew. The annoying ghosts had vanished, all devoured by the departed one. Within his line of sight, only ordinary things remained, so tranquil it made him want to lie down right there and take a good, long nap. Indeed, how could his mere 20 years of life experience allow him to have seen all the ghosts in the world? That peculiar lavender ghost might just be a harmless, benevolent spirit, a natural enemy to the malevolent spirits like them. Matching the living with the dead, that one really is amusing. Lu Weishi brushed his hair casually and strode toward the dormitory with a lightened heart. Not a single ghost was seen along the way, not even in the darkest corners. The special one had eaten them all clean.
Lu Weishi was in high spirits, even humming a tune as he entered the dormitory building.
But when he reached the 3rd floor and was about to push open the dormitory door, a sudden unease rose in his heart. It felt like he had forgotten something important.
What is it? Never mind.
The door opened and closed without a sound. Bin, who had been hunched over his computer, suddenly looked up only to find his roommate's hands completely empty.
Godfather, where's the grilled meat rice bowl you promised me? Chapter 52, free of charge, no payment needed.
Barbecue rice bowl, right, barbecue rice bowl.
I forgot.
Lu Weishi rubbed the back of his head, an awkward expression subtly radiating embarrassment. Bin's lower lip curled over his upper one as he tilted his head, staring blankly at him with dry eyes brimming with resentment. If the person before him had been a golden-haired loli with white thigh-highs and cat ears, Lu Weishi would have immediately whipped out his phone to treat her to a takeout meal worth over $30. But sadly, Bin was no loli, just a gloomy, DIY-obsessed college student who holed up in his dorm all day. Oh, just order some takeout yourself. I really didn't mean to. I was halfway through my cafeteria meal when the mental health committee dragged me off for some wellness activity.
Lu Weishi explained guiltily as he returned to his desk. His computer was still on, with the game even running in the background.
All his afternoon classes were easy filler courses anyway. He planned to skip them all. He intended to spend the whole afternoon taking several gigs to earn some pocket money and treat his stomach right. Aben collapsed backward into his chair, his sigh filling the entire dorm room. Scrolling through nearby takeout options, I selected my usual braised chicken rice shop, picked an appropriately priced set meal, and covered most of the cost using a coupon that had ballooned to 10 yuan. Then began another long wait.
Last time, waiting for grilled meat rice took half an hour only to end in disappointment.
Surely this braised chicken rice, which I've ordered at least 50 times, wouldn't let me down. Hey, Lu Wei, Aben called out, bored from waiting. He turned to Lu Weiss who was sitting with knees tucked while waiting for orders. There's a new buffet near Jiaotong University, student cards get you 20% off.
You wanna go?
Lu Weishi said indifferently, then go ahead, why bother telling me? Eating buffet alone is boring as hell, you gotta find company.
Aben rubbed his hands and chuckled. Aren't you suffocated staying in the dorm every day? Nope. If you find solo meals dull, there's still guaz and pang pang. Lu Weici waited for the order sheet, put on headphones and added the shop owner's contact, transforming into a voice modulator again. Hello boss, I'm Cece. Disgusting fake voice. Aben scoffed in disdain, tilting his head to glance at the bedboard that still carried his own questionable fragrance. Guaz and pang pong? Those two gym rats controlled by their muscles? No way they'd go with me. Only you, bro. We're the same kind of people. Lu Weici shot him a sidelong glance but offered no comment, continuing his cheerful banter with the boss instead. The choice between the sugar daddy and Pan Kuyan wasn't a difficult one. Just as the gaming session was reaching its peak intensity, the charging phone on the table suddenly lit up. The crucial team fight demanded his full attention, leaving no room for distraction. The fleeting message on the screen faded into obscurity amid his neglect. Class President, Nguyen Monday, are you free this afternoon? Ghosts aren't actually that numerous in this vast campus. The densely populated urban areas are where people die every single day. But Cui Chen didn't head downtown. This university suited him just fine, full of young people where mooching off movies and TV dramas wasn't just convenient, but also very much to his taste. He'd probably only consider moving once he got thoroughly bored, though with schools surrounding this area everywhere, it might take him quite some time to reach that point. In a certain classroom, the teacher on the podium vividly imparted knowledge to the students below. Yet the only attentive listener was a ghost, drawn in by his passionate lecture. Cui Chen hovered near Wang Jia, a paranormal expert he'd only met once, nodding occasionally in response to the elderly teacher who couldn't see him. Clearly, the teacher's lectures were excellent, capable of winning approval even from a ghost who understood nothing. But the students simply refused to look up. Perhaps it was because of the phone, or maybe this class just wasn't that important to begin with. Even if Cui Chen were given a functioning phone, he still wouldn't listen. No matter how well the teacher lectured, it probably still wouldn't be as interesting as the endless variety of content online unless he started gossiping about himself. Baby-faced Wang Jia, still dressed in his slippers, shorts, and tank top outfit, sat rigidly upright. On his phone, shielded behind the chair back of the seat in front, a glaring red defeat occupied half the screen. He couldn't understand why during such a useless class, that so-called critically neutral ghost would suddenly appear. And by the looks of it, the damn thing actually seemed to enjoy the lecture's pointless content. Why? Fucking why? What's the point of a ghost attending classes? You don't need class participation points. You don't need to take exams. You'll never have to work a fucking job. What the hell are you trying to get out of this trashy lecture? Wang Jia felt like a corn kernel tossed into a pressure cooker at this moment, the pressure so immense he might burst any second. Alright class, that concludes today's lesson contents. The remaining time is yours to arrange, and should you have any questions, I welcome you to come ask me. The elderly teacher clapped his hands as he stepped down from the podium and took a seat in the front row. He sipped some tea to soothe his throat, parched from over an hour of lecturing. Philosophy actually has some interesting aspects, remarked Cui Chen, resting his hands behind his head. His propped-up elbow phased right through Wang Jia's temple carelessly as he continued. I'd only ever heard of stuff like who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Didn't expect there'd be so many intricate theories behind it all. Wang Jia gave quite an agreeable nod. He'd nod at literally anything this critically endangered neutral spirit beside him said. Tell me what you college students usually do. It's my first time entering a university, and I'm quite curious, Cui Chen said, turning slightly. Conversing with these capable individuals who actually knew him was far more comfortable than talking to those who could merely see him but understood nothing. Every sentence received a response, no risk of being ignored. Perhaps they simply didn't dare? Or had they underestimated his intimidating presence? If he had expanded the Twisted Zone's radius several times over back then, would the authorities have ended up treating him like some revered ancestor? Cui Chen shook his head and smiled as he waited for Wang Jia's response. Wang Jia immediately grabbed his phone upon hearing the question, tapping furiously on the screen. A few minutes later, he slammed his phone on the table, presenting a 500-word essay to Cui Chen. It chronicled everything from waking up in the morning to turning off the lights at night, leaving out not a single detail. You really don't need to write down how many times you, pleasure yourself each week. I'm not that much of a pervert. Cui Chen covered his face, exasperated. Relax, I don't eat people. Hell, I've never even killed anyone with my own hands. Though Wang Jia was nodding, anyone with eyes could see he didn't believe a word of it, not one in a million. Cui Chen rolled his eyes, too tired to explain further. You people. I mean you gifted folks, he continued. What do you usually do in your free time? Just go around suppressing supernatural beings? Wang Jia picked up his phone and began typing a message into the text box. Most of the time I live like an ordinary person, though occasionally I join my master to actively hunt down harmful supernatural creatures. Master? A master-disciple lineage then, like the Binding Arts sect. The drawn-out, soothing bell signaling the end of class abruptly rang out. The elderly teacher gathered his belongings and was the first to leave the classroom. The students filed out gradually, leaving only Wang Jia sitting rigidly upright and Cui Chen with a face full of smiles.
I'm not particularly interested in spirits, demons, or monsters, but if you're short on storage space for those ghostly, spectral, or fiendish entities you've captured, I'll take care of them for you.
No charge. Chapter 53, The Old Man at Prayer.
The highly dangerous neutral anomaly wore a smile as warm as the morning sun, like the friendliest neighbor in the community. Wang Jie thought hard for a moment, then finally followed his gut. No problem, Ghost Boss, I'll contact my master right away. A disciple's foremost duty is to toss difficult problems to their master. Whether he could actually devour all these ghosts or not needed to be decided by the higher-ups. He decided to agree first. Even if his master later told him it wasn't allowed, he could conveniently shift the blame elsewhere. Wang Jie thought himself brilliantly clever, smugly clicking open his pinned contacts page, completely oblivious to the strange expression on the otherworldly being beside him.
Cui Chen raised an eyebrow. He didn't much care for the title Ghost Boss. It felt like being forced to keep wearing number 24 on the basketball court even after the plane had crashed. He coughed deliberately a couple of times before reminding, "Don't call me Ghost Boss. That title doesn't sound good." Wang Jie swallowed hard and cautiously turned his head to ask, "Then, what should I call you?" "Whatever you like. My real name will do, or the official code name they gave me. Just don't call me Ghost Boss, it sounds like I'm part of some mafia, and that's uncomfortable." Cui Chen glanced at his phone screen. "Your master has agreed. Shall we go then?"
Wang Jie also saw the message. He put away his phone and tucked the brand new textbook under his arm as he stood up, saying cheerfully, "Sure thing, bro." He wasn't the least bit surprised that his master agreed so readily. It would have been unusual if his request had been refused.
Cui Chen followed Wang Jie to the university's main gate.
The gate, entirely painted in plain white, consisted of 4 exquisitely carved stone pillars, each so thick it would take 3 people encircling them to span their girth, topped by a horizontal plaque that stretched across all 4 pillars.
On the plaque were 4 bold, majestic characters, inscribed with the university's name. By my university? Cui Chen rubbed his chin. So is the city called by my, or is it just the university?
Wang Jie scanned a shared electric bike parked by the roadside, put on his helmet, and only began explaining after making sure no one was around. Bai Mai is the province's name.
This city is called Yongdu. Bai Mai is the province's name?
Then a university directly named after the province must be the best in the entire province, right?
A trace of admiration appeared in Cui Chen's eyes.
The awe of an academic underachiever toward a top student. Having not even attended a vocational college in his past life, being able to enter this province-named university without obstruction was entirely thanks to being dead.
What about Wang Jie? Did he actually test his way in?
I never would have guessed this guy was secretly a top student.
Probably.
Nearby universities like Yonka and the Medical University are also among Longming's top institutions. Wang Jie smiled sheepishly, tightening his grip on the scooter handles. Our destination is off campus.
It'll take about 10 minutes by scooter.
Cui Chen waved his hand dismissively. No problem. The little electric scooter traversed the main road steadily without incident.
In roughly 10 minutes, the human-ghost duo arrived before an all-you-can-eat buffet restaurant.
This is it, the sect's new stronghold. Wang Jie took off his helmet and strode inside. Cui Chen stared at the buffet restaurant sign with a look that clearly said, "Are you fucking kidding me?" He stood frozen for several seconds before following with a complicated expression. One would expect the gathering place of extraordinary individuals to be at least somewhat impressive, not necessarily as grand as the Fuji sects, since not every faction has their level of financial resources.
But damn, couldn't they have picked something better than disguising it as a buffet restaurant? Even the Zhiling sect's rundown banyan tree and tiled house looked more legitimate, at least that had some character. Cui Chen suppressed a snide remark as he entered the store, where the wall clock at the front desk showed it was only 3:20.
To his surprise, quite a few people were exercising their digestive systems at this place in broad daylight, and not just a handful.
Judging by their reactions, they clearly couldn't see him at all.
So this really was just an ordinary buffet restaurant after all. This was truly the last straw. Cui Chen covered his face, forcibly suppressing the storm of emotions raging inside him. If Wang Jie dared to mess with him, he'd make the bastard understand the wrath of a starving ghost.
He'd make sure the guy's left and right hands switched permanent residences.
Following him all the way to the kitchen, Cui Chen noted the cooks were just ordinary people, greeting Wang Jie with casual familiarity.
At the kitchen's furthest end stood a fingerprint-locked security door.
Beyond it, stairs led up to the second floor. Floating up the stairs, Cui Chen finally felt the call of hunger. The second floor was an unfinished open-plan space, where all the remarkable individuals he'd encountered on the rooftop of Bai Mai University were now gathered.
Wang Jie's disheveled master paced anxiously between more than a dozen ancestral shrines, his worried expression unmistakable.
The rest of his disciples also looked listless, their faces etched with sorrow.
"Master!"
Wang Jie called out, drawing the attention of everyone in the sect. The old man quickly strode over, ignoring his youngest disciple of the moment, squeezed out a smile, and extended his hands to perform the most basic social courtesy with Cui Chen.
Hu Dafu at your service. Current head of the Waitsong lineage and part-time folklore lecturer at Hundred Vanes University. Chui Chen instinctively extended his hand like a living person. Chui Chen. 3 hands crossed in midair. Hu Dafu failed to break in time, embedding half his head into the hollow of Chui Chen's neck. The disciples were instantly awestruck, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit incandescent light bulbs. Was this an on-site demonstration? Sacrificing oneself to feed a ghost, this level of difficulty was far too advanced for disciples to master. The position between man and ghost was so ambiguous they might as well proceed to the next step, like newlyweds snuggling at their wedding. You may now kiss your bride. Go to hell. Startled by his own strange sense of déjà vu, Chui Chen flinched and floated forward a considerable distance, landing amidst a dozen shrines imprisoning monstrous spirits. Flustered, he said, so these are the things that need cleaning up? Let's get started then. Hu Dafu hastily called his disciples to release the imprisoned strange ghosts. The atmosphere grew so harmonious one might think the earlier scene had been nothing but a collective illusion. Strange ghosts were systematically freed from over a dozen shrines, only to be torn apart mere seconds after regaining their freedom. Faced with this carpet of ghost corpses, even the disciples of Waitsong's lineage found themselves at a loss for words. It takes decades or even longer for monstrous ghosts to naturally dissipate, but before it, they can only become food, their illusory forms ruthlessly torn and crushed. Hu Dafu sighed gloomily. After seeing the official warnings issued, these gifted individuals understood that when facing Ghost 002, praying was all they could do. Pray that it wouldn't target the living, pray that no foolhardy idiots would provoke it. Chui Chen wasn't the first to be classified as an extreme threat, many predecessors had come before him. They either stayed obediently within their own limited territories or were crushed into the dust of history by humans with heavy firepower. But so-called heavy firepower is nothing but a joke against intangible targets, not to mention when facing extremely dangerous ghosts capable of catastrophic destruction. Chapter 54. Still alive. The younger generation of the Waitsong lineage orderly left the second floor after receiving Hu Dafu's meaningful glance. He himself plopped down beside the unusual creature who kept smacking its lips. How heartily this purple ghost was eating, more immersed in the flavors than even the customers at his wife's buffet restaurant. Chui Chen wasn't entirely focused while eating, nearby distractions could still catch his attention. Eating with relish when suddenly an old man sits beside you, staring longingly, who could stand that? Share it? But he couldn't eat ghosts anyway. Don't share? Yet something uncomfortably wedges itself in his conscience. So he stopped chewing, laid half of the monster ghost's thigh flat across his knee, and frowned. Why are you staring? You can't even eat this stuff. Hu Dafu shook his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation, then turned his back until the chewing sounds started up again beside him. Hu Dafu, munch munch munch, why did your Waitsong branch choose this dump as your headquarters? Chui Chen asked absent-mindedly, never pausing his chewing. Satisfying one's curiosity during meals wasn't such a bad idea. He was no gentleman bound by old rules about not speaking while eating or sleeping. Our original base was downtown, but the lease expired and the landlord wouldn't renew it. Hu Dafu scratched at his scruffy beard. Then a friend who was moving permanently to Anjing offered me the first 2 floors of this place dirt cheap. I figured this place was close to work, so I agreed to take it over. The ground floor's been turned into a cafeteria by my wife, while the second floor holds containers for imprisoning spirits. I wanted to renovate the second floor too, but funds ran dry. Not worried about exposure. Whatever, none of my damn business. You actually have a wife? Is she some kind of supernatural expert like you? Didn't spot any little old lady downstairs. Chui Chen picked at a few eyeballs from the freak ghost, rolling them between his fingers before flicking one up and snapping his neck back to swallow it. Probably out playing mahjong. Always leaving the shop to Xiao Bei to manage, such a hands-off boss. Hu Dafu's gaze fixed on a load-bearing pillar on the second floor. She's an ordinary person, knows about supernatural beings. We've got a good marriage though, raised 2 daughters together. The older one works at Anjing City's Anomaly Management Bureau, the younger's at university there too. Barely see those 2 girls all year round. What's with this tone like you're giving last words? I'm not going to do anything to you. Chui Chen licked his lips and rolled his eyes. Since both your daughters are gifted, why not keep them by your side to teach them? The capital is safe. Their bloodline is too diluted, they've grown in age but not in power, just ordinary physiques. How dare I keep them close? Hu Dafu sighed. I've even started passing knowledge to outsiders. The Waitsong lineage exists in name only now, only inheritors remain, with no true descendants. In a few more generations without any ancestral resurgence, the bloodline will likely thin to the point of being unable to see ghosts at all. There's such a principle to it? Then what about your disciples? The ancestors were quite extraordinary figures themselves, but the lineage was broken long ago. By their generation, there happened to be a bit of atavism, they could just see ghosts. I figured since our meeting must be fate, I might as well take them under my wing and pass on what knowledge remains.
Looks like your purging wasn't thorough enough. I ran into someone who could actually see me, scared out of his wits when he spotted me.
Chui Chen momentarily slowed his eating pace, recalling that bowl-cut boy with the lowly voice. Oh, there's actually one at Bai Mai University? Third floor of a male dormitory at Bai Mai University. Lu Weici, who had spent the entire afternoon gaming with his boss, finally removed his headphones. The deep crease running through the middle of his parted hair and the redness on his right wrist bore testament to just how intensive that afternoon session had been. The moment he had a spare moment, he immediately grabbed his phone to check how much his efforts over the past few hours had actually earned him. All that exaggerated sweetness and shameless cuteness had at least scored him one tip. Surely it had to be tens of yuan more than usual, right? The screen lit up, displaying 3 messages from Ruan Joey first. Forget about the woman for now, the money in the software is what's real. My little heart was pounding as Lu Weici opened the order-taking app, covering the withdrawable balance with his finger, slowly moving it aside. The first digit was a 1, then came the next one. Excellent, it's a 7, and there's no decimal point in sight. Next in line was a 0. Nice, $170. Tonight we can eat whatever we want. Lu Weici's face turned red with suppressed excitement as he removed his fingers with a jerk, the 4-digit withdrawal amount leaving him momentarily stunned. 1,704 yuan, 32 cents. It was equivalent to more than a month's living expenses for him. The boss's generosity was beyond his expectations. He even suspected this 1,000+ tip was meant to buy his compliance. But whatever. If abandoning his chastity meant making money, he'd be more than willing 100 times over. The surprise came too suddenly. Lu Weici floated dreamily to Aben's bedside, eager to show off to his roommate. But his bed was completely empty, with only the faint scent of hawthorn flowers lingering persistently in the air. Not here? When did he leave? Lu Weici scratched his head before flopping onto the neighboring bunk. On the fragrant, soft, and odorless bed lay an equally fragrant and soft-looking male college student. As if possessed, he stared at his account balance with a foolish grin, chuckling to himself. Once satisfied, he transferred the money from the app to his card, and the notification sound of the successful deposit was so delightful it made him want to literally jump for joy. What should I eat tonight? Maybe try that 500 yuan grilled fish to see how it tastes? Ding! Lu Weici was agonizing over what delicious meal to reward himself with after a hard afternoon's work when the ping of a new message snapped him back to reality. It was Ruan Joey's 4th message, completely out of nowhere. Class psychologist, Ruan Joey, I'm so scared, are you still alive? Lu Weici felt puzzled, composed himself, typed back a question mark. Upon receiving a response, the other party seemed to grab onto this last lifeline with desperation, firing off 3 consecutive messages in one breath. Reading between the lines, the overwhelming sentiment was an urgent desire to see Lu Weici in person. Perhaps the impact of the noon incident had struck her too deeply, making Lu Weici feel that going to comfort the frightened female classmate wasn't such a big deal after all. He arranged to meet at the midday pavilion, and before leaving, he inexplicably found himself washing his hair. The center parting remained, as the one defining feature he couldn't abandon, except now the headphone mark running down the middle had been completely washed away. At the agreed-upon pavilion, Ruan Joey waited anxiously, fidgeting with unease. The grease-stained t-shirt had been replaced with a floral dress, the top knot at the back of her head undone, her waterfall of hair cascading over her shoulders. When Lu Weici saw her, he thought he'd come to the wrong place. The girl brimming with youthful energy in the pavilion couldn't possibly be the same class psychologist who demanded virgin sacrifices from the counselor every week. You're actually still alive? The illusion shattered the moment she spoke. Silence would have been far kinder to Lu Weici's fragile fantasy. What do you mean I'm really still alive? Are you saying I won't even make it through this afternoon? Chapter 55, You're just afraid of taking responsibility, that's why you're worried about me. The scene of dusk, a pavilion, and a beautiful girl should have been relaxing and carefree, but when Lu Weici's irritated words came out, Jiang Lu's self-reproach and bitterness washed away every last bit of his composure. In Ruan Joey's eyes, the floodgates opened completely. Bean-sized teardrops trailed down from the corners of his eyes, soaking a patch of his shirt front as they rolled down his cheeks. Lu Weici was in utter panic. Since childhood, what girl had ever cried like this because of him? The only tears shed were his own when girls beat him up. He rushed forward anxiously to check on her, only to become even more flustered by the disgusted tisk-tisk sounds and scumbag comments from passing students. But right now, chasing after those misunderstanding students to explain was impossible. The most urgent task was to stop Ruan Joey's tears, otherwise more passers-by would get the wrong idea. It wouldn't be surprising if a "Beware of this scumbag" post appeared on the confession wall before long. What exactly are you crying for? I didn't do anything to you, did I? My tone wasn't even that harsh just now. Lu Weici bent down to peer up at Ruan Joey's face from below. I've been worried about you all afternoon. Ruan Joey sniffled through his reddened nose, covering both eyes with his hands, yet still unable to stop the tears from streaming down.
Lu Weici patted his trouser pockets and found the half-used pack of tissues Ruan Joey had given him at noon, immediately handing them over. Why were you worried about me? Here, wipe yourself first, you look really ugly when you cry.
You're the ugly one.
Ruan Joey clutched the tissues as droplets, whether tears or spit, went flying from the burst of expelled air. It landed squarely in Lu Weici's eyes. Bloody hell, Lu Weici blinked hard, the corners of his eyes glistening.
Why are you crying too? Ruan Joey asked.
I'm not crying. Your spit just flew into my eye. Lu Weici rubbed his eyes with his forearm, making it look increasingly like he was tearing up.
As if I'd ever spit at you, that's slander.
Ruan Joey laughed through her lingering sniffles, tearing the last tissue in the packet to share half with him. The boy and girl each tidied up their disheveled faces. After putting down the tissues, one had crimson-rimmed eyes, while the other's eyelids were slightly red. In the last glow of the setting sun, the two stood facing each other, the atmosphere both eerie and intimate. But something still felt missing. Lu Weici scratched his cheek, shifting his gaze to the disorderly branches in the flower bed. So why are you worried about me?
Ruan Joey glanced around furtively, whispering, it's not here, right? Who's there? Ghost.
Lu Weici pursed his lips and shook his head with a complicated expression.
That's good.
Ruan Joey patted his chest. You skipped class this afternoon, and I sent you so many messages. You never replied. I thought a ghost had gotten you. At that time, I was too terrified by the sudden appearance of the ghostly scribbles to think about you.
Ghostly scribbles? Those lines of text, right?
They were so messy it took me over 10 seconds to make them out. Lu Weici chuckled, brushing away a few strands of hair that had fallen over his nose.
It just wanted to, well, never mind. It didn't bother me. It left not long after you did. It's good you're okay. You really scared me this afternoon.
What are you so afraid of?
Worried you'd be held responsible if I got killed? Lu Weici joked, but upon seeing Ruan Joey's awkward expression, he suddenly froze. Wait, you actually were worried about taking responsibility?
And no, of course not. I was genuinely concerned about your safety. Ruan Joey's explanation sounded about as convincing as claiming there's no silver buried here. Lu Weici curled his lips and let out a series of dismissive nasal grunts. But just as the nasal tones still carried two parts of their lingering displeasure, he switched back to an ingratiating smile. Then let me treat you to a meal, as an apology for running away and forgetting to bring you along. Ruan Joey tilted his head slightly and said cautiously,
what apology? There's no need for such formality between us. So, what are we eating? Lu Weici rubbed his hands together, grinning like a tax evader.
You decide.
Ruan Joey waved his hand grandly, radiating the unmistakable aura of a nouveau riche with money to burn.
Lu Weici suddenly remembered the newly opened buffet near Jiao Tong University that Aben had mentioned.
Surely dining with a girl would be far more comfortable than eating with Master Lu, right? How about a buffet? There's a newly opened one near Jiao Tong University. I think students get 20% off with their ID.
Lu Weici licked his lips nervously, then quickly added, if you think it's too expensive.
No problem, let's go for the buffet then.
Ruan Joey smiled brightly, her hands clasped behind her back, her bare shoulders appearing porcelain white in the twilight. I thought you were going to suggest eating at the Imperial Majesty, she sighed in relief, turning to walk in the opposite direction of the pavilion.
Lu Weici awkwardly followed her. I already feel like I'm asking too much by having you treat me to a buffet, let alone somewhere like the Imperial Majesty Hotel.
You need reservations for the Imperial Majesty, even if we cut in line now. The earliest slot we'd get would be tomorrow. A loading circle seemed to appear in Lu Weici's mind as he detected something unusual in her words.
Hey, Lu Weici. I'm here. Tell me more about those things, will you?
Inside the unfinished open plan space on the second floor of a newly opened buffet restaurant,
the purple-neutral critically endangered anomaly and the elderly patriarch of the Wei Song lineage were chatting merrily.
They looked like long-lost brothers eager to sling arms over each other's shoulders. They sat on opposite sides, with several half-eaten grotesque ghosts beside Cui Chen, along with dozens of brass bells containing spirit ghosts delivered by Hu Dafu's disciple. Hu Dafu held a wash basin filled with assorted fried snacks fetched from downstairs, with a half-drunk bottle of soda in front of him. 5 meters ahead of both humans and ghosts, a screen was stretched between two supporting pillars, while a projector placed on a paint-stained wooden ladder behind it was casting the comedy film recommended by Wang Jia onto the screen. Several apprentices sat on small stools brought up from downstairs, each with a plate of snacks resting on their knees. The humans and ghosts had been chatting harmoniously when the unkempt old man suddenly slapped his forehead and asked the ghost beside him if he wanted to watch a movie.
Who doesn't love some digital entertainment? Cui Chen immediately agreed yes, he wanted to watch it, loved watching it.
Then Hu Dafu began to torment his apprentices again. Wang Jia, who had already returned to school, was even summoned to dismantle a projector in an empty classroom. Hu Dafu assured he'd take responsibility if anything went wrong. The scattered disciples of Wei Song's lineage quickly regrouped. This time, their master didn't send them away, leaving them no choice but to pull up tiny stools, grab some snacks, and accompany the two ancestral figures in watching a film. But truth be told, the junior brother's taste was surprisingly good. At the end of the movie, Hudafu grabbed the soda in front of him, swirled it around, and downed the remaining half bottle in one go.
Derp, now that's satisfying, really satisfying. Wang Jia, play another one.
Cui Chen grimaced as he looked at the little old man beside him, perplexed.
At your age, is it really okay to drink 2 liters of soda in an hour and a half? What's the big deal? I'm still strong as an ox. Gifted folks like us only get more stamina with age. Those youngsters don't count, their bloodline's too diluted.
Hudafu waved his hand dismissively and called over his shoulder, hurry up, Wang Jia, once it's playing, go fetch me another cola.
Got it, master. With resignation, Wang Jia opened his phone and used his newly purchased membership to play them another movie. Chapter 56, 2,000 a month, how am I supposed to manage that?
Drinking cola like water, honestly, must be nice having supernatural blood. Wang Jia mumbled to himself as he went downstairs. It was dinner time, and the buffet restaurant was getting crowded.
The kitchen staff were scrambling frantically to keep up with the orders.
The barbecue chef in particular was visibly agitated, his grilling speed couldn't possibly match the normal demand for servings. With dozens of skewers clutched in both hands, he bombarded the grill. The once fragrant grilling station transformed into a roaring forge, sparks flying wildly from the sizzling meat skewers.
Wang Jia swallowed hard and abandoned any notion of filching fresh ingredients from the kitchen.
This was definitely not the right time to ask for special service unless he wanted the chefs to turn him into the special of the day, literally. Pretending nothing had happened, he withdrew from the master's domain and weaved through the bustling dining area, finally arriving at the cashier counter.
The restaurant didn't serve large bottles of cola.
The drinks section only had 220 milliliters mini bottles, while Hudafu's favorites were all stored under the cashier counter, a special supply reserved exclusively for him.
Xiaobei Jia, get me another big bottle of cola, it's for master,
Wang Jia said as he leaned against the counter. The boss lady has ruled that teacher who can only take 1 bottle per day. He's already had his today, said the squinty-eyed Xiaobei, tapping her chin with her index finger in clear distress. If we take another one, the boss lady will notice the discrepancy when she returns and get angry. We can just go buy another bottle to replace it later, Wang Jia said casually, straightening up to move toward the front counter.
No way.
Xiaobei blocked the cabinet door under the cash register with her thigh, puffing out her cheeks as she insisted, they'll definitely notice if we replace it.
You're not taking anything from here today, go buy your own.
Faced with that long, smooth leg barring his way, Wang Jia had no choice but to stare for a long while, until Xiaobei's face flushed red under his gaze. Finally, he sighed and shuffled toward the store exit. With his back turned to her, the grin he'd been holding back broke free, a victorious smirk spreading across his face as his plan fell perfectly into place.
So fair and pure. If Sister Xiaobei could be my girlfriend, I'd die happy.
Wang Jia walked toward the convenience store with a lecherous smirk, only to bump into a young couple strolling side by side. The boy was spinning tales that sounded like something out of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, all ghosts and supernatural happenings, yet recounted with unsettling plausibility. The girl kept gasping in amazement, seemingly swallowing every word of his eerie stories without question. Are people these days really using such low-tier pickup lines to hit on girls? And that center-parted hairstyle, how can someone with that punchable face even pull it off? Doesn't that girl have any taste at all? Wang Jia complained with a face sour enough to curdle milk, his tone like he'd swallowed sour plum extract mixed with fermented herring. Just before stepping into the convenience store, his footsteps suddenly halted as he turned to glance at the man and woman entering the buffet restaurant. What if that story the center-parted guy told wasn't made up after all? Hadn't he himself struggled with those exact things before his master took him in? That center-parted guy. Going in now, I'll ask later, maybe I won't be the youngest one around anymore soon. Wang Jia adjusted his underpants through his trousers and strode into the convenience store with beaming confidence. Inside the store, there was only one clerk slumped listlessly on a chair, scrolling through his phone. Only when a customer entered did he lift his hollow, deadfish eyes and weakly murmur, "Welcome." The clerk must have been new. Wang Jia had never seen him at this convenience store before. Judging by his face, he wasn't much older, perhaps a fresh college graduate. Yet he already bore the look of someone whose edges had been worn down by society's beatings, making Wang Jia suddenly uneasy about his own post-graduation future. He gave him a deep look, but Wang Jia averted his gaze at the very moment their eyes were about to meet. Mustn't look again, too much of that would bring nightmares at night. Graduating from a prestigious university only to end up as a corporate drone, I absolutely refuse that kind of fate. Suppressing his frustration, he walked over to the shelf with room-temperature drinks. The large bottles were stacked in their usual spot on the bottom level. Bending down to pick up the outermost 2-liter bottle of cola that was gathering dust, Wang Jia hadn't even straightened his back when a sudden squeaking sound startled him into taking several steps backward. Losing his balance, he fell flat on his butt with a thud. The cola bottle spun twice and a half mid-air before landing with a solid thump, its cap slightly bulging outward.
Hey, your store's got rats. Wang Jie shouted hoarsely, rubbing his sore behind as he grabbed the cola bottle and stood up. The overworked shop assistant glanced up with zen-like calm and said, "We apologize for the fright. If you require compensation, please call the store manager at the number on the counter." The rat that had startled Wang Jie must have been fed something extraordinary even without counting its tail. Its body length surpassed that of an adult's forearm. Despite having the cola bottle that had previously concealed it taken away, the rodent didn't immediately flee. Instead, it scurried to the lowest shelf and began incessantly squeaking at Wang Jie, looking every bit like an unreasonable little old lady throwing a tantrum. "Hey, can't you hear that? This damn rat's screeching louder than a cat. Aren't you gonna do something?" Wang Jie hunched his shoulders as he shuffled toward the checkout counter. The exhausted cashier smirked indifferently. "Do something? With what? I make barely $2,000 a month, no benefits included. What am I supposed to fight it with? Just a rat. If it chews up the merchandise, it's not coming out of my paycheck. Large cola, $7. Just lazing around, huh? You don't look that much older than me, but you've got zero energy." Wang Jie pulled out his phone to scan the code, his eyes filled with disdain. He'd already decided not to buy anything from this convenience store again until this clerk got fired. Vigor? That worthless stuff doesn't put food on the table. Pay me $10,000 a month and I'll be more spirited than anyone. Once you graduate, you might not even be as good as me, at least I've managed to land a job already, the deadbeat clerk said, shaking his head. Need a bag? It's free. No need for a bag when you've got hands. Wang Jie rolled his eyes before hurriedly stepping out of the convenience store. Only the listless, deadbeat shop clerk remained in the store, and shortly after Wang Jie left, the enormous rat also stepped into the light. The mouse and the man stared at each other for what felt like several minutes, eyes locked in an unspoken standoff. The overworked shop clerk reached for a shelf within arm's length and grabbed a piece of compressed biscuit. Holding it toward the mouse, he asked, "Want something to eat?" The mouse straightened its upper body slightly, bringing its tiny front paws together in an oddly human-like gesture of greeting as it let out a drawn-out squeak. "Well now, ain't you interesting?" The clerk chuckled in amusement. He tore open the biscuit wrapper, considered for a moment, then broke it in half, popping one portion in his mouth before tossing the other to the waiting rodent. After paying for the cookies with his phone, he finished up. Humans crunched cookies noisily between their teeth, while mice nibbled them with faint rustling sounds. Soon, another cookie vanished into their mouths. The mouse bowed to him once more before darting into the shelves and disappearing from sight. The exhausted clerk slumped back into his chair and resumed scrolling through his phone. Chapter 57. The price of getting a partner is. Wang Jie carried the large cola back to the buffet restaurant, treating the unpleasantness at the convenience store as just a minor episode along the way. Of course, he wouldn't be going back there every time he saw that slacker's slovenly face, and inexplicable anger would rise within him, making him itch to throw a personality-correcting punch right at it. The spacious buffet restaurant hadn't lost any customers in the short time he'd been gone. Instead, business was even livelier. Xiao Bei remained at the front desk, serving with her sweet smile, heartwarming and delightful. The middle-parted guy and the girl he'd been eyeing earlier must have been unwilling to wait in line, as they even ended up sharing a table with a sleazy bespectacled guy and two sharp-topped muscleheads. But from the looks of it, these five seemed to know each other. The middle-parted guy and the girl sat nervously on one side of the square table while the other three, radiating resentment, occupied the other side. The trio's murderous intent toward the middle-parted guy couldn't be more obvious, as if he'd betrayed both their organization and the party itself. Wang Jie memorized his position, cast a meaningful glance, then walked straight into the kitchen under the bewildered stares of the surrounding diners. Upon reaching the second floor, he first handed the cola to his master sitting in the prime viewing spot, then lowered his voice as much as possible and said, "Master, there's someone downstairs dining who might be able to see us." Hu Dafu tilted his head, shifting his gaze from the screen to Wang Jie's face. "Keep an eye on them first. Call me when that person is about to leave." Wang Jie acknowledged with a sound, and before heading downstairs, he couldn't resist throwing a provocatively smug look toward his fellow disciples. He finally scurried downstairs with eager steps. Keeping an eye on people was just incidental. The real purpose of this trip was to chat with Sister Xiao Bei at the front desk. "Aren't you going down to take a look yourself?" Cui Chen asked without taking his eyes off the screen. Hu Dafu shook his head, popping a chicken nugget into his mouth as he mumbled, "Let that kid handle it. We'll talk when the person leaves." What if that person who can see you refuses to become your disciple? Impossible. Those who've been different since childhood would definitely be drawn to someone equally special upon meeting them. At most, it'd take a few persuasive lines before they'd bow and call me master. Cui Chen pointed his thumb backward in emphasis. "So these guys were all persuaded by your sweet talk?" The disciples present looked somewhat embarrassed, yet couldn't deny their master's statement was true. "I remember being fooled by just a few words back then, swore myself into Wei Song's lineage. No salary, no benefits, absolutely nothing. Only a master willing to teach me everything he knew, guiding me hand in hand, making me no longer fear the supernatural. At the front desk on the first floor, Wang Jia and Xiao Bei were chatting idly.
The fragrance from the girl beside him kept wafting into his nose, making him so elated that he almost thought Xiao Bei would ask him to be her boyfriend the next moment. At table number 13 in the dining area, Wang Jia's target nibbled at the food before them with constrained movements, as cautious as a dwarf mouse stealing grains from a cat's bowl. After much persuasion throughout the afternoon, Aben finally convinced his two fitness-obsessed roommates to join him for a cheat meal outside. Their cheerful mood lasted until they queued forever for seats, barely warming their chairs before that annoying fake cutesy girl appeared in sight with the class psychologist in tow. Note correction, it was the psychologist leading that insufferable squeaky-voiced girl toward them.
You said you weren't coming, but you just didn't want to come with your stinky roommate, right? Since when did you become such a pushover for the flirty class rap? Why did it come to this?
Back then, all four of us in the dorm swore we wouldn't get girlfriends throughout college and would never betray our oath.
What the hell do you even take brotherhood for?
The other two roommates were similarly melancholic. They had started working out to attract the opposite sex, only to bulk up more than expected. Every time they mustered the courage to ask a girl for her contact info, they'd get called disgusting or compared to bullfrogs. They had already resigned themselves to lifelong companionship with protein shakes in the gym until their roommate suddenly caught the eye of a meticulously dressed-up classmate. At that moment, their world came crashing down.
No one bats an eye at gym rats, but pick-me girls chase after them? How dare she?
Wu Bin, Guazai, Yang Ziping, why aren't you eating?
What are you staring at Lu Weici for? Don't tell me you're waiting for him to finish first? Ruan Joey raised an eyebrow, puzzled by their behavior. Ever since she and Lu Weici sat down, these three fellows had become completely unreasonable.
They stopped eating entirely, just staring with unnerving intensity, as if they'd suffered some grave injustice demanding righteous judgment.
So what exactly had Lu Weici done? She remembered they were roommates. Could it be he'd once violated their innocence? Now that would be quite the scandal.
Under her bewildered gaze, the trio across from them finally moved. One grabbed a still warm skewer of barbecue and began eating with savage determination. The crunching sound between his teeth echoed clearly, like the savage chewing of an enemy's flesh.
Silence still hung over the square table.
After the two muscle-bound men had devoured the last plate of protein, the trio found themselves with nothing left to eat. Supplements were needed. Aben stopped his two companions who were about to get up for more food. He interlaced his fingers beneath his nose, slightly bowing his head. The eerie white reflection from his glasses intensified as Master Lu's intimidating aura reached its peak at this very moment.
May I ask you a question? Pang Pang and Guozi immediately understood, slipping effortlessly into their roles as the stern bailiffs flanking the courtroom.
Puffing up their muscles with solemn expressions, they perfectly embodied the uncompromising impartiality of the law. All that was missing were the intimidating dignity and orator chants while thumping their authority staffs. Lu Weici felt his scalp prickle watching them, terrified that if he answered wrong, they might pounce and tear him apart in the next second. In his dying moments, would he still have to plead, "Honorable bailiffs, I don't want to die"?
What's with the questions? No need to turn up the pressure like that.
Ruan Joey rolled her eyes, crossing her flower-patterned skirt-covered legs in a figure 4 position.
Aben lifted his gaze and asked solemnly, word by word, when exactly did you two start? Whatever this is between you? Whatever this is? You mean dating? Ruan Joey burst out laughing, tapping her own forehead. What are you guys imagining? There's nothing like that between him and me.
Lu Weici also nodded vigorously in self-defense. Right, you're all reading too much into this.
Is that so? Aben narrowed his eyes, trying to detect any signs of deceit on their faces.
After a few seconds, he grinned and lowered his hand, giving Puppy and Pot's tense thighs a pat as he said, "Let's go grab more food. There's only a plate of lettuce left on the table."
Hey, Lao Lu, come along. Lu Weici took a deep breath and accepted the invitation with grim determination. Ruan Joey, what do you want? I'll grab it for you while I'm at it. Get me some desserts, but nothing too dry.
In the blink of an eye, the four roommates arrived at the food display area. Making sure Ruan Joey couldn't see them, Aben swiftly hooked an arm around Lu Weici's neck. "You little punk. Come clean, did you really betray our loving and harmonious room 318?
Loosen up, I'm fucking dying." Lu Weici frantically slapped at Aben's not-so-brawny arm.
Only after the pressure on his neck eased did he solemnly declare, "Ruan Joey and I absolutely haven't started dating yet.
If I'm lying, may I get prostatitis that can never be cured for life?"
"Damn, you're dead serious, making such a vicious oath." Guozi sucked in a sharp breath, clicking the serving tongs in the air twice. "Aben, let him go."
"I believe him anyway."
"Humph, you'd better explain why you turned down my invitation only to come here with her instead."
Aben released Lu Weici's neck but still wore an unfriendly expression. While being single was painful enough, watching your bro potentially escape singlehood was truly heart-wrenching. Chapter 58 Pain, Such Pain.
"Oh, it was just a little misunderstanding at noon. Then she wanted to make it up to me by treating me to a meal. Of course I couldn't say no to that."
"Remember you mentioned there's a new buffet restaurant here? That's why I came."
"It's not what you guys think. Me and her being together, Lu Weici explained to his roommates as he picked small cakes onto his plate, clarifying why he'd come out to eat with the girl. Though skepticism still lingered in their gazes, they no longer saw trouble where none existed.
Abin pouted, "It's just cause she's prettier than me, huh?
You pick her over me.
Brothers over hose my ass.
If you'd said my treat from the start, I'd have come with you too."
Lu Weici rolled his eyes.
Drifting apart is drifting apart.
No point explaining.
From now on, don't even think about getting uncensored stuff from me. Abin theatrically rubbed his eyes as he and two hulking gym bros carried overflowing trays back to table 13. Trailing behind them, Lu Weici sighed. This was the definition of soul-crushing exhaustion. After replenishing a round of dishes, the atmosphere at the table finally grew lively, no longer as stiff and lifeless as it was at the beginning. 5 college students in the prime of their youth talked freely and toasted each other, while time quietly slipped by amidst their clinking glasses. Xiao Bei at the front desk despised Wang Jie for having a baby face and no sense of style. The cooks in the back kitchen had flushed faces so red it seemed they were about to enter their second phase.
The movie on the second floor was gradually coming to an end. Cui Chen had already finished his food, with scattered disposable brass bells used to trap spirits littered around him.
To avoid suspicion, Hu Dafu handed the large bowl in his arms to his disciples behind him, keeping only the cola for himself.
The movie ended, the rolling credits casting reflections on everyone's faces. How about another one? Hu Dafu turned to look at the dazed Cui Chen and suggested, enough watching. I need a breather, this movie's aftertaste is hitting me hard."
Cui Chen covered his face with his hands, sighs seeping through the gaps between his fingers. Even the untrained eye could see this ghost's troubled state. Hu Dafu's apprentices grew tense, their gazes turning to their only pillar of reliance.
Hu Dafu remained silent, quietly waiting for Cui Chen to start a new conversation. A high-quality film about family reunions proved far too overwhelming for a lost soul wandering alone in another world.
Homesick, yet not wanting to return to that small house left behind by his parents, Cui Chen longed to return to 10 years ago, to the home where his parents were alive and he had no worries. But it was impossible. Even if he returned to the original world, his parents' departure had already become an unchangeable fact. Now, all he could do was sigh and comfort himself over and over in his heart. Perhaps there was something like reincarnation in the original world? Perhaps they're now experiencing a carefree childhood in their new families? Calculating the time, mother should be in elementary school now, while father would still be in kindergarten. Will they meet again? But I'm no longer there, I can never be reborn as their child again. Fine, that way I won't be a burden to them anymore, and they won't have to worry about my grades all day.
The stifling air on the second floor was almost suffocating.
Hu Dafu clutched his pant legs, flaring his nostrils as he struggled to inhale more of the stagnant atmosphere. He had cursed his youngest apprentice inwardly more times than he could count.
What the hell kind of goddamn movie are you playing anyway?
The apprentices standing farther away were in slightly better condition, but they too had their hands pressed against their chests, rubbing their throats, looking utterly grief-stricken.
Downstairs in the restaurant, the diners suddenly felt an inexplicable sadness. Many, their hearty appetites unsatisfied, chose to leave under the weight of such overwhelming negativity. Suddenly,
I feel really down. Pang Pang put down his half-eaten skewer, lowering his head as guilt washed over him. Even his muscular arms seemed undeserving. Huazi shut his eyes, pressed his lips together, and caressed his abs, wanting nothing more than to burst into tears. Bin whispered an apology to what lay between his legs. Lu Weici tilted his head to stare at the ceiling, an inexplicable guilt rendering him speechless. Even the rats in the cafeteria's sewage pipes couldn't bear it, following the scent back to their mother. They crawled upon her, their tears flowing freely.
A rat as large as a grown man crouched in the widest part of the sewer, cradling a tearful little mouse in its paws and asking maternally, "What's wrong, my child? Why are you crying?" The little mice could not speak, only squeaking in response. They conveyed their sorrow through the quivering of their whiskers and the twisting of their tiny bodies. The big rat pressed the most grieving child against its cheek and said gently, "Poor child, don't be sad. No matter what happens, Mama is here." She stood upright on 2 legs, gazing down at the thousands of her offspring in the sewer. "One more torrential rain to flood the surface, and we can avenge your father. Then drink my blood to your heart's content, feast upon my flesh, and turn all your grief into raging vengeance against humanity. Let us rodents sound the first horn of counterattack. Our spines too can prop up the heavens and the earth. So don't grieve, don't weep. Tears are the most useless things." The rising and falling squeaks echoing through the sewers brought a human-like smile to this mother's face. Staggering, she stepped into the swarm of rats and, surrounded by the horde, strode deeper into the abyssal darkness of the tunnels. Second floor cafeteria. Cui Chen finally lowered his hands from his face. With a long sigh, he said, finally recovering, "That movie was really intense. I wouldn't dare watch it a second time." "Teacher Hu, what's wrong with you?" Hu Dafu wiped the cold sweat trickling down his forehead with his sleeve and flicked the moisture onto the ground with a bitter smile. "It's nothing," he said, catching his breath. "I don't think I'll be watching this movie a second time." Wasn't there still some kid waiting for you to take as a disciple? Why not go down now?
Cui Chen flipped his hands upward, stretching lazily before slipping back into that could live, could die either's fine demeanor of his.
Let's go, let's go.
Hu Dafu tossed the empty drink bottle into the corner and called out to his apprentices. Come on, let's go see what our new little brother looks like.
Chapter 59, This world is still too fantastical.
After Cui Chen regained his composure, the inexplicable tension inside the cafeteria immediately dissipated. Yet most of the diners who remained at their seats had lost any appetite for gorging themselves. Clinging to the thought, since we've already come, no point wasting it, they mechanically chewed the rapidly cooling dishes before them. Several disciples from the Wei-san faction descended straight toward the receptionist still wallowing in emo.
Hu Dafu flicked a knuckle snap onto Wang Jie's head, who already looked utterly burnt out.
The sharp pain instantly snapped him out of the frustration over Xiao Bei criticizing his fashion sense. Clutching his burning forehead, Wang Jie stared dumbfounded at the person before him and stammered, Sure Fu,
I haven't even called you yet? Cut the crap. Where's that person you mentioned?
Wang Jie gestured toward table 13 with his chin, right there, the one sitting next to Brother Ghost. Even he was dumbstruck by his own words. Hu Dafu turned his head to look, his lips puckered into chrysanthemum-like folds as several complex expressions swirled across his face like chili oil being poured.
Could it really be such a coincidence? Just a few hours ago, they were discussing how someone at my university could see things others couldn't, and now they'd run into her? Surely it couldn't be that center-parted guy?
Cui Chen had just drifted into the dining area when his gaze was caught by a figure sporting a familiar hairstyle. From the back, he looked like a damn stick, definitely that guy. Fourth encounter today, fate really has its way of making things happen.
What a coincidence, running into you again.
Though it seems you don't need my help anymore.
Cui Chen floated over to Lu Weici, who was boredly chewing on his chopstick, crossing his legs midair. Glancing at the girl on the other side, he teased, why not come out with her alone? Those three freak shows across the table, did you recruit them as wingmen? Shit, how did I run into this damned ghost again? Lu Weici clenched his jaw nervously with a sudden force snap. The high-quality disposable chopsticks broke cleanly. The splintered wood poking his mouth no longer mattered. Even though he already suspected the thing meant him no harm, some instinct still prevented him from letting it know he could see. He pretended nothing was wrong, using the broken chopsticks to pick up food, but the other three at the table had already noticed something was off. What's up, Lu? Trying to make sure you get your money's worth by chewing even the chopsticks? Working out your jaws? Interesting approach. Even the toughest teeth can't handle this. What's gotten into you? There's nothing left in that dish, why are you still poking at it?
At noon on Sunday, Wan Zhou had seen Lu Weici in this state before in the pavilion.
His scalp tingled instantly as he looked around fearfully, murmuring, has it come?
Lu Weici's gaze flickered to the tissue box nearby, where gradually appearing handwriting had already provided the answer.
What are you two whispering about?
Aben frowned slightly, tapping his chopsticks at the pair of them.
Holy shit, Bin, look at that tissue pack.
Guazi slapped his thigh, startled enough to nearly jump up.
There were 2 tissue boxes on the table. Near Ruanzhou, half of the exposed tissue in one box unmistakably bore 5 hideous characters. That's right, I'm here.
As Ruanzhou spoke, Cui Chen twisted those 5 words onto the tissue.
The handwriting may be ugly, but as long as the meaning gets across, that's what matters.
Ruanzhou sucked in a sharp breath at the sight of the words, the chattering of his teeth louder in his own ears than thunder. Absolutely no way to communicate with this one. Cui Chen shook his head helplessly, then glanced sideways toward the cafeteria counter.
The Wei-san faction was staring this way in perfect unison.
He tilted his head slightly and drifted right through the bodies of Lu Weici and Ruanzhou.
The guy I mentioned to you before is that kid, couldn't even fake it properly.
No idea how he's managed to survive this long.
Cui Chen sounded exasperated.
Kids who can see you have been scared by ghosts since they were little. It's normal for them not to want to deal with you, don't take it personally. Hu Dafu stroked a few particularly prominent hairs on his face and grinned. For such children, all you need is to show off some tricks, then talk some nonsense, and you'll easily win them over.
Go ahead and find your disciple then. I'm heading out first.
Cui Chen stretched his arms and drifted out of the shop.
You're leaving in such a hurry? I watched the movie, ate the ghost, what else is there for me to do here? This is like looking at a buffet you can't eat from. Do you have any idea how painful that is? Cui Chen lamented bitterly, his figure gradually fading away.
Hu Dafu stared in the direction Cui Chen had left, rubbing his chin as he pondered whether to report this neutral, highly dangerous aberration's behavior patterns to the Supernatural Management Bureau.
Ah, fuck it, why should I care? The Wei-san lineage is practically extinct already. Hu Dafu slapped his forehead. Wang Jia, go take that projector back to wherever you got it. Everyone else, back to work. Tomorrow, you'll have a new junior brother to deal with. Am I finally going to escape being the youngest in seniority?
Wang Jie grinned, wiggling his backside as he ran toward the kitchen. After greeting him, the other disciples also left together, leaving only old Hu Dafu, the grizzled codger, and Xiao Bei, the temporary manager, at the front counter.
Teacher who is taking on another new disciple, isn't the current scale enough already?
Xiao Bei said softly, pouring Hu Dafu a cup of warm water. Hu Dafu sipped the lukewarm water while leaning against the counter and sighed. It's still not enough. I want to take on as many as possible before I die. The frequency of supernatural beings and anomalies has been increasing in recent years.
More capable young people would be a good thing, even if their bloodline is thin.
Ah, what a pity I can't see them, otherwise I'd surely become your disciple too.
Xiao Bei's eyes held a trace of melancholy. What's there to pity? Sometimes not seeing is a blessing in itself.
Hu Dafu let out a belch, smacking his lips as he savored the reflux's aftertaste.
If you could see, you'd probably have been scared to death long ago by those 3 strange ghosts clinging to you.
You wouldn't have lasted until meeting me. Xiao Bei chuckled without responding, his pristine sneakers, so clean they reflected the overhead lights, tapping sporadically against the chair leg.
We're heading in the right direction. Cui Chen drifted lazily toward Baimai University, lying on his back in the sky.
The bustling streets below held no interest for a ghost like him. It was lively all right, but there were too many street vendors. If only he could catch some demon ghost or monster ghost, he could drift along while feeding, flowing with the bustling crowd. For now, better just float obediently over to Baimai University.
During the day while hunting for food, I remembered there was a movie theater on this university campus.
A theater catering to young people probably wouldn't include trash in their screening schedule. The movie was great, the audience in the theater behaved properly, staying completely quiet, so why were 2 young men sitting in the front row getting all lovey-dovey? They didn't make a single sound, just leaned against each other like any ordinary couple in love, with the taller one on the left occasionally planting a kiss on the other's head. The shorter one would also nuzzle affectionately into the taller one's neck, genuinely unbearably sweet.
But damn it, why did it have to be 2 guys? Cui Chen felt like gouging his eyes out after just a few glances, yet the other audience members seemed completely unfazed.
Indeed, he simply couldn't keep up with the times. This world was too bizarre, making it hard for spirits to distinguish between carnal pleasure and mental entanglements.
Damn it, why are they making out now? Chapter 60, Borrowing a book isn't stealing.
Unable to stomach the sight of 2 gay men flaunting their affection right in front of him, Cui Chen rubbed his eyes and stormed out of that damn screening room. Wandering through the night at Baimai University, I caught the current time from a student walking with their head down, engrossed in their phone. At exactly 8:30 in the evening, still early, couples nestled in the campus's shadowy corners had yet to put away their lingering affections. Passing by a few couples entangled in the woods, Cui Chen spotted a 4-story public building.
What would a university library look like?
Without a second thought, he plunged right in. At this hour, the library was still packed to capacity. It was Cui Chen's first time entering such a place, and he found the interior surprisingly spacious. Darting between bookshelves with effortless grace, casting glances over industrious students.
The cover clearly says mathematical analysis, yet over half the contents are in English letters utterly incomprehensible. Cui Chen shook his head, still reeling from the assault of indescribable mathematical concepts, before floating toward another student. Algorithm design and analysis? No clue. Next. Advanced microeconomics? Never heard of it. Next. Quantum mechanics? Schrodinger's cat counts, right? Too profound, keep scrolling. Here's one binge-watching short videos? You're the one.
Cui Chen floated contentedly above the only student he discovered who wasn't engaged in serious work.
This is a young man, unkempt with long unshaven stubble that completely covers the lower half of his face.
His hair is tied in a messy little bun at the back, clearly unwashed for days, greasy enough to squeeze out oil for stir-frying. White earphones are stuffed in his ears as he grins wildly, cackling with laughter.
Rather than enjoying alone, Cui Chen laughs along with him.
He could hear the sounds, but Cui Chen couldn't.
Yet silent short videos weren't unwatchable, they just lacked a bit of enjoyment.
This amusement lasted right up until the library's closing time. The disheveled man sighed, gathered his belongings with a dejected stretch, and trudged heavily toward the library entrance. He didn't seem to be here to study, but rather to escape from something. Now he has to return and face it all again, his silhouette lonelier than an old man walking alone toward the sunset in an apocalyptic movie. It makes one wonder what he's been through to end up like this. Watching his retreating figure, Cui Chen mentally composed an epic masterpiece out of thin air. Suddenly, the lights on the entire floor flickered, and darkness immediately descended. With his built-in night vision instantly activating, Cui Chen glanced around and grumbled, they just turned off the lights and locked up, so straightforward.
Don't they even need to clean up?
Oh well, perhaps that's just how things work at this university.
Cui Chen wandered alone through the library. The darkened library was as silent as a graveyard.
Every few seconds, an unknown piece of equipment would emit a faint beep, making one's heartbeat shift in rhythm, syncing with the pulse of that enigmatic machine. Only because Cui Chen was a ghost could he actually thrive in such an environment, completely at ease.
Being the only ghost around isn't so great. Wait, what's that? A squad of giant black rats stealing books?
Chui Chen rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he watched three palm-sized mice knock a book, barely thinner than a dictionary, off the shelf. Working together, they hoisted the book onto their backs and slowly trudged forward.
University rats this studious now?
Stealing books in the dead of night to better themselves, they're making me feel like the odd one out here. Chui Chen grew intrigued and caught up with the three mice carrying books, using his night vision to make out the titles.
Art and philosophy? Damn, are these rodents from the literature department?
Chuckling with amusement, Chui Chen became increasingly curious about what these three mice were up to, but his laughter seemed to startle them. The mice halted their book hauling, all crawling out from under their loads to chatter angrily at Chui Chen. Chui Chen found it quite strange, non-human creatures in this world all seemed to be able to see ghosts. Birds would avoid him when he floated in the air, and stray dogs in Nameless Village would bark at him too.
Now even rats were doing the same. Then why couldn't ordinary people see ghosts?
Knowing his brain wasn't sharp enough to figure it out, Chui Chen gave up pondering. Instead, he crossed his arms, bent down, and glared back at the critters.
What's the big deal, yapping so loudly like that?
Three upright rodents bared their teeth and claws at him, one squeaking here, another chattering there like environmentalists waving protest signs along the national highway.
I can't understand your protests either. How about you three keep going?
I'll shut up now, Chui Chen said in a tentative tone. The three mice seemed to understand his words, squeaking in unison before hoisting the book and continuing onward.
Turned into a spirit? I don't see any external mutations. Could it be inside the body? Chui Chen muttered under his breath, growing increasingly fascinated by them.
The mice carried the books into a storage room on the first floor of the library, where there was a floor vent with its panels scattered on the ground. An even larger mouse than the three of them stood guard by the vent, waiting to receive them. After the three mice carried the books through the vent, the bigger mouse actually remembered to put the vent panel back in place, leaving Chui Chen utterly stunned. In the empty, silent campus, the purple ghost followed the four mice to an uncovered manhole leading to a sewer. There was no need to hesitate, he simply plunged right in. After all, without a physical body, even if the sewer was filled with filth, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. After advancing about 100 meters through the sewer, the number of rats around gradually increased. The four rats also began to cry out in unison, as if summoning something. At a bend in the sewer up ahead, Chui Chen saw a slender, black-furred arm suddenly reach out and pick up the books on the rats' backs. The children have brought a guest back, I see. The owner of the slender arms emerged from around the corner, a rat even larger than Chui Chen in stature, its voice kindly and pleasant to hear. Human characteristics had already begun to manifest on its body, most notably a pair of affectionate eyes. Such signs suggested it wouldn't be long before it fully transformed into a Yao spirit. Chui Chen froze for a moment before tentatively speaking up.
Hello? Greetings, demon ghost.
The large rat bowed slightly with apologies. I'm still young and inexperienced, so I don't know how to properly host you.
My sincerest regrets.
The nearly demonic rat's politeness completely threw Chui Chen off balance. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, he stammered, I sort of followed you on my own accord. I was just curious why your children took that book from the library. The giant rat waved the copy of Art and Philosophy in its paw and explained, I sent them to fetch it. Human philosophy is quite fascinating, helps pass the time while giving me food for thought.
Ha, is that so?
Chui Chen's eyes darted around nervously as he scrambled for a response.
After an awkward pause, his brain short-circuited and he blurted out, but isn't that technically stealing?
The moment the words left his mouth, Chui Chen mentally facepalmed. Calling someone out for theft to their face, way to be tactless.
Unexpectedly, the large rat didn't mind at all and just chuckled. Stealing books can't be counted as theft. What I'm stealing is the knowledge within.
The empty shell that contains the knowledge will be returned after I finish reading it.
Chapter 61, Still haven't read enough books.
Chui Chen twitched his lips. The big rat's words reminded him of a character from an essay he'd studied as a child. At this moment, perhaps all that was missing was a bowl of warm wine and a plate of aniseed beans.
If this conversation continued, wouldn't it start teaching him the 4 different ways to write the character for Fennel? It seems I really can't write this myself.
The large rat flipped open Art and Philosophy, its slender fingers brushing over the title page before finally settling on the author's name, a Western one that was quite a mouthful.
Chui Chen silently repeated it several times before managing to say it smoothly.
Anatoly Vladimirovich Svechin, a master in the field of philosophy. The large rat tapped the name rhythmically and said lightly, I've studied 2 of his works, The Unity of Will and Form and The Symbiosis of Man in All Things. The former was obscure and difficult, it took me quite some time to digest it fully. The latter, however, was much simpler. Anyone could understand it if they just calmed their mind. The content is exactly what the title suggests.
Mr. Ghost.
Apologies, I've never interacted with ghosts before, so I don't know if this form of address might trouble you. Though it felt a bit strange chatting with an oversized rat, Chui Chen didn't resist the situation. Waving his hand dismissively, he said indifferently, "Whatever, sir or madam, gender means nothing to something like me. The taste doesn't differ either. Just call me by my name if you prefer, I'm Chui Chen." "Very well, Mr. Chui Chen. I don't possess a name of my own, you may address me as Madam Rat," the giant rat replied while flipping to the table of contents. "Might I ask you a question?" "Go ahead. I'll answer if I know," he replied. "What do you think your relationship with humans is like now? Can you coexist with them?" Chui Chen raised an eyebrow, utterly baffled as he propped his chin on his right hand. Give him a toilet and he could have perfectly cosplayed the thinker on the spot. This was truly a difficult question to answer. His relationship with humans. Fellow kind? Perhaps those who had died were his true kin and they tasted delicious. Though they still self-identify as human in cognition, they would never be seen as human by others. Even if they were once people, they could never gain true recognition of their identity. Outsiders will always be outsiders. Humans revere nothing but power. Given the chance, they surely wouldn't hesitate to strike them down with thunderous force. But this possibility was exceedingly slim. The last display of power seemed to have completely terrified the so-called higher-ups, which was evident from some of the intelligence obtained through Hudafu. A friendly yet extremely dangerous non-human entity. How considerate of you. Just like how a weaker nation is forced to maintain friendly relations with a stronger one, but will inevitably seize any opportunity to encroach upon its lands until the weaker nation is wiped out entirely, with even its culture swept into the dustbin of history. Chui Chen suddenly let out a scoff and said, "The relationship between me and humans is just like theirs with their foreign counterparts. As for coexistence, it's not about me coexisting with them, it's them coexisting with me. Oh, as far as I know, haven't spirits and ghosts always been prime targets for human purges? Even if you don't carry any resentment, they shouldn't have let you off so easily." The rat woman blinked in surprise, snapping her book shut. "I was indeed purged for a while, but then they chickened out. They cancelled the purge, claiming it was a mistake, and even offered me compensation, nothing useful to a ghost, though, so I didn't take it." Chui Chen shrugged, as carefree as a wage worker receiving news of an unexpected paid day off. The female rat lowered her eyelids halfway, sighed, and wiped the corner of her eye with a hint of envy. "To have your reckoning cancelled, you must be incredibly powerful, right? Just decent enough to scare them off." The female rat nodded, leaning back against the sewer wall, and spoke slowly. "Then, have you ever thought about wiping them out completely?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, Chui Chen hesitated before replying. "Genocide isn't really my thing, I'm no Adolf. Besides, I used to be human too." The female rat didn't know any Adolf. After a moment of silence, she looked into his eyes and said with sincerity, "What if they killed someone very important to you? Then I'd have to capture both the mastermind and their accomplices, then slowly grind their closest blood relatives into paste and force-feed it to them." Chui Chen spread his hands and countered, "You don't happen to have any important rats who were killed, do you? My mate, the father of my children, became a Yao. His name was Hao Hao. He died the day after registering at the Paranormal Management Office, shot in the head." The female rat lifted one of the small rats at her feet. "I dragged his body back to the sewers and held a funeral with our children, but I could never find the killer." Chui Chen looked at the rats of various sizes surrounding them and sighed, "That's your own business. I can't judge. I won't stop you, but I won't help you either." The mother rat shook her head, placed the little mouse on her shoulder, reopened art and philosophy, and said, "This topic is too heavy. Let's discuss something lighter. Mr. Chui Chen, in your opinion, is art more about the external form of expression or the intrinsic philosophical ideas it embodies?" "Art? Well, I haven't studied it much." For most of the latter half of the night, Chui Chen and the mother rat debated philosophy, though in truth, it was mostly the rat lecturing while the ghost listened. At least Chui Chen was a decent listener. He never voiced opinions on things he didn't understand to avoid talking nonsense and being seen as an idiot. Topics like revenge weren't brought up again, and the night passed pleasantly as time flowed unnoticed into morning. The gloomy sewer offered no view of the sky, but the rat's biological clocks were impeccably precise. The female rat hinted delicately at her need for rest, and Chui Chen didn't linger, drifting upward without delay. Before leaving, the mother rat smiled and said, "Feel free to visit any time. All the mice in this area are my children, just find one, and it'll lead you straight to me." Chui Chen responded, saying he'd drop by if he had time. Then, without looking back, he passed through the dense ground, and the crystal-clear, cloudless sky stretched endlessly before his eyes once more. Forget about another round, just this one night alone made him feel like a grade schooler in front of her. Trying that again would only be inviting humiliation, though the woman rat harbored no such intention. Chui Chen's limited knowledge still left him feeling ashamed. Too little reading, indeed, Chui Chen mused, stretching lazily under the morning sun. If a rat wants revenge against humans, how would it even go about it? The eternal corpse can create those headless things. Could it do the same? Ah, whatever. Not my problem. I might have unleashed the eternal corpse, but nobody told that woman rat to stir up trouble. Let Yongdu's supernatural management office deal with the headache. He wandered into a random academic building, trailing a herd of resentful early bird students whose bitterness could sustain 100 demon swordsmen. Idling in the hallway between classes, he waited to see if he might stumble into a lecture he could actually understand. Waiting and waiting, a certain scruffy little old man appeared in sight, full of grievances.
Chapter 62, Folklore Class? It's a travel guide, damn it. Isn't that teacher Hu? What's up with him? Cui Chen raised a hand to greet Hu Dafu, showing great enthusiasm toward the lifeless figure.
My wife somehow found out last night that I drank 2 big bottles of cola in one day and gave me hell for half the night. I went to bed at 4 and had to get up for an 8 a.m. class. Hu Dafu rubbed his face, displaying the exhaustion of an elderly man to its fullest extent. Conveyed directly to Cui Chen that even elderly experts and mystics couldn't resist a 50-year-old woman capable of sitting and absorbing earth.
Morning class? What morning class are you attending? Cui Chen followed alongside him, teaching morning class to others. Hu Dafu wiped the grease from his face onto his clothes absent-mindedly. What about you? What brings you here so early in the morning?
Just bored. Thought I'd find some lectures I could understand to kill time.
Cui Chen glanced at the thick, knuckle-sized old textbook tucked under his left arm. What do you teach again? Oh, folklore, right? Would I even understand it?
It's fine as a story to listen to, but digging deeper might prove a bit difficult.
Hu Dafu said, I can't really teach anything substantial in one class session anyway, it's all rambling nonsense to kill those 90 minutes. Wouldn't the students complain? What complaints could they possibly have? It's not like it's an important class to begin with. That sounds like a total fluff course then?
Not exactly, but close enough. As they chatted, they entered a sparsely populated lecture hall with tiered seating. There weren't many students, mostly clustered at the back rows. The first 2 rows were nearly empty, with the scattered students keeping their heads down and minding their own business.
It truly confirmed Hu Dafu's statement. This was clearly not an important class.
Cui Chen chose a seat in the center of the front row, adjusted his floating posture, and waited quietly for class to begin.
Someone come help me adjust the projector.
Hu Dafu set down his book and looked toward the students in the back row.
Where's the class monitor? The monitor skipped class. About the class monitor.
The class monitor and study committee member ran off together. Whispers spread through the crowd below, but nobody stepped forward to help.
5 bonus points for participation.
Someone come up here fast, or I'll deduct 5 points from everyone, Hu Dafu said irritably. Driven by the usual participation points, a tall, skinny male student finally went up. After fiddling with it for a few minutes, he managed to get the projector working just as the class bell rang. Alright, where did we leave off last class? Last class, you mentioned how you and your wife got scammed by locals at an overpriced tourist spot in Julong.
Zulon's era is over, right? Next, we'll be talking about Delenkin.
Those willing to learn, raise your heads.
Hu Dafu clapped his hands and unfurled a long Ming-style world map,
pointing to a roughly conical continent in the lower right corner. This was Cui Chen's first time seeing a world map of this realm, each continent completely separated by oceans, with Long Ming and Huafeng each occupying an entire landmass at the eastern and western ends of the map. The remaining 4 continents hosted scattered nations, the largest of which didn't even equal half the size of either major power. This so-called Delenkin in today's lesson refers to the western coastal region of the conical continent at the lower right corner, separated by vast oceans. It lies directly opposite Huafeng. Cui Chen stared at the projected map with its geographical distribution utterly different from his previous life and decided the knowledge he hadn't quite returned to his high school geography teacher could remain forgotten. It would be completely useless in this place anyway. He propped his chin on his hand, watching with great interest as Hu Dafu performed a one-man show on stage. There's not much to say about Delenkin's folk customs. Just like other countries in the Western Hemisphere, they're largely similar to their former suzerain state, Huafeng. Let me first tell you about several unique traditional festivals in Delenkin, starting with St. Lun's Festival, which commemorates the great sage Lun of Delenkin. Records show that 1200 years ago, Lun committed misconduct during an audience with Emperor Kumose of Huafeng and was sentenced to death. How outrageous was it? He drunkenly flirted with Kumose's wife. The citizens of Delenkin refused to believe that Lun was executed for such a ridiculous reason by the king of Huafeng. They prefer to believe that Lun, unable to endure the tyranny imposed by Emperor Kumose, chose to ascend to heaven on the journey, refusing to meet the cruel foreign king. Thus, they calculated the 2 days before Lun was due to arrive in Huafeng, October 12th, and designated it as St. Lun's Festival. On this day every year, every household in Delenkin molds a doll made of pine needles and mud in front of their homes. They hope the doll will carry Lun's soul back to the heavens and guide him home to Delenkin. In addition, they place blue silk around the doll and serve roasted rabbits stuffed with venison. These were all things Lun loved during his lifetime. Speaking of that roasted rabbit, the last time I went to Delenkin, it really made me sick. Cui Chen listened below with great interest. If a ghost hadn't dispersed after 1200 years, it should have turned into a yaogui by now. What would it taste like then? And what unique flavor would it have compared to other yaogui? I really want a taste. The folklore class contained little substantive content, instead resembling more of Hudafu sharing his travel experiences, where the scenery was beautiful, which local delicacies were disappointments, even meticulously mapping out tourist routes for the students. If he weren't a teacher, he'd probably earn more as a travel blogger. But content hardly mattered anyway. Chui Chen was thoroughly enjoying himself regardless. After class ended, there was still a sense of not having had enough, so I chased after Hudafu to ask when the next lecture would be. The next class should be on Friday. That means in 2 days, and it's still the first period. Damn those brainless scheduling bastards, always putting me in the first period. Hudafu snorted angrily through his nostrils, complaining, I only have 3 classes a week, and 2 of them are at 8 in the morning. If they want to torture an old man, they don't have to do it like this. Chui Chen chuckled but didn't offer any comfort, parting ways with him after floating out of the teaching building. Listening to the lecture had made me a bit peckish. Time to go grab some snacks outside. Hudafu watched as Chui Chen floated away. With a book tucked under his arm, he sighed and walked toward the activity room he had applied for with the school. This was the territory of the Wei Tsun lineage, where disciples were usually instructed. After walking for over 10 minutes to reach his destination, he could already hear lively chatter inside before even pushing the door open. Creak! The sound of the lock retracting silenced the disciples' chatter as all eyes turned toward the door. Master, time's N. Their greetings were met with Hudafu's furious tirade. What, one new arrival and you all forget your place? Have you finished today's assignments? Chattering away like this, if I don't see 100 practice talismans from each of you in 2 hours, you're in for it. Wang Jia, you owe me 150. Wang Jia's eyes widened as he sprang up from beside his newly arrived junior brother, protesting with a hurt tone. Master, why though? Because I just heard you making the most noise outside. Hudafu shot him a look of exasperation before hooking a finger at Lu Weici. You come with me. Let's take a stroll outside. Chapter 63. What are you trying to do, you unlucky brat? Yes, who? Master. Lu Weici paused momentarily mid-sentence but promptly corrected himself. If you want to learn skills from others, becoming an apprentice is unavoidable. Last night's encounter was too brief, only knowing that this folklore professor from Hundred Vanes University had spent most of his life dealing with those things. After obtaining an address from him, they hastily parted ways. Coming here this morning and meeting those senior students, their conversation further confirmed that perhaps he no longer needed to worry about being haunted by ghosts in the future. Hudafu led his not yet official apprentice around the school, looking around as though searching for something. After searching every corner untouched by sunlight, not a single ghostly shadow could be found. He couldn't help muttering, damn, they ate everything clean, didn't even leave scraps lying around. Lu Weici offered to help and asked, Master, what are you looking for? Ghosts, Hudafu replied, bracing his waist as he headed southeast. Seems like every ghost in this school's been devoured. Looks like I'll have to take you outside to hunt. Lu Weixi's lips parted slightly, a comforting emotion at having found support swirling in the depths of his eyes. Being actively taken by someone to seek out ghosts. This was truly a first in my life. Listen kid, let me tell you something, ghosts aren't really that big a deal. Except for demon ghosts, all other spirits are about as important as roadside weeds. Hudafu settled into the driver's seat of his old pickup truck, fishing out an unused brass bell from the door compartment and tossing it to Lu Weici, who had just climbed in. As long as you've got the right tools, a spirit ghost can be dealt with by anyone, though strange ghosts are a bit trickier. There should be some yellow talismans tucked under your sun visor, flip it open and check. Lu Weici flipped down the sun visor, and 3 crumpled yellow talismans fluttered out, drifting weightlessly like they bore no mass at all. The bell traps ghosts, the talismans suppress them. They'll work with blood, but ordinary folks' blood won't do, it's gotta be from someone like you who can see them. Hudafu turned the key, and the old pickup rumbled to life, rolled down the window. The AC's busted in this jalopy. It's cooler with the windows open. Oh, okay. Lu Weici turned the mechanical crank on the car door while asking, Master, where are we going? Taking you to an empty spot outside to practice. Hudafu steered the vehicle out of the school gates. In our line of work, we need to stay hidden. Try not to let ordinary people see, that's the rule. Lu Weici nodded and fell silent as he looked out the window, gripping the brass bell tighter in his right hand. His calm expression couldn't fully mask the excitement bubbling within him. Truth be told, after leaving the school, some stray spirits left behind by Chui Chen were already visible outside. But with vehicles and pedestrians coming and going, it was still prudent to keep things discreet. The first few disciples of Hudafu had all completed their first kills within Baimai University, but now the situation was somewhat special. There was someone who treated ghosts as meals. Looking around the entire campus, not a single ghost could be spotted. The pickup truck drove for about 20 minutes before Hudafu found a promising alley entrance and pulled over. Get out. There are 4 ghosts in this alley. Pick one you don't like the look of and try your hand. Lu Weici swallowed hard, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Holding the yellow talisman and brass bell, he asked, what should I do? Just smear some blood on the yellow talisman and stick it on the ghost's forehead. Then dab more blood on the bell. Once you see the bell stop absorbing blood, smack it onto the talisman to capture both the ghost and the talisman together. Finally, pull the talisman out from the bell seam.
Nothing complicated.
Hudafu spoke while getting out of the car, already holding a yellow talisman between his fingers.
Here, let me show you how it's done first.
With one hand gripping the yellow talisman, he bit his other index finger until a bright red drop of blood welled up. The crimson bead soaked into the talisman, right above the incantation written in a mix of cinnabar and blood. Without a sound, the yellow talisman was pressed onto the forehead of a wailing spirit, freezing its movements instantly and rendering it as still as a statue.
The yellow talisman's suppression power is absolute against ordinary ghosts. As long as the blood doesn't dry, it can keep suppressing them.
But when dealing with essence ghosts, it lasts about 7 or 8 seconds, still enough to get the job done.
If you're facing a monstrous ghost, it'll only last a second or two, maybe even less. Go ahead, give it a try.
Hudafu patted Lu Weixi's back, then casually peeled off the yellow talisman and crumpled it into his pocket. Lu Weici stared at the bell and talisman in his hand, his chest heaving. With a decisive motion, he bit his index finger until it bled.
You idiot, doesn't that hurt? Hudafu gaped at Lu Weixi's wildly bleeding finger. This bite probably nearly reached the bone, didn't it?
Yet Lu Weixi's face showed no pain, he was smiling. Imitating Hudafu's method, he pressed the blood-stained yellow talisman onto the ghost's forehead, then slapped the blood-soaked bronze bell against the talisman. The immobilized ghost seemed to be pulled by a black hole's force, its form sucked into the bell. Only a corner of the talisman remained outside.
Master, I did it.
He excitedly raised his right hand to show Hudafu the brass bell containing an ordinary ghost, but when he turned back, the smile on his face froze instantly. The brass bell fell to the ground in his panic, its clear chime echoing through the alleyway.
Lu Weici, reacting as if facing a mortal threat, hastily smeared blood on 2 more crumpled yellow talismans and pointed them behind Hudafu. Hudafu also sensed something behind him.
Frowning, he abruptly turned his head and, after a brief moment of stunned silence, immediately replaced his expression with an ingratiating smile. When did you arrive?
This kid just joined today, still doesn't get anything.
Ran into him on the way, got curious and followed him. Cui Chen lifted a ghost twisted into a ribbon from his arm and slurped it into his mouth, then nodded at Lu Weici. This kind of trash is useless to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 yellow talismans in Lu Weixi's hands twisted and shattered into pieces, while the brass bell that fell to the ground lost its original form, turning into copper powder scattered by the wind. The ordinary ghost that had just regained its freedom hadn't even managed to move before being plunged into eternal darkness once more.
Teacher Hu, you keep watching the kids. I'll keep moving along. Cui Chen twisted the remaining spirits in the alley into strips and draped them over his arm before drifting off toward the unknown direction.
Lu Weici felt as if something newly formed in his heart had shattered into pieces.
Pressing a hand to his chest, his lips trembling, he stammered, Master, what was that thing? Hudafu patted Lu Weixi's shoulder, then turned and climbed into the pickup truck.
Inside the old pickup, Hudafu pulled up the Anomaly Management Bureau's notice regarding Phantom number 002 on his phone and handed it to the person beside him.
Holy shit, Lu Weici exclaimed in extreme terror while clutching his phone, his trembling eyes seeking confirmation from Hudafu.
The official announcement isn't messing with you. Hudafu shook his head and gazed sadly at the sky through the rolled-down car window.
Even the country has conceded. Don't think about doing anything to him in the future. If you encounter him, remember to be polite and definitely answer when he talks to you. I understand. Alright, when we get back, I'll teach you how to draw yellow talismans. If your talismans work within a month, I'll take you to register with the Abnormal Management Office.
The pickup truck turned around and headed towards 100 Vanes University, the atmosphere inside growing increasingly somber.
Chapter 64 Just a small favor.
Over 3 months had passed since Cui Chen arrived in Yangdu, yet he hadn't witnessed a single drop of rain. The sky here remained eternally azure, as if moisture had forsaken this ancient land. The midsummer aridity had left cracks creeping across the asphalt roads, with the only moisture granted to the outside world coming from dutiful street sprinklers and the ceaselessly dripping condensate of downtown air conditioning units. The deadly heat often heralds vacations a luxury city office workers can scarcely enjoy, but college students, still untouched by working life, began their summer holidays 2 months earlier.
Now as summer break draws to a close, the sweltering heat still lingers unrelentingly.
Hudafu, who'd been vacationing abroad with his wife, grudgingly booked his return flight to Longming City. Wang Jia, who'd been lazing around at home all summer, finally started practicing his talisman strokes, better late than suffering his master's scolding when school reopened. Lu Weici, who had been studying hard every day, bought the bullet train ticket back to Yangdu. He believed that after a summer break, he should be able to start learning the techniques of drawing the internal runes on the brass bell. Luo Shi and Cheng Xiaoya were also preparing to embark on their journey, ready to embrace their upcoming college life. As for Cui Chen, after making significant contributions to Young Do's ghost cleansing project over the past 2 months, he felt it was time for a break. To put it bluntly, he intended to fatten the ghosts before eating them. Roaming around daily, he only encountered a dozen or so ordinary ghosts, barely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Even haunting the hospital, those few dead bodies couldn't satisfy his hunger. From the day Cui Chen disappeared from the streets of Yeongdo City, everyone at the Yeongdo Special Management Office finally let out a collective sigh of relief. Having an extremely dangerous paranormal entity roaming freely through their city, which leader wouldn't feel uneasy about that? Neutral or not, if some reckless fool grabbed a fire poker loaded with cinnabar bullets thinking they could challenge it, wouldn't that just light the powder keg? If Ghost 002 started massacring people over something like that, forget keeping their official hats, they might not even keep their heads. A metropolis like Yeongdo with tens of millions of permanent residents is completely different from small towns like Yueping. What's more, Yeongdo is a major tourist city. If something really happened here, there's absolutely no way to keep it under wraps. Inside Office 404 of the Yeongdo Abnormal Affairs Management Bureau, a portly, balding middle-aged man was pacing back and forth behind his desk, while before him sat a handsome young man in a suit half a rank below him in the hierarchy. After reviewing the report submitted by the young man, the balding middle-aged man frowned and said, "It really left the urban area? Are you certain you've searched thoroughly enough?" The handsome young man tapped his knuckles on the table. "Definitely gone. At this point, I'd almost have the city council impose a purple restriction order downtown." Implementing a purple restriction order wouldn't be entirely impossible. Are you serious? Don't you realize how intelligent that thing is? What if the restriction order pisses it off? Then, have our capable specialists keep a closer watch. If it's spotted in the city, they must report it immediately. At 100 Meridian University, Cui Chen floated with arms crossed in the activity room of the Weitsung faction. The phone propped up on a stand in front of him played the gaming livestream he'd asked Wang Jia to find for him. Wang Jia, meanwhile, sat on a backless stool with a love-struck grin, preparing sachets he intended to gift to freshman female juniors. Inside the activity room, aside from Lu Weici practicing the long-mastered art of drawing yellow talismans with a water-dipped brush, Hu Dafu's other disciples were all engaged in various miscellaneous tasks. Had Hu Dafu already returned from abroad, he'd have surely made them experience the unique care emanating from the head of the Weitsung faction. 2 months ago, the young disciples of the Weitsung faction had already built a decent rapport with Cui Chen. Though they still didn't dare to crack offensive jokes around him, at least they now had the guts to stay in the same room with him. Only Lu Weici remained his usual timid self. He'd respond if spoken to, but would never initiate conversation. "Hey, you really think this stuff works? Might as well find me 3 spirit ghosts, I'll play wingman for you," Cui Chen said to Wang Jia during the streamer's brief absence. Various fragrant herbs were meticulously sorted across the table, each sachet containing a fixed portion. Hidden inside every pouch was a carefully rolled slip of paper bearing Wang Jia's contact details, visible only to those girls who took the care to open their sachets with genuine intent. After crafting each sachet, Wang Jia would pucker his big lips to give it a sweet kiss. Cui Chen genuinely couldn't fathom what kind of girl would fall for love charms scattered carelessly by some fashion-clueless baby-faced guy. Betting on that less than 1 in a million chance of love at first sight? Ghost bro, you just don't get it. Each sachet is poured with my sincerest heartfelt passion. Sooner or later, the one will open it, add my contact, and start a blazing hot romance with me. Wang Jia clenched his fist, brimming with enough confidence to slay any demon lord. "What about Xiao Bei?" Cui Chen casually asked. "Xiao Bei, Sister Xiao Bei, I've always seen her as an older sister." Wang Jia scratched his cheek, looking somewhat embarrassed. His senior brothers and sisters immediately jeered. Even Lu Weici paused his practice and lifted his head with an indescribable expression. "Ah, come on." Wang Jia uncomfortably twisted his neck and pouted. "Do I really have to say Sister Xiao Bei rejected me? With her 90-point looks, someone like me isn't good enough, alright? That's more like it. If Sister Xiao Bei scores 90 points, you'd barely make 45 at best. Overrated. With some proper grooming he might reach 45 points, but right now he barely scrapes 25. Truth be told, quite accurate." Cui Chen shifted his gaze back to his phone screen. Wang Jia flushed crimson, silently vowing to find himself a girlfriend who'd stun everyone, especially that damn ghost. Pumped up with motivation, I then buried myself in making sachets. I kept at it until I'd made 200, filling every prepared plastic container to the brim. "Senior brothers and sisters, I've got something to attend to, so I'll head off first." It was also at this moment that Lu Weici gathered his belongings and announced he needed to leave ahead of everyone. Wang Jia stroked the plastic box he had spent the entire afternoon fussing over and tilted his head. "What's the rush? Still coming to dinner tonight?" "Got a date with my girlfriend." Lu Weici shook his phone with a grin. "You guys have fun. Probably not coming." Wang Jia froze, his jaw gradually jutting forward before he muttered in frustration, "Damn rich and handsome. Girlfriend? Who? The girl with you in the pavilion the other day?" Cui Chen shot Lu Weici a glance.
Yeah, it's her. Lu Weici nodded, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. To be honest, if it weren't for Ghost Bro, we'd probably just remain ordinary classmates. Chui Chen raised an eyebrow. Just doing what I do. Chapter 65, Forked Paths. Wang Jia stared at Chui Chen wide-eyed, then glanced at Lu Weici who had already reached the doorway. As the activity room's door swung open and shut, he closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before standing up with a humble yet determined plea. Ghost Bro, give me a chance, I want sweet romance too. Didn't I say it before? 3 ghost spirits, you can owe me first. Chui Chen reclined midair, one hand propping up his head while the other scratched his belly. Just tell me who you've got your eyes on, and I'll arrange a heroic rescue for you. Won't a heroic rescue scene be too cliché? Wang Jia hesitated, glancing at his stash of scented sachets. Cliché but effective, isn't it? What girl wouldn't want a hero to pull her from the quagmire when she's drowning in fear of the unknown? Chui Chen wagged his finger. Overthinking won't help, opportunities only favor those bold enough to seize them. Fine, Ghost Bro, I owe you 3 refined ghosts. Chui Chen made an okay gesture, looked up from his phone screen, and sat upright. Gonna roam around now. If you fancy any freshmen tomorrow, come straight to me. Got it, bro. Enjoy your stroll. Wang Jia gave a bizarre salute, then immediately broke into a sinister grin. Double insurance, I'm about to have some sweet romance. His senior martial brother glanced around the activity room, making sure that purple figure was truly gone before remarking leisurely, you think master won't beat you senseless if he finds out? Wang Jia? ? The senior brother continued, saving a damsel in distress is bound to reveal something. There's a world of difference between voluntarily exposing yourself and being exposed against your will. If master finds out, hanging you up for a beating would be the least of your worries. Wang Jia! ! At dawn the next day, Wang Jia arrived early at the main gate of Baimai University with the other orientation volunteers, clutching a plastic box filled with scented sachets. Beneath the grand gate formed by towering stone pillars, quite a few young men with the same intention as him had gathered, poised and waiting for the appearance of pretty freshman girls. As for the equally needy freshman boys, go cool off somewhere else. The dormitory's that way, the cafeteria's this way, and if you still don't get it, check the navigation yourself. Chui Chen had also arrived at the spot as soon as the sun rose. Although welcoming new students wasn't his responsibility, the deep-seated Chinese instinct ingrained in his soul, the urge to join in the excitement, was simply impossible to resist. Wang Jia, with just your face and those 200 sachets, you'll never win a girl's heart. Chui Chen gave him a thumbs up from above, so if you fancy someone, just say it, I've always got your back. Wang Jia pressed his thick lips together tightly, secretly returning a thumbs up to that empty patch of sky. Last night during the gathering with his fellow disciples, he'd been weighing the pros and cons the whole time. If, with Ghost Brother's help, he actually managed to land a passionate romance with that sweet, soft-spoken junior girl, he'd inevitably face their master's loving disciplinary whip. A junior's love might be sweet, but a master's love is bound to hurt. My frail constitution probably couldn't handle it. After careful consideration, I decided it'd be best to stick with the original plan of casting a wide net. Time flowed slowly until around 10 a.m., when the trickle of new student registrations finally exploded into a torrent, leaving behind mere scattered stragglers. The senior students welcoming freshmen at each college were now truly busy, and Wang Jia had already distributed nearly half of the sachets in his hand. Can't find your dorm, junior? Here, let me take your suitcase. I'll show you the way. Freshmen, come check out our campus data cards. No lag for streaming or gaming. You'll need this card even for dorm broadband, totally worth getting one. What? You want to join the student union? Even dogs wouldn't touch that crap. Looking for self-improvement? You'd get better results at the gym. The stream of freshmen registering at Baimai University showed no signs of dwindling, with most still stuck in traffic jams en route. Nearly all nearby universities had scheduled freshman registration on the same day, pushing the area's traffic congestion to its absolute limit. In one blue-plated taxi, the driver was unleashing a torrent of authentic Yondu dialect curses at a private car attempting to cut in. His passionate tirade sent saliva flying, making the two girls in the back seat instinctively shrink their necks deeper into their collars. Xiaoya, we've been stuck in traffic for half an hour now, haven't we? Should be there soon. According to the GPS, it's just 3 kilometers left. At this rate of being stuck in traffic, we might as well have walked there by now. Luo, she stuck half her head out of the car window, glancing at the near-boiling flow of vehicles where honks rose and fell in waves, making one's head swell with noise. The sidewalk was quite spacious, but no driver dared to drive on it. After all, it's daytime, they're pulling through normal folks, not some screeching WRYYY shouting vampires that'd hold them hostage. Manual transmission traffic jams are the worst, especially with overpowering cheap air fresheners flooding the car. Even rolling the windows down couldn't ease the nausea. The final 3 kilometers took another 20 minutes of delays. Stepping out of the ceaselessly jolting taxi, Luo, she felt her brain had practically been blended. Her legs wobbled the moment she reached the destination. Only after standing roadside for quite a while did she regain her bearings.
Meanwhile, Chang Xiaoya was completely unscathed, standing ramrod straight beside her best friend while holding both their suitcases.
Feeling better now? Chang Xiaoya asked.
Much better, let's go register, Luo Shi replied.
The two girls with suitcases had long since caught the attention of the student orientation volunteers.
He was just waiting for them to come a little closer before stepping forward to showcase his mature masculine charm.
Hell yes, this is the ultimate combo.
A cold, domineering beauty with jet black hair paired with a sweet, fluffy white-haired girl. If even one of them agreed to be my girlfriend, I'd willingly let my master whip me to death. Wang Jia panted heavily, his flared nostrils big enough to stuff a thumb into, as he yanked 2 sachets from a plastic crate, ready to charge in recklessly. But the moment he took a step, a stabbing pain shot through his backside. He clenched his buttocks and spun around sharply, sweeping his gaze through the crowd, determined to find the sneaky bastard who had ambushed his precious rear.
Stop looking, I did it. Cui Chen floated over to Wang Jia's side, smiling faintly. I advise you not to get any ideas about those two.
Wang Jia,
confused and clutching 2 sachets, struggled to speak. Ghost bro, you don't even have those functions anymore, so why? None of your damn business. Cui Chen rolled his eyes, twisting energy manifesting instantly.
Wang Jia clutched his groin and collapsed to the ground. Though the pain lasted only an instant, in that moment, he seemed to see a river, and on the other side, his deceased relative smiling warmly at him.
Brother Ghost, why are you stopping me from pursuing love? Love my ass, you're just straight up thirsty. Chances are, both of them already have boyfriends. Cui Chen crouched down, eyeing Wang Jia's pained expression. They can see you just like you can see me, and they're pretty tight with me too, so don't even think about asking me to help you out here. But Ghost brother, even if you won't help, you can't stop me, right? They are lesbians. Ha! Chapter 66, Ability doesn't equal responsibility. Ghost bro, you're lying to me, right?
Wang Jia looked at the vague purple figure before him with a final shred of hope, his expression as grim as if his gold-farming mother in World of Warcraft had just died. I gain nothing from lying to you. Just giving you a heads up so you don't waste effort licking up to them for nothing. Cui Chen cast a pitying glance before floating upward to observe the two girls being hemmed in from all sides. Luo Shi clung to Chang Xiaoya's arm, trembling like a frightened rabbit while the upperclassman's enthusiasm left her utterly bewildered.
These two were actually so good at studying? They managed to get in here. Wait, how did they even take the college entrance exam if their city was gone? Cui Chen rubbed his chin and muttered to himself.
Ordinary people couldn't see the faint silhouette of the purple ghost, but in Chang Xiaoya and Luo Shi's eyes, that familiar old specter floating dozens of meters away stood out glaringly. After noticing that the two people saw him, Cui Chen nodded quite naturally.
Xiaoya, did you see that? I see him, it's him.
The two women felt a seismic shift in their hearts. Months had passed since they'd last seen that violet specter at the highway rest stop that night.
Now this sudden encounter stirred indescribable emotions within them.
Chang Xiaoya lowered her head after 2 seconds of staring, nudged Luo Shi's arm to snap her out of it, then drew a tremendous breath before roaring with explosive force.
Make way!
The thunderous voice left the orientation volunteers momentarily deafened, their ears ringing as they dared not pester them further.
A heavy silence fell over the main gate of 100 Meridian University at this explosive shout.
Both students and parents alike turned their gazes towards the source. The crowd watched as the two girls gradually walked away until they disappeared into the sea of people.
See, I told you about that booming voice. Cui Chen descended beside Wang Jia. Take my advice, you can't handle her. She's probably stronger than your master.
Wang Jia picked up the 2 sachets that had fallen on the ground, brushed off the dust, and stuffed them back into the plastic box.
Brother Ghost, I've achieved enlightenment.
He took a deep breath, his expression unprecedentedly serene, as calm as a sage who had just closed a website and discarded his tissues. A slight distortion accompanied the hand that landed on Wang Jia's shoulder. Cui Chen revealed a benevolent smile and said, "Go find your next target.
I'll go say hello to them. There are plenty more fish in the sea."
Wang Jia half squinted at the infinitely distant azure sky, the rosy filter in his heart for beautiful girls completely shattered by that roar.
A girl like this is beyond my control. Wang Jia's melancholy hadn't even faded when another commotion erupted among the welcoming crowd.
With a cold snort, he shook his head to look.
Oh ho! Another honor roll freshman.
No time for further lamentation, the opportunity was right before him. Charge forward and there's half a chance, hold back and surely none at all. Revived with full vigor, Wang Jia whipped out a sachet and recklessly charged forward. His desperate longing for the opposite sex had surpassed all reason. A girl relying solely on her legs couldn't move that fast no matter how quick she was. A slight increase in speed was all it took to catch up. When Cui Chen found the duo again, he saw Luo Shi covering her ears while berating Chang Xiaoya nonstop.
Looks like he was thoroughly shaken by his best friend's sudden yell.
Chang Xiaoya kept apologizing profusely, acting even more humble than a food delivery guy who'd spilled a customer's order.
Oi, long time no see.
The greeting made both girls jump in fright. Something in Chang Xiaoya's backpack seemed equally startled by the salutation. Through the slightly open zipper slit, a tuft of white fur suddenly poked out.
What's the matter with you? Haven't seen you for months and now you're getting timid? Cui Chen floated forward indifferently, not caring if he passed through pedestrians or lampposts since he couldn't make physical contact anyway.
Cheng Xiaoya patted her chest and let out a relieved sigh. I wasn't paying attention earlier, so getting startled was normal, right?
Speaking of which, why are you here?
Luo, she tapped her chin with a finger, her crimson eyes sparkling with curiosity. As a homeless wandering ghost, it's not strange for me to drift anywhere, Cui Chen replied with a careless smile.
What about you too? Did you test into this place? How'd you even take the college entrance exams with Yueping City blown to hell like that? At the mention of Yueping City, both women's expressions turned gloomy. Changing cities to take the college entrance exams isn't too difficult. Cheng Xiaoya adjusted her backpack and looked into Cui Chen's eyes as she said, were you in Yueping City that night?
Mishem, I was, Cui Chen replied guiltily, avoiding her gaze.
So you actually had the chance to save those 950,000 people, didn't you?
Cheng Xiaoya's eyes lowered mournfully, her grip on the suitcase handle tightening slightly.
TCH, so you're blaming me, huh?
Never mind that when Mingyu and I got there, hardly anyone was left alive. What difference would it have made if I'd stayed in Yueping the whole time?
I'm just a Yaogwei, a so-called abomination.
It's not like I have any obligation to save humans, Cui Chen sneered.
But, Xiaoya,
Luo, she interrupted her, speaking with solemn sincerity.
What Cui Chen said is correct, he has no obligation to save Yueping City. Ability and duty are never synonymous. This applies to Cui Chen, and it applies to you as well. That night in Yueping City wouldn't gain an extra shred of hope from your staying, instead both of us would die. You need to walk out of this, don't let guilt overwhelm you, and stop dumping this negativity onto others. Well said, but I'm not human. Cui Chen nodded in agreement, then glanced sideways at Cheng Xiaoya. Your beau's got more sense than you do.
Those 950,000 weren't killed by you or me. If anyone's to blame, it's the immortal corpse. Cheng Xiaoya's face flushed red as she let go of her suitcase and pointed an accusing finger at Cui Chen.
What nonsense about relationships?
Don't talk nonsense, Luo, she and I are just best friends, she protested in flustered panic.
Luo, she puffed out her cheeks and retorted indignantly, exactly. Xiaoya and I are best friends, sisters, there could never be anything impure between us. Then what are you trying so hard to conceal when it only makes things more obvious? Cui Chen gave them an odd look and said, is this some kind of game where whoever confesses first loses? I thought only one of you was spineless, turns out both of you are cowards. If there really was something like a QQ confinement space in this world, you'd be the first two I'd lock up in it. You know nothing, you damn lonely ghost.
Cheng Xiaoya snapped angrily, raising her long middle finger with her right hand. If only she weren't truly powerless against him, she'd make him understand why roses are so red.
Cui Chen stammered incoherently for ages, utterly failing to come up with a comeback. With a sniff and a burst of defiance, he blurted, personal attacks, huh? Is this how you talk to a critically endangered spectral entity? What did that notice say? Huh? Tell me. You.
Cheng Xiaoya trembled with rage at the corners of her mouth. Taking several deep breaths to steady herself, she finally muttered grudgingly, I'm sorry.
I can't hear you, speak up. No sincerity at all. Cui Chen crossed his arms, utterly pleased with himself. Chapter 67. How could anyone hold back?
Cheng Xiaoya glared, furious veins popping consecutively on her forehead like blooming bruises, her lips curling into a dangerous smirk as she enunciated each word.
I am sorry. Good, that's the spirit, Cui Chen said cheerfully. Carry on with whatever you're doing, I'll head off now.
The two girls turned to look at the purple ghost overlapping with the sun, speechless for a long while. Cheng Xiaoya frowned, came here specifically to bother me, how annoying.
Probably just came to say hello to us, though the process was a bit unpleasant.
Luo, she smiled and tugged at her sleeve. Let's go, we should check in first.
Sigh, fine.
Cheng Xiaoya gripped the handle of her suitcase, opened the zipper of my bag wider. From the moment we started eating fish, it's been restless. Maybe the bag was too stuffy, Luo, she replied, unzipping Cheng Xiaoya's backpack by about 5 centimeters. Immediately, a white cat's head filled the gap snugly.
Luo, she tapped its pink nose. Suffocating in there, huh? The round, heterochromatic eyes of the white cat, fish-eater, scanned the surroundings but found nothing of interest. With a disinterested meow, it curled back into the depths of the bag. Xiaoya, do you think fish-eater started fussing because it heard Cui Chen's voice? Luo, she said. Cheng Xiaoya reached back to lightly pat the bottom of her backpack. Ungrateful wretch, I've known you for over 10 years, and these past 3 months I even adopted you, fed you, and gave you shelter, yet you've got your sights set on some ghost you barely met? Forget it, Xiaoya. Isn't that just how cats are? Even when they become spirits, they're still the same, Luo, she soothed. Become spirits? This one's practically turning into a monster, howling every night and mimicking human speech, Cheng Xiaoya retorted with an irritated eye roll. The two girls spent the whole trip grumbling. After finishing registration at the College of History and Culture, they officially became members of Baimai University. Finally settling into the dorm with my luggage, I had some leisure time at last. Chiyu was also freed from that stuffy backpack,
curled up on Chang Xiaoya's still unmade bed licking its paws, its two tails swishing lazily like a newly retired state-owned enterprise bureaucrat. Luo she shook out her bedsheet while gazing anxiously at the window opposite her bed. Military training starts in 2 days, how are we supposed to bear this blazing sun, she fretted. Just deal with it cold. Chang Xiaoya tossed the freshly sheet-covered quilt onto her bed.
It's not like we can summon rain clouds. The forecast says scorching sun for the next 7 days straight. Catch. Hey, hey! Without any warning, Luo she was knocked back onto the bed by the falling quilt, lying motionless with her vacant eyes fixed on the ceiling.
What's wrong? Did I hurt you? Chang Xiaoya climbed up the ladder and pinched Luo she's lifeless face. Letting herself be poked and prodded, Luo she pulled out her phone to check the weather forecast and groaned miserably. 2 weeks of military training. I'll get roasted into jerky. Who knows? It might start raining by the 2nd week? At the entrance of Baimai University, a dozen pale-faced orientation volunteers sat lifelessly on the ground, like warriors who had failed in their campaign against the Demon King, their vitality burned out, all strength and means exhausted. Cui Chen found Wang Jia leaning against a shaded stone pillar, empty-handed, and asked, "What's going on? Where are all the sachets we had? Did you give them all away in the short time I was gone?" Wang Jia shook his head, tears welling up in his eyes as he said, "Bro Ghost, I don't want to fall in love anymore." The look of such dejection and loneliness on his face was truly even more moving than Mitsui Hisashi telling Coach Anze that he wanted to play basketball again. Even a heartless ghost like Cui Chen was burning with curiosity to uncover the truth. What kind of blow could make a young man in the prime of his life say he never wanted to fall in love? Cui Chen anxiously glanced around. How could anyone enjoy such a story without proper snacks? He never should have eaten them all so thoroughly back then. Fine, dry swallowing will do. Cui Chen turned to face him and spoke with sincere concern. Say it. Saying it out loud will make you feel better. I may not be able to offer any advice, but I'm definitely a good listener. Wang Jia pressed a hand to his chest, tilted his head 45 degrees toward the unchanging expanse of the sky above, his eyes filled with nothing but lifeless desolation. After you left, another perfect 10 showed up, a real beauty, no less stunning than that white-haired girl or the dark-haired one with straight hair, about 160 centimeters tall, wearing a pleated skirt and a white blouse, her face like a masterpiece meticulously carved by the gods. Her golden, permed curls shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, breathtakingly beautiful. Just like everyone else, I was drawn in by his charm and approached eagerly. He seemed utterly unfamiliar with such attention, fidgeting adorably as he accepted whatever was offered to him, and my sachet was the very first thing he took. At this point, the corner of his mouth lifted, yet that faint aura of death grew even sharper. Cui Chen asked, and then? Then we crowded around him and entered the school. Just as we passed through the Baiyan gate, a ghostly wind from nowhere blew over, lifting pleated skirts and obscuring our vision. I couldn't tell whether it was the wind blurring my vision or something else. All I remember is that beneath those taut blue and white striped triangles lurked a snarling dragon fierce enough to roar at the heavens. As Wang Jia spoke, tears and snot streamed down his face. He rolled his tongue and smacked his lips. Holy shit, Cui Chen exclaimed, followed by a scornful curl of his lips. When he accepted my sachet, I truly thought love had arrived. In that moment, I even planned our children's names. Wang Jia sniffled, covering his face with both hands in sorrowful gloom. Ghost bro, tell me why, how could someone so beautiful be a man? And the worst part is, he was bigger than a 500 milliliter drink bottle. Put. Wang Jia lowered his hands, his face glistening with a mix of snot and tears, and asked in a solemn voice, Ghost bro, were you laughing just now? Ahem, well, how should I put it? Cui Chen covered the lower half of his face. Ghosts like us have very muted emotions. We generally don't laugh. I heard it. You were definitely laughing. Wang Jia hung his head. It was such a jumble of emotions, more sorrowful than Zhao Jun, more resentful than Dayu. Seeing such complex feelings on the face of a teenage boy made it impossible for anyone to hold back. Cui Chen dropped all pretenses, his gaping mouth unleashed an unrestrained mockery at the sight of Wang Ji shrinking in terror from the Mo giantess. The purple phantom's laughter grated unbearably on its target's ears. Even the scorching late summer sun couldn't dispel the chill in his heart. Ghost bro, please stop laughing, just let me die in peace. Wang Jia rubbed his face and slumped despairingly against the white stone pillar. What about your plastic case and sachet then? Cui Chen's attention wandered outward where a freshman in cosplay had caught his eye. Check the trash can over there. There's a cosplayer here. I'd give them a 90 at least. Ha, let me see what's going on. Chapter 68, Nobody Likes Military Training. Graceful steps so light and fair, with charms beyond compare. Jade-like beauty without a flaw. Specifically preying on otaku weebs. Wang Jia hadn't even finished reciting his poem when Cui Chen ruthlessly interrupted him. Her game must be high level. Look how she's enjoying all the attention from your fellow simps. You'll never get her alone, need my help? Cui Chen pointed at the pink-haired cosplayer batting her eyelashes with a perpetual sugary smile. Wang Jia wiped the mess off his face with his tank top, then puffed out his chest and marched straight to the trash bin. In a few swift motions, he dug out the plastic container holding the sachet. Ghost bro, I want to give it a try myself. Just a minute ago, he'd been weeping because the person he liked was older than him, yet now he'd already ignited with fresh determination at the sight of a new target. The speed at which his mood swung between sorrow and joy took Cui Chen by surprise. He thought he'd need to console the suddenly insecure guy a bit more to revive his spirits, but clearly, he'd underestimated a college student's emotional resilience.
Which department are you in, Junior? Need this senior to show you around?
Wang Jie charged forward, waving his sachet like a flag in battle. In their tank tops, flip-flops, and oversized shorts standing next to someone in an elaborate cosplay costume, the two looked like they didn't even belong on the same layer.
In stories, goblins might use some trickery to get intimate with female knights, but how can we even discuss real-life goblins? You might not even get a chance to wait in line.
Yet unexpectedly, the girl accepted Wang Jie's sachet and even returned a sweet thank you. A single casual strike from a high-level entity could easily send the low-level Xiao Chunan fleeing in disarray, and with just those seemingly indifferent words of thanks, Wang Jie found himself plummeting into uncharted depths. Unable to distinguish east from west or recognize the sun and stars, all that remained before his eyes was this pink-wigged empathetic underclass woman. Cui Chen gazed at the crowd of male university students trailing behind like dogs on Makima's leash and sighed. They're all terminally love-starved.
A couple of days in the workforce ought to cure them. The freshman registration lasted 3 days.
During this time, Cui Chen didn't even bother hunting for food stationed at the Baiyan gate. The sheer entertainment alone left him utterly satiated. Mama's boys, narcissists, and clueless dullards, flashy rich kids, pretentious show-offs, and those who forgot their admission letters. The freshman registration at 100 Meridian University was nothing short of a galaxy of human oddities lighting up the sky. Unsurprisingly, not a single girl who received Wang Jie's sachets bothered to add his contact. Knocked down again and again but never defeated, rising time after time, launching fresh attacks toward unfamiliar girls with unwavering persistence. Even Cui Chen couldn't help but marvel at his resilience, joking that it'd be a shame not to use such toughness as truck suspension. All those sachets prepared for nothing didn't even manage to get a single contact number. Cui Chen teased Wang Jie, who had just emerged from the teaching building. The love-starved kid kept refreshing his messaging app obsessively, almost to the point of losing his mind.
What do you mean you didn't manage to get a single contact? We've already got Yishuang Jr.'s contact info.
Wang Jie opened a friend's profile and stiffly turned his phone screen toward Cui Chen.
Yishuang? Who's that? Cui Chen asked.
Wang Yishuang, that cosplayer, Wang Jie replied. Oh, so you share the same surname? Cui Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at the freshman enduring military training under the blazing sun on her first day.
Why would she actively add you?
That day we took her to register, and as soon as it was done, she pulled out her QR code and added all of us. Wang Jie grinned while staring at the screen.
But your chat history, scrolling up, it's just good morning and good night. Is this how you chase a girl? Cui Chen clicked his tongue in exasperation. This definitely won't work. If you're stuck, just ask. No need to feel embarrassed.
3 spirit ghosts in exchange for my wingman services, that's a steal. Let's see, Wang Jie sighed, stopping in his tracks to look towards the first sports field. The freshmen wearing camouflage uniforms and baseball caps stood at attention under the scorching sun, their faces contorted by the nearly 37-degree heat.
Got your eye on another one? No, nothing.
I was just thinking back to when I first enrolled 2 years ago. It was the same back then.
Oh, well, you keep reminiscing.
I'll go take a closer look. The purple ghost effortlessly passed through the chain-link fence surrounding the playground, yet only 2 students among the class formations of freshmen could perceive his presence. In the shadows beside the platform, several patch-colored cats piled atop one another, utterly indifferent to the summer heat. The twin-tailed, heterochromatic white cat perched atop the pile let out a series of eerily human-like noises upon seeing Cui Chen drifting toward it, its odd vocalizations brimming with unmistakable delight.
Can't spit it out straight? Then don't bother, it's grating to the ears. Practice more at night.
Cui Chen tugged slightly at the soft fur on Yuto's head, twisting it.
Chung Shoga's got some serious screws loose too, bringing you along just to go to school. Eating fish, meow. I don't get it.
Cui Chen pointed at the freshman formation and said doubtfully, where are those 2 girls? They all look alike in camouflage uniforms, can't tell them apart.
The fish-eating cat raised its left front paw toward the only squad facing the sun. Meow. Right? Oh, I see the silver hair now. What kind of instructor did we get stuck with?
All the other squads have their backs to the sun, while ours has to face it directly.
Cui Chen clicked his tongue in disapproval.
After petting the cat for a while in the shade, a portly middle-aged man in camouflage grabbed the microphone and stepped onto the podium. All personnel, face the podium, left, right, about, turn.
Even the simplest instructions can be botched by some. After nitpicking for several minutes, the pudgy middle-aged man declared they could take a 20-minute break.
Most of the students were nearly wilted by the scorching sun, and when the rest command finally came, it felt like a heavenly reprieve. They all scurried to the shade without the slightest will to move another muscle.
Luo Shi dragged her exhausted body over to the podium with Chang Xiuya, not even bothering with greetings. She yanked off her hat and immediately started fanning herself. After calming down for a while, she looked helplessly at Cui Chen. Can you make Yangdu have a heavy downpour? Even just an overcast day without rain would do. Cui Chen was taken aback. I didn't even know I had this ability. True, he might be able to disperse the clouds, but making it rain is still hopeless, Chang Xiuya chimed in. The scorching sun couldn't drain her energy in the slightest. Luo Shi nearly cried in frustration as she plucked Xiyu from the pile of feline bodies. Without the suppression of this double-tailed white cat, the other felines soon scattered haphazardly across the area. Eating fish makes my whole body feel hot too. It's not comfortable to pet me like this. After just a few strokes of petting, the red-eyed white-haired girl tossed the cat to her best friend. Tilting her head, she watched the freshman squatting in another shady spot, scribbling and drawing as if performing some strange ritual. Is he praying for rain, or grasping at unknown cool energies from the void? If they can really make it rain just by doing this, I'd eat this entire playground raw. Cui Chen remarked skeptically, shaking his head. I've been in Yangdu for 3 months, haven't seen much rain, let alone overcast skies. Luo Shi angrily pounded her thigh and exclaimed, who on earth came up with this military training idea anyway? Chapter 69. Press 1 for hungry ghosts to collect sunshine for you. Break time always passes so quickly. A sharp whistle suddenly blares, urging the scattered little green figures to regroup. Cui Chen cast a glance toward the sun, blazing and bright, yet he could perceive no warmth at all. Boring. I'm outta here. Finally, with a twist at the very tip of the fish's tail, Cui Chen waved his hand and left the first field. The white cat ate the fish, then stood up with its tail raised and chased a few steps. Realizing the pursuit was futile, it stopped to observe for a while before gathering the other cats to start stacking themselves once more. The sun sets, the moon rises, and the constellations whirl across the sky. For a whole week, the cat spirit wailed aimlessly through the campus every night, yet still failed to master human speech. Some little green men's eyes were nearly splitting from the effort, yet they still couldn't march in proper step. The bold senior college students have skipped so many classes they're practically hallucinating. At long last, the rain eagerly awaited by the people of Yangdu City was finally about to fall. Though weather forecasts could be hit or miss, at least they no longer displayed the damn sun icon. No matter how stifling a summer rainy day may be, it's still a tad cooler than a scorching sunny one. Small rodents are far more sensitive to moisture in the air than humans. Far from the clamor of Yangdu's southeastern outskirts, a colossal rat with human-like eyes lifted a manhole cover with its head. The thick clouds were perhaps the most fitting reward for all these years of its perseverance and waiting. Her lively eyes gazed intently upward, as though the overcast sky was the most magnificent sight imaginable. Years of planning hinge on this one downpour. Could this rain be the opportunity? Murmured the rat-faced woman as she crawled beneath the open sky. The manhole cover clattered heavily against the ground as she overturned it with a dull metallic clang. It grasped an ancient scroll in its hand, mottled with shades that resembled both bamboo and jade. The scroll was pressed tightly against its chest, clearly an object of utmost importance. The woman rat gazed at the sky for a long while before letting out a melancholy sigh. Hunching her back, she crawled toward the nearest low hill covered in dense vegetation. The road where the sewer was located had no passing vehicles at that moment, otherwise, the surging tide of rats bursting forth would have been enough to make any driver's jaw drop in shock. The hill was low and rounded like a burial mound, but its elevation granted a view of nearly half of Yangdu, more than enough to survey whether the city had been submerged. The mother rat leaned against a small, weed-covered mound, surrounded by 4-meter-long rats clutching test tubes in their paws. The liquid in the test tube was darker than a rat's fur, churning endlessly in perpetual, restless boiling. How, I've thoroughly digested what you unearthed. Everything on it has been replicated. Perhaps this curse doesn't require something like the rain that topples a city, but I wouldn't dare take that gamble. The rat woman fiddled with a freshly sprouted blade of grass, stroking it as if it were the whiskers of a beloved pet. Almost there. Then all the living beings in Yangdu will be buried alongside us. Our children will sweep through every city with plague and calamity, and humankind will perish in agony. Even us wretched creatures who shun the light will achieve the ultimate revenge. The great demons terrified by mankind shall finally bask in the dawn we bestow. They will erect monuments for rodents. Though our names may fade from history, our glorious deeds shall be sung until they become eternal. The female mouse gazed at the distant city skyline, her calm eyes gradually filling with hatred. The first sports field of Baimai University. Without the sun beating down directly, the little green soldiers trained with 3 times more energy. Cui Chen and Xiyu crouched side by side on the shaded rooftop above the podium as the stomping synchronized steps of the little green men sent their rhythmic 1, 2 shouts piercing through the clouds. If I could just scatter those clouds, their expressions would be priceless, wouldn't they? Cui Chen smirked mischievously. The fish's tail flicked into a heart shape as it let out a feline-like moo. Who doesn't love courting death? After growing accustomed to Yangdu's radiant sunshine, a change of rainy scenery is nice, but the despairing expressions of the little green men are the true masterpiece.
If a hole were to open in the sky above the playground, allowing sunlight to illuminate only this single area, sheer targeted despair would rise to another level entirely.
I'm going up to check where the sun is now.
Cui Chen rubbed his hands together, grinning slyly as he floated into the clouds. The two women facing the podium watched him float into the sky, a shared sense of unease settling in their hearts. Above the clouds, Cui Chen pointed one finger at the sun while gesturing toward the approximate location of the playground beneath the clouds with his other hand. After adjusting the angle, the clouds began to twist outward with his fingertip as the center, forming a massive hole spiraling counterclockwise across the sky. A dazzling golden light was pulled out from the cave entrance, its twisting form gradually expanding the scale of the sunlight it cast,
until they covered the entire first playground.
The freshmen in the middle of military training froze, gaping at the massive hole above them.
A reflexive "holy shit" slipped from their throats as their previously orderly formation collapsed into utter chaos in mere seconds.
The instructors were all somewhat stunned. The sky was overcast, yet only this one corner suddenly cleared, a sight they'd never witnessed in their decades of life. A streak of eerie golden light pierced through the clouds, and if accompanied by a grand symphony, it would have perfectly resembled the overwhelming opening sequence of a Souls-like game boss battle.
Damn it! What kind of evil spirit is causing trouble here? Dare you show your health bar? I'll freaking pedicure you to death. What the hell, man? Why though? You're straight up picking on me, huh? Does that high school cattle's trick of collecting sunlight actually work? Since when do the clouds part and chase after you to shine?
The oblivious freshman, consumed by indignation and grief, began hurling curses at the sun and clouds. Luo Shi and Chang Xiaoya exchanged glances from their positions in the formation as they watched the purple ghost slowly descend. The bewilderment and speechlessness in their eyes could have been textbook examples. Luo Shi slapped her forehead.
Who pissed him off this time?
Chang Xiaoya shrugged innocently.
Don't look at me, maybe he's hungry for fish guts?
There are always new lives on Earth that dare face the sun's formidable radiance. Watching those faces twisted in utter helplessness, Cui Chen smiled with satisfaction. But his smile didn't last long. A pale bolt of lightning suddenly tore across the clouds from north to south, accompanied by deafening thunder. Then came the chaotic downpour, each drop falling so fiercely that the splashes from previous raindrops were instantly overwhelmed before they could dissipate.
Oh my, so that's why there's suddenly a tear in the sky. It was giving us prep time. Who bought VIP privileges?
It works so well, hurry and share the access channel.
Heaven has eyes after all.
When it comes to face-changing tricks, no one does it better than them. Cui Chen's face twitched as he scratched the corner of his eye and looked around.
What the hell was this? Accidentally doing good through bad intentions?
If he'd known the rain would pour this suddenly, he'd never have poked that hole in the dark cloud.
Maybe he should just disperse all the clouds now? Forget it, he wasn't in the mood anymore. Two girls on the sports field looked up at the ghost who seemed extraordinarily busy. Doesn't it seem like he disrupted the clouds and caused this sudden downpour?
Chang Xiaoya scratched her head with her right hand through her camouflage cap.
Who cares? This means we get dismissed early anyway. Back to the dorm, back to the dorm.
The head instructor said we're done for the afternoon. Luo Shi excitedly pushed her best friend toward the grandstand. On the grandstand lay the canteens of the trainees. A large number of them had brought umbrellas after sensing the ominous weather that morning. But the rain outside the playground didn't seem like something a tiny umbrella could handle. The unruly downpour at every angle always found a way to soak their clothes. Some people were waiting on the playground, hoping the rain would let up a little before leaving.
TCH, annoying.
Cui Chen frowned at the hole he had created, watching it twist and seal itself shut in an instant.
Chapter 70, Capital Supernatural Affairs Bureau, already here?
The freshmen in camouflage uniforms were running in the pouring rain, whether they had umbrellas in their hands or not. They ran and shouted, reveling in the prime of their youth. Even though most were drenched to the bone, they still wore laughter on their faces. Luo Shi's camouflage baseball cap was knocked off by the rain. After struggling to retrieve it, her silver-white hair clung to her skin in soaking wet strands.
Laughing, she ducked back under the umbrella Chang Xiaoya held out, roughly stuffing the cap into her pants pocket. Xiaoya, let's hurry before we're completely soaked.
Chang Xiaoya responded and turned to look at Qiyu and Cui Chen on the shade canopy above the podium. The purple ghost also provided a dry shelter for the white cat advancing along the path to becoming a demon. She pressed the umbrella into Luo Shi's hands and whispered softly, hold on to it. Luo Shi was still puzzled when the solid ground beneath her feet vanished in an instant. The panic of weightlessness made her cling tightly to her close friend's neck. When she regained her composure, she realized Chang Xiaoya had actually scooped her up by the waist like an accessory, leaving her with nothing to do but hold the umbrella. Chang Xiaoya ran swiftly through the rain, though still at a normal human speed. The cheering and hollering of freshmen they passed by made her earlobes burn with warmth. Luo Shi, who was hugging her neck, was nearly consumed by a crimson blush. Pink crawled all the way from her neck to her cheeks, though it was less noticeable in the curtain of rain. The path from the first playground to the girls' dormitory was just that long. How long had Chang Xiaoya been carrying Luo Shi while running? 5 minutes? Or an eternity? My heart was pounding harder than when I first helped Grandpa deal with a vengeful ghost as a child when I ran into the dormitory. Although Luo she was the one being carried, once set down, she forgot how to walk, her legs wobbled and her head spun.
The umbrella was utterly useless in the heavy rain.
Its canopy had flipped inside out long ago, and 2 ribs had snapped from the rushing wind during their sprint. Soaked to the bone, the 2 girls exchanged a smile and began teasing each other about their sorry states.
Running so fast just to boost your affection points? Aren't you forgetting the cat?
Cui Chen's exasperated voice pierced through their intimate moment, instantly dissipating the orange-scented romantic atmosphere. Even Chiyu nodded vigorously with muffled nom-nom sounds, clumsily echoing, "Why yeah." Chen Xiaoga took a deep breath and crouched down to pick up Chiyu, whose only damp parts were its paw pads. The 2-tailed white cat with heterochromatic eyes disdainfully tucked in its neck, clearly unwilling to be touched by human hands still damp with sweat, yet had no choice but to endure being held by its poop-scooping servant. Chen Xiaoga's hand froze mid-air, neither moving forward nor withdrawing. In the end, she flicked Chiyu's head with her fingers before raising her gaze to meet Cui Chen's.
"This is a girls' dormitory, you know, so what?
The door doesn't say no dogs or ghosts allowed, and I didn't even step inside your room," Cui Chen snorted, twisting the air above their heads as a fierce gust forced the 2 girls to squint. The distortions froze, the wind ceased. Luo she stared at the empty dormitory entrance, tilting her head in bewilderment. "Where are the others? It's still raining heavily outside." The fish-eating ghost licked its paws and began creeping upstairs with feline grace.
Cheng Xiaoya folded the broken umbrella with a resigned sigh. "What gave you the illusion that a downpour could affect a ghost?"
"Oh, right. Stop dawdling and get back to the dorm to wash up.
Having a fever won't be fun. Wanna join me?" "What? Nothing."
At the top of by my university's administration building, the tallest structure in this campus area, no students had yet been found assaulting concrete slabs on the rooftop. Now shrouded by the rain curtain, no one would come to Baimali University seeking discomfort. The purple ghost hovered atop the lightning rod, gazing down upon the land.
The sky was frighteningly overcast, with every building illuminated.
The dimming lights amidst the downpour oddly carried a trace of eerie warmth.
Cui Chen watched with piercing vigilance, ready to obliterate any abnormality the moment it appeared.
A bolt of lightning split the sky as his figure vanished from the lightning rod, traversing almost instantly across the entire 100 Meridian University. When he reappeared, he was in Professor Hudafu's classroom, several strands of ordinary ghosts still dangling from his hand. This semester, his classes were all scheduled for the second period in the morning. Perhaps the eccentric old man had made quite a scene with the course scheduler? Due to the heavy rain, today's class saw more absentees than usual, leaving only about half the normal number of students in the lecture hall. Seeing Cui Chen bring snacks to class, Hudafu merely gave an inconspicuous nod. No matter how many students attended his lectures, he stubbornly stuck to his own teaching methods.
Folklore? The textbooks are full of nonsense. I, Hudafu, have traveled around the world.
In his opinion, he should be the one writing these textbooks. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles, those book writers don't know shit about folklore.
Some things can only be understood through first-hand experience. Where was I just now? Oh right, Nancy whale testicle Rapdox kidney.
Take your master's advice, if you ever get the chance to visit Nancy Van, never try that dish. The taste is like some native nailing your tongue down and then violently trampling your taste buds with their 45-sized sweaty feet soaked in piss and shit. In the southeastern outskirts of Yangdu City, Mother Rat and her children endured the lashing of torrential rain. The city's skyline grew hazy in the rain, becoming indistinct and hard to make out.
Look at all these rats turning into spirits. Instead of taking shelter from the heavy rain, what the hell are they all doing here?
High above, an unfamiliar voice mixed with the roaring rain struck the woman's ears, soft yet clear. The hatred in the woman rat's eyes faded as she looked up toward the source of the voice.
A human youth in appearance, with a faint pink form that repels rainwater. Is this yet another demon ghost? Hello, unfamiliar demon ghost.
The rat mother nodded at him. You may call me Rat Mother, I am their mother.
Rat Mother? A self-proclaimed title, I see. You haven't bothered to adopt a human name then.
The pale pink ghost lowered its form slightly, the corners of its lips curling into a faint smile as it said, I don't believe I belong to those low-intelligence creatures called demon ghosts.
You may address me as Lulan Lu. You haven't answered my earlier question, Rat Mother.
My children and I are waiting for this downpour to drown Yangdu City, so we may begin our vengeance. This is Yangdu after all. Those guys didn't lie to me.
Lu Lanlow's smile faded as he stared straight into the Woodlouse's human-like eyes. Revenge, against humans? Why? The female rat's figure abruptly shrank by half under immense pressure that materialized out of thin air. It couldn't even straighten its back, overwhelmed by the illusion that it would be crushed into pulp at any second.
If you don't answer properly, you might end up like those flattened mouse pancake comrades beneath carriage wheels on the street.
Because humans killed my spouse, his name was Hao Hao, and he became a Yagwei. He died the day after registering with the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs.
The pressure suddenly vanished, and the ghost began laughing again.
That makes perfect sense.
Raising so many children to become spirits must have been quite difficult.
I apologize for my earlier actions. Lu Lao slightly bowed. Before your revenge begins, could you tell me how to get to Yangdu City's Supernatural Management Office? It's on Changling Street. Much appreciated.
Chapter 71, The Extremely Dangerous Ghost 001. Lu Lanli drifted away through the curtain of rain, heading toward the city where fate remained uncertain.
The rat woman clutched the ancient bamboo slip in trembling hands.
The brief rainfall couldn't chill a bizarre creature on the verge of becoming a monster, yet it shivered uncontrollably until that faint pink ghost disappeared from sight, until its children drew near to offer warmth.
Had its revenge appeared so ridiculous in the other's eyes? Like the play fighting of juveniles? Resembling children's games?
He clearly could have stopped me with a casual gesture, yet deliberately feigned mercy.
That mocking expression and apology showed he didn't take his vengeance against humans seriously at all. Did he think himself incapable, or was he simply overconfident about humanity?
Perhaps both.
The woodlouse lowered its head, its gaze meeting a child clutching a test tube.
With its free hand, it patted the child's head before looking toward where Lulan Liu had disappeared. He acts like a madman who does as he pleases.
I somewhat envy that.
The streets of Yangdu City blurred through the rain as the pale pink ghost scratched its head incessantly.
Damn it all, it muttered. Where the hell is Changling Street? Should have asked for more detailed directions knowing how confusing this place is.
Spotting a large bus terminal, a glimmer of hope appeared in Luan Liu's translucent form. Swaggering over like an admiral with legs casually crossed midair, the dizzying array of bus arrival times on the digital display made its non-existent head spin.
The display only showed 3 routes at a time, each lasting a mere 10 seconds.
Because the reading speed was too slow, the display would often start switching information before he could finish reading the first line.
The high-quality page-flipping animation infuriated him. God damn it, there are ads too?
Lu Lanli frantically grabbed his head. If not for the fact that ghosts no longer risked hair loss, those few tugs would have cost him quite a few strands.
The annoying urology ad lasted only 10 seconds.
After that, the first bus information displayed showed the words Changling Street, Huayuankou Stop.
Ah, I found it.
But his joy was short-lived, as the damned electronic display refreshed again before Lu Lanli could clearly see which bus route it actually was. Gritting his teeth, he continued waiting in front of the display, enduring the infuriating cycle where 3 pieces of information would appear for 10 seconds each, only to be interrupted by a male clinic advertisement after every 3 rotations.
Persistence pays off even for ghosts.
Just as his powdered face was about to darken completely, the crucial information finally flashed on the screen.
Bus route 22, 4th stop from the end.
Other bus routes might also pass through Changling Street, but he was stubborn, absolutely determined to wait for the Changling Street Garden entrance stop. Before long, bus route 22 arrived. Just before boarding, Lu Lanli took one last glance at the bus stop, but the consequence was his eyes abruptly widening, as if he had seen something far more terrifying than himself. There, about 2 advertising screens distance from the electronic stop sign inside the station, stood a static signboard densely printed with station information, towering conspicuously.
Then what were all those urology ads I'd seen so many times supposed to mean?
Lu Lanli slowly rubbed his face with both hands, and by the time he came to his senses, bus number 22 had already driven away.
What could he do? Chase after it? Then,
drifting into the bus and achieving relative stillness, he finally relaxed. The bus wipers creaked back and forth, unable to slow time or halt the years, they could only sweep away the stubborn rainwater that never seemed to clear. The bus wasn't exactly quiet. Aside from the chaotic patter of rain against the windows, the driver hummed a leisurely tune under his breath.
Thanks to the downpour, there weren't any other passengers along the way.
Even the elderly pensioners, old enough to ride public transport for free, had lost the leisure to wander about. There was only a pale pink ghost, casually floating beside the driver with legs crossed, splaying its fingers against the windshield. She couldn't tell if she was gazing at her fingernails or the rain, or perhaps using the gaps between her fingers to aim at something unseen.
Changling Street, Huayuankou Station has arrived.
Please take your belongings and mind your safety when exiting. The mechanical synthesized voice reminded the ghost on the bus to disembark. Lu Lanli stretched lazily and then remained still, waiting for the bus to drive off on its own.
Stepping back into the rain, he began his search for the Yangdu City Supernatural Management Office. In Office 404 of the Yangdu City Supernatural Management Office, a pot-bellied, balding middle-aged man sat comfortably at his desk, savoring the fragrant tea gifted by his subordinates. The gleaming silver clock on the wall traced its mechanical path,
its mirror-like polished surface reflecting the office interior, including the greasy, bulbous face of the middle-aged man. He took a sip of tea, smacked his lips twice to savor the aroma, then lifted his left pinky, adorned with an obscure handmade mechanical watch, and casually swiped to the next video.
Life was always so monotonous. This livestreamer was quite attractive, and local too. Time to hit that follow button.
Before his pinky could even graze the phone screen, before the chime of a successful follow could sound,
the red landline phone beside them was the first to make a fuss. After 3 rings, the balding middle-aged man picked up the receiver. "Hello, this is Yongdu Anomaly Management Office. Zhang Guankuan speaking.
Director Zhang, Ghost 001 seems to have arrived in our Yongdu."
"What? Never mind."
Zhang Guankuan set down the handset, forcing an awkward smile across his plump face. "How may I assist you?"
The pale pink ghost hovering above the office doorway looked down at him with disdain. After a long pause, its lips parted. "Gorged yourself on kickbacks until you're fat-headed, could you at least pretend to have some shame?"
Zhang Guankuan twisted his lips in a grimace that wasn't quite a smile, more like he might burst into tears any second. After Ghost 002's threat level was elevated to extreme danger, Ghost 001 got bumped up to extreme danger too, never mind the skeptical parentheses appended to its designation. But its prefix still reads malice inclined, that counts for something. Ghost 002 has indeed demonstrated destructive power, and it has killed people before, but there are very few eyewitnesses, one could even say no one has ever seen it kill directly. But Ghost 001 is completely different. Public killings are trivial for it. Children of high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants in Liangzhou City were slaughtered without hesitation, and a roomful of top officials in Luoyan City had their heads crushed during a dinner gathering. The minced flesh found in the alleys of various cities was unmistakably the handiwork of Ghost 001. Conservative estimates suggest it has personally claimed no fewer than 50 lives. Most of them were government officials who could stand this sort of thing. Such righteous vigilantes had appeared before, but they usually got arrested after killing just a few corrupt officials, or were even gunned down before they could succeed. But damn Ghost 001, nobody could do anything about it. Even purple talismans were useless. Who knew where the hell it in Ghost 002 had crawled out from? Ghosts? If those two really were ghosts, it'd be easier. They'd leave behind not a trace of resentment when they killed, and the only thing ghostly about them was the damn number prefix. 002 is easy to talk to and relatively communicative. 001 will throw hands at whatever displeases them, even capable of punching a hole through the heavens.
Chapter 72. This is my only request in this lifetime. Hey, Baldy, I'm talking to you. Just how much did you embezzle? Lu Lanli pointed at Zhang Guankuan's nose, an imperceptible pressure focusing on that pockmarked snout.
Zhang Guankuan maintained his smile while cold sweat cascaded down his scalp.
Uncle Lu, I really haven't embezzled any money. All those demons and monsters willingly gave me gifts.
Over the years, it's amounted to around 20 million, but I always handled their matters properly after accepting.
Only 20 million? Then you must have spent it all on food.
Just as I thought. No official in this world is clean, Lu Lanlu said with a smirk, idly pressing his fingers against the office pothose plant.
Call your director back. There's something I need to discuss. Zhang Guankuan's legs trembled beneath his desk. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand and stammered, "Well, actually, I am the director." TCH. Lu Lanlu furrowed his brows. The director of the administrative office, not the director of office 404. Oh, sorry Uncle Lu, I misunderstood. I'll contact them right away. About 10 minutes after the call ended, the door of office 404 was flung open with a bang.
Entering was a wiry old man in casual summer clothes, his clothes partly damp, with his usual composure now replaced by visible unease. Yet despite this, his age-spotted face managed to force a smile, the wrinkles gathering together like an old sunflower on the verge of wilting.
I am Jian Yangwei, and I am.
No time for introductions.
Take me to see those old relics you've hidden away.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow what you're saying, Jiang Yangwei murmured, his gaze subtly flickering toward Zhang Guankuan behind the desk.
That glance carried accusation, silent reproach. Why did you have to reveal the secret to this critically endangered anomaly?
Zhang Guankuan was utterly wronged, but facing Lu Lanlu directly, he didn't dare offer any explanation either. He could only lower his head like his superior, though he bowed his head even lower, out of sight, out of mind being his motto. Playing dumb won't help. Which regional anomaly bureau doesn't have a few confiscated relics lying around, let alone a major city like Yongdu? Those with faint supernatural bloodlines and harmless spirits and monsters are truly pitiful, even if they're lucky enough to dig up some ancient relics from the earth. Before they can even figure them out properly, you forcibly confiscate them. I've traveled through many cities, and it's the same everywhere. It seems even the central authorities tacitly approve. Last time in Qingyu City, even a loach spirit came to me to file a complaint. The world's truly turned upside down, hasn't it? Lu Lanlu murmured on, not really speaking for the benefit of these two enforcement division agents, just wanting to vent his pent-up frustrations.
I'm also searching for something. After all this time I haven't even caught a glimpse of it, but I'm certain it exists. I wonder if your collections might hold some pleasant surprises for me. Gulp.
Zhang Yangwei and Zhang Guanquan simultaneously swallowed hard, raising their heads to exchange glances through the translucent pale pink aberration.
Zhang Yangwei said, I'll take you there now. Lu Lanyu shifted into a standing position, let's go. Only after leaving office 404 with this department head did he realize there was a young man standing outside who appeared to be about the same age he'd been before death. The young man's figure was well proportioned in his black suit, his jet black hair meticulously combed back without a single strand out of place. Especially his face, it showed no fear, not even a trace of worry. Calm and handsome, as composed as an apple gifted to relatives during the new year.
As long as other snacks remained uneaten, he showed no concern at all about being the next to be consumed.
Aren't you afraid of me? Lu Lanli asked.
Your bosses look like they're about to piss themselves in terror. Being afraid won't help, will it? The young man retorted. He trailed half a step behind Zhang Yangwei, nearly keeping pace with Lu Lanli, yet maintained an unhurried stride. True, fear serves no purpose. The terror of a guilty conscience differs from the unease of an innocent one, but you're just like those supernatural beings who encounter me.
Lu Lanli clicked his tongue in wonder. What's your name, and which lineage do you belong to? Ouyang Yongming, of the Profound Gate, disciple of Sanglong Mountain.
A fleeting hint of pride surfaced in the young man's voice when mentioning his sect.
Lu Lanlu paused abruptly, her radiant gaze completely focused on him.
Zhang Yangwei was also stunned for a moment and said, never heard of any Shinmen Sanglong Mountain.
When you joined, didn't you fill in?
But immediately, he realized he shouldn't have interrupted and sealed his lips without making another sound.
By the Xianmen, can you take me to visit your sect? I beg you, please, this is my one and only request in this lifetime.
Lu Lanlu applied pressure on Zhang Yangwei's back, shoving him half a meter away. The pale pink ghost then floated before Ouyang Yongming, hands hovering above his shoulders with a pleading expression.
Ouyang Yongming's eyelids twitched as bewilderment and confusion simultaneously surfaced on his face. Ha! Don't say no.
Just give me a straight answer. Take me back to your sect once.
If your sect doesn't allow outsiders, I can even pretend to be a demon ghost you've captured. Even I. Sanglong Mountain has sealed its gates. I can't even find the way back myself. What? What kind of logic is that? The mountain isn't going anywhere. How could it run away?
I grew up in the mountains, but my senior brother and master blindfolded me, tied me up, and threw me out all the way to an island in the sea. At this, Ouyang Yongming laughed at himself.
Lu Lanlu pinched the bridge of his nose and muttered, damn it, what the hell is this?
As they chatted, they reached the lobby of the Yongdu City Supernatural Management Bureau. Just as Lu Lanlu assumed Zhang Yangwei would lead him to some basement, the man suddenly picked up an umbrella and walked into the rain.
Ouyang Yongming did the same. The two men sat in a black business sedan under their umbrellas, Ouyang Yongming driving while Zhang Yangwei took the passenger seat.
Lu Lanlu, however, eyed the vehicle and curled his lip.
Just drive ahead. I can keep up.
He didn't like this mode of transportation. The cramped interior space made it easy for him to clip through while floating along. The car drove ahead while the ghost followed in the air. Along the way, Lu Lanyu kept scanning the streets as if he'd noticed something amusing, his smiling expression never fading.
Their destination was a small villa on the outskirts of the city. Watching the two step out of the car, Lu Lanyu couldn't suppress his curiosity. Does your Yongdu Supernatural Task Force really pad their performance quotas with ordinary spirits? The streets are practically empty. You've cleaned them up suspiciously well. They were eaten.
Ouyang Yongming held an umbrella for Zhang Yangwei, who was searching for his keys, showing no particular emotion.
Eaten? Don't you mean absorbed?
Lu Lanli crossed her arms, somewhat puzzled.
Chapter 73, No Such Desire Was Born. The thing that eats them is called Chui Chen. Ouyang Yongming followed Zhang Yangwei's lead, stepping toward the villa. He had personally witnessed that purple anomaly feeding. No matter how many ordinary ghosts there were, it could devour them all, never seeming full, moving to a new location only after consuming every ghost in sight. Compared to Ghost 001's actions, which carried strong individual emotions, Ouyang Yongming found Ghost 002 far more dangerous. It would lurk in hospitals, swallowing the souls of the recently deceased, sometimes even while their corpses still retained warmth. Before that shade of purple, no ghost clinging to the mortal realm could endure. Each swiftly ended between those lips and teeth. Yet it remains eternally unsated.
Should the day come when ghosts grow scarce, it might whimsically decide to devour city after city, if only to sate its bottomless hunger.
The mere thought of such a scene sends Ouyang Yongming's flesh crawling with goosebumps.
The body is but a seashell, the soul its tender flesh, while Chui Chen, this aberration-numbered Ghost 002, remains the sole gourmand at nature's macabre banquet.
Perhaps there could be even worse outcomes. Humans being farmed.
Ouyang Yongming felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, and before he knew it, he had already reached the front of the villa.
Lu Lanlu muttered the name Chui Chen repeatedly under her breath and asked, "What's the background of this Chui Chen? What kind of monster did he become?"
Yang Yongming put away his umbrella. Its number is Ghost 002, just like you both special. With that, he stepped aside and stood by the door. He was merely the driver. The real guide was Director Jiang from Youngdo's Supernatural Management Office. Lu Lanyi froze for a moment, then muttered the name to herself, unable to conceal the joy bubbling in her heart. It was a laugh that came from the depths of his soul, soundless yet utterly terrifying. Yang Yongming's face changed color, his pupils shrinking rapidly within his widened eyes. For some inexplicable reason, fragments of childhood memories suddenly surfaced. His earliest recollections of trembling at thunderclaps mirrored this moment exactly. Why? How could he feel this unsettled? What would happen if Ghost 001 and Ghost 002 were to meet? Would they pass by each other peacefully, or would they engage in a cataclysmic battle? At that moment, what path would Yong City or Longming take? Yang Yongming envisioned the worst possible outcome, the images in his mind nearly draining him of strength. A clap of thunder snapped him back to reality. The suit lining was already soaked with sweat, while both his superior and the anomaly had long since vanished. By this time, Lu Lanliu had followed Jiang Yangwei into the room housing the antique artifacts. At the center of the room stood a large square safe measuring about 1 cubic meter, containing gold, silver, and cash. Lu Lanliu moved aside these mundane items, pressed a few mechanisms inside the safe, causing the lower steel plate to suddenly spring open. Beneath it lay a concealed space of about 10 square meters. Using such a large room just to store a safe, anyone could tell it's a case of burying silver here, no 300 taels. Lu Lanlu snorted coldly, then sank downward into the villa's real storage room. The dim surroundings posed no obstacle to his vision. There was far more inside than he had imagined, but most of the objects were old and damaged. Plenty of stuff, but even more junk. Lu Lanlu scanned the room before drifting toward a blackened notebook. The grimy book pages flipped with a rustling sound, as if stirred by the wind, yet each turn pressed flat the previous page with deliberate weight. The handwriting on the ink-stained pages remained fairly legible, but as expected, it made absolutely no sense. Lu Lanli, accustomed to modern printed fonts, had no chance of deciphering Longming's ancient cursive script. The characters flowed like drifting clouds and racing dragons. Each page seemed written in a single inspired breath. But there was no helping it. Incomprehensible meant incomprehensible. Lu Lanli turned her head and pointed at Jiang Yangwei, who had just come down. "You, come here and translate this book's contents for me." Jiang Yangwei nodded and began introducing the black-tinged book before even reaching his spot. This is a daily journal from a gifted practitioner of the Guiyun lineage during the Su dynasty, mainly recording its owner's daily life during that period. Hold on. So it's a damn diary. No wonder the handwriting's so ugly. Guess as long as the owner could read it, huh? Lu Lanl cast a disdainful glance at the book. You guys really collect anything, huh? Just tossing every random vegetable into the basket? Jiang Yangwei kept his mouth shut and said nothing. Feeling bored, Lu Lanli drifted toward a bamboo scroll that appeared aged with patina. And what's written on this one? The blood wine brewing method of the cooking wine lineage. What about this half-rotten book? Incomplete ghost subduing artifacts. He examined each of those ancient objects inscribed with writings, but none could spark his interest. Lu Lanlu said irritably, "Great, a wasted trip. Listen, old skeleton, I've got another question for you. Go ahead. Where's that ghost 002 now?" The rain continued to fall, though not as fiercely as 3 days ago. It persisted without end, as if the heavens intended to make up for all the rain Yongdu had lacked these past months in one relentless outpouring. Due to the rain, the military training for the freshmen at Baimai University was moved indoors. They still had to stand at attention, just without the larger movements like marching or goose-stepping. Every day was military drills, theory. True, we didn't have to endure the sun anymore, but it was still exhausting. Along with it, a certain purple ghost who could no longer enjoy the novelty of fresh entertainment grew equally dreary. When there's no rain, you wish for some, but after days of continuous downpour, you can't wait for it to clear up. If this rain keeps up, even ghosts will grow mold, Chui Chen muttered, nestled under the cafeteria eaves with a clouder of cats. Passing university students frequently cast glances their way, with some girls even tossing over snacks or pulling out specially prepared treats. Of course, all these indulgences were meant solely for the cats. The white cat with heterochromatic eyes and twin tails perched atop the feline pile always remained composed before its peers, lounging upon them like a noble lady. This throne belonged to it alone. Eating fish swatted away the cat treat offered by a girl, glancing sideways before emitting a single meow. Don't understand, really don't understand. Chui Chen stretched lazily. But the gist seems to be asking me to disperse these rain clouds. Honestly, not a bad idea. Eating fish again batted away the treat nearly shoved into its mouth, hissed at the girl, then punctuated the rejection with another meow. Then let's disperse the clouds. Under the bewildered gaze of the double-tailed, odd-eyed white cat, the purple ghost drifted towards the cloud layer. Fish eater, dude, fine if you want to disperse them, but why fly up there? Chui Chen hovered mid-air, his distorting power not yet directed at the clouds when suddenly the entire ghost froze in place. His gaze fixed on the eastern horizon, where amidst the curtain of rain and the pallid sky, a faint hint of pink had appeared. An inexplicable emotion stirred within him, whether it rained or not could wait for now. Today, he'd first figure out what that thing was. Drawing closer, Chui-Chen saw that it was a person? Closer still, translucent. A ghost? But the appetite hasn't been awakened yet. Chapter 74, A Historic Meeting. A pink and a purple ghost hovered in the air above by my university, facing off about 10 meters apart. The pink one wore a genuinely delighted smile, trembling with excitement as if still contemplating something. The purple-haired woman knitted her brows, holding her right elbow with her left hand and resting her chin on her clenched fist. Suddenly, the pink-haired one spoke. Before my bed, a pool of moonlight. Lu Lanlu had studied this world's general history and knew the nation of Longming had no such thing as a Tang dynasty, nor that poetic immortal whose fame has echoed through millennia. If this fellow ghost before me can match the poetic verse, then perhaps I won't have to wander alone anymore. Chui-Chen trembled with excitement, his shock no less than a roadside beggar suddenly winning the lottery. His mind went blank, his vision blurred. He mumbled in a daze, could it be frost upon the ground? Bro! Two ghostly beings from another world instantly embraced each other. Though they couldn't shed tears, their eyes shimmered with something crystalline. The curse of being unable to interact with all things seemed broken, they could indeed touch each other. Chui-Chen exclaimed joyfully, Bro, where are you from? My hometown Sichuan. Sichuan? Still using the ancient name? Shouldn't it be Bashu? Lu Lanlu frowned slightly but soon relaxed. I'm from Qilu, lived in Lanling. Qilu Lanling? Zazhuan, Shandong? Chui-Chen sensed something amiss and immediately grabbed the other's shoulders. Where are you really from? Blazing Summer. Lu Lanlu's pupils trembled faintly as a terrifying possibility occurred to him. I am a Chinese, Chui-Chen said with a dark expression, letting his hands drop to his sides. Within a radius of tens of kilometers centered around them, anomalies began to appear. The immense pressure forced the clouds lower, and the rain fell even harder, surpassing the intensity from 3 days earlier. The ground began to shake violently, buildings shifted, and everything started slowly contorting inward. But all these anomalies ceased after 5 seconds. The two quickly steadied their emotions, both knowing full well the consequences should their emotions erupt completely. Let's talk downstairs, Chui-Chen said expressionlessly. I'm fine with anything. Lu Lanliu's expression was blank. The two landed under the cafeteria's eaves. The earlier disturbance had scattered all the stacked cats in panic, leaving only Chiyu huddled there, trembling. It could sense that Chui-Chen and the other handsome fellow were in a bad mood, so it didn't dare make a sound. Silently tucking its front paws, both tails stopped wagging. Only its mismatched blue-green eyes occasionally glanced toward their silent profiles. The 5-second anomaly didn't cause too severe damage, but people no longer dared to stay indoors. Everyone ran to open areas carrying umbrellas, terrified of being buried alive by potential aftershocks. How did you get here? Lu Lanli asked, her voice as light as midwinter snowfall. Got hit by a semi-truck, Chui-Chen murmured, stirring a tiny whirlpool in a roadside puddle with his downcast eyes. You? I got hit by something falling from a high-rise, and when I woke up, I found myself drifting around Chisin Cemetery in Anjing City looking like this. Pink is quite nice too. When I regained consciousness, I was also in a cemetery. The silence between the two spirits grew heavy once more, thick enough to seem to congeal the very air. The kitten buried its head between its paws, looking utterly miserable. The college students standing in the rain outside the cafeteria similarly felt their hearts pounding, struggling to catch their breath. They thought they'd encountered a fellow countryman in a foreign world, but the truth was a parallel universe's version of their homeland? Chui-Chen suddenly laughed, and Lu Lanli laughed too. They exchanged a glance, their smiles growing even broader. At least there's someone else in this world just like me. After laughing, both ghosts spoke at the same time again. Why don't you have the surname Chui? You should be surnamed Lu instead. The conversation started flowing smoothly and soon became quite lively. When it came to past lives, one used to tighten screws at an electronics factory, while the other worked as a security guard at a construction site. Talking about family backgrounds, Purple was an orphan who had been single all 24 years of her life, while Pink grew up in an orphanage and got cheated on by his girlfriend on his 23rd birthday. As for education, Chui-Chen graduated from high school, and Lu Lan dropped out during her second year of senior high. How miserable are you? What sins did you commit in your past life? Lu Lan teased, applying gentle pressure behind the fish's back to smooth its fur. Acting all high and mighty, yet unlucky as a jinx incarnate, Chui-Chen retorted, the whirlpool in the puddle before him swirling faster and faster. Then, the two ghosts whose highest education stopped at high school resumed their historical accounting. They were determined to figure out exactly where things had gone wrong in a world where Li Bai clearly existed. The details can't be recounted precisely, but that little rhyme about the dynasties still rolls right off the tongue. The earlier parts all matched up perfectly, only diverging at the very end. Chui-Chen maintained the last feudal dynasty was the Qing,
while Lu Lanlu insisted it was the Shun.
Aside from that, some place names also showed discrepancies, though similarly minor in the grand scheme. They wanted to continue the conversation, but their limited knowledge prevented them. If this really is a parallel universe, why did it dump us here of all places? This godforsaken world didn't even give us bodies. I hate that truck driver, Cui Chen sighed. Who knows, maybe the price for power is that wretched body of yours? Lu Lanlu shook his head. How did you find me? Report it to the Supernatural Affairs Office then. The office will escalate it to the Abnormal Control Bureau, forcing them to issue a notice about hunting down Ghost 002.
Will they help?
They'll yield to strength. Cui Chen rested his hands behind his head, feeling remarkably cheerful now that he'd thought things through.
The corners of his mouth lifted as he smirked, saying, fair point, though a bit Chuyuni. By the way, what are you up to now?
Lu Lanlu stood up, stretching his limbs in a few loose motions. Just find some fun in this school every day, and when I get hungry, I go out to eat some ghosts.
Cui Chen also stood up, waving at the panicked Hu Dafu in the crowd. Why not join me in the revival match? Together we can grow stronger and make a glorious comeback.
Lu Lanlu extended his right hand to Cui Chen, his invitation unmistakably clear.
Cui Chen didn't immediately shake it. He hesitated for a moment before saying, revival match? We don't even have corpses. What are we supposed to revive with?
If there are no corpses, then we'll piece one together.
I felt that before, that overwhelming craving for a body.
I've briefly controlled bodies molded from corpse clay before, wasn't too difficult. Had the clay not been so crumbly, I might have actually succeeded. Lu Lanlu withdrew his hand with a nostalgic expression. I believe there must be some secret method in this world that could forge me a complete body.
Cui Chen jerked his head up with an audible gasp.
To be honest, he'd felt exactly what the man had described. Not long after arriving, on that full moon night when 3 dead thugs had been pulped into flesh clay and reshaped into his own likeness, he truly had controlled that body, albeit briefly.
If resurrection was genuinely possible, why the hell would he keep eating ghosts? Unlimited gourmet delicacies could be his for the taking. Count me in, for a hot meal.
This time, Cui Chen voluntarily extended his right hand.
Lu Lanlu gave it a firm shake. For Chow Pai, we must win this comeback match. Cui Chen, you said you're doing this for what? Chapter 75, will you make a move? I won't.
Ahem, I don't mean to look down on anyone, after all. I'm just trying to satisfy my hunger. Food and sex are human nature, as they say.
I get it. Cui Chen awkwardly glanced at the crowd beside him.
Matters like the second son of Chancellor Chow still seemed rather distant. Until he found a way to obtain a body and satisfy his stomach, it was better not to dwell on the urges of the flesh. The pot shouldn't call the kettle black, truth be told, his cravings weren't much nobler than Lu Lanlu's. Food, drink, prostitution, gambling, and drugs among the 5 vices, gluttony still ranks first. Having grown up in an environment where sex was a taboo subject, I still felt somewhat awkward when the topic suddenly came up.
Don't get me wrong, Lu Lanlu placed a hand on his chest and proclaimed with utmost piety, I'm not some sex-obsessed guy who goes around saying giggity all day. What I truly desire is genuine love. Tall ones, petite ones, innocent-looking girls. Establishing spiritual connections with beautiful women and forming perfect families is my ultimate pursuit in life.
As Cui Chen listened to Lu Lanlu rattling off over a dozen different types of women he liked, he gradually sensed something was off.
This didn't sound like someone describing romantic aspirations, it sounded more like someone introducing locked characters from a collector's guidebook. Cui Chen paused, then tentatively asked, so your dream is to have a harem? Absolutely. Isn't that the aspiration of most Yinsha men? Who wouldn't want a harem of 3,000 beauties, turning into a pile driver every night?
Putting it so nicely, but it's still just for physical pleasure. I thought you'd be more refined than me, Cui Chen retorted irritably, rolling his eyes. Go to the Anomaly Management Bureau now, and I guarantee they'd be more than happy to provide you with a different girl every day, never a repeat.
That's not the same at all. What I want is true love. True love, do you understand? And besides, I don't even have a physical body right now. What if the girl you love grows old and dies? You wouldn't be able to summon some giant sorrow tree, would you? This world doesn't strike me as the kind with reincarnation either. Conquering those demonic beings who take human form, of course.
I don't have any racial hang-ups, humanoid, beautiful ones, furry beast girls even more appealing with their charms.
Damn, you're trying to be Beifeng.
Before Cui Chen could finish speaking, a deafening roar louder than thunder suddenly erupted from the southeast.
Immediately after, a thick, murky pillar of gray mist shot straight up into the sky.
The cloud layer seemed affected by this pillar of mist, darkening ominously like the onset of night. The falling rain appeared murky and gray through the eyes of the 2 ghosts, as if some celestial chemical plant in the heavens was discharging wastewater. The mist appeared abruptly and vanished even faster, its duration briefer than the earlier emotional turmoil between the 2 spirits. In just 2 seconds, it disappeared without a trace. The clouds returned to normal, and with them the rain became clear once more. But beneath the rain's curtain, People seemed oblivious to the deafening explosion and the towering plume of gray mist. They had only reacted when the sky had momentarily darkened. Standing among the crowd beneath umbrellas, however, the disciples of Weitsang sect and Jinling sect had all witnessed what just happened. Hu Dafu's apprentices gazed fearfully at their master. They had been driven into open ground by the sudden earthquake, clinging together for safety. Luo Shi and Shang Xiuya stood beneath the same umbrella, their faces mirrored in mutual horror as they gazed at each other. The filthy rain mingled with the clear, yet showed no sign of dilution. Instead, they remained starkly separate upon the ground. The murky layer floated above the clear, stratified like oil upon water. Suddenly, the polluted rain evaporated into a thin mist resembling that eerie pillar of haze, clinging briefly to every person it touched before vanishing without a trace. Instinctively disgusted by Chiyu, it circled around the two ghosts' feet while letting out a few indistinct murmurs. Help! Its body had also become tainted, appearing to the two ghosts as though draped in a layer of black gauze. Cui Chen's distorted form stirred the fur on Chiyu's body, shattering the black gauze in an instant. The sleek cleanliness returned to his body, and Fish let out a delighted purr as he ate. What's going on here? A celestial phenomenon? Or is some treasure being born? Cui Chen scratched his head in confusion. Lu Lanli's gaze remained fixed on the southeast. If it's in that direction, could it be that giant rat seeking revenge? Giant rat? You mean the matron rat? So it chose today for its vengeance. Cui Chen suddenly understood, nodding knowingly with an expression of realization. Do you know it? Talked before, not too familiar. Its mate was killed by humans, pitiful little rat spirit. I ran into it a few days ago too. Scared the hell out of me. Lu Lanl chuckled sheepishly, remembering how terrified the mother rat and its children had been. You just cleaned up this cat, planning to make a move? Not planning to. Eating fish is one thing, but that was just helping a friend with their problem. Cui Chen glanced at Lu Lanl. You got something in mind? No, the big rat just wanted revenge. What's wrong with that? Though the scope was admittedly a bit too large. Lu Lanyu shook her head. Humans are resilient. I believe they can overcome problems caused by a single rat themselves. Then, let's watch the drama unfold, shall we? Want to head to the incident site? Let's do it. Streaks of purple and pink soared into the sky, transforming into two shooting stars that streaked toward the southeastern outskirts of Eternal City. On the hill where rats gathered, they circled around their father's grave, waiting for their dying mother to take her last breath. A gaunt woman shrouded in deeper mists leaned against the burial mound, surrounded by 4 empty test tubes, with ancient slips scattered on the ground. Her fingers could no longer lift, her gaze fixed on Yangdu City, her eyes mingled with relief and triumph. Relieved that she had not gambled wrong, triumphant that her years of scheming had come to fruition. The distant city hadn't been flooded by the continuous heavy rains at all. Its massive underground drainage system functioned perfectly, with only a few low-lying areas experiencing minor waterlogging. But that brief earthquake had given her the courage to gamble. The medium of the curse was rainwater, which needed to touch people to take effect. While flooding the city would leave humans with nowhere to escape, the panic caused by the earthquake had already driven them directly into the rain's path. I gambled, and I won. The curse was successfully cast, afflicting nearly everyone in Yangdu City with plague and calamity. Yet she herself was on the verge of death from the curse's backlash. But this was inevitable. If she didn't perish, her children wouldn't be able to carry the sole infectious plague source to every corner of human society. Only those of the progenitor's bloodline could remain untouched by this plague. Had it been otherwise, she would never have wished for her children to become the vectors. The source carries the most intense calamity, and the torrent of disaster will crush every child who devours their mother's flesh. Though the rats acted willingly, they shall, in the end, meet a wretched death. The dying mother rat's fading pupils shifted, gazing at her now human-like body, then at her children. She longed to impart some final words, but speech had deserted her. To become human through demonic transformation just before the plan's execution. How, was this divine will's doing? What a pity, I still don't have a real name of my own. I want to share your surname, I want to see this world with you, I want to stand openly with you under the sun. Chapter 76 Funeral. A streak of pink and purple meteor dashed across, appearing in Mother Rat's vision before she could close her eyes. Is it you, Mr. Cui Chen, Mr. Lu Lanl? Mr. Cui Chen, have you been well these past months since we parted? Mr. Lu Lanl, I accept your apology. I never expected guests to attend my funeral. How wonderful. At the end of her life, the corners of her lips curled upward. The curse's backlash had already clouded her eyes beyond recognition, yet the glow of intellect still shimmered within them like liquid silver in these final moments. The rat woman's eyelids drooped shut. She had died, reverting to her true form. Two spirits drifted above the hills, their otherworldly clamors silenced by the solemnity of a rat's funeral. The mother rat, she's dead? Cui Chen stared at the corpse of the large rat, watching the heartbroken expressions of the little ones, and couldn't help but feel a surge of sorrow rising from deep within his heart. Actually, chatting with that lady mouse was quite pleasant. Shuk Lulanyu pressed a finger to her lips with her right hand while mimicking the motion of removing a hat with her left.
Even though he wasn't wearing a hat.
The mice on the ground had long noticed the two of them, but were all immersed in grief, too preoccupied to pay attention. The largest mouse stood upright on its hind legs, measuring 1.5 meters from head to tail. It was the eldest child of Mama Rat and How How, just one step away from being a full-fledged monster. The only thing missing was fluent human speech.
Mama Rat had once told it to take its younger brothers and leave, but it refused, and so did its brothers. With their father and mother now gone, it fell to it to receive the guests. But how could a rat spirit that had never experienced such things perform well? So it crossed its forepaws and imitated the human funeral procession it had once witnessed, bowing repeatedly with hands folded in salute. Deepest apologies, though our mother has passed, we're unable to properly receive guests. Word by word, spoken slowly yet with perfect clarity. It had seen 2 ghosts before. The purple one was very polite, and mother had a good impression of it. Although the pink one's actions were somewhat excessive at first, it knew to apologize, and mother even seemed somewhat envious of it. Cui Chen and Lulan exchanged a glance, seeing panic on each other's faces.
Wait, this one starts with a bow right away. How are we supposed to return the courtesy?
Showing up empty-handed doesn't seem right, Cui Chen whispered. Maybe I should kneel and kowtow.
No, we're not that close with that big rat. I think in those period dramas, just cupping fists would do. At worst, I can go down later and add some more dirt for the big rat, Lulanov muttered under his breath. For a funeral, floating this high seems kinda inappropriate.
Let's go down first, descend first.
Although Cui Chen had handled his parents' funerals in his past life, there were very few attendees. Even with relatives and friends combined, they could barely fill 2 tables, so there wasn't much emphasis on formalities, keeping everything simple. Lulanov, having grown up in an orphanage, had never experienced anything like this before. Not just a funeral, but from childhood to adulthood, he hadn't even attended a single banquet. The only time he'd ever eaten at one as an adult was at the wedding of his cheating ex-girlfriend's male best friend, where he'd even shelled out 600 yuan as a gift. The 2 ghosts descended to the ground, and the rats cleared a small space for eldest brother and the others.
Cui Chen raised his hand, clasping his right hand respectfully with his left. We came empty-handed. If anyone should apologize, it would be us.
Lulan lowered his head, clasping his left hand over his right in apology. Yes, terribly sorry about that.
My sincerest apologies.
Though the 2 ghosts' return gestures were rather peculiar, the rat could hardly discern anything amiss. It bowed twice more and said, please, both of you, step aside to observe the ceremony.
Our hospitality is lacking, please forgive the oversight.
No trouble at all, no trouble.
Cui Chen waved his hand and drifted to the left, with Lu Lanli promptly following suit.
They settled into position, and the funeral rites officially commenced. The eldest son stepped forward first, lowering its body to tear off a chunk of bloody flesh still clinging to fur from its mother's corpse. The other mice followed its lead, wasting not a single drop of their mother's flesh and blood.
Cui Chen and Lu Lanshao watched the entire process with furrowed brows,
not because they couldn't stomach the gore, but because the sight of offspring gnawing at their mother was unbearably oppressive. In the end, all that remained of the mother rat was a pristine skeleton stripped clean of every shred of meat. The mice dug a pit and buried their mother beside their father's grave. True to their word, the 2 ghosts also added a handful of earth to her grave.
After adding the soil, the ghosts left.
They had arrived seeking amusement, but departed with hearts oddly heavy. The mice also departed, carrying their hatred for humankind and the seeds of plague within them, racing toward one thriving human city after another. Even knowing death is certain, he still finds it sweet as honey. On the hillside, 2 low graves stand close together. The rain is heavy but windless, yet the weeds on the old grave lean toward the newer one.
How, have you registered with the Anomaly Management Office yet? Alright, registration's done.
In a couple of days when I find work, I'll submit this ancient scroll along with it. Heard you can get a 10,000 yuan reward for voluntarily turning it in.
Need to save up. Once I become a Yaogwei, we'll work for humans together and save money to travel the world.
There are quite a few kids. We'll need to get driver's licenses, buy a big vehicle, then take them all traveling around the world. Still need to buy a big ship that can park our vehicle too, but that'd take forever to save up for, wouldn't it?
It's alright. Once you become a demon hunter, time is the one thing you'll never lack.
Who knows, maybe after saving up long enough, the kids will become demon hunters too.
The odds are too low, but we must bring the children's children along too.
At Baimai University, the shadow of the earthquake still lingers in the students' minds.
Although the tremor was mild, few dared to step indoors.
However, the few gifted individuals in the school couldn't afford to dwell on such matters. As they stared at the black veils covering themselves and ordinary people, their creeping unease nearly pierced the heavens. They felt certain that staying in the rain any longer would lead to something terrible. As it turned out, their premonition was correct. Shortly after Hudafu led his disciples back to the activity room, 2 lightning bolts as thick as water buckets struck the northern and southern ends of the school simultaneously. The ringing in their ears was the least of their worries. Most of those still outdoors were struck unconscious. What on earth is happening? Hudafu stood desolately by the window, his chest so stifled he could barely breathe, his lungs burning as if set aflame. Wang Jia clutched his stomach while coughing, the discomfort in his intestines worse than his itching throat, yet he'd eaten nothing for hours. Lu Weishi touched his forehead, the feverish heat almost scalding his fingers. He recalled his childhood encounters with malevolent spirits, but strangely, there was nothing around him now. Chen Xiaoya scooped Luo Shi into her arms the moment dark veils began appearing across her body, rushing straight toward the girls' dormitory building. The filthy rain evaporated into mist that clung to every living creature's body, yet somehow avoided her, this descendant of the town spirit lineage. Her own skin remained flawless, untouched by grime, but the white-haired girl in her arms had a terrifying flush upon her cheeks. Luoshi, where did you put that half-burned spirit-banishing candle? Panting heavily, Luoshi managed to reply, the suitcase, the hidden compartment in the suitcase. Bang! The dormitory door was kicked to splinters by Chang Xiaoya, who placed Luoshi on the bed without a second thought for the suitcase's lock. With a forceful tug, clothes spilled across the floor. The startled candle wobbled and fell with a dark smear of wax half melted down its side. Once lit, the candle was placed beside Luoshi, its gentle glow slowly dispelling the dark gauze that entangled the girl. Outside the dorm, White Cat eating fish slipped in without a sound. Chapter 77 Fish has a dirty word to say. The flame of the spirit-dispelling candle flickered as Fish leaped to Chang Xiaoya's side. Its 2 vertical pupils of differing colors focused on the flame, gradually dilating. Sitting upright, its expression grew increasingly dazed, so absorbed that it didn't notice its companion glancing back at it multiple times. When Chang Xiaoya first noticed Fish's return, she assumed it also wanted to cleanse itself of impurities in the candle's glow, but a quick glance revealed none of the dark mist resembling black chiffon that usually clung to specters. This is strange. If this cat didn't develop some ability specifically countering filth during its Jing stage, then something else must have helped it. Thinking carefully about who would stay with Chiyu and help cleanse its impurities, only one certain purple ghost comes to mind. Chui Chen. Chen Xiaoya looked at Chiyu and murmured softly. Her first thought was, to ask that ghost for assistance. But in the next second, she dismissed her own thought. Had she pleaded with that ghost when they first met, he might have generously intervened to save all those shrouded figures. But now, whatever he'd experienced had transformed him into someone entirely indifferent to matters that didn't concern him. Was it because of Luping City's purge? Chen Xiaoya massaged Luo Shi's temples. The black mist enveloping the silver-haired girl had mostly dissipated under the candle's glow. In about 2 or 3 more minutes of the spirit-repelling candle burning, the defilement clinging to her would completely vanish. Luo Shi had remained conscious the entire time, but her body had been too tormented to react. Now that her symptoms had greatly improved, she opened her eyes and grasped her dear friend's hand, pressing it against her own cheek. Red pupils met dark irises as their gazes perfectly aligned at that moment. Luo Shi said, Xiaoya, having you here is really wonderful. Chen Xiaoya froze for a moment before letting out a simple hum in response. Tisk. An unusually sharp clicking tongue sound suddenly pierced the ambiguous atmosphere. It was Chiyu. The sound was crisp and distinct, far clearer than any human speech the White Cat could produce, and no one knew which purple ghost had taught it this skill. Chen Xiaoya pursed her lips and flicked Fish Eater on the forehead. Fish Eater, hiss ah. Oh ho! Daring to hiss at me now? You've really crossed the line. The descendant of the spirit tamer lineage and the not-quite monster White Cat began roughhousing, while the silver-haired girl rose to her feet, covering her mouth with a light chuckle. The black veil on her body had completely dissipated, but just to be safe, Chang Xiaoya waited an extra minute before extinguishing the spirit-banishing candle. Now only 2/5 of it remained, not too much consumed, but since the central golden core had burned out, its spirit-banishing effect would be diminished going forward. Luo Shi twisted her neck, feeling the return of a healthy and relaxed body thanks to her best friend's help. Another debt incurred, it was getting harder and harder to repay. Xiaoya, what's the situation now? Luo Shi sat on the edge of the bed, holding the still warm spirit-banishing candle her friend had tossed to her. Chen Xiaoya walked to the window, shaking her head as she watched her fellow schoolmates stunned by the lightning and the rain. The situation isn't optimistic. Something is using forbidden curses to take revenge on humans. That 2-second darkness covered a terrifyingly vast area, probably the entire Yondu city is within its vengeance range. Luo Shi swallowed hard and stepped closer to Chang Xiaoya. Despite trying to hide it, the thoughts of her closest friend, who had spent day and night with her, were written all over her face. She wanted to save people. She didn't want to run away like they had in Yueping City. Luo Shi took a deep breath and said, the spirit-repelling candles work well. If you want to rescue people, maybe we can make more and distribute them through the Bureau of Anomalies. Grandpa Chang and the others could probably help too, right? Right now, we can make at most one more spirit-dispelling candle.
Is the material not enough? If something's missing, you should be able to contact the authorities, right? For something this important.
Every single warding candle requires the maiden blood of a descendant from the spirit-taming lineage, Chang Xiaoya said with a smile as she tucked a stray white lock behind Luo Shi's ear. The one in your hand was left behind by an ancestor of the spirit-taming family. Luo Shi heard the frantic pounding of her own heart, rapid as the raindrops falling from the sky. She grabbed Chang Xiaoya's hand. Come on, let's run.
Why are you running? My spirit-suppressing lineage is completely immune to such filth, can't you see none of that stuff even touches me? Chang Xiaoya patted her hair reassuringly. This time it's different. No need for fighting. Staying in Yangdu to contribute is good enough. But what if I get infected again? Luo Shi widened her eyes. Chang Xiaoya fell silent. She glanced at the fish-eating cat at her feet, then abruptly lifted it by the scruff of its neck and tossed it into the rain. The blemish-free white cat, with its twin tails and heterochromatic eyes, sliced through the rain in a perfect arc, light as a swallow, before landing gracefully on the back of a girl whose face was blackened by electricity. The black veil did not transfer to the fish-eater. Eternity remains cursed, pestilence clings to calamity, and the contagious origins have already been torn apart and scattered to the winds. Look, the fish-eater's fine. Chang Xiaoya gave a thumbs up toward the rainy sky, flashing a faint smile. Luo Shi. Fish-eater arched both tails high, mustered all its strength, and enunciated clearly, go screw yourself. The cat's mouth is dirty now, can't keep it anymore. Chang Xiaoya shook her head and began taking off her camouflage uniform. The thoroughly soaked clothes had become uncomfortably stifling against her skin. Fish-eater trotted back to the dorm with soggy fur, deliberately not shaking off the water clinging to its body. It leapt onto Chang Xiaoya's lap as she sat drying herself by the bed. Shake time. Eat. Fish. Luo Shi's face broke into a smile again, but this time, laced with a trace of worry. Chang Xiaoya was using a towel to restrain and spank the catfish when suddenly, she sensed her dear friend smiling in her peripheral vision. Turning her head abruptly, she said, let me indulge just this once, it'll be fine. Luo Shi, The two women changed their clothes just as the sky cleared completely, with not a single cloud visible across the vast heavens. The clouds had spiraled outward from within before dispersing, an unmistakable signature. He'd done this 3 days prior, though this time the scale was far greater, as if every cloud across Baimai province had been swept into neighboring regions. In a remote mountain gully, a towering green-skinned figure with dual horns gazed at the sky and murmured in awe, truly terrifying. At this level, he could end the world single-handedly. Pity he doesn't seem inclined to. With that, it clenched its fist and slammed it into the ground, instantly carving out a crater large enough to accommodate its massive frame. Some idiot is using the plague curse again, such an outdated trick that humans cracked ages ago. How embarrassing. Another fist came down, and the ground sank once more. Making a grand entrance by slaughtering an entire city was already conspicuous enough. Now here I go again, flashing humanity another warning sign. Rain-like fists fell like a storm, as if pummeling a steamroller's stand-in of sheer force, the ground sinking 100 meters in an instant until ancient brick tombstones emerged from the depths. Damn nuisance. Hopefully that guy's antics won't stir up some ancient, undead monster cultivators. I can't afford any surprises in my plans. With that, the eternal corpse licked its lips with a long, narrow tongue, then threw one final punch downward, plunging into the dark depths of the tomb passage. Chapter 78. That thing actually works. In Yangdu City, the people tormented by pestilence and calamity all gazed blankly at the sky. The moment when the clouds split apart was forever etched in their minds. What immense power could transform a torrential downpour into clear skies in an instant? Even weather modification weapons couldn't achieve such swift change. Some elderly folk knelt and kowtowed toward the sky, their superstitious hearts praying to unknown forces beyond comprehension. Aged as they were, their bodies couldn't withstand illness. Even if full recovery wasn't possible, a peaceful death would have been acceptable. Damn, that big rat is ruthless. It's clearly out to wipe them all out. Lu Lanli floated at low altitude, his face showing pity yet making no move to help anyone escape their plight or crush the black veil. Having just dispersed the rain clouds, Chuichin descended from the sky and overheard this remark. He shrugged and said, like you said, humans are resilient. I don't think the Rat Queen can truly drive humanity to extinction. Even if 99% die, give the survivors time, and they'll multiply until they're everywhere again. Exactly. Besides, it looks more like they're just sick. Viruses always breed antibodies eventually. Who knows, maybe the Rat Queen's revenge is actually helping humans evolve? Lu Lanli crossed his legs and raised a finger to his temple. Speaking of multiplying, a sharp crack suddenly sounded beside the two ghosts, making them both turn their heads abruptly. The words died in Lu Lanli's throat. It was an old, poorly maintained air conditioning outdoor unit. The rusted metal brackets had long been overburdened, and the brief earthquake earlier had left them cracked. Flakes of rust-red iron drifted down as the suffering people below looked up. The half-shattered outdoor unit now teetered precariously. Before they could even react to flee, that yellowed, antiquated air conditioning unit came crashing down.
A middle-aged man in a business suit, the very picture of an insurance salesman, sat stunned as a montage of his life flashed before his eyes, every memory speeding past in an instant. As the outdoor AC unit completely blocked his view, he closed his eyes. Is time always so agonizingly slow when you're about to die? So long that it felt like experiencing another cycle of the 4 seasons all over again. There was no sound of his own skull being smashed, but a series of clinks and clatters echoed, like the scattered contents of a childhood toy box spilling across the floor. He opened his eyes. The AC outdoor unit was shattered, pinned to the wall, crumbling downward from the hollow indentations where its edges once fit snugly. You attacked me, Shui-Chen said. Aren't you the same, countered Lu Lanli. The two ghosts exchanged a knowing smile. They had almost simultaneously activated their abilities at the same moment. The air conditioner's external unit twisted into fragments before being pressed against the wall by a force pushing rightward. It was a completely instinctive reaction, like seeing an elderly person fall and instinctively feeling compelled to help, yet immediately imagining the consequences of lending a hand, before ultimately casting a cold glance and continuing on one's way. Why save him at all? Shui-Chen asked Lu Lanlu, and also himself. Maybe the dead don't have to worry about being scammed. Whoever dares to swindle us, we'll just kill them. Lu Lanli answered Shui-Chen, and simultaneously answered herself. You're absolutely right. Whoever dares to swindle, we'll just kill them. Shui-Chen patted his stomach and eyed the newly emerged spirits. I'll go grab some snacks. So you really can eat ghosts as food? I thought Ouyang Yongming was just joking. Lu Lanli quickly followed suit, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. Where were we again? Reproduction. Exactly right, reproduction. In conference room 414 of Yangdu City's Anomaly Management Bureau, 9 civil servants who earned official salaries gathered around a conference table. Apart from Ouyang Yongming, everyone else wore black mourning ribbons. The anomaly in Yangdu City was immediately reported to the headquarters, receiving orders to enforce immediate traffic lockdowns and place the entire city under martial law. The central government promptly dispatched support personnel from various regions. But what's the point of sealing off the area when we don't even have enough manpower? Earthquakes, smog, black rain, diseases, and now misfortune? Everything seems to be piling up at once. It's already a miracle we managed to gather here for this meeting, let alone seal off the area. Even those with extraordinary bloodline abilities are struggling terribly, so there's absolutely no way ordinary military forces could handle it. As for the police, better not count on them. The higher-ups have repeatedly suggested merging the military and police forces, but they've never reached a consensus. Coughing echoed through the conference room one after another. Office Director Zhang Yanwei pounded his chest as if trying to cough out his lungs. He picked up a cup of water, took a sip to soothe his throat, and asked, Ouyang Yongming, how come you're unaffected? This question was on everyone else's mind too. Of the 9 people present, you're the only unscathed one. What gives? Because you're young? Because you're handsome? This bastard pretending to have some hidden immunity. If not for the special circumstances, I'd absolutely find a chance to report you to headquarters. Ouyang Yongming rested his elbows on the armrests of the chair, fingers interlaced. I've been drinking. Drinking? Alcohol can ward off that thing, a middle-aged man with a hoarse voice exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Guankuan, director of the 404 office, narrowed his eyes slightly as he glanced at Zhang Yangwei. Frowning, Zhang Yangwei spoke before Ouyang Yongming could say anything more. Perhaps he'd had some alcohol before the earthquake. His consciousness was muddled, so he didn't run outside and get drenched in the black rain. That's why he's unharmed. Look, his clothes are completely dry. Ouyang Yongming gave his former superior a meaningful look before nodding in agreement. Indeed, luck truly favors us. Had I known the earthquake would be so brief, I wouldn't have rushed outdoors. If buried under rubble, one could still claw their way out. This condition really is unbearable to endure. Complaints and laments filled the air, rendering the meeting pointless. Zhang Yangwei offered a few words of comfort before hastily adjourning the session. After all, it was unbearable, and no one was willing to delay here any longer. Everyone had their tasks at hand, and whether they could complete them while dragging their sick bodies or not, they still had to go and do them. Ouyang Yongming and Zhang Guankuan had hardly stepped into room 404 when Zhang Yangwei followed right after them. Did you really brew the blood wine from the cooking wine lineage? Does that thing actually work? Zhang Yangwei carefully closed the door behind him before urgently pressing for an answer. Since Ghost 001's visit 3 days ago, which yielded nothing despite examining their collection, the trio had meticulously combed through all the items in the villa, ancient scrolls, artifacts, and the like, giving them proper maintenance or reconsidering their significance as needed. At the time, Ouyang Yongming was teased by Zhang Yangwei for lingering too long over the blood wine brewing method of the wine simmering lineage. If you don't have the bloodline, why bother studying their techniques? Ouyang Yongming didn't mind, finding the method rather intriguing. The process was similar to brewing sweet wine, except that blood had to be mixed into the water, and the beverage required simmering before consumption. The art of brewing this concoction was somewhat particular yet not overly complex. Place 6 common epidemic-dispelling herbs inside the cinnabar pot, pour in wine and boil until it reaches 90% boiling point, then pour it into a 3-inch golden cup with a sharpened rim. Drinking it would immediately dispel malevolent forces and cure the epidemic. The aged bamboo scroll didn't specify exactly what type of blood was required, merely noting, the blood of the Jinling lineage is superior, a single trace can break 10,000 evils, and no golden vessel is needed. Ouyang Yongming noted these instructions, returned to his lodging, drew a little blood, and actually managed to concoct the blood-infused wine. He reflected that if his house hadn't already had a cinnabar pot, if there hadn't been an herbal medicine shop downstairs, and if there hadn't been a jewelry store right across from it, he might have ended up like these two superiors of his writhing in the throes of sickness. Ouyang Yongming adjusted his tie and said solemnly, yes, the blood wine from the cooking wine lineage is effective. Chapter 79, just a joke, but a path to death. Effective? What's effective? Did you hear clearly? Sounded like some kind of wine to me. Whatever, we can't drink it now anyway, and I don't even like alcohol. A sudden sound of conversation emerged from the only windowed wall in office 404, instantly alerting the trio, who all turned their gazes toward the source of the noise. Two spectral faces, one pink and one purple, were pressed against opposite sides of the window, with the purple one tilting its head to noisily slurp some unseen substance. Ghost 001, Ghost 002. Ouyang Yongming's mind went blank with a buzzing shock. Though he'd anticipated these two anomalies would eventually team up after giving Ghost 001 the general whereabouts of 002, witnessing it firsthand still struck him speechless. But unexpectedly, after mixing together, they still managed to come here. A cold sweat trickled down his temple. What could their sudden appearance at this critical moment possibly signify? Was this disaster connected to them? Or were they the true perpetrators who'd come here specifically to hinder our rescue efforts? Ouyang Yongming stared fixedly at Cui Chen, his heart roaring with fury, flames surging a million zhang high while his pupils ignited with savage light, faint threads of unnatural crimson gold emerging in their depths. So you're starting the massacre of humanity right away, choosing Yangdu, a city of 10 million, as your first target. Such ambitious appetite. Using disease as your method, should I applaud your mercy, or curse your cruelty? Why are you staring at me? Do I owe you money? Cui Chen eyed Ouyang Yongming, unnerved by that sinister gaze that made him feel like he'd slaughtered the man's entire family and earned undying hatred. He's that Ouyang Yongming from the Xianmen sect I told you about. Probably overreacting seeing us together, all bristled up like an angry cat. Lu Lanli drifted into room 404, casually slinging a translucent arm around Ouyang's shoulders with practiced familiarity. We should visit his sect when we get the chance. Those reclusive mystic sects always hoard more treasures than the outside world. Might even find what we're looking for. Cui Chen nodded and followed, his arm cradling a pile of snacks. Only then did the three people in the office see what he had been eating, strips upon strips of ghosts that had been crushed into thin shreds. You look familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Cui Chen studied Ouyang Yongming's face, his brows furrowing in puzzlement. Ouyang Yongming lowered his eyelids, and when he reopened them, the golden red hues in his pupils had vanished without a trace. It was indeed in August. Forget it, whether we've met or not doesn't matter. Cui Chen grabbed another ghost, using it to point at his nose. Let me ask you, does your school have any offerings? With that, the ghost serving as an accusatory finger was slurped right into his stomach. Lu Lantian's eyes lit up. He smacked his forehead with a hand. All right, this is the perfect way to confirm whether that abstruse school is really just a coincidence of names. Gotta hand it to you, having finished high school does make one's brain sharper, huh? Cui Chen shot him a glare. I'll take that as a compliment. Ouyang Yongming wrestled with himself, torn between confession and concealment. If he came clean, it might bring catastrophic disaster upon his sect, but if he concealed the truth, his own immediate doom seemed far more likely. Regret washed over him. He should never have divulged his sect's secrets to Ghost 001. His facade had held so strong before, yet he'd blurted out the truth just to avoid offending it. Regret is useless now, but it's too late for remorse. His own sect had already piqued their curiosity. With his jaw tightening, Ouyang Yongming said flatly, my sect doesn't enshrine anything. Lu Lanlu stared at Cui Chen, who remained silent, slurping up ghosts one after another. Everyone present thought that adding a couple of spoonfuls of toppings and a few garlic cloves might make the guy slurp it down even more deliciously. The calmer Cui Chen appeared, the more panicked the trio became. Zhang Yangwei and Zhang Guanquan kept shooting glances at Ouyang Yongming, urging him to say something more. But Ouyang Yongming completely ignored their pointed looks and maintained a composed facade. Whether you believed him or not, there simply was nothing else to it. What are you two fidgeting about? Got something stuck in your eyes? Need me to fix it for you? Lu Lanlu growled with a thick nasal tone, turning to his teammate who was about to fight their rematch with him. Well, just then, Cui Chen swallowed the last ghost, raised his head, and said, he lied. Zhang Yangwei and Zhang Guanquan were both startled, exchanging glances with bitter expressions on their faces. Was today the day they'd get dragged to their deaths by Ouyang Yongming's lies? Who did he have to lie to but these two venerable figures who demanded utmost respect? If they truly got angry, wouldn't they turn Yangdu upside down? At this point, Zhang Guanquan could no longer adhere to the traditional virtue of waiting for his superior to speak first. Even without instruction, he had to steel himself and fight for a way out. Uncle Lu, Uncle Chui, Xiaoming's a bit slow in the head,
None of your damn business.
Chui Chen turned around, making Zhang Guanquan's obsequiousness shrivel up in terror. The director of this 404 office immediately straightened up, sweat dripping down his multiple chins and splattering greasily on the floor.
Ouyang Yongming stared unblinkingly at Chui Chen, speaking with firm determination, I'm not lying.
Lu Lanli floated before him, rubbing her lower lip as she stared face to face with his impassive expression for what felt like an eternity.
Chui Chen's face twitched, an inexplicable image of both of them puckering their lips simultaneously popping into his mind.
Then it was as if some unseen narrator chimed in, were kindred spirits, unable to resist. He shuddered violently, shaking the absurd scene from his head. Really, watching too many movies had given him an overactive imagination, now everything conjured vivid mental imagery. He doesn't seem to be lying at all, composed as can be, not a hint of guilt.
My ex-girlfriend used to look around nervously whenever she lied to me. How could you tell he was lying?
Lu Lanli stepped closer to Chui Chen and said,
What makes you think I could tell?
I was just bluffing him.
Isn't that how they usually do it in TV shows? When the answer doesn't match what you were hoping for,
you bluff first and ask questions later.
Chui Chen dropped his formal demeanor, slouching midair like Guyu from that meme. The mystic sect doesn't offer sacrifices, huh? Seems there's still some discrepancy from what we thought.
Lu Lanli crossed her arms, her gaze still fixed on Ouyang Yongming's face. After all, it's a reclusive major sect. We should still go, there's bound to be plenty of opportunities there.
To dare use the name mystic sect, aren't they afraid of karma striking back?
I'd say they're already walking the path to their own demise.
Chui Chen joked.
Lu Lanli glanced sideways. King Chui actually withstood atmospheric pressure, truly terrifying.
And you called me cringe earlier? Look who's talking. I may be old, but I'm still living in modern times.
I'm no stubborn traditionalist who refuses new things.
What young person isn't a little cringe sometimes? TCH old man, you've always got excuses. Aren't you just 1 year younger than me?
The two ghosts bantered and joked around, neither taking it seriously. But to Ouyang Yongming's ears, it carried a completely different meaning. Karma, the term he'd heard since childhood, now echoed in his ears once more. If the mysterious sect's name represented a death sentence in their eyes, then wasn't he precisely the one spreading this karma? Regret swirled into an ocean within his chest, a lone boat weathering violent storms upon this sea of remorse. The fury that had once steered his vessel had dissipated into mere smoke, and when the next towering wave struck, the little boat capsized entirely.
Chapter 80, A Troublesome Thought. You aim to destroy the mystic sect?
Ouyang Yongming's composure shattered completely, his head half lowered like a lion poised to go berserk. The gloom in his eyes was enough to make anyone shiver involuntarily.
Within Office 404, the atmosphere instantly froze over.
Zhang Yangwei and Zhang Guanquan instinctively moved closer to each other, their expressions more miserable than if their mothers had just died. To them, it felt like a nuclear bomb was about to explode here. But even a nuke would only serve as the fuse. The real terror was the two apocalyptic volcanoes he was about to ignite. Mother, I was going to become a firefly. Seems like I won't even get to be a firefly now.
I might not even leave behind ashes to be buried.
The pungent stench of urine assaulted Zhang Yangwei's nostrils as his gaze swept the area.
Ouyang Yongming?
But his pants are dry. Ah, it's Zhang Guanquan. This guy couldn't hold his pee. Fortunately, my bladder was empty. My final shred of dignity remained intact.
The pink and purple figures stood opposite Ouyang Yongming, though stood opposite wasn't quite accurate.
They were simply amused.
The mockery and teasing evident on those two ghostly faces struck Ouyang Yongming instantly, forcing him to see himself clearly in that moment.
What exactly did his burst of ferocity mean to them?
The tantrum of some cute little animal?
To be honest, I rarely wipe out entire families, only once, and it was a human trafficking ring operating as a family, Lu Lanli said with a laugh. Honestly, after all this time, I've never even killed a human with my own hands.
Ghosts don't count. Humans don't recognize spirits as their own kind, not even former loved ones.
Chui Chen spoke while nodding.
Then do you want to kill his whole family?
Lu Lanli pointed at Ouyang Yongming. I don't kill for fun, there's nothing in it for me, Chui Chen shrugged.
Did you hear that? Killing your entire family and massacring every last soul isn't just boring, it's downright pointless. That guy's just plain paranoid.
Hey, you two over there, where's the place you're keeping the ghosts?
Take me there. Chui Chen and Lu Lan followed, trailing behind Zhang Yangwei and Zhang Guanquan.
But halfway there, Lu Lanli floated back again, half of his body outside the door, half still inside.
I don't like people baring their teeth at me. Ouyang Yongming's legs were crushed, bloody bone fragments piercing through his muscles and exposed to the air.
He endured the pain without uttering a sound.
I thought you'd kill him outright.
Chui Chen also circled back, leaning halfway out. I don't kill for fun either, I only eliminate those who offend my sensibilities, said Lu Lanli. As they spoke, Ouyang Yongming's arms twisted violently. Starting from his fingertips, the corruption spread inch by inch to his shoulders, flesh dissolving into pulp, bones crumbling to powder.
After I grab some snacks, where should we head next? No need to rush leaving Yongdu. Let's observe how the humans handle this situation first. Aren't you in a hurry for the revival match? What's the point of rushing? With all this time on our hands, we'll find it eventually. I've just been taking my time sightseeing along the way. Fine by me.
It's not like we've got any other fallen champions or fallen Japanese emperors ahead of us waiting for their comeback matches.
Time's the one thing we've got plenty of.
Hey, by the way, old Shui, how do ghosts taste?
It actually tastes pretty good to me.
The two drifting ghosts moved away, following Zhang Yangwei and Zhang Guanquan, who were left bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the unnatural presence behind them.
Inside office 404, Ouyang Yongming lay in a pool of blood.
The blood had long since stopped flowing. He stared at the wall clock, counting the ticks of the second hand to distract himself. The second hand circled 30 times, the minute hand traced half its arc. When Ouyang Yongming closed his eyes and golden red flames erupted instantaneously. Within the flames, pulverized bones and flesh slowly knitted back together.
Another 30 minutes passed, yet Ouyang Yongming still lay motionless on the ground.
Though his suit hung in tatters and his face remained deathly pale, his limbs had fully regenerated. His eyes still tracked the second hand's movement, but his lips now murmured other matters entirely. If what Ghost 001 and Ghost 002 said is true, then the anomaly in Yongdu City shouldn't be related to them.
We need to re-evaluate them and stop assuming the worst-case scenario. A middle ground must be found. Losing half my blood and ruining a perfectly good suit that should cover the karmic debt.
By these calculations, my family probably won't face total catastrophe because of me anymore. Ugh, so much blood wasted.
The price of losing control over my emotions is too high. Second brother, where are you? I could really go for some stir-fried pork liver right now. Mid-mutter, the door to office 404 swung open again. The two department heads had returned.
The moment they stepped through the door, they burst into violent coughing fits, having held it in for so long while leading the ghost. They could finally cough their lungs out freely. The office instantly became a storm of flying spit particles. Important or not a single document escaped its fate of being speckled with saliva.
Ouyang Yongming could already imagine the dried spit stench he'd smell when handling those documents in the future.
Having coughed to his heart's content, Zhang Yangwei immediately pointed at Ouyang Yongming and started cursing.
Are you out of your mind? Talking to them in that tone. So what if they wipe out your sect? How many people is that? But if you piss them off now, the entire city of Yongdu will perish with you.
Ouyang Yongming took a deep breath and forcefully adjusted his tie. It was my oversight. My concern for my family overwhelmed me, causing me to momentarily forget the precautions needed when interacting with them.
Alright, at least nothing bad happened. This time, there's some justification for your actions.
Now, go to your place and fetch that blood wine.
We'll test its effects again. If it really works against the Black Veil, then we'll hand over the blood wine brewing method to the central authority.
Zhang Yangwei spoke with genuine anguish, visibly reluctant to part with the soon-to-be-lost unique recipe for blood wine.
Something that could have remained entirely in your own hands now has to be shared. Who wouldn't feel miserable about that? How many of the gifted individuals willing to join the Special Affairs Bureau, the Bureau of Anomaly Management, are truly selfless?
Some seek to break free from the restraints of their bloodlines, no longer wandering like their families. Others simply want to exploit that sliver of authority for their own benefit. Those with true righteousness in their hearts roam the land, never settling in one place. They rush wherever trouble arises, foolishly lending a hand whenever they witness injustice. Working all day like a dog, never getting a break, not even making enough to scrape by. Some have it even worse than factory workers these days. Through wind and rain, they spare no effort to eradicate harmful supernatural beings, even those not yet marked for elimination.
If the supernatural beings aren't officially targeted, the Supernatural Management Office won't allocate subsidies, no payment even if you eliminate them. Really makes you wonder what their motivation is.
Ouyang Yongming's residence isn't far from here, just about 10 minutes on foot even without driving. But trying to drive back now would be impossible anyway. The streets are packed with people and traffic has completely ground to a halt. He looked at these wailing citizens, thinking about Director Zhang's disgusting face, and for the first time felt that perhaps he shouldn't have joined the Supernatural Management Bureau. Back then, I should have shamelessly clung to Uncle Chang and Aunt Yu. Braving the wind and rain would have been better than having blocked thoughts and a distressed heart. Ouyang Yongming arrived at the foot of his residence and suddenly froze while going upstairs. Uncle Chang seems to be from the spirit suppression lineage.
Chapter 81 Standing Under the Sun. Ouyang Yongming's residence was on the second floor, a 3-bedroom apartment.
Though spacious, he lived there alone.
It was a gift from Zhang Guanquan when Ouyang got promoted to deputy director of Office 404.
The lighting wasn't particularly good, with surrounding buildings blocking most sunlight.
Only on a few specific days each year would a few stray sunbeams manage to break through. Even though it was already afternoon, the interior remained shadowy and gloomy.
The entrance opened directly into a sparsely furnished living room, just the solid wood sofa that came with the apartment and a square marble-topped coffee table with a polished surface. In addition, dozens of gift boxes were haphazardly piled in the corner of the living room balcony. Most were presents from spirits and monsters who came to handle affairs at Branch 404. A few had been opened, but the majority remained in pristine packaging, untouched from the moment they were received to when they were tossed into that corner. The ones at the very bottom even had a layer of dust, completely undisturbed all this time. If even a deputy like him received this many gifts, one could only imagine what Zhang Guanquan, the official on day shift, had accumulated from supernatural beings and colleagues alike. At the moment, a vermilion sandalwood teapot with bronze handles and an ugly but razor-edged golden cup stood on the coffee table. He found the sealed box containing the blood wine, picked up the cinnabar pot and golden cup, and was about to leave when Ouyang Yongming noticed the pile of gift boxes in the corner of the living room balcony. When he first became deputy director of the 404 department, he refused these gifts. But if he didn't accept them, those who came seeking favors would grow uneasy, and over time, seeing their anxious expressions began to unsettle him too. So, he started accepting them. At first, he hesitated reluctantly, but gradually, he grew accustomed to it until it no longer troubled his conscience. If you give, I'll take; if you don't, I won't ask for it. At least the last shred of principle must be upheld. I'm not like that Zhang Guanquan who remembers donations better than his own mother's name. Accepting gifts, accepting money bit by bit, I too became corroded by this worldly vulgarity. I still remember 8 years ago, when my masters and senior brothers tied me up, blindfolded me, and tossed me out of the mountain gate. My master had muttered something in my ear. Yongming, I named you Eternal Light in hopes that your heart would remain forever clear and bright, that you'd raise a lamp to illuminate others and yourself. Roam while outside these walls. In 10 years, I'll send Yongming to bring you back. I hope by then, you'll still be the same as you were. Ouyang Yongming's heart suddenly tightened. Staring at those gift boxes, he felt moisture gathering at the corners of his eyes. Uncle Chang was right. Exceptional talents who meddle in officialdom are just bringing trouble upon themselves. He wiped his eyes and turned to stride out the door. Walking up the stairs toward the sunlight, Ouyang Yongming's expression grew somber. At the bottom step, just a few more strides would take him into the light, yet his feet refused to move as if nailed through the soles, anchoring his entire body to the staircase. Are you leaving? To leave means tearing through flesh and blood, enduring heart-wrenching pain. All the efforts poured into the supernatural management office over these years would be wiped away in an instant. You must leave. This place is not home. Return in 2 years, lest your master bows his head in sorrow, lest your elder brother sees it as a joke. He lifted his foot and took a step forward. So this is what sunlight feels like, so glaring, yet so warm and comforting. Gazing at the citizens of Yongdu, tormented by the black veils, he felt a pang of pity, yet it didn't slow his stride. Though he had resolved to remove his official robes, he would only do so once this matter was settled. The shackles of official duties may be great, but the convenience they bring is undeniable. With 10 million people in Yongdu City suffering from calamities, someone needs to rein in those insatiable officials. No prohibition exists against gifted individuals revealing their extraordinary abilities before ordinary people. My family never mentioned such a rule. This has always been the government's demand. The mystical sects have no such restrictions. Follow your heart's calling without violating sect rules. This is the fundamental principle governing the training of all mystic sect disciples. Ouyang Yongming summoned a surge of energy, and fiery crimson flames ignited violently within his pupils. Without any elaborate ritual, he could activate this bloodline power with just a single thought. Even though repairing his body earlier had cost him a significant amount of blood, it didn't prevent him from reverting to the form he most commonly used before entering officialdom. If he were at home, he might even serve as a nightlight for days on end, just a little flaming figure, until his master or senior brother scolded or smacked him. Blazing so bright in the dead of night, do you want anyone to sleep at all? It's been a long time since I viewed the world from this perspective. Ouyang Yongming's fiery eyes swept across the crowd, his gaze revealing roughly how much time remained for these ordinary people shrouded in black veils of misfortune. Unless the black veils were banished, even the healthiest individuals would meet their end within 2 months. When combined with their nebulous streak of bad luck, that time frame would likely be even shorter. Hurry up, he muttered to himself, raising his head as he strode toward the Bureau of Anomalous Management. Some ordinary people who caught sight of his eyes were momentarily startled out of their discomfort, their gazes following him until he disappeared from view. That person's eyes had fire in them? 6 hours after the earthquake passed with no aftershocks in sight, most people dragged their ailing bodies back home. The night had fallen, but a continuous stream of aid still poured into Yongdu City from all directions. Vehicle after vehicle with out-of-town license plates arrived, requiring no sullen mobilization because this was an order. Those standing at the pinnacle of Longming's power had issued an irrevocable command. The epidemic in Yongdu City took precedence over everything. Between earthquakes and millions falling ill,
Such events couldn't be suppressed. Even the Yueping City incident from months ago was nearly impossible to contain.
Rumors were spreading everywhere. This incident requires a scapegoat. The existence of anomalies cannot be revealed to the public, so someone capable of shouldering the blame must be found. Thus, the largest chemical enterprise in Yangdu City was chosen, and the massive black hat was abruptly shoved onto its head. Within 4 hours of the incident's occurrence, propelled by unseen hands, this chemical company was swiftly nailed to the pillar of shame.
The truth? The truth doesn't matter. What the entire nation believes becomes the truth. Chemical plants' indiscriminate emissions caused air pollution, which was brought down by rain, triggering physiological mutations among Yangdu's citizens. The reasoning was absurd, but everyone felt it should be accepted as such, because all major state media outlets were reporting it too. The only thing that puzzled the people of Kwanlongming was the sudden dispersal of the clouds that had covered all the Baimai region, drifting off to other provinces. There was not the slightest warning, a fact that chilled one to the bone upon reflection. Tonight, the Special Administration Bureau of Yangdu was bustling with activity. Since its establishment, even its busiest moments paled in comparison to this. Talented individuals who had traveled from afar lined up to draw their blood. There was no need to battle supernatural beings here. The supply of blood wine and golden goblets was the most crucial aspect of this event. No matter how much epidemic prevention measures are taken for ordinary people to see, nothing will be useful unless that black shroud is removed. Gathering enough blood wine for tens of millions is an incredibly difficult task. Every capable and extraordinary individual across Longming would be drained dry several times over. Thus, the blood of the Jinling lineage becomes particularly crucial at this moment. Chapter 82, The Jinling Lineage. Shortly after Chang Xiaoya's grandfather Chang Jin and her second uncle Chang Weiyun submitted the blood wine brewing method to the headquarters at the Paranormal Management Office of Yangdu City, they received a summons from the central authorities. The director of the Paranormal Management Bureau, Zhu Xiaoi, personally called them with a solemn and concise message. The people of Yangdu City need you. With just that one sentence, the two male descendants of the Jinling lineage who could be found immediately set off for Yangdu City. The provincial capital wasn't far, but the road was congested, and that congestion ended up costing quite a bit of time. In his younger days, old Master Chang was also a man who loved roaming around to punish evil and uphold justice. But after becoming a father, he wanted to settle down and expand the branches of the Jinling lineage, especially after the birth of his second child. After that, he rarely left Hundred Veins province. The eldest son of the Chang family was just like his father, only even more restless. After coming of age, he left home, often vanishing without a word for months. In the 5 years he was away, the only time he ever returned was with a woman surnamed Yu. The woman was also from one of the bloodlines, Yu Shuian by name, who bore a daughter for the Jinling lineage. But no one knew what the other half of the girl's bloodline was, and her mother refused to speak of it when asked. The son and daughter-in-law couldn't settle down even after becoming parents, still dragging their child along while roaming the Jianghu world. 3 more years passed before they returned, only to leave their daughter in the care of her grandfather. During that parting, the parents' spirits were utterly crushed, cursing their ancestors one moment, then giving endless instructions to their toddler daughter the next. But those words didn't seem meant for little Xiaoya at all. Rather, they sounded like final admonitions directed at the child's grandfather. Anyway, the implication in those words was an apology to their daughter, an apology to her grandfather, leaving Changjin utterly bewildered. After leaving behind their daughter, his son and daughter-in-law never returned. Phone calls went unanswered, and inquiries through old friends across various locations yielded no information. Changjin assumed they had died, raising Chang Xiaoya with the help of his quiet second son instead. When it comes to maternal love, there was none to give. Nizi's grandmother passed early, and Chang family's second son never had any luck with women. But in terms of paternal love, Chang family's second son truly treated Chang Xiaoya as his own flesh and blood. Though he couldn't express it well, he cherished her dearly. The old man and the eldest watched the little one grow up day by day, feeding her every bit of the Jinling lineage's knowledge as if chewing it fine for her. The girl was clever too, grasping everything at once, understanding with just a hint. The second son of the Chang family didn't want to get married, and old Master Chang didn't pressure him either, figuring there was still a granddaughter in the family, and bringing in a live-in son-in-law in the future wouldn't be out of the question. At the very least, they had to ensure the Jinling lineage would continue bearing the Chang surname. Passing it on to someone with a different family name would always feel uncomfortable deep down. When Chang Xiaoya entered high school, old Master Chang and the second son of the Chang family resumed their travels across Baimai province, endlessly clearing up the aftermath of government crackdowns. Beheading demons, sealing ghosts, there was nothing they wouldn't do, as long as the money was right. Changjin felt he was becoming a bit mercenary, but the thought that this was all for his granddaughter's future fortune made him rather enjoy it. This time was no different. The big boss said Yangdu City needed the Jinling lineage's services. The compensation certainly wouldn't be meager. It worked out perfectly. His granddaughter was attending university in Yangdu, so he could visit her while he was at it.
Hurrying as fast as he could, he arrived at the Yeongdo City Supernatural Management Office just as that full moon completely squeezed out the setting sun. Before even stepping through the door, I had to register first. But once the registration was done, the gazes of those two state-employed guards at the entrance started looking peculiar. Only after entering was I informed of the method to save Yeongdo's citizens. Blood donation. Just a blood draw, what's the big deal anyway? Unlike other gifted individuals, this grandfather-grandson pair was taken to the 4th floor, personally received by the director of the Supernatural Management Office. Upon reaching the 4th floor, old Master Chang immediately furrowed his brows. He spotted familiar faces, the white-haired girl surnamed Luo, and that cat spirit his granddaughter had adopted. Chang's second son clenched his fists, because he could tell this white-haired girl had been crying. Why is the girl who grew up playing with my niece here? It's most likely because of Xiaoya. Both my father and I belong to the Jinling bloodline, which is why we were brought to the 4th floor. Xiaoya also carries the blood of the Jinling lineage. If she came, there's no reason she wouldn't have been brought here as well. Father and son exchanged a glance, ignoring Director Zhang's shouts, and strode straight toward Luoshi. Hearing the footsteps approaching her, Luoshi slightly raised her head, her crimson eyes glistening with tears again. She stood up and called out, "Grandpa Chang, Uncle Chang." The white cat, interrupted from its fish meal by her sudden movement, dropped its prey to the floor, licked its paws, and circled over to Cheng Lauer's side. "Hold on girl, no tears yet, why are you alone here? Where's Xiaoya?" Cheng Weiyun stepped forward as the white cat at his feet got spun around by his stride. "Xiaoya was taken for blood tests an hour ago. She still hasn't come back." Luoshi rubbed her eyes with her fingers, sweating with anxiety. Old Master Chang's eyes blazed with fury as he whirled around and grabbed Zhang Yangwei by the collar. "Where is my granddaughter?" Zhang Yangwei forced a smile and patted his hand, signaling to be put down first. Head of the spirit-suppressing bane, calm down first. Chang Xiaoya is fine, don't worry. How about I take you to get your blood drawn first? The 10 million people of Yeongdo City are still waiting for the blood of your spirit-suppressing lineage to save their lives. Old Master Chang didn't respond, nor did he loosen his grip. He turned his head to look at his second son. "Second, find her." Cheng Weiyun nodded, his gaze locking onto the tightly shut doors on the 4th floor. If they could be open normally, they would be. If not, they'd be kicked down. Would Cui Xiaoya really leave this white-haired girl alone outside if they were truly close? How is this possible? Luoshi was helping too, and with someone backing her up, she wasn't worried about being stopped by the staff here. Who would dare to stop them? Elder Chang only needed to glare at them. In his twilight years, Changjin possessed a terrifying intensity when angered, tempered by the passage of time. Just standing there was enough to make these workers breathless. They wanted to explain, but were too terrified to speak. Zhang Yangwei couldn't understand, though he was about the same age as this leader of the Jinling lineage. The man's fury made him shudder to his core. Was the Jinling lineage simply that extraordinary, or was Changjin's bloodline unnaturally concentrated? Seizing the moment when Changjin's attention wasn't on him, Zhang Yangwei quickly shot a meaningful glance at a man near the staircase. The person understood as well, so they tiptoed downstairs. Changjin glanced over, squinted slightly, but made no move to stop them. "Dad, we found Xiaoya." Cheng Weiyun's voice came from the second-to-last room at the end of the hallway, trembling with barely contained rage. Old Master Chang flung Zhang Yangwei aside and strode forward. Luoshi heard it too and entered the room with Ji Yu. The room had no doorplate and was filled with equipment none of the three could name. Inside sat a middle-aged woman in a white lab coat on a chair, and there was a hospital bed. And, on the bed lay Chang Xiaoya, her face drained of color. "Who are you people?" the middle-aged woman hissed, displeasure evident in her furrowed brow. Xiaoya, what's wrong? Open your eyes and look at me." Luoshi knelt by the hospital bed, shaking Cheng Xiaoya's hand. There was no response. She seemed to have lost consciousness. The middle-aged woman sprang to her feet. "She's in a fragile state now and needs a quiet environment to rest. Please, leave." Cheng Weiyun's veins bulged in his neck as he removed his gold-rimmed glasses with a trembling left hand, folded them neatly, and placed them in his breast pocket. "You call this drawing blood? You're practically draining people dry." The middle-aged woman frowned, tilting her chin up as she asserted, she volunteered. Ji leaped onto the hospital bed, pressed his paw pad against Cheng Xiaoya's shoulder, stopped wagging his tail, and lowered his head with a soft, meow. Having wandered around Bai Miao Town for so long, hadn't it watched this girl grow up? It knew she was suffering now, but there was nothing it could do. It was just a cat, powerless to help. Chapter 83, A Cat Taking Advantage of Ghosts. "What are you doing, you cat spirit? Stay away from her, this is no place for you." The middle-aged woman saw some freak leap onto the hospital bed and instantly flew into a rage. The person lying on that bed was the most crucial asset at this critical juncture. If that freak touched her and something went wrong, Director Jiang would surely have her skinned alive. Outside the room, Zhang Yangwei arrived with his men. Seeing Cheng Xiaoya's critically deteriorating condition on the bed, he inwardly cursed. He didn't even register the freak that shouldn't have been in this room to begin with. They'd definitely drawn too much blood, but Jiang Yangwei never imagined it could reduce someone to this state.
Is this stupid woman really unaware of sustainable development? Just because I mentioned Jinling blood was important, she went ahead and drained people dry? Jiang Yangwei now truly wanted to slap himself twice, regretting not having joined them and donating blood back then. Placing too much trust in subordinates regarding such matters marked his biggest professional blunder. His expression darkened as he frantically pondered how to explain this to the other two members of the Jinling faction. Jun. Smack. The single syllable had just escaped her lips when the rest of her words were drowned out by the crisp sound of a slap. It was Cheng Xiaoya's second uncle who acted, raising his hand and delivering a stinging blow across the middle-aged woman's face. The strike was measured, not enough to kill, but sufficient to shatter her jaw and knock out half her pearly white teeth. Watching his own men get beaten, Jiang Yangwei felt an unprecedented surge of satisfaction rise within him. Gentlemen, this was a lapse in my work. Please calm your anger, I will give the Jinling sect a proper explanation. Jiang Yangwei adopted an extremely deferential stance. With a jerk of his chin toward the woman who'd been slapped unconscious, one of the fully armed riflemen stationed outside entered and dragged her away. Seeing the gun, old Master Cheng's expression turned solemn. Second brother, take Xiaoya with you, we're leaving. The second son of the Cheng family nodded, flicking the woman's blood from his hands onto the ground before wiping away the remaining stains with his clothes. Only after cleaning up did he step forward. Wait! Jiang Yangwei seized Cheng Weiyan's wrist first, then turned to look at Cheng Jin, head of the spirit vein suppression. Please hold on a moment. Second brother. The second son of the Cheng family yanked his hand free. This damn director's strength was nowhere near enough to restrain him. I can offer compensation for Cheng Xiaoya's matter. Any demand within my capability, name it. But right now, I beg you both to prioritize the bigger picture. Jiang Yangwei grew frantic, his voice rising sharply. A series of bolt-action clicks sounded from outside. His jaw tightened, realizing for the first time that his subordinates were complete idiots. Bringing guns up here was nerve-wracking enough, and now they're collectively chambering rounds? Without even waiting for his command, what the hell were they trying to do? Mutiny? Get to the back! Jiang Yangwei roared with furrowed brows, slamming the door shut with such force that the frame cracked. The Cheng father and son darkened their expressions. They recognized the sound of a bolt being pulled. The second Cheng son looked at his father and made a slicing motion across his throat with his hand. Old man Cheng shook his head, glaring furiously at Jiang Yangwei. They couldn't resort to killing, doing so would brand them the same kind of societal destabilizing elements as the malevolent supernatural beings. The bloodline of the spirit-taming lineage possessed unique properties, now publicly revealed. If they actually killed someone, the father and son duo probably wouldn't die for it, but the consequences would likely be more terrifying than death itself. The two of them might disappear. That would leave Xiaoya alone in this world, just a young girl. Old Master Cheng dared not dwell on the thought further. He feared if he continued, he might truly lose control of his rage. Chief of the Spirit Suppression Branch, please calm down. Too many incidents have occurred today, and my men, their nerves are stretched a bit tight. They didn't mean anything by it. Jiang Yangwei brought the only chair in the room over to Cheng Jin and continued with many diplomatic platitudes. Old Master Cheng neither sat down nor interrupted his speech. Only after Jiang Yangwei finished speaking did he respond with a single sentence. The Jin and Spirit Suppression Branch means to suppress, not to guard. Jiang Yangwei's eyelids twitched. He drew a breath, wanting to say something more. The white cat eating fish suddenly jumped down from the hospital bed. It sat upright, both tails positioned entirely on the left side of its body. Jiang Yangwei instinctively met those mismatched eyes, and unease churned in his heart. Chui Chen, Naya Naya Naya. The expressions of all three individuals changed simultaneously. The father and son from the Cheng family relaxed their brows slightly, while Jiang Yangwei swallowed hard and glanced nervously behind himself. The two names spoken by the fish-eating creature emerged distinctly for the first, while the second sounded like a child throwing a tantrum. Yet all three of them knew this wasn't a feline tantrum. Those playful lualualo sounds unmistakably represented Lu Lanliu. It had uttered the names of Ghost 001 and Ghost 002. It uttered those two forbidden titles. How dare it know? How dare it shout them? Jiang Yangwei was stunned, pressing his lips together in silence, his gaze involuntarily darting around. He feared suddenly catching sight of even a trace of pink or purple in this room. Chiyu then spoke again, as if saying the word for the first time, pausing briefly to muster the courage. Hey there, buddy. A cat that's gained sentience is nothing to fear even if it's transformed into a monstrosity or demon, as long as it's not one of those truly ancient creatures that's lived 1,000 years, the threat is minimal. But damn, add these two names it just mentioned, along with the word friend, and the situation gets a whole lot sketchier. Would those two unknown anomalies really be friends with a damn cat? Jiang Yangwei didn't dare believe it, nor did he dare gamble on it. If this were real, this cat might just call both of them over for backup. Who knows if they had some special communication channel between them?
One could gamble with their future, but their life. Who in their right mind would lay their neck under the guillotine just to test how sharp the blade is? His gaze swept from the white cat to the Chang father and son, passed over the white-haired girl crying herself hoarse, and finally settled on Chang Xiaoya lying on the bed. Taking a deep breath, he wiped the cold sweat from his temple and stepped aside from the cracked doorframe he'd been blocking. Old Master Chang patted his second son's hand. Erlang, take Xiaoya away. The second Chang son nodded in acknowledgement, first offering a few words of comfort to Luo Shi before scooping up the still unconscious Chang Xiaoya in a horizontal carry. Luo Shi sniffled quietly and followed behind him without a word. As she passed old man Chang, he suddenly asked, "Girl, are you and Xiaoya very familiar with that, Cui Chen and Lu Lao?" "We're pretty familiar with Cui Chen, we usually chat when we run into each other at school." Old man Chang smiled knowingly and nodded. "Do you want to come back to Bainu with us?" "Got it. Let's go." The four people and a cat left. Those fully armed individuals wanted to stop them, but Jiang Yangwei halted them with just a glance. He had seen those two anomalies just a few hours ago. They were likely still within Yangdu's territory right now. If this cat and those two women really befriended Ghost 001 and Ghost 002, those two anomalies might actually storm their doors if provoked. No, worse, they might slaughter all of Yangdu. But what exactly gives these three the right? Is it because the cat is cute? Or because the woman is beautiful? Jiang Yangwei couldn't figure it out and could only sigh repeatedly in frustration. At the entrance of the Yangdu City Supernatural Administration Office, Ouyang Yongming, who had been busy until dark, ran headlong into Chang Jin and his team as they were coming out. His fiery pupils lingered on Chang Weiyan's face for an extra second, inwardly startled. This person looked so much like Uncle Chang. Old Master Chang was also drawn to the golden-red flames in his eyes, sighing in a voice only he could hear. How extraordinary this bloodline is. The two passed by each other, each striding toward their separate paths.